island of Barbados, which was tall enough to be seen above the horizon, right? And then on the left of that photo, the sun was also setting. So it was a roughly semicircle sun. Dan the Waterman said the sun should appear in front of the island. And I was like a bit flabbergasted. Like you realize the sun is further away, right?
It's weird to even think about.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of what you're saying now. What do you mean?
No, I'm just saying if we could see stuff behind, like Blackpool Tower, how is there missing? I mean, how is there anything missing from Blackpool Tower if we're seeing behind it?
Because it's tall enough to be seen.
Yeah. All right. I'm just I still don't like the way you do the layouts, man, of the two-dimensional shit. I think it basically the measurements should go down to your feet, or they should go out like to a certain point on the horizon. I don't know. I ain't pinpointed it yet, but something's wrong with it because it just doesn't look right, man.
This mountain, right, is I think it was like 300 k's away. At 300 k's, that mountain is effectively two-dimensional. Right, there's not a whole lot of change by giving it 3 dimensions depth, forward and backwards. Doesn't change much at all.
Where does a mountain officially start? I mean, as far as like
0 meters above sea level.
Okay, so basically sea level. Okay, so a mountain. I mean, I guess that's how they measure it. But like, how do they? I mean, so if we were talking about mountains that are way inland, and we're using sea level that's nowhere around to judge the elevation of them, that doesn't really sound fair either, unless it's right by the water. And then of course it's, then you have reference. But I don't think mountains in the middle of nowhere are good to even really debate about. I don't know.
You doubt the elevations?
I don't even know exactly which one you're talking about, to be honest. And I know the elevations are. I think if you look at a mountain range and you go flying over mountains in an airplane, you'll see there ain't no fucking way that they're ever going to get anything right, and with all them mountains, man. But yeah, with like
the elevations, right?
With popular mountains, sure, man, that they've spent a lot of time with, they can get a good estimate, very good estimate, real close. Depending on the model, depending on depending on the datum, right?
Yeah, but are you doubting the elevations of these mountains?
No, I'm talking about mountain ranges. I'm not really necessarily doubting the data about popular mountains, or unique mountains. I'm talking about like mountain ranges. I think that's where some of the data goes haywire to me, where they act like gravity's fluctuating in these mountains, and I don't know about all that, man. And I'm talking about the mountain ranges is referring to. But as far as single mountains, like or standout mountains, like Canigou, I guess, like Rainier, shit like that, that's popular. And I think it depends on the datum, dude, the elevation. So I think they're gonna have a good average. But I think
it's this one. So Canigou, we accept that it's 2785.
Can you post a picture of what you're talking about?
Yeah, in the chat. Yeah.
Doesn't it go down to the water? Doesn't Canigou go down to the water?
Well, all land goes down to the water. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the mountain in its immediate vicinity.
I still don't know what you mean.
Let me look at the picture.
The shore is 50 kilometers away from the peak.
Is it that far?
Yes. I actually thought that was fairly close for a very high mountain.
Okay, now what's the claim in this picture? So you see Canigou. Is that what's behind Canigou there?
What do you mean behind?
Like you see that little cloud off to the right? That little cloud. I mean, no. Listen, that little puff that's hanging down, that little spot at the bottom of the cloud deck.
Yeah.
Underneath that, it looks like there's a swath of mountains like a
No, that's just
line.
more cloud. Anyway, the claim is that there's only about 350 to 400 meters of the mountain visible above the horizon. And in this particular shot, you've got the boat in the foreground, which is a key, right? If I extend that mountain down to sea level, it's pretty close to the bottom of the photo. That's how much of that mountain is missing.
You think there's missing mountain there?
Yes. There's only
How
about
close-
350 to 400 meters visible.
How close is the boat?
I don't know.
So just measure down to the bottom of the boat.
What do you mean?
The boat's sea level, right?
Right?
Draw your line. You can't draw your lines two-dimensional, man.
Like I said a while ago, when something is 300 kilometers away, the mountain is effectively two-dimensional. So I can, it's vertical, it's perpendicular to my eyesight. So I can extend the angular size down to where 0 meters above sea level is.
Okay, you say Blackpool. Let me give you an example of what I even mean. Okay, so you say Blackpool Tower, the mountain is supposed to be a little taller, right?
If the Earth was flat, yes.
Okay, now it's it's probably a ton of zoom from that distance. Not a ton of zoom, but a lot of zoom. So you're not taking that into consideration, I don't think, not properly. Because if I kept zooming in and zooming in, at what point would the mountain continually be taller than Blackpool? No, because if I zoomed in enough, I'd be plastered up against Blackpool Tower, like a third of the way up. Or a quarter of the way up. So you can't say that the mountain's supposed to be bigger than Blackpool when you're talking about zoom. You're not taking this zoom into proper account, I don't think, man. Maybe
First
you
of all,
are, but
if you think we're not taking something into account properly, and I say yes, we're doing exactly what we're required of us, it's then on you to show us how it should be done, to do the math, to do the analysis.
Well, maybe I should have formed that as a question then. Okay, so do you see what I'm saying though? If I continued to zoom, okay, I'm going to be plastered up against Blackpool Tower if I bring it in enough. So there's no way that the mountain could be taller than Blackpool with zoom.
Zoom doesn't change the relative position of objects.
Really? I just give you an example where if I kept zooming, I'm going to be plastered up against the bottom of Blackpool Tower. So the mountain won't be higher because I won't even be able to see over Blackpool Tower. It'll be straight 90 degrees up over my head. There's nothing that could be higher than that, bro.
That's not zoom. That's you moving close to the tower.
Oh, I'm just being facetious, bro. I'm just saying like a super zoom just to give the example, bro. I'm only trying to make a point to get you thinking.
Yeah,
and I'm kind of asking a question too. I'm kind of asking a question at the same time, bro.
Yeah, if you say you're up against Blackpool Tower, then you haven't zoomed. You've moved closer to Blackpool Tower. That's not zoom.
But if I had super duper quadruple zoom, then I would be nothing but the bottom would fill up the whole entire picture. Okay, right?
If you pointed at the bottom of the tower, okay.
So at what point would they even out? Okay, if I kept zooming in toward the top of them.
Yeah, they never will.
And they never will. Even when
does not change the relative position of objects.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. At what point will I stop being able to see the top of the mountain? If I keep zooming in, at what point, and this is my super duper zoom where I could zoom up against, let's say, the middle of Blackpool Tower, or just under the middle, let's say that. At what point will the top of Blackpool block the top of the mountain? What point will they even out? Because what's about to happen is I'm not going to see the mountain at all in a minute if I keep zooming, because I'm going to be plastered up against Blackpool Tower with my vision. So at what point will they even out as I plaster my vision up against Blackpool Tower?
Okay, they don't even out. Zooming does not change the relative position. If you zoom in on a piece of Blackpool Tower and you keep zooming in, it will reduce your field of view and you just won't see the tower. It won't be in shot. Won't see the mountain, sorry. The mountain won't be in shot. I'm still confused about what you mean.
Okay, what if I had unlimited aperture, man? You're not following me, bro.
You
Hold on. I think hold on. Your brain is fighting this, bro. So just relax, man. This is not an end all be all. This is just I'm trying to let you in my head a little bit. And really, man, I think your brain is blocking this from even knowing what I'm saying. Okay, so let's say I have an unlimited aperture, so I can see. I'm about a third of the way up Blackpool. Okay, and the mountain's a little bit higher than Blackpool. Okay. I see it over it. Now I have an unlimited aperture. So no matter, it's so big of a telescope, I can zoom in and never lose all of the mountain in the background or whatever. Or I can never lose much, let's say much of the mountain in the back or Blackpool. But at some point, I'm going to be, my vision is going to be blocked by Blackpool, period.
I think I know what you mean now. Let's say if we have a 1,000-meter lens, like the lens is like a kilometer high.
Yeah. So basically, what I was asking, I'm almost done. Let me ask the final question. So at what let's make the zoom into a distance, or you ain't got to, but would there be a point where they would, as I'm getting closer and closer to Blackpool Tower, wouldn't there have to be a point where I quit seeing the top of the mountain as I plastered my vision up against Blackpool?
The top of the mountain will appear different in relation to the top of the tower, but that's because you've got a 1,000-meter lens, right? If the path the light takes, from the top of the tower, top of the mountain through the tower, hits somewhere 1,000 meters above sea level, fine. Like you'll have the mountain appear above the tower. But the observer height is not 1,000 meters. The observer height's like 9 meters. We have to treat these photos as the source being a point, like the camera being a point, rather than a 1,000-meter aperture. Does that make sense?
So what's the curvature rate of the Earth?
Who said that? It just sounds like a random.
I don't know who that was. I think he said, "What's the curvature rate of the Earth?"
Could be Derek.
Yeah.
Probably Derek.
Is it 8 inches per mile squared? Is that what it is?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what was the height of the picture that was shot for Canigou?
Observer height 320, I think. 320 meters, thereabouts. I'll have to verify that.
Okay. How tall is Canigou? What's the elevation?
2785.
Okay.
Yep.
What's the distance that the shot was taken? Was it 270 miles?
No, less than that. About 170. Give me a sec.
So square the miles, times it by 8.
Yeah.
Divide by 12, and then divide by 5,280, and
263.
see what you get. And is that greater? Is that greater or less than the elevation total of Canigou? And would that be possible to see that much of it?
How far out was your horizon?
It sounds like you're a bit new to this. It sounds like you're equating drop with the amount of hidden. Have I got that?
What's up, What World? Yeah, What World's not new at all.
What up, Gio?
Okay.
Yo, what up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well considering. I'm just asking a question. Like, what do you get?
Let's do it.
Do the math. Do the math. What do you get?
Hang on, let me see the miles first. It's 263 Ks. I might have the actual observer location wrong, but we'll use that anyway. 164.
Them things you're saying are clouds look like they're twice as far as Canigou, but they look like mountains to me. Even if they are clouds, they should be missing too, I think. That's a long way out.
Well, you can see with the
164.
you can see the silhouette with that land feature and those different elevations. You can see how much you can see in relation to the other things around it, like topography wise.
All right.
So
3.4 miles of drop, 18,000 feet. What's the next step? 18,000 feet of drop. Yep. Next step.
what's the elevation of Canada?
In feet. 1 second. 1 second. 2785 meters to feet is 9,137 feet. What's the next step?
How much drop did you have?
18,000 feet, thereabouts. Geometrically, at least, without refraction.
Okay.
Next step. Yep.
Well, if there was that much drop, shouldn't that much be hidden?
No, like I said a minute ago, I think
Why not?
you're new to this. I think you're new to this, and you're confusing
No,
hidden with drop.
I'm asking you why. Why is drop not hiding something?
It does, but it's not equivalent to the amount that it's hidden. Right? If I'm standing on the surface and I raise elevation, I can see around a ball. Right?
Or you have more of a angular perspective on the topography across the plane. Like
No,
you're seeing,
we're talking.
it's basically two-dimensional, but it's two-dimensional with perspective.
We're talking about a sphere here.
Not curving in 3D. You don't see it bending or warping, not only in the X, Y, but also the Z for a ball.
You asked me
Like,
how
it
much
doesn't look
drop.
like that.
You
Even
asked me how much drop.
Even at 250,000 feet high, it doesn't look like that, bro.
You asked me how much drop, which means that we are in the context of assuming a sphere, correct?
Well, is not the formula to
Yes.
discover the distance and height, isn't that based off of the radius of the Earth? Have
Yeah,
you proven the radius
drop.
yet? Like,
No,
how do you get the radius?
We're saying, and if the Earth is a globe, then I expect to
You're
see
gonna-
this much drop
But
or hidden, right?
if we're going to assume that, you also have to have evidence to
No, I
back up
don't.
the assumption
No, I don't.
of a sphere, dude. You need to have
No, I
radius.
don't.
Where's the radius?
If the Earth is a globe, I expect to see X. I continually test whether we see these X's in the real world. If I keep seeing X's and I'm never contradicted, then I'm pretty sure that the Earth is a globe. Okay?
Right, but you still could be wrong,
Okay.
right?
Could
No
be
big
still be
deal.
wrong.
Like,
Yes.
everybody's wrong. Yeah, no big
Yeah,
deal.
could be. But if I continually test it and I'm never proven wrong, I should have a pretty high confidence that I am right.
Well, how much of Canada should be hidden?
From that one, hang on. 8,300 feet.
How tall is the mountain?
9,100.
I feel like we can see way more of it than we should then, right?
Okay, please show me your analysis and I will show you mine.
You said 8,000 feet should be hidden and we can see.
Refraction.
Yeah, I want to see how much Jeremy thinks we can see.
Oh, I don't
And
know. It
his-
looks like looks like we can see a nice chunk of it though.
Oh,
It doesn't look like.
It looks like a mountain to me.
Looks like.
I mean,
Looks
do the
like. Looks
angular-
flat to me. Looks flat to
You
me.
could do the angular size on it. Have you checked the angular size?
Yeah. Have you seen my post from about 15
So
minutes ago?
how much are we looking at?
About 350 to 400 meters.
Really?
Yes. Would you like to do your analysis?
No, I got a math guy and shit, but so this all checks out though. We're not seeing more than we should.
Go back to my post from 25 minutes past the hour.
Without refraction, we're seeing the correct amount with not even considering any amount of refraction.
We're considering standard refraction, as we should.
Oh God, you don't. Whatever. I'm not getting into this with you.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, you're
Yeah,
using
what's the
standard
catch?
refraction at 1,000 feet, bro? Why,
Yeah.
why in the world are you doing
300
that?
meters. That's
Huh?
300 meters.
It's 1,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
Why would you use standard refraction, bro? You're not in the thick of it.
Standard
Let me just
refraction.
add this. 1 second. Regardless of refraction or whatever, and observations and analysis, I just have one question. Could you let me know your justification or reasoning to have doubt of your senses and your physical experience.
Sorry,
Like,
do I doubt my senses and stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know they're not
like-
perfect. Yeah.
okay, you just doubt them enough to think that you're right now spinning, like
What?
on a sphere. Like we're all in
Right.
motion, but we don't feel it.
Yeah. Do you think we should feel it? Why do you think we should feel it? Please
Well,
show
isn't
me
that what
your
we- Isn't that
physics.
what we all experience and feel? Is that undeniable? Like, how could you not come to that conclusion?
Because I know how physics works, and I know that we should not feel it.
Okay. Well, what about the
Okay.
idea that we don't just because it isn't?
Well, then I would be puzzled as to why we would measure the weight of an object differently at different latitudes. That would be really odd. I'd be really puzzled as to why a fiber optic gyro shows that we're rotating. I'd be really confused by a Foucault pendulum. Why would it do that?
Well, you know, Foucault pendulum is biased with the ball and socket joint, right?
No.
Well, the Foucault's pendulum does it or does it not have a ball socket joint?
I don't know. Generally, I wouldn't think so. No.
But you may want to look into that. That may be
Yeah.
something worth looking into.
How would a ball and socket impart a torque? I would have thought a ball and socket, if anything, would just sort of either be neutral to it or not move it at all.
Like you can make for a pendulum, you can make it a ball and socket joint, or you can just have a single swing, right?
Yeah.
Like a pendulum on a clock. So depending on how you swing or the joint for that swing will determine what direction it goes, does it not?
If you're talking about a grandfather clock, that is constrained to a plane, right? It's not going to process. You're talking about a mechanism that will allow it to process, and I'm wondering how ball and socket imparts torque on it in one particular direction. It would seem to be rotationally symmetrical, so I don't understand how there'd be torque in any direction.
But you would agree that the ball and socket joint would allow for that action or that motion to actually happen, right?
Would it allow for movement? It could, yeah. But if anything,
Okay.
if there was any
Just-
constraint, it would constrain it to one plane, which it clearly doesn't. If something is rotationally symmetrical, I don't understand how there's any torque.
I did a Foucault pendulum, just a short one, about 9 or 10 foot. It wasn't that big, but I had some really delicate string. I had some really delicate string. I had it broke 3 times. No, it broke twice, and I got it on the 3rd try because it was I think a 10-pound test, but I had a lead ball at the bottom, and I had it where it was almost touching the ground, but not quite. And I did it live. I kept showing updates of it slowing down, and it wound up going for like an hour and 20 minutes. Just a little 9.5 foot, maybe 10. Let's just call it 9. A 9-foot pendulum with, I don't know, maybe
Brian,
a 10 pound. But it didn't deviate at all, man. But it was just a little quick setup with a little swivel.
well, it's supposed to process a certain amount in an hour. Did you have like pin set up or anything to see?
No, I
How
just
did it
kind of
not
lined it up.
process at
I
all?
lined it up with my blue fan and the chair, but it might have processed a little. It was I don't think it was supposed to. Am I supposed to use the sign of my latitude, Ruhif? On the
Cosine.
You'd be looking for close
on
to.
the sun. Is that kosher?
No, I was saying it from your latitude and everything. You'd be looking for about 7 degrees or something like that.
You're close to the equator, aren't you?
how obvious do you
He's
think that would have been? That's pretty close to.
To see with your naked eye, then not at all. You would not.
Yeah, not that obvious. Well, it could have went, a not very noticeable amount. I will concede that. But I
Did you
don't know.
use
I want to
swivels?
set up a bigger one again, man. Been so
Yeah,
damn long.
show us the swivel you used. Because a swivel sounds like it would have some constraint that it shouldn't have. The way I thought it would be done is that you pass the rope through a circular sleeve, right, and then basically clamp it around that so there's no torque in any direction.
Yeah, I could try that. You saying a sleeve? But what's the sleeve ultimately what is it, glued to the fucking top or something? I
Just
mean,
pass the rope through the sleeve and then tie it at the top.
you got to go
Yeah,
one way though around whatever you're tying it to. You got to go one direction, don't you? I mean, but bro, this line was so delicate, dude. I hate to think that it had any impact on it. I mean, it was like I said, it didn't even support the lead weight. I about crushed my damn toe.
Where's
On
the
the
fucking X-ray stay on
What's
these
your
things?
latitude though, Brian? Like you're pretty
30.
close to the equator, aren't you?
Come on, man.
29 maybe.
Yeah, 29 will give you about 7.5 degrees an hour.
Yeah.
All right, I'll
Brian,
keep that in mind.
get this pendulum set up good. All right, you got to get a nice ball joint or whatever, some kind of thing to swing it on. And then in the eclipse, if we can catch the Elias effect, it's over for these motherfuckers.
Hey, when
What's
is
the
the
Elias
eclipse,
effect again?
Jeremy? When is the eclipse, Jeremy?
2024. Elias
No,
effect, 2024.
No,
Okay.
the Elias effect we're going to be looking for is during the lunar eclipse, which is in November.
Whatever, bro.
It's where the it processes the opposite direction.
I thought it was a solar eclipse.
Yeah, it says solar eclipse actually. Yeah, wiki page.
Yeah, but we're doing it during the lunar eclipse supposedly next month.
Okay.
Or
So is it a
Got a
solar
functional
eclipse or
pendulum.
lunar eclipse?
It doesn't happen at all, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, he did his during the solar eclipse.
Okay, so solar eclipses is.
Yeah, but the one that we were talking about doing is during the lunar eclipse.
The 2024 ones are going to be a solar eclipse, right?
Yeah, so that one's going to go through Texas.
I know it's
So
going to
do we
go
have a
through.
functional pendulum first?
We need a pendulum on all eclipses from here on out. We got to try to catch this Elias effect.
Go to the what's the one in California? The one that's got the fucking massive pendulum. Griffith Observatory.
If you look up any science museum near where you live, there'll probably be one.
Yeah, but did you ever find out? Did y'all ever find any pendulums in the southern hemisphere? Like any credible pendulums, non-motor?
Was broken.
Yeah,
I looked into this motor the other day, and I'm possibly going to make a video on it. It's pretty clever stuff.
Yeah, if you're wearing a motor, I mean, if it's using a motor, it's. I mean, why are we even talking about it?
Yo, one of them I saw. I posted a TikTok the other week, and the person started it by pushing it with a stick.
Well, this one not. The one where they actually come up with a motor to make it keep going. It's pretty clever. There's like an electromagnet in the floor, and as the pendulum approaches, it's an attractive magnetic force. As it passes the magnet, it gets switched off, which is pretty clever, and then goes off in the other direction, and then turns it back on as it goes past the other side. So I've got to work out whether the fields are perfectly.
Oh, we can't talk. I mean, we can't debate about ones with motors because that's adding a force. But check this out.
It's pointless.
Look, I'm telling you, man, they last forever, dude. Even the little ones, dude, they last long enough to get a fair measurement. You know, maybe you do got to draw the lines and all that. They just keep swinging, dude. They keep swinging and swinging and swinging. I couldn't believe the little one literally went for that long. And the bigger ones go for even longer.
Very cool. You said that, Ruhif, because I didn't know they. I thought the mechanism was in the top, but you're right. If the field was, if you could be sure that it was, same in all directions, then there'd be no bias because it'd be attracting to it the same magnitude in every direction. So
yeah, so the coils of the wire, like if you wrap coils of wire around whatever and make an electromagnet magnet, I don't know whether the direction of the coils, you know how a screw has like a
be perpendicular.
Yeah, is that perpendicular, and can you test it by reversing it? And if it does have a torque, then it would go the other way. Yeah, it was fascinating. I'll find it for you actually, Coach O. One sec.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's from like 1910 or something.
I want to see how it's laid out, and like you said, there's a coil. How's the coil laid out? Is it like straight up, or is it length flat?
Vertical. So it's like looking down through a spring, through the center of a spring. If that makes any sense. So the field is meant to be attractive on the outside and then repelling on the inside.
Yeah, there would be no bias with that.
I'm not 100% on that. So, yeah.
Well, no, but if it's okay, so if it's because electric field, the field lines, let's say it was like a homogeneous material, whatever. It's like it's not like a fucking funky ass material. Then the magnetic field would just be like it'd be like the torus structure, outward and shit like that. So it no matter which direction, as long as it was precise when it was turning on and off and all that kind of stuff, no matter which direction it came at it, it would be coming at it. It'd be applying the same force from any of those directions, right?
There you go. Anyway.
Bro, you're never gonna sell it as actual proof, though, man. Let's like the pendulums go long enough. We don't need that to come up with a conclusion.
If we do this and reverse the coils, then there's that proves that the field is perfectly toroidal.
You can't have a force without a vector, bro. Not possible.
Yeah,
according to your physics,
and away from the center. Yeah, towards the center and away from the center.
Right. It's got to be
sideways.
Yeah, but the center that gives 360 degrees of freedom to go toward the center, bro. What are you talking about?
No, if the pendulum is at the widest part of its swing and it's swinging back towards the center, the attractive force that sort of makes it propel a bit further is perfectly towards the center. And then it switches off. Just adding a bit of extra power in that perfectly towards the center vector. So there's no sideways. We can prove that if we can reverse the coils. Reverse the direction of the coils. It's amazing. I've got to fucking get up on my electricity shit.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I've done a few coils pendulum before, but that was you're limited by your heights basically. I'm surprised that Brian you got one in 10 feet because you have the higher you the longer your period of your pendulum, obviously the longer it's going to swing for.
I might have churched it up a half a foot or so, Coach O.
Churched it up. What are you talking about?
I don't think it's quite 10 foot, bro. I'm just being honest, man.
Great term though.
So you're saying it could have been 8 feet?
No, it's taller than 8 foot. I think it's a little over 9 foot, man.
Brian, you gotta get a good hinge to swing it on, or a ball joint, or whatever the fuck they use to swing it on.
No.
And what's up?
No, Roof had a great idea. If you use, because I said it's close to something that I did. I use like basically 2 layers. Like you have top, where it's like something close to a ball pivot or something like that. But even if you don't have that, you just have another layer. So if you had like a 2x4, so maybe a foot below where it's actually hung from, or something like that, maybe a foot, 6 inches, doesn't matter, and there's a hole there, then the influence of that swing is going to be basically dictated by that hole, right?
Listen, don't do whatever Kosho says. Don't do it, because I've seen Kosho's setups and they're terrible.
But yeah, this mechanism for making it go forever is pretty clever, I thought.
It's basically counteracts the loss that you get in issuing.
Yeah.
Seriously, Brian, we need you to have this pendulum, bro, by the next eclipse.
Yeah, I'm dead set on that one, man. Don't let me forget.
Yeah, we need precision measurements, bro. We need precision measurements, like draw lines on floors, whatever, set pins up or something. I don't know. Whatever you gotta do. 2024, be ready.
Yeah,
I've got a shitty pendulum, like from eBay.
You got time.
Should I set up my shitty pendulum?
Yeah, if you captured the Elias effect, would you tell us and ruin your whole paradigm?
I don't even think this one's going to process. It's like a foot. So,
dude, you ain't gonna
You'd be surprised how long they go for, Rip. It's like, damn, this bitch won't stop.
We'll see.
Brian, you thought the magnet wasn't going to stop that one night after Brandon's show.
Yeah, it never did stop, Jeremy.
Yeah, bullshit.
I'm just joking, bro.
Replace the batteries? I'm going to set this up now.
It's still going, man.
You just make one, Rip.
No, I bought one for like $30 off eBay, but the mechanism looks like it's constrained and it's too small. But I'll set it up anyway.
That's what she said.
There's been so many people to try like the magnet thing. It's like it just seems like if you have a constant tug or a pull, you could do something damn with it, dude. It just
I told you to set up
doesn't
you
make
need.
sense to not. But you're right.
I told you to set up you need, bro. You got to use quote unquote gravity and push it uphill.
You know that there's, when you talk about perpetual motion devices or perpetual energy or whatever, you can describe all these different things and get as close to, this perpetual energy as you could possibly get, and you'd still find that the closest thing to that is an orbit. Like
Well,
an
we
orbit
already know.
orbit's going to be the closest you're going to get to that, dude. Perpetual motion.
Yeah, we
Why
already
you gotta
know
start
that.
talking about orbit?
We already know that we can break the first law of thermodynamics because Rumpus told me about 3-4 days ago that they have particles of mass and energy popping in and out of existence from nothing. So we're not worried about the first law of thermodynamics anymore.
That doesn't violate the first law, though.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, because the energy that's created from that is that they annihilate each other. And it's
Okay,
also
so this energy comes from nowhere. This energy gets created. He literally used these words. There's energy and mass created from nothing.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's created from nothing because it exists in the field itself.
In the ether.
Now, the ether, yeah, in the quantum field, due to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, there's a likeliness of there being a value there. So I wouldn't really call that a.
Okay, where does it come from? Where's the energy and the mass come from?
I said the field. The energy exists in the field.
Ether field.
No, the field. The field point. Like, each point in the field is going to be zero. If there's nothing happening there. What?
What field? What's the field?
Quantum
the ether field? AKA ether.
You can call anything you want ether if you'd like. Okay, but these
why can't it be ether?
You can call it ether. Call it ether, dude. It has a
be
name
the
already.
ether?
Yeah, call your son ether. Call anybody you want ether.
That'd be a dope ass name. I should have named my son Ether. That would have been fire.
Hey, Kosho, can you change your name to something that's fucking taggable?
Yeah, I might do that.
Your name sucks, bro. Why'd you change your name?
Just the capital D will be fine.
My real name is Jeremy.
So
you say my fucking name sucks.
Why'd you change your name?
Did you know that Jeremy's real name is Kosho?
Why'd you change your name, bro?
Because I felt like it, you fuckstick.
Is that you in your profile pic there?
Yeah, that's right. I'm an identical twin to fucking Kevin Hart.
Oh, they're so small on the phone I can't even see it.
Yeah, see the photo I posted though, Kosho?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not enthusiastic.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that the biggest, the best object to use is the more dense and so basically the more dense and the bigger mass object you use is going to give you the best.
So the best thing to use would be Rumpus's head.
But cylindrical or spherical would be good too, so that it didn't have different vectors of wind drag as it changed its direction.
Exactly, that's right. So the density alone, right? The concentration of the density, or the spherical thing would be best. When I did mine,
So what do we got to do this in a vacuum? You're saying do it in a vacuum?
No, well, the more dense an object you use, the less it's going to be an issue. And if you just do it, if you do it in a place with constant air or whatever, like it's not like there's wind blowing, this would be even less of an issue. So,
Brian, are you trying to do your shit outside? Brian got the fan on.
I'm trying to find a
right
space.
next to this shit.
Nah, there's a light bulb. I mean, it gets still out here, man. You just need a couple hours of no wind. But yeah, that's never going to prove anything either. I've got to concede to that. But I'm trying to. There's a church up the road, and I'm gonna
If
I'm
we
gonna
get the
talk.
Elias effect, it would prove something.
Oh,
It's
wouldn't?
not. Don't say it's never going to prove nothing. If you get the Elias effect, it's definitely going to prove something.
No, I mean if
Elias effect,
I do it outside, I mean.
Oh yeah, outside. Yeah,
what would Elias effect prove?
it would prove that your whole fucking thing is full of shit on why this thing processes.
You'd be a great scientist, dude.
Bro, you would
You
be
could just
crying
conclude
if we
this whole thing's full of shit.
That's it.
if
Full
we
of shit.
if we found the Elias effect. You guys would be crying tears.
No, dude. What people look for is things like the Elias. The people look for are things like the Elias effect, for the reason that when you find this thing, this thing that wasn't answerable by your model, your description, it gives you it gives you a direction to go in. So there
Then you
might be
add.
somebody with a hypothesis that you're validating, basically.
Then you need to know how. Then you just got to figure out how to ad hoc it in, and you'd be all set, like you did with the rest of your shit.
Well, you'd have to explain why the Elias effect only happens at certain times. I mean, basically,
No.
so it seems like it's an additional effect to something else.
Bro, we wouldn't need to explain anything. You guys would be the one that would need to explain it. We don't have to explain it. You guys have been saying
That's what would come in when you actually looked at it and you found, let's say we find out the Elias effect is real. Now you got to find out what conditions cause the Elias effect. I mean, what beyond the fact that it's just the sun and the moon in this given position. It's why when the sun and the moon in that position causes this.
Yeah, there's no way.
We all
There's no way you could ad hoc that shit in.
Well, it happens
You guys
during
would
an
be crying.
eclipse. During an eclipse.
Right. But that's not a why. That's a when it happened.
Right.
No,
Why does it matter? We would know afterwards that the Foucault pendulum isn't precessing because of Earth's rotation, because the Earth's rotation doesn't change during an eclipse, does it?
So you're saying it could not put an additional effect, an additional force?
I'll tell you what I think it is. I think when eclipses happen, there's a polarization of light and a polarization of the field, the magnetic field. That is the sun and the moon, and the sun and the moon are connected to the entire ether. So essentially, when that polarization happens, it polarizes the electric field, changes the vortex direction, and then that changes the pendulum.
Okay.
Either way, we know that it's not because the Earth didn't change its rotation because there's an eclipse happening, right?
You say either way.
Yeah, there's a change in the exactly. There's a change in the medium, though, is what I think is happening, and the eclipse is just the moment at which the entire medium has that polarization. So yeah, although I think for a globe Earth, if somebody really, I think they could probably come up with some gravity wave thing, right? Like, even though it really shouldn't be that.
No.
Like you said,
Geo, that's tough. I don't think they could ad hoc it in.
I think you do it. Just go with like the rotation of the Earth is gravitationally affected by the sun and the moon. So when there's an eclipse, the gravity waves all line up. They'll probably use some like LIGO.
Yeah, but there's nothing to back that up. Why would they use that?
Or whatever. I'm saying they'll be able to explain it away, but it'll be one of the things we'll be able to verify.
That's not how this works, though. Like we don't come up with we don't get a result and then ad hoc it or explain it away. You get a result, an anomalous result, and then people test for that. That's what the Elias effect is.
The whole process.
We got this anomalous result supposedly, and people try to retest it and come up with answers or whatnot. But you're not going to just have an ad hoc explanation for what is happening. You'll have an explanation that you might test for, like a hypothesis, but
you guys would never do. You'd never ad hoc some shit in there. I know.
That's just not how it happens. I mean, nobody finds that kind of shit valid. Like that, people find that to be what a hypothesis would be. Like, you can come up with a hypothesis based on something like that, but no one's going to give it any credence.
All right, so if you personally did the Elias effect multiple times yourself with a pendulum, eclipses, let's say you did it 50 times yourself with a team, with all the professional equipment, it's all documented. You literally have 50 recordings of it, but you also experience it 50 times yourself, that the precession shifts during an eclipse. What would that do for you then in terms of your worldview and everything? Would you have no globe explanation? Would it start to rule out a globe? Like what would that impact you? How would that
For
impact
me,
you?
it
This
would
is
be,
the issue, though.
that's interesting.
There's more.
As I say, for me, it would be, oh, that's an interesting thing. Let's see what's causing that.
Well, exactly, and that's my point. Is that your question is based on somebody only either denying or accepting this result as the thing. But that's actually, if somebody got this consistently, there would be questions that follow, and you would then conduct the test in a way in which is trying to pinpoint what these whatever hypothesis you're coming up with for. Like you might come up with a hypothesis based on it.
But like I said, it would be pendulum during an eclipse. It changes its precessional direction. So if that is occurring, you're claiming, or your belief would be that the pendulum is somehow indication of Earth rotation, like a sphere Earth rotating. That's, I assume what you're going with. And so if the pendulum changes simply when there's an eclipse, like the sun and the moon and the Earth are all aligned, there's nothing really changing about the Earth's rotation necessarily in an eclipse. I mean, yeah, the sun and the moon and the Earth are these big spheres in space that you think are aligned or whatever, but that doesn't change the rotation. Your pendulum should just be ticking along as normal. So if the actual precession, remember, you claim the precession is caused by the Earth rotating. So if something's changing the precession, simply just an eclipse, that doesn't have, the Earth's not stopping rotating or anything like that, it is completely anomalous with your conclusion that the pendulum precession is caused by Earth rotation.
It only implies there might be another force involved. An additional.
Right. An example.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna say, well, there's a gravity wave that blew through, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, if you can measure a gravity wave, then that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's what I said too. They'll claim that they measured it with LIGO, and then that'll be the how they'll write it off.
No, but that's not. It doesn't. You don't just claim it and then also claim that you observed it. You would see it a few times, and then if I was a scientist or whatever, I'd be like, okay, here's my hypothesis. Here's what I think. This is the reason I think this might be happening. I would obviously not think that it was something different than the Earth rotating. I would think the Earth rotating obviously caused it, and obviously there's some other influence happening during these events, and that's what I'd be looking for. I mean, and if you would either rule that out and then move on to something else, or find out that was the case.
And you got to remember that the Earth rotation is actually validated by a bunch of different things. So it wouldn't just be, the Elias effect is happening, therefore the Earth isn't rotating. We see the Atmos effect, we see Coriolis, we see all these other things, and now we have the Elias effect. Let's say it turns out to be true. That does not eliminate the fact that we see the Earth spin from satellites.
It's basically cheating.
You make a really, really good.
You're roboting. Yep. Smooth, you're roboting. Well, you said a couple things there, Moyak. I do hear you. I mean, there were a couple things you mentioned. And then you kind of finished with satellites. Of course, something like satellites, that's just third-party data. You don't really have any way to verify that, but it is a claim that some organizations making them, claiming that that's what they're seeing. But all of those claims involve essentially a government agency that claims to be out in space, because they're the only ones that go out in space and claim to be taking pictures of the Earth. So I guess you then have to trust them if you're going to believe that.
Well, I see evidence. I personally see evidence of those satellites. Now some of the evidence that I've seen is better than the personal stuff I've seen, but the phase shift, or the what do you call it? What do we call it when the sound is changed? Doppler shift. The timing, the fact that when I look up at the sky and I see this dot in the sky moving along at 17,000 miles an hour, verified, is transmitting a radio signal. These are all things that add together to make you say, you know what, I got some pretty good evidence that there's also a satellite
moving the same speed as a plane.
What do you mean it's only government agencies? Most of the satellites out there are actually operated by private companies, not government agencies.
They're all linked in. They're all tied into the to a main server, and they say they have
and
to.
the government agencies are the ones that are actually the finale group, as it were, that's actually launching them. So even if you built something and you hand it off to whoever it may be, the company that launches it is going to be directly connected with the government.
That's not true at all.
Check out.
Yeah, the reason they say they have to do that is because of the anomalies. The South Pacific and the South Atlantic anomalies make it to where they have to tie into computers with a mainframe, with the mainframe. That's their excuse for making them do it, or they're going to get bad information, is their claim.
But the fact that you say that they're all tied in with government agencies is just a lie. That's not true at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who launches satellites?
SpaceX.
Go ahead.
There's,
We'll go through.
I didn't say government agency.
One at a time. No, I did. Yeah.
SpaceX is not a government agency. It's a private
SpaceX
company.
is directly connected to NASA to such a degree that Elon Musk himself on film admitted that NASA came in over 300 NASA and government officials and literally took over their entire mission control. Not took over, but and this is when SpaceX first kind of partnered with NASA. So yes, they are directly connected to the government.
What about ALS? Or no, United Space Alliance.
How about Rocket Labs?
ULA.
Yeah, ULA. Whatever.
I think what World D keeps on lighting up, but he's not actually saying anything. I don't know if what World D knows that that's the case.
Y'all think these companies are going to snatch their own wig off?
I think one of the things that's really strange about the claim that the government is doing this, faking it to the private companies. So, like, basically, let's say DirecTV or Dish Network decides, hey, we want to put up a satellite up there that will cover the East Coast of the United States with 1,000 channels of wonderful content. Now, NASA takes their satellite that they built, launches it out, and drops it in the ocean. Now, somehow, they produce the service that was requested in the first place. So NASA had to come up with a new method by which they could cover the entire East Coast with satellite TV after destroying their satellite. I don't get it. How does that work?
Yeah, like probably bouncing signals off the what they call the stratosphere.
That
honestly
doesn't really answer much of a question, but
well, how do you guys realize the fact that we all know someone who works in the space industry? I mean, what do you think this guy actually does at his job? Like, if rocket scientist is not controlling satellites, like, what is he doing?
So you're saying that I'm gonna give you an analogy. So you're saying the teacher that's teaching her students has control or knows what's going on with the administration that's actually determining what to teach them?
No, I'm saying that, like, this guy's actually, like, programming, like, the satellite. Like, I'm just wondering, how far do you think the deception is? Like, do you think that there's not only a giant lying world government, but do you think all the thousands of people who work on these projects are also just in the dark? Like, do you think rocket scientist is just doing a dead-end job and he really doesn't know what's being told to him?
I
think it's
that a programmer that's probably programming some computer chip actually knows exactly what's really going on.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture. Is my understanding of it, the way I see it. I think it's a mixture of a couple of factors. Like, a lot of those engineers are definitely designing equipment. They're building things, but it's all compartmentalized. So even though they're building whatever they're building, they send it off to another company, which is sent off to another company. And so they're not really directly connected with it. So they don't have to actually know the deception. It's sort of like, the secretary at Enron obviously didn't know what was going on at Enron.
No, I mean, Gio, I get it, but, like, I'm saying, like, at what point do you think, like, okay, this is a little wacky? Like, let's look at, like, the James Webb telescope. Why would they invest all this money if it was all fake?
Taxpayer and show.
Like 20 years and $8 billion or $10 billion, and it's all fake. They can just do it a little cheaper.
And you don't know what really. How do you know what it really costs them compared to what they're getting?
And what they tell you, and what they're saying,
Well, because since it's broken down, like the cost of the thing is broken down, so that everyone has supported it.
Well, like what I'm saying with the spending thing. Oh, just real quick, I just want to say with the spending thing. Like if I sent you money, I sent you $100, you know, and then we could go out and tell someone. We could tell someone a different story. We could say, I gave you 1,000 or you gave me 1,000. And if we put that in a newspaper, if you put that in a newspaper article, we might get the whole town talking, oh, did you hear? Smooth gave Geo 1,000 or Geo gave Smooth, whatever, right? Even though it's not what actually happened. So whatever they're actually spending and claiming that they're actually distributing these funds, if it's not verifiable in that way, it's really just.
You know, if there was something that was not verifiable, then it would be a scam. Like, for example, Theranos, and it would go bankrupt, and it would go. It would be basically a scam, dude.
I'm sorry, I had next. Gio, did you mean like that $19 million toilet?
Oh, on the ISS? You mean?
Yep.
Yeah, some toilets cost that much, man.
Why do you think it wasn't $19 million?
They're probably just doing a cost analysis on the whole, like,
Guys,
on the whole ship,
you're
basically,
missing
on
the
the
point.
construction, and like how much that bathroom would cost.
All right. So the point.
I had to post this meme: the $37.99 million chair.
So the question,
the R&D that went into it, to the whole thing.
Why are we making all these continuous lies? Like, do you really think that the James Webb Telescope is just a huge feat of deception? Is that your stance?
Yes.
So
absolutely.
Yeah, yes. I mean, but the question he's asking you, why would you think they lie? I mean, that's the question you're asking him.
No, dumbass. That's not the question I'm asking him.
Who you call a dumbass? Calm down with your homonyms, bro.
So you guys think SpaceX is deceiving investors by getting all this funding as a company? Do you guys think they're just plainly lying?
Yeah, I mean, one way that I see it, this is like their family business, you know, like lying and doing this, that this is how they keep their power. Like if you had a business, you know, Coca-Cola or whatever, if you own that, you know, business and you have your trade secrets and and you have your copyrights and patents and all that stuff, that's your company and that's your whole livelihood, you know? So obviously people are very protective of that because they want, you know, that business is what's, you know, putting food on their table and whatever, if they're wealthy, then whatever other stuff they want to be buying. So with these very wealthy sort of families, controllers, whatever you want to call them, it's in a sense that this is their family business, is to deceive us. And by doing so, they get power, control. They get us to follow what a lot of the things they tell us. They get us to subscribe to all of their additional stories. Give our labor, our intelligence, our engineering, a lot of these things over to them. So this is how they are. It's like a business to them, and it's a business because they own the Federal Reserve, so they're printing the money. So their business is being able to stay in the position of printing money. So they use war and deception and all these things to stay in that position, and they got into that position from doing things like that, specifically the last two world wars.
I mean, with the question also, you could be.
Can you understand why
the question could also be responded in this other matter, Gio, which is it far-fetched that people would lie to other people for monetary gain?
Gio, so the thing is not that it could happen. I'm just saying that
question was for you, man. Do you think that people? That question was for you, man. That called me a dumbass. Have people ever lied to other people for monetary gain?
Yeah, look at like Ponzi schemes, for example. But usually things like that come to light.
That's what I'm saying. How do we have all these companies, all these workers? Like, we find out about everything. We found about every sex scandal. We find about every. Yeah, we find out about everything. So the question is, how has this been going on for, 60 years, and we haven't had 1 ounce of evidence? No one's come forth. You know, like,
find out about everything.
Hashtag Admiral Byrne was right.
Saying, can you recognize how difficult it is for an outsider to look at it and say, you're telling me that SpaceX is a lie? You're telling me that ULA is a lie?
They're deceiving all these
James Webb is a lie?
VCs.
Tell me.
They would be deceiving a lot of people, basically. A lot of people.
Can you tell me with exact certainty what's going on in Area 51?
The aliens? What?
No, his
What's happening in
question
Area
was,
51?
can you tell him what's going on in Area 51? Do you know anything what's going on
I
there?
heard, for some reason I heard aliens. No,
Right,
I don't
but they can't keep secrets, can they?
A lot of the secrets that they have done at Area 51 have
Can
come out. Like,
and that can people keep secrets that when they're threatened under?
no,
Probably. What?
no, because and I can tell you, all of our space. Hold on, I'm telling you how I know this. If you're into aviation, right? Every single spy plane was known about it before its completion.
Yes, but
B-2 Spirit, the Nighthawk, F-22.
Yeah, but there's probably projects that are top secret that we don't know about. Like not everything.
But no, see, that's what you guys are. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The most top secret of top secret projects still come to light.
Well,
okay,
they come
tell
to
me what's
light
going on in Area
eventually, but
51.
like
No, not
you
eventually.
can't.
Okay,
You can't just.
so can you tell me
I'm
what's
sure
going
there's
on?
there's some top secret shit that hasn't come out.
Yeah,
So,
no,
you know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
That's not
You're telling me that the SR-71, the B-2,
Dude, I'm telling
the
you that
F-22.
there's
Hold on,
probably weaponry, and that has not been like
Yeah.
released. That's just
No.
too
See, that's
too
what I'm
safe.
trying to tell you.
I'm telling
Yeah, no, but
you
you-
that they're
No, you're not.
that's
You're
probably
not
a
listening.
95% chance on this that there
But
probably is.
you're not. You're
You
not
can't just say
listening
no. There
to
is.
what I'm.
Maybe it
what
comes
I'm
to
trying to
light in
tell you.
100 years from now, 200. Who knows?
But the most advanced shit that we know about, right? The most advanced shit that we know about. I know that there's probably something out there that they're hiding. But the most advanced submarine technology, like the technology about the rotor blades on the back, it's very top secret. But even that's known about. Every single detail of every single machine that's ever been built really was known about before it was finished. Like
Yeah,
I don't understand how there's no evidence of this secret. I don't understand how you think SpaceX is a lie. Like it seems too large.
You only know what to let you know, because you can't tell me what's going on inside of Area 51, can you?
No, but I can tell you what has
Okay, then.
happened in Area 51.
You
That
can't
is, see, that's a
tell me.
bad statement. I'm telling you, it's a bad statement because when they were testing the SR-71, right, the people were spying on the SR-71 and they had to try to make a cover story, but it was known that the SR-71 existed and was tested before it even entered service.
But
So, I mean, that
you're okay. I don't care about the SR-71. You cannot tell me what is going on exactly right now in Area 51 because it's secret.
Not every detail. Not every detail, but there's lots of things that have come out of it. Not a single thread of this multi-100,000 person industry has leaked out, including the shape of the Earth. I mean, the scope and scale of your conspiracy is beyond human capability.
Yes, like Mockingbird. That was a conspiracy that was out of our capability of actually understanding until they actually came out with the truth, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, that's why that argument is not really because first of all, there's two things. There's of course things that are not known about at all until after they're known about, like Mockingbird or other programs, and then there's also things that we don't know about, which we can't claim that there's that we know of everything. You know what I mean? You can't claim you know everything has been disclosed when there could potentially be things that have not been disclosed.
Yeah.
Obvious. But that's pieces of, like, Area 51 is not a complete mystery. You've got with flat Earth, or sorry, with this space industry thing, you've got a 100% blackout with hundreds of thousands of people involved. Now, maybe they don't all know the whole story, but they are all very smart people. All are dealing with telemetry and stuff like that, and nobody's finding oopses.
Can data be fake?
Mistake-free system.
Can data be fake because they have to simulate this data before they actually supposedly release it?
You could tell fake data usually.
How can you tell fake data from real data?
Because it follows a pattern.
So the people that is creating data, they're gonna know the data that's being created because it follows a pattern.
I I mean,
Yes,
listen.
it reacts to environment.
Let me tell you something. I'm a software engineer. If I wanted something to simulate something, you wouldn't tell the difference between the simulation or what's actually what's being received.
Oh, every
There's a
simulation
simple way.
has
I feel like you're missing our point. Our point is that even at the most top secret of bases, we find out what's going on in there. You have this space program that takes the entire world, it deletes Antarctica, right? Has the entire world, Antarctic ring, secret passage to Narnia. And I'm saying that in 60 years, not a single thing has ever come out to support this. Like, at Area 51, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of leaked documents about what happens in there. There's whistleblowers who come out and go on Joe Rogan and talk about shit. Like, I'm not seeing anybody come from the space industry and say, yeah, the Earth's actually flat, and here's all the...
What about that Soviet astronaut that said, yeah, the Earth is flat?
He was obviously joking, but we were talking about the dairy. No, if he honestly, he not only said that, but he also described it being curved and a globe and orbit. He was joking. The guy asked him point blank.
No, he did not, and no, he wasn't joking, bro. We've already talked about this. We went and watched
Clear he
it.
was joking.
The guy didn't say nothing about curved. He was dead serious. He said he doubled down saying it's flat. He wasn't laughing. Nobody was laughing. The show is about anyway. But the other astronaut or cosmonaut who said that nobody's been out in space, But even if they're going up there, they're not going that high. I mean, they admit they can't get out of low Earth orbit. They might be a couple hundred miles. That ain't that far. But the fact of the matter is from that height, you could barely see all of Texas, man. I mean, they might all think it is a ball, and but I don't know. And then you say nobody's come forward. The first person that helped start this whole movement, Matt Bullen, was one of the artists for NASA, and he did artistry work for all the smudges they get from their telescopes and shit. He'd make beautiful galaxies, and he drew the Earth and all that. So there have been whistleblowers, bro.
He did not work for NASA.
The Russian people who work from NASA and all this shit, pilots. It's happening, bro. You can
was a
accept
joke,
it or you
Brian.
can deny it, but it's happening, whether you like it or not.
Matt Powerline never worked for NASA. That was a joke. That was a stand-up routine he was doing. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that what he did, he never worked for NASA.
You keep saying everything's a joke, bro.
He was doing a stand-up routine, dude. That's literally what he was doing. But regardless of that fact, maybe that's what you think. But what did you say right before that, though, Brian?
Dude, measurement, man. That's what I want to know.
Oh, right. The being up that high. Regardless of how high you are, the idea of an orbit, you have to be on a spherical. I mean, you cannot be on a three-dimensional object and explain an orbit, right? So saying that they're up that high, they could just be up on some flat thing, not realize it. Regardless, the mechanism that's allowing them to be up there that long,
you don't know nothing about what mechanism is up there to keeping them that long or whatever.
Right.
I'm sure. I don't know of any unknown.
Okay, so why?
I don't know of any unknown made up forces that we can make up on the spot, but the ones we do know of that can allow them to be up there.
They do know that they have to boost it every couple of months. They know that the boost happens because they're sitting there as the rocket fires and accelerates the ISS. There's no mysterious power holding that thing up.
Nah, to push on you saying it has to power up its boosters to actually do something. What?
They actually bring up a Soyuz capsule, I think it is, and they actually fire the engine on that in order to boost the ISS. And while you're on the ISS, you can feel it accelerate. They do experiments with that, where they're standing there and they sit in the room and they watch as it accelerates. They start floating and they float to the back of the craft.
Okay, how do you validate this?
I just want to ask a question. Does anyone think it's odd that in human history, like back in the 60s, we went 237,000 miles back and forth 6 times in 4 years, and 60 years later, it's admittedly said that no human being has been above 450 miles from the surface of the Earth. So Why have
Where
we
is that
regressed for so
immediately
long?
saying?
I
Where
think
where is it?
started the technology, but that's why they can't do it anymore. You know, we're dumb, so we can't do it. We can't recreate
You
technology.
guys, you guys,
I'm
you
not
guys are
asking
just,
if I'm
you
not
guys are
asking
so
their reason
ignorant.
for why.
We
I'm not
don't
asking
go
that.
because it's
I'm just asking
expensive.
you, does anyone else think it's odd? Does anyone else find that strange?
I'll
don't
be
we?
honest. I've
It's,
said this before. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Mike.
as I said, why don't we build pyramids? That's expensive, but we could do it. Why don't we do it? Why don't we just start building pyramids?
No, but I
You
was
guys
going
are
to say it.
ignorant.
They built
I
one.
just don't.
They built one in Vegas.
That's always what I say, dude. That's always what I always say. Like, we can't build that anymore. I'm like, have you ever seen the Luxor,
That's
dude? Like,
Well,
what?
that Luxor is pretty much a POS compared to the real pyramids, but yeah,
Really?
not even-
It's got the most powerful light on the fucking roof of it, dude. That
No, I
thing's
mean
fucking
it's
incredible.
cool, but I'm just saying it's like a building shaped like a pyramid. The pyramids are actually like a work of earth art.
I mean, it's
Debatable.
funny how the questions that come out for the Glover is like, would you think that they would lie on all this money?
Dude, you're ignorant. What
For
I'm saying is,
Yeah, you're ignorant. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Your. I mean, what's crazy is you're as ignorant as anybody in there. You don't know shit of what they could do or what they're not doing. You believe
that's what I was gonna. Sorry, go ahead.
you believe what they're telling you, but what can you actually validate that they're doing?
Well, that's another point I was gonna make, but I was gonna address what the dude had said about the weirdness of them going there. There was a time I actually did think that was uh kind of eerie that only one president, you know, a little bit of Ford also, but we were only one dude sent them there, and then we stopped sending them there. But it is a really expensive fucking thing. But what you were just saying about like what can you verify? With SpaceX and with like the actual commercial companies that obviously bring the cost down, where you have a lot less of that wasted spending. Um, you know, the things you can verify are like the fucking rocket taking off and what that requires, and that there's cost that goes to that, right? So when you're asking like where's the cost, it's like that is definitely at least being achieved, whether it's they're going to space or whatnot. It's like the most expensive feat that it's doing is the thing that is easily provable.
What they're doing, all they're sending is a rocket a few freaking miles up. That's all they're doing. They're not going to what they call outer space.
Right, that claim. Got any evidence of it?
Yeah, their own mouth say they say that all the time. They go 250 miles up, low Earth orbit. They don't go to outer space.
Yeah, but most of the rockets don't have people on them. So most of the rockets they send up, you know, they may go up to go in low Earth orbit or some Earth orbit. There are craft that send further than that. But people, yeah, people wise, yeah, there hasn't been more than 12.
Well, but dude, but what I think what World said, I mean, back during the moon landings, they did it 6 times. They claimed it was all more or less without a hitch, there and back. Nobody got hurt.
Except the first time, right?
Nobody died.
I know of 2 big hitches.
3 people died,
as IPS would say. But
four
they
hitches.
did it. It all happened. And then after that, humans have not gone, like he said, whatever they've claimed 400 miles further than that. So if humans had gone to the moon that easily, wouldn't the absolute default be that we'd continue exploring the solar system, going out, even if you don't go all the way 236,000 miles to the moon, at least go, let's say 30,000 miles, float around, check out the Earth. If it was easy, if you could go 236,000 there and back, why can't they just at least go 20,000, 30, whatever it may be, and just see it from halfway? Like, why aren't we going out there? Why aren't we exploring shit? Why aren't we developing different space vehicles? Why aren't we building like artificial spheres that you could live on and shit, like in the orbit of Earth? Like, why is none of that happening? It's just we went all the way to the moon, and now we've just been stuck in. They went all the way to the moon, and now we're just stuck in the Earth.
Because it costs a lot of money, and somebody's got to be willing to fund it.
Exactly. Now, that stuff is happening, and if you look at the percentage of the GDP that goes to NASA that went to NASA in the 60s, on top of my head, if I remember correctly, it was like 4% of our budget. Now it's like about 1% of our budget. I think that's correct. Regardless, yeah.
How far is your understanding of how far out a man has gone since the moon landing? So,
you guys have been saying accurate.
we have 236,000 miles, 250,000 miles. So, you know, above and beyond, you know, they explored a new thing, right? They accomplished, you know, that, well, I was thinking of that meme where it's like, you know, and beyond. What is that I'm thinking of?
To infinity and beyond.
Yeah, to infinity and beyond. Yeah, so they went 250,000 miles, right? And then, what's your understanding of the furthest a human's gone since, and how do you rationalize that?
I rationalize like this, dude. We were having a pissing contest, and we won. And since we won the pissing contest, we realized, okay, we're going back and forth to a very boring place. I mean, people stopped watching. The first moon mission is, I think, the most watched thing, live event. And then the ones after that, there's extremely low viewings because people don't want to watch that. It's very boring. And so they realized that instead of dangerously and expensively sending these people to a place to do nothing, or rush people there for some thing we can do much closer, why not spend the money, the much less money, sending people to a space lab that we can just have right up there in orbit, and then we can work on creating the technology to do exactly what you're suggesting, because ultimately that is what you want to do. But if you think they were ready to do that back then, they weren't.
In 70 years, they haven't improved anything. You telling me
lots of things?
What are you talking about?
And you're saying that in 70 years is all that they accomplished? That's it?
What do you mean?
If you're-
All that they've accomplished.
We have helicopters on Mars, dude.
Able to go 250,000 miles, and all they accomplished decided to say, okay, you know what? We explored all of the moon, right? How much of the moon did they explore?
A fraction, teeny tiny little
fraction. And so it was boring. We didn't get no more views. Yada yada yada. That's your serious excuse? Come on, man.
Yeah. If the taxpayers are who pay for NASA to do that, and each one of those missions is basically the entire budget that NASA currently gets annually now, right? They have to justify not paying for these other programs, which people probably more likely would want to do, to pay for these things that nobody's watching any longer, but cost way more than anything else.
But
Which doesn't make sense.
But yet, every 4 years, they're announcing that they were going to go to the moon.
That's coincidence, isn't it? When people are running for president or whatnot.
What else do presidents say when they're coming into office that doesn't happen?
No, this is from NASA.
But that's also the other problem, though, is the way our government is structured. It's both with spending and with politicians. It's not easy to have a so the way that their structure works at NASA is basically every project is like a 10 years down the line. So it's like the funding for next year, if they decide they want to go to the moon, they would have to cut from things that are already dedicated money to. So
hey Joe, I love how they make excuses for the agencies they don't even work for.
I'm not giving excuses, dude. I actually would prefer if SpaceX. I would prefer SpaceX to.
You just gave me like 10 excuses for politics and the NASA agency.
I like how you make up stories about what they're doing when you don't even work for them.
And what's the difference between?
Are you guys trying to wait? Are you guys trying to say that NASA was formed as like a benevolent exploration endeavor by the United States, or was not NASA like 6 military contractors?
That's military.
Like and private corporations, right? Private corporations, military contractors. How is that not business with government? How is that not the same with SpaceX and NASA? Like, no, NASA was originally formed as like the PR like facade face of the rush to beat the Russians in the Cold War. It was the face of the military-industrial complex showing American superiority with the intercontinental ballistic missile system.
Sure.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, okay, great. It's a jobs program, dude.
Jobs program. We have intercontinental ballistic missiles. We have satellites. We have satellite TV.
Well, yeah, check out NASA's balloon program, dude. You'll see satellites on balloons, and then they're like falling everywhere, and people are filming it. Like crashing on ranches. They're crashing on ranches and in the jungle, and it's just a satellite with a balloon on it. You should check out NASA's balloon program, dude. Check it out. It's awesome.
It's not a satellite. It doesn't even look like a satellite.
What does a satellite look like?
Look at the images of satellites. It doesn't look like satellites.
On satellite, all you have is 3D CGI. You have never seen an actual, other than what they have, according to
Okay.
them, in the NASA facilities. But you have never seen an actual satellite in space.
I have another question.
Actually, I have seen it.
Just one more. This is my favorite one. Do you know for thousands of years that men and women have been looking up at the sky at those lights in the sky?
Yeah.
And coming up with stories and ideas of what they are, how they got there, why they're there, what they mean, or whatever. You know what's changed for thousands of years up till now? Nothing.
Well, except for the 30,000 new spots of light that are up there that weren't up there that those people didn't see. So there were new objects up there, satellite trains running
You
around.
can see further, yeah. Also, now
they move different than the stars that anybody in history has ever thought of stars.
Lights moving in the sky. Great, yeah. Could that not be a metallic object on a balloon? Does it have to be out in this second law of thermodynamics violation of this vacuum next to high pressure without a barrier?
What
we see that?
What balloon moves 7,000 miles an hour? Yes, you can verify.
Actually, I think
it's not a balloon.
Echo 2 did.
It's weird how what world keeps changing his tactic here.
I'm just saying it's the logical progression. I'm just asking the question. I find it strange. I find it strange.
And they're 17,000 mile an hour balloons without envelopes, without balloons on top of them. You can see this little dot of a satellite.
Maybe those aren't balloons, but maybe they're also satellites as you think of them.
And then you can't see the balloon. So the fact that you say that it could be a balloon seems fundamentally flawed.
Well, balloons
No,
can
I'm
be
just saying there's footage of them launching the satellites on balloons in Antarctica. It's like a NASA footage, dude. I'm not making this up. I'm just saying I've seen the footage.
Not a satellite. That's a balloon. It's defined as a balloon.
The first satellite NASA launched was a big, giant, round balloon in orbit, they say.
Yeah, hold on.
Did they
Moya,
bounce?
I don't think he's saying that the ones that are moving fast across the sky, the lights, the things that you believe are satellites, those lights, he's not necessarily saying those are balloons. I think what he's saying is that there can be balloon technology that can be at high altitude that can work as communication devices. Not that those are moving quickly, but that those are handling the signals. The things that's moving quickly, I'm not sure. I don't think What World's saying that those are balloons. Is that right, What World?
Why, Gio? Why?
I'm just saying there's lots of ideas and lots of stories about the lights in the sky. Is there not? Like
there is, but let me ask you guys this question: why is it that if this is all a lie, so many people are pursuing it? Like we have people who are reading mathematics, people who are building things, people who are like, why is it if all of this is a lie that telescopes are so advanced that everything that we witness in our day-to-day lives
I don't think it's a lie. I think it's been known for a really long time. Like this whole idea of it being a sphere is actually pretty new. It's like 500 years old.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Come on, bro.
Like, if this was all fake, why is every university teaching?
I'm not saying it's all fake, dude. I'm just saying it works a little different, maybe.
No, but think about this. Think about this.
I think they rolled this paradigm out. I think they rolled out this paradigm about 200 years ago. Even the story of 500, I think, is a big stretch. But yeah, that is kind of the Copernican
guys
that they claim.
What is this all for? Why are we pursuing? Why are we progressing for greater knowledge of the lie?
Well, all of that stuff, well, hold on. I think there's a differentiation. Some of the stuff you're talking about, like actual engineering technology, anything that's done on Earth here is absolutely valid. There's definitely engineers.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the manual. Like,
but these engineers are designing it to go to space, and then it actually goes.
They're basing off the assumption of a flat, non-rotating Earth. Yeah, I've read that.
Not rockets. No, see, you're just being a parrot.
Yeah, so you're that's a kind of a bad example on your part because put it like this, something Dawson, I forgot who his name was, 1912, the fake fossil that he found that it was supposed to be the middle between apes and human. and they had so many scientists, archaeologists, whatever, going down the rabbit hole for over, what, 40 years? 40, 50 years? And to find out there was a hoax in the end? Many archaeologists went into school for that. The whole evolutionary thing. And what happened? It was all hoaxed by one person. Interesting.
Evolution's not a hoax.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we just shouldn't try to get smarter about things then.
Yeah,
'Cause
no.
It's not a good argument, Elmo.
Really, only
How is that
the
not an argument? He said, why would so many people pursue this? They were pursuing something that was faked.
Evolution's not fake.
How about the dinosaur?
The fossil was fake.
How about the dinosaur fossils? Are those? Do you think those
No,
are fake too?
I'm not talking about dinosaur fossils. I'm talking
No,
about
I'm just curious.
a known hoax.
Yeah, those could be
And it's
fake too.
You can look this up. 1912, the Pittsman, I think it's called Pittsman fossil hoax.
Yeah,
Dude,
this isn't a.
you sound crazy. You're yelling
I
at
sound
the
crazy.
It's
I sound
it's
crazy,
not
but telling
crazy.
you actual verifiable data, right? History.
Yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real event, but you're just framing it in a. I think the conclusion you've come to based on that is slightly flawed because it could also be the case that there's an industry where these things are valuable, just like art. There's real art that's created all the time. There's also an industry where people fake the art to try to make money.
Okay,
so it's not really valid. It's not really valid argument for it being fake.
Question
Scammers,
was,
dude. People
I'm sorry,
scam
but
artifacts.
Hold
They
on.
make
But
fake
his
artifacts.
question, Coach Show, his question was, why would people go into this industry and yada yada yada, like really learn something, whatever his story was. And I just posted something exactly the same thing that he's asking about. People faked a fossil, supposedly the middleman between ape and human. Hold on, ape and human, and which led a lot of people astray, looking for that kind of information, which they never found, and they found out it was a hoax. So it's exactly his question. Turn around on him.
I didn't really. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't really agree with that question because the movie industry is the whole thing's fake and a lot of people go into that industry, so it's not really. I don't know if that's a great argument in itself. That
No, Coach. What I'm saying is
fake.
What I'm saying is if they're unlike what differs from the movies is that the sets are built to make a movie that they then sell, right? What I'm saying is why are we building all this? Why are we building rockets if they're not going anywhere? What is the return? How are people profiting if they're taking $10 million, $20 million, $100 million and just shooting into the sky for fun? Like, where are all these SpaceX rockets going? We launch them all the time.
Oh, they only have this huge, what is it called? The rocket graveyard off the rock. Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was more interesting to talk about the points that What World was making as opposed to shifting gears to something else.
I was actually curious about that.
And there's a couple of different.
I was just asking if it was strange. Like I find it odd. I'm just thinking about it.
Well, I mean, you started with, well, we've always looked at lights in the sky and made proclamations as to what they are. And Moyoc responded that there's new lights in the sky, right? And there are.
Yeah, there's actually an observatory that does that. They actually shoot a laser up into the sky, and they excite a sodium layer, and they actually create lights. You didn't read that article?
I'm not sure why you making a statement and then a follow-on statement with you didn't read that article makes sense to me or anybody here.
I was just asking if there's a whole article on it. You can read it. It's cool.
Right, but that doesn't have to do with the topic of the many thousands of satellites that are moving at speeds that weren't previously seen. All right.
Well, there's lots of lights moving at high speed. Yes, I would have to challenge your premise that they're quote unquote satellites.
Well,
and they're also in quote unquote space. So you'd have to back up those two premises with evidence first.
Right. Well, so I guess you made several comments, right? And The very first one was
No, I was just asking questions.
we've always looked at the sky and made up things, and the response was, well, there's new things out there, right? Now I understand that you can excite this.
That was a question. That was a question, not a statement. That was a question, not a
Dude,
statement.
can you let him talk?
I was wondering if anyone else found it odd as a question, not a statement.
Well, I guess when I hear people speak, like you make a comment and then the person responds with something based on that comment, as opposed to you make a comment, someone else makes a comment, we're all in our own individual echo chambers. So if that's what you want, I can back out and someone else can hear you make questions and then not respond to the responses.
Well, it was kind of like I do, this is what I think, how it's odd, or it's not odd. If you're saying it's not odd, great. Is there anyone else who thinks that it is odd? Or are we just going to hear from you or critique me how you took my question as a statement and want to...
He sounds scared. He
say
sounds
something
scared
like
to
that.
talk to this guy. It sounds like you just parrot information.
No, I'm just asking another question.
That's my 2 cents.
Why would you mischaracterize my question?
Why would you... His question. Go answer his question.
As a statement, why would you do that?
So what's odd is that when you make a statement of reality, and I make a rational argument as to why that statement's false, it's odd for you to not address that and then move on as if the statement you originally made still is valid. Right? It's very confusing to me to have a conversation with people like that.
Well, I was just asking the question if it was all right to maybe interpret it or think of it a different way. And
yeah,
if anyone else,
you guys are kind of gaslighting
if anyone else was like interested in that same rationale, or they didn't even want to hear it. Like, I don't understand. Like, you're saying I was making statements. I was just offering a question. Like, does anybody else find this weird, or has it ever occurred to you to maybe look at it like this? Like, and if it's okay if anyone does think of it like that. Like, there's nothing to fight about or argue about or whatever, dude.
I guess it doesn't advance our mutual conversation for you to ask that and then be given a rational reason for it to not be likely, and then for you to ignore it.
I wasn't just asking you, right?
Oh, does anybody else have anything they want to add then?
I mean, I have a question for you, Mr. World, because I heard you say something that I thought Negator was going to address, because you did say a lot of things. But one of the things you said was that you're not sure about, you're not sure what's not true about what we claim is happening in space or in the sky or anything, but you just know there's like something that there's something different happening. I forget exactly how you worded it, but I was just curious on what were those differences? Like, what if they're not lying about everything and there's some difference? Like, what is it that you kind of think is happening up there?
I don't know. I think they've just given everyone the option to, or maybe not so much the option, but everyone's just taught and trained about how things are to answer those questions. But if you actually step back from all that and just raw dog reality, dude, doesn't feel like you're spinning, right? You're balanced. You walk over the Earth. There's very little topography changes. Like, it's pretty smooth overall in general, whatever shape it is. But you have great plains, great flat lands, great salt flats, the abyssal plains in between the continents. Admiral Byrd said there was more land on the other side of the South Pole from Little America, which was the base camp for the mission for high jump and deep freeze. And right after that, there was the, shooting of quote unquote weapons of mass destruction into the upper atmosphere, because they were finding out, where the barrier is. And the rocket program turned out to going to the moon. And it was just a way to show American superiority and bankrupt the Russians and win the Cold War. It's great.
What was your question, Kosho?
America's the greatest. Do you guys think there should be in America? Do you guys think there should be borders or boundaries? Like, and if not, if there should not, why is there a hard border at 60th South Parallel, dude?
There is.
There's no border at the 60th parallel. You can literally book a cruise ship and go down there.
I'm just saying, one of the greatest explorers of all time, Admiral Byrd,
That's a
alluded
really-
to, and the way he said it as an explorer, the way he said it, like there's another landmass, another continent on the other side of the South Pole from Little America, which was the base camp, and it's
No, he
never been
didn't say
seen.
there was another continent. That's a lie. He said there was more land there. He didn't say there was another continent.
There's more land. There was more
Yeah,
land
he
to
was
explore.
right. There is more land on the other side of the South Pole. It's called Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's looking good for you right now. You are
Great.
mislabeling the truth.
All the great salt plains, all
You're
the
as
great
bad
salt
as a
flats.
glober
How much
right
of a
now.
ball can be flat? How much of a ball can be flat?
Well, let me ask you this question. Are you going to tell us any truth in your statements? If you knew that he didn't say continent, why did you say continent to prove your point? Why are you being dishonest with the public? Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you right now that your own
I'm
purveyor
just
of the
asking a
truth.
question. Like, how much of a ball can be flat, dude?
Yeah, who was the person who said that there can't be a border because you can book a cruise there?
Smooth, but
I mean, does
I think
anyone else think that borders don't exist if you
You can book a
cruise?
guided tour. Great. Thanks for giving me a guided tour beyond the fence. But there is no
Well,
actual
I
truly
think
independent
Americans
exploration.
would- well, one second. Wait. I think most Americans would agree there's a border with Mexico, even though you can walk there. Yes, no.
Well, what do you think he means by border then? Like,
Well,
what's the
that's-
practical?
No, but he was being very mocking and saying, "Oh, it's not got a border because you can book a cruise." Well, yeah, that's not the definition of a border. If you can cruise there or not is not the definition of a border.
I mean, every country has a
By,
border,
by,
right?
by any definition of border that he or you chooses, there is none at the 60th parallel. By any definition.
I find it interesting because the only reason I actually piped up was because the mockery was you were mocking with a factually incorrect statement, and that's why I brought it up.
It's correct within context though.
No, it's not.
And
No,
I think
it
you're
isn't.
being nitpicky.
Antarctic Treaty.
Because
the
there's
Antarctic
no
Treaty.
No. The nitpicking came from the person who used the statement as mockery. That's the issue.
Well, I mean, I would think suggesting a border of any kind where there is none, there's no evidence to support it, is worth mocking.
Well, so is there a border with Mexico?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so is it physical or is it political?
It's political.
Okay,
And in
so-
some parts, it's
So
physical.
would you describe the Antarctic 60th parallel, or wherever you think that Antarctica starts, would you say that that's a political border in the same way?
Well, he said 60th parallel.
Whatever. Yeah, we'll go 60th
Well,
parallel.
It's not whatever. Is there a border
I'm
of
saying
any
whatever. I'm
description
saying
on the 60th
stop
parallel?
nitpicking, go with whatever you want, because I feel like you're holding up the discussion.
Well, he made a claim about something at the 60th parallel. I'm trying to figure out what is at the 60th parallel.
Okay,
'Cause I can
fine, but you're
South.
defending a mocking
60th
statement that was
60
factually
degrees
incorrect.
south,
That's my
dude.
problem.
60 degrees south.
In the context, in the full context of what World said, it was
Still
not.
wrong. No, the context
Now
still.
you're gonna not say 60 degrees south, dude.
Sorry, bro. Still wrong.
I do agree though with
You're missing the point, though, Crypto.
No, I don't think I am, actually. I think if I'm missing the point, then Smooth was obviously also missing the point. So that's my point.
Okay, so there is no physical border. There's no fence line in the water at the 60th parallel.
Borders
What do you
aren't
think?
physical.
What do you think what World meant by a border?
Do you think borders are physical?
Okay, if it's not physical, and I've already agreed that that's possible, as you asked me about what a political border would be between Mexico and the U.S., what is the political border at the 60th parallel?
I have absolutely no idea. Maybe what World D can tell you.
Well, then that's where we're going.
Okay, cool. But then you agree that the mocking
Is it
statement
or
from
is it not
Smooth
an
was-
international treaty?
Then you, hold on. Then you no, because we can't just let this stuff pass, man. You agree that the mockery that Smooth gave them was fundamentally inaccurate because of
No.
what we said.
No, I believe technically it's inaccurate. Fundamentally, it was not inaccurate.
Okay, technically inaccurate. I'll accept that. We can hear him.
I do think we don't go not that everyone's doing it, but there's no need to I guess to tease like the rest of that. I was gonna say I'll give you a comment. I thought you said raw dog reality. I thought that was pretty funny.
It's is it not like a international political boundary? The
I-
60th 60
no-
south.
Yeah, I mean, nobody said it's a physical boundary, but it's controlled by the Antarctic Treaty System, which is all run through the United Nations.
Does the Antarctic Treaty verify something changes at the 60th parallel?
Yep.
What is that?
Very clear travel restrictions and equipment restrictions. And
Check it out. It's a pretty good read. It's interesting. Check it out. Read it.
I don't know what to read.
To access beyond the 60-degree parallel.
Well, it's an international treaty, so you can just look it up and read it, like the
Is
whole
that
treaty.
is that the Antarctic Treaty?
Yeah, but I'm also referring to the Antarctic Treaty System, which is different. The Antarctic Treaty is just that thing, that kind of propaganda that they released in the early 60s or whenever that was, right around the time they created NASA and the end of the 50s. Although I think that was, does anyone remember the year? 59, 60, 61, I want to say?
I think there's a 59 one, and there's like 90. There's a 1992 one. Is that the one you're talking about?
There's like two. So is the first one 59 then? So is that the same year as NASA? I was thinking maybe that was 60, but I just don't remember the exact.
I don't remember exactly. I just know the new one in like the 90s or whatever. It was like a little bit more strict or a little bit more intense, I think.
All right, so it was 59, but it was like December of 59, so it was like almost into 60. But it actually, that's when they claim it was signed, but it became effective in 61. That's funny because my mind was pinging back between 59 and 61 because I first said early 60s. So it became effective in 61, they claim. But that's just that treaty, and that was really back then just sort of propaganda and a way to start controlling that region. But they've since created something called the Antarctic Treaty System, which is basically a much more large-scale operation, of course, with all of the interconnection to the police and the military and all the military equipment, like all the radar and all of the drones. So they have all of access to all that. So that Antarctic Treaty System has access and connections to all these militaries, and therefore can use all of those militaries' equipments for monitoring these zones. And then the Antarctic Treaty System is what has many additional restrictions for civilian travel into that region. So, yeah, you can't just freely just float beyond there and just go play around. You're definitely going to be stopped. And if you don't stop, I'm sure they'll take you out.
You're sure they'll take? Come on, man.
Absolutely. 100%.
Absolutely not, man. Gosh.
Of course, dude. They're protecting all of that land and keeping it hidden from us and hiding the rest of the earth from us. You be damn sure they're monitoring all of that at all times.
But to make the claim they're going to take you out is just patently absurd.
Didn't a teenage girl walk across?
What do you think would happen if you just tried breaking into the White House? You think they're going to take you out, or you think they're just going to pat you on the back and give you?
Why do you think those two things are comparable?
Government restricted areas are controlled by government government control things like the police and military.
I wouldn't say every government controlled air quotes areas are equal. I certainly wouldn't call a treaty system that defines a boundary that goes mostly around Antarctica at the 60th degree to be the same as a government controlled area.
It's funny that when you look up the Antarctic treaties, it's funny that when you look up the Antarctic Treaty System, one of its established goals is to establish the freedom of scientific investigation.
There's that, and no one's ever heard of the show Antarctic PD. You know, I don't see any copters in Antarctica.
Oh, there is. There's a there's a United Nations Army, but they kind of try to come across as the more peacekeepers and all that stuff. They're not the ones that are like necessarily getting bloody and all that.
Well, actually, explicitly in their documentation in the Antarctic Treaty, it explicitly states this authority that were questioned. Oh, they're going to take you out. Who the chief are going to be? It actually explicitly states who's responsible for whatever these things they say you can't do or these crimes or whatever. So it's like the country you embark from or that you're attached to or whatever it's supposed to enforce those rules or whatever. So it's not like a mystery of who's supposed to enforce these rules.
So
And
why
they
that land?
they don't hang out. They don't hang out at Antarctica either. They hang there in their
So,
country.
so I'm gonna turn the question back on you. So why that land? Why that land cannot be populated by just normal regular people and just be able to be freely explored? Well, I mean, if you say it could be freely explored, whatever. Why can't it be populated by regular people? If I want to move over there and build my house in one of the places, why can't I do that, man? Why that land's unable for me?
Because the
It's
nature of the world, the nature of the world at the time after World War II, consolidation of Europe, Russia, the USSR, and the United States. You know, you have this new resource-rich land. You know, it makes sense to establish a sort of agreement that we're not gonna try to fight over this land.
Why? I mean, they all have
Because
their
then
own. They
war,
all have their own little place. They're pretty much divided into whatever. So if I wanted to go to Thailand and move in, or if I wanted to go to Europe, I can, right? All I got to get is a freaking visa to a work visa or something to stay there and be able to live whatever I want or get a residency over there and live the rest of my life over there. But Antarctica is like, no, it's off freaking limits, bro. You can't freaking live here because we decided where nobody's gonna fight over this land, nobody's gonna keep it, yada yada yada. How does that make sense, bro?
First of all, you can go to Antarctica. So you can go to Thailand if you ask permission to go there and whatever. You can go to Antarctica and you don't really have to ask for that much permission. But you're going to be liable by your country. But if for some reason you were able to get your own passage there or whatever, you're only going to be liable to whoever you confront and if they have any sort of authority. But it's probably going to be no one. And then you might be responsible, but your government might hold you responsible when you head back home or whatever. But it's not. It's there's nobody who has jurisdiction. But they don't have jurisdiction over the country. Like if you go to Thailand, people own that country, right? So you go into the country, they're gonna allow you in and give you rules. There's nobody who owns Antarctica, so there's not like a.
Yeah, I've known nobody that has gone and decided to make residency in Antarctica, bro. I mean, do you know anybody?
Why would somebody do that?
Why would you?
Why not, man? People live in the freaking polar, man. Why? What they some people love the freaking freezing. I mean, people that that live in igloos and shit. So why wouldn't anybody want to live in Antarctica?
The same people. The same reason they don't live in the vacuum of space. I think it's because it's not really ideal for survival. So I think there's places in Antarctica where it gets below 150 degrees.
Dude, there's people that live in freezing weather. Why wouldn't they want to do the same there? I mean, it's just illegal for you to do so. I mean, you can't go take residency and decide to build a house in this big ass location, man, with a lot of freaking relative space.
Yeah, I mean, to be real, I would say that who knows before World War II what really was going on with going to Antarctica. Like there are a lot of those stories like the Iron Republic in the late 1800s where these guys just claimed to just take a boat and they went to Antarctica and they went through the ice and then they went to a whole nother, there was like another sun and more land. So, I mean, before World War II, hard to say how much restriction was really going on. Maybe you could have just gotten in a boat and gone there. But it's after World War II, clearly whatever that was all about, the people who are in power now got their power over the world at that point, at least to the level they have it now. Now, maybe they want more in the future or whatever, but and the creation of the United Nations, the creation of NASA right at the same time. They brought Werner von Braun over, and all the Nazis came over into NASA. So that, like, the establishment of the United Nations, the control over Antarctica, and the space exploration story from the government of NASA all came right at the same time after World War II.
If you look at
their own Nazis, they like divide them up.
Yeah, but first of all, this one thing you stated was very bizarre, which is that they brought all the Nazis over here to start NASA. It's not very accurate, dude. They brought some Nazis here to work with NASA, and it was a pretty smart thing to do. But it's not like they brought all the Nazis. All your Nazis come here, let's start NASA.
Well, I mean, Project Paperclip, it was hundreds, right?
Yeah, but so if you look, those answers are,
it's not all. Use the word all. He's picking out you using the word all.
Got it.
Yeah, no, it's
not. Those answers, though, Gio, the answers to both those questions are kind of similar. It all stems from the nature of what the you look at the world was consolidating power for like the last couple hundred years, and then World War One, a giant consolidation of power, and then World War Two was probably the single most consolidation of you have all of Europe, you have just basically only two massive powers, and once there's only two powers, I mean they're going to vie for the complete control over everything, right? Or like the massive influence over everything. And
All
so
right.
it's like there's a lot at stake there. It seems to make sense that you would valley for their scientists from Germany, who have these great scientists, and you would also you know be fighting to be first in Antarctica and space and sort of shit. So I mean, it all makes sense.
All right, so I of course it's not every Nazi person or whatever, or that was involved in that stuff. Not everyone, but I'll read this. This is right from the Wikipedia for Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip was a secret United States intelligence program in which more than 1,600 Nazi German scientists, engineers, and technicians were taken from former Nazi Germany to the U.S. for government employment after the end of World War II in Europe between 1945 and 1959. Conducted by the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, it was largely carried out by special agents of the U.S. Army's Counterintelligence Corps, CIC. Many of these personnel were former members, and some were former leaders of the Nazi Party.
Yeah, but do you see what USSR was doing at the exact same time? They were doing the exact same thing. And so imagine if you're one of those two superpowers that now is vying for the as much influence in the world as possible, and you just let the other guy take all of these amazing scientists. But maybe not. Amazing is maybe not the best word, but these are they have a lot of information in many fields of science. Some because they were doing like engineering shit, like von Braun, but some because they were doing sick shit, like testing on prisoners and shit. But either way, there's a lot of valuable information there to let the other side get if you don't yourself play these people.
I would say it's just clear it's the same people running it. They just moved their operation. That's all it was. It's the same group, same people running shit now. That World War II is.
You don't think there's any truth to the conflict, the conflicted motivations of these different powers? Like even the USSR and the United States, you don't think there was conflicted motivation of who would want to have the most influence in the world?
Well, I think basically starting in the 1776, they claim that, the Declaration and all of that, but I think that was actually when these current people hijacked things, especially in the United States. But they had come from Europe and all of that. But the 1800s, 1900s, and then World War I was a huge shifting point. And it seems like this group has just continually tried taking over like the entire world. They just keep invading countries and areas and governments, and they've systematically gone through pretty much the whole world at this point, just breaking down and taking over every country. And World War II was like a huge crescendo of that, to where they finally got control over like the major countries of the world. So once they kind of had that majorial control, then they were able to go after some of these smaller spots, which they've been doing with all these other wars after. So
yeah,
pretty much every war is actually just that. It's the same group that's just trying to take over real people, take over their area.
I entirely agree with most of how you described that, because that's basically what I laid out. But I'm saying even in that structure, like even like World War I, World War II, this consolidation of power, don't you think that there's individual opposing motivations of like in the case of USSR and United States, like wouldn't there still be two opposing forces that would in both cases want to be want to be where the influence comes from? Like like if they can't be working together entirely if they both want to be the top dog.
I don't know if I quite caught that. I don't know if anyone else was going to respond, but if you want to say it again, I could listen again. I was doing something else for a second. Sorry.
Yeah, you're always doing something else, Gio.
Well, I was listening, but then I did kind of space.
Gio's got to feed the dogs.
No, just say it
I'm
again.
just, I basically agree with you, Gio. I was just curious again if you don't believe that there's still a difference, a disagreement between these forces, like the United States, the USSR, or in the case of Germany in World War II. Like to say that they're on the same side, I'd say that there's probably influences beyond those governments, like maybe financial interests or something that are not attached one way or the other. But I'd say that those forces themselves, like the United States and USSR, I don't think they could be working together entirely if both of them ultimately would want to be the the top dog in the world.
It's all business transactions if you really think about it.
What? What, guys? Oh my goodness.
I think it's all fabricated ultimately, Kosho. Like I think all the conflict is fabricated by these kind of cabal of criminals, because I think people naturally actually don't really want to fight. I mean, there are little fights, people do get in things. I'm not saying no one has conflict, but when you have just like if humanity just has sovereignty upon the earth, meaning we can just use it, populate it, whatever area you're in, it's just understood that no one else comes into it because there's enough land for everybody. And when that's the case, there's no need to be fighting between each other. There's no requirement for that. Like everyone has enough land to do whatever they want. And if you want to be a part of that group or whatever, you're a part of that group. And whatever, if they have whatever structure they have to their system, then but you can choose like, oh, I'm going to go to that one. I want to go to that one. And you can, so I think that's, and this gets into the idea of like the old world and how the actual world before we're in now is actually structured. But I guess what I'm saying is that all this conflict, I think, is actually fabricated by, purposefully. So it's like countries were all, I mean, everything was just much more peaceful than this group that has come in has like systematically World War I, World War II. They've done this whole takeover and then they've created all the conflict. They started taking over the countries and then creating fake conflict between them, propaganda, wars, all of this stuff, and then using that to then fuel their takeover of additional countries. So it's like they've created all of that. In my viewpoint, it's like fabricated. It's like fabricated trauma. It's like trauma-based mind control, but on a larger scale that they're doing it when it gets to.
That's what I'm saying. Because I agree with much of what you're saying, but then there's parts of it that I fundamentally disagree with. Like I think that the nature of the conflict itself, I don't think is manufactured. I think the conflict is honestly, opposing interests that want the same thing or they want access to the same thing, but I don't think that it's arbitrary. So like in the case of World War I, for example, like the outcome of World War I was these, the European, like France and England and I'll just say France and England, they each got different land, different parts of the Ottoman Empire, right? So it's like obvious that like there's going to be separate interests and there's going to be separate rewards and shit like that. So I don't think that there's just one collective agenda and everything is manufactured and fake and there's the conflict is completely just manufactured. I think the conflict comes from actual opposing nature.
Yeah, what world are you showing up as lighting up all the time, by the way? Probably my end.
I saw that too. I don't know.
Well,
my fucking speakers got.
Like Kosho, have you heard the idea that there was like a major reset, like even perhaps as early as the 1700s, where there was a completely different world before that, like a massive reset? Which, I mean, who knows how they could have done that? But one pretty easy way, when you think about it, this is pretty dark. I mean, to even say this, it's a dark thing, but I mean, it's just genocide at a massive level. Not, I mean, just say just genocide, but it is genocide on a deep level. But where like let's say that there's a whole, let's say the United States was totally different and there was tons of people and things on it. It's pretty dark, but I mean, if they kill all of the adults, then all you have left is the kids, and then you just like raise those in an orphanage, and then you can like repopulate everything with those kids as they grow up. So like you could, if you were like a really evil group and you had enough of you or whatever, you had enough technology or whatever it is, it actually is pretty feasible to even do it that way. Because if they just killed all the adults and even, anything that wasn't like, basically, babies or whatever. And then and there was all those like the orphanage trains. And it is weird that like none of us can actually connect our roots back more than like the mid 1800s. Like when you think about like your great grandfather, your great, and then it just fades off. Like no one really has any memory before that of any actual families and things. I mean, there's like, you can get like a DNA test and it'll claim certain things, but like those, like there does seem to be an interesting connection with that. But anyways, I was just asking what you thought of that idea.
No, I do. I like that idea. I do have to say that unfortunately, I do have record both 500 years back and supposedly 2,500 years back. But I'm not gonna hold that to any.
Well, but I was referring to like memories.
No, right.
Like
yeah, I know, I got you.
Like, okay, like great grandfather. That's what I'm saying. Like okay, I know my parents. I know my grandparents. I know my great grandparents. I might know a little about the great, but then beyond there, like there's no, there's not like a connection there. There isn't.
I got you.
Memory of like, oh yeah, good old Jim who lived a life of whatever. Like that's not there,
I guess. Dude, that idea though, I like that idea. It sounds like an idea for whether it's true or not, for like a good movie or something.
Yeah.
Although I will say this, I think there's one fundamental flaw, which it may or may not be an issue, but so there's a problem when you have too many subjects and too few controllers. So if you kill off all the adults and there's just all these children, there's like an imbalance of power actually. Even though the kids are kind of stupid because they're kids, there's a lot more of them than the few adults that are left, right?
What do you mean imbalance of power? I mean, when I was talking
like in Haiti is an example where there's way more slaves than masters, and they actually ended up revolting and taking control of the country that slaves did. And actually that's how they had the revolution or whatever. So if you have like too many, if there's like everyone's kids basically, they kill off all the adults except for some small group of guards or something. It seems like the kids still could kind of take over.
Oh. I mean, one way to see it, if it like, let's just say they did something like this, would be like, because there's the idea that, like the Antiquitech, all the Tartaria stuff, a lot of this architecture that is here today, and it's some of the most grand architecture we have in the world that we can't even recreate in a lot of these cities. Some of those train stations and churches and different buildings that just have this incredible architecture that literally humans can't even recreate today. And they claim that they were doing that like, in the 1800s with like wheelbarrows and hammers. It really just doesn't make sense on that level. So there does seem to be some incredible architecture. And then, there's just a lot of things that point to there being a civilization like right before ours that was actually very advanced. Perhaps that's even what Tesla was coming out of. But free energy, like there's even pictures that like photographs that are claimed to be real that like back then that show like electric cars and electric trams and things, and the airships and there's an idea too that like that whoever those people were, they were on the entire earth, so in every country and everything, they had airships, they traveled around, and it was just pure enjoyment. Like there wasn't any like fights, there wasn't wars, there wasn't like famine, there wasn't even money. It was just amusement because they had free energy and they had technology that could create things for them, like architecture, buildings, a lot of things like that, to where they didn't really have to like do slave labor. Like they could just use those machines to just build what they want. I even think those directed energy weapons, the ones they used on 9/11 and the ones they used to create the wildfires and all that, those are actually the ancient tech because they use that for terraforming the land. You would use that to like take out a whole bunch of trees and things so that you could build like an amusement park or a paradise, whatever you want to build. And so I think that it's very interesting that you know, that kind of idea, and that perhaps and if they did some kind of, you know, big reset like that, I guess the last kind of thing I'll say is that there were all the major cities across the world had like major fires and earthquakes. They all burned to the ground, like St. Louis, Chicago, San Francisco, New York City, Paris. All of these cities are like burned, and had huge like earthquakes where they had to be rebuilt from the rubble up. So it seems like they've been trying to destroy a lot of. So it almost seems like there was like a massive like potential for a reset and then a repopulation.
Yeah, can I ask you? I don't want to dox you, but you've said it out loud before. But you're from the San Fran area, right? Like, I'm asking because you know, Dave in the other server, David in the other server, he used to show us all this stuff about San Francisco because he was a huge he was huge on that stuff, like the Tartaria stuff, or like these structures that are so you know, magnificent, and it seems like they couldn't have been creating stuff. I'm just curious if you where you're going with this, if there's anything related to San Francisco that has any evidence of that. Like, because I think one of the things he was claiming was there's no like pictures of San Francisco before there was a city there. Like it was always like a bustling city, is what he was claiming. But I'm just wondering if there's any any you know, attachments of that to what you're describing.
Yeah, no, you're talking about pictures of San Francisco before it was destroyed, before the huge because San Francisco was literally turned to rubble. Virtually the entire, it's like a peninsula, you know, the entire land and there are pictures of it from before. Of course, claim to be pictures. I mean, but they do look quite authentic, you know, in terms of they don't look like CGI and all that.
That's funny, yeah, because I think one of his claims was that there was always like a kind of city structure there, and this is like back in the 1800s and stuff. I didn't know that the whole place got. So you said it was an earthquake, like the whole place was taken down to like rubble.
Yeah, that was around that time, the late 1800s, early 1900s. Yeah.
Hey man, I mean, me personally, I can't. The only reason I go with the evidence. I've seen the Tartaria videos and stuff like that, the mud flood type stuff, but to me, there's just there's enough evidence to connect the parts of history that we can hold true, and there's places that there's not as much connection, so there's you know, you can doubt those. You know, you can have a degree of certainty for, you know, any portion of history. I just think there's enough of it for things that go back further than 200 years. So.
Right. Okay. No, I hear you on that. But how much of that could be implanted? Like if a group came in, I mean, let's just say this is a movie plot. I'm not even saying this is reality because I know it involves like mass genocide, but let's say it's a movie plot. Let's say the world is just this absolute beautiful, like people are all in harmony. People don't have traumas. People don't have depression. They use the plants, the earth, medicines. They heal their minds, their bodies, and they're just in like high vibration, like somewhat like they're all like they have like telepathy and psychic abilities, and it's just joy and amusement, essentially like utopia. And there's all kinds of like the Antiquitech technology, the beautiful architecture. I mean, some of this architecture is so beautiful. They must have been very inspired and happy and vibrant. I mean, you look at like a Walmart, you know, it just looks depressing and sad and synthetic. This architecture is incredibly inspired. It's like, it's just divine on a level that these people must have been, whoever built that must have been at a very high vibration. So let's say that was happening. And if there was some other group, you know, that came in and literally like killed, just somehow like a huge operation, just took all the adults and either shipped them to another island or killed them, and then only take the babies, like whatever, maybe like every child under age 5 or whatever it is, you know, 3, I don't know, whatever the age is. And then just like set up these like orphan kind of centers around, and then start reforming, you know, everything the way that they want to. And then once those babies or whatever start to be kind of age, they start repopulating. Meanwhile, they're like, changing a lot of the infrastructure, hijacking all of the technology, of course, the free energy, the knowledge, the ancient knowledge of the ancient, you know, all the stuff that's in the basement of the Vatican, basically all the ancient materials and sacred texts and scripts and original writing, everything that exists that they had would have been hijacked at that point as well. But if they then did that, then they could have like repopulated this new kind of, you know, whole new generation with all of this globe stuff and the, you know, removing the ether and then building up to where we're at now. It's like this whole program that seems to be have just been like unleashed. So yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like consider that just like a movie script, just for the, you know, for the fun of it. But
I like. Except those guys are huge assholes. I wonder who these assholes are. Like, if this world felt perfect, and these you know, people are the telepathy and they're the higher level and elevated, you know, people. And there's these assholes come out of nowhere and just fucking killing everybody. I was wondering who these assholes are.
yeah, well, I ultimately don't think they're human. So they're not just like some human dudes. They're a different species at the top of it, if you want to call it the top, or at the center of it. So they don't see us like humans. Like they don't have like the heart of the human to where like we have compassion for each other. Even though humans can still do terrible things to other humans, but in general, like, of course, yeah, we don't want to hurt each other. We just want to live our lives. So, but yeah, I think there is a connection to another species entities that are actually at the top of it, and I think those entities are actually connected to a particularly dark spirit world, a demonic spirit world that they have brought into, or that they're connected to, and then they're trying to spread that kind of demonic energy as much as possible, and they do that through the trauma-based mind control, the GMO foods, the jabs, all this stuff. They're doing everything they can to try to kind of get that dark energy into people, making people angry, divided, aggressive, fighting each other, racial fighting. Like they're kind of trying to spread that demonic energy through the trauma and through the programming.
Hey, Gio. Are you at a moment you could go for a topic change and take a look at my screen share?
Yeah, go for it. I've been talking a lot. I'll definitely mute for a bit. Yeah, go ahead. Yep, go for it.
Okay. This is a project I did 2 days ago, actually, I guess. A couple days ago, the 28th. So, can you see my screen?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay,
yeah,
so...
yeah, I can see it.
Oh, good. So, what I did was I set up my theodolite right here where the little lookout is. And I waited for this ship to go by. It was the Overseas Boston. It's a big old chemical oil tanker, I think. And that's a picture of it I took through the theodolite. And I was recording his track via his AIS transmissions, because they transmit their position every few seconds so that other ships can see him on their map, right? So this white line is his... Can you see my cursor? Yeah. Anyway, okay. So this white line here is his track. He was just going, steaming along. So it's a pretty straight line. Then the red lines represent each angle reading I took, which was a horizontal angle, which is reference to true north, which I calibrated, or I set in the instrument ahead of time. So this is the true north heading, or the horizontal angle. And then the vertical angle is up or down in degrees, minutes, and seconds from my observer location. And I kept the theodolite in the same spot for the whole journey. So I gathered like 20 or 30 readings all along his route there. There was like a tree or something here, a branch or something, so I skipped out on a few spots. But then with knowing the distance from the length of these red lines and the angle, I was able to use the rules of perspective to convert that to an actual height in feet above the observer height. Is that making sense so far?
All right, makes sense to me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So now I'm going up to the data. And
real quick, just Kosha, I'm gonna post a couple pictures from what we were talking about. That one shows Chicago after the fire. Look at that, just down to rubble, the whole thing. I'm gonna post a couple images there. I mean, there is some very interesting photography. Like what is this? This is apparently St. Louis. Like, has anyone ever seen that before? Where did that go?
Is it the World's Fair maybe? But I don't want to take away from Jesse's thing. So, but yeah, maybe it's World's Fair.
Yeah, no, it's back to the. I was just Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh,
I was just saying I'm going to post some stuff since we were talking about that.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree.
So the journey distance is just the distance along this line, and I just put that in there so that I could scale my graph linearly. So it's just the miles starting at calling this 0 right here and then adding up to like almost 17 miles I tracked him for. The miles LOS is the line of sight. That's the length of each of these red lines. And then the minutes and the seconds is just this minutes and seconds. It was never degrees, it was just minutes and seconds, which I just entered here, and then I used a spreadsheet to convert them to just degrees, because then that's easier to calculate. And so then I have the measured height in this column here, which is simply the tangent of the angle. Of course, tangent takes radians, so I had to convert it from degrees to radians, but you can ignore that, times B2, which is the distance, and times 5,280 simply to convert it from miles to feet. So this measured height is simply the height of the top of the ship with reference to the observer's instrument height in feet. The standard dip is just like 8 inches per mile squared.
All right, from that picture, are you saying the ship is on the horizon or the ship is in front of the horizon?
I'm not saying any which way. The horizon would have been about 9 miles out, and the ship was only about 6. Where did that go? 6 miles out, 6.02 miles out at the closest part. So the ship was a bit near the horizon, but it was going in an approximately straight line.
Okay, at that distance where the ship was at, do you have like wave data and sea conditions? Because ships bounce and bob on the water, you might not get accurate height measurements.
Well, right. The only thing that would have really affected that is tides. I mean, he might be bobbing up and down 5 or 10 feet, but that would have showed up as a real strong ripple in my blue data here.
Right,
and you can see there's a little bit of that.
So yeah, I see your data marks are curved, right? There's a certain a circular nature to it, a parabola, so to speak. But isn't your field of view like your sphere of influence, right? You see so far out in front of you, but you do see in a radial fashion, like in the arc of a circle. So I think you may be confusing or conflating your data points with the physical shape of the Earth and not just your circular field of view, right? That could be a possibility, right?
I don't see how. I was measuring the height of the ship above or below my instrument level in feet. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And
what's your conclusion?
Well, it does appear that the ship was following a curve, and it is a curve. It looks parabolic because it's not to scale. If I were to stretch it out to
I'm saying, it's a boat on the water. Do you have wave conditions? And then also, like, wouldn't you be assuming that those data points are the curvature of the land or the water, or would it just be the circular nature of your field of view? Is my question.
So I was on the land in a fixed position, so I didn't. So I'm not sure what the land would
I
have to do with
understand
anything.
that. I understand that. So
The ship was on the
okay.
water.
So a theodolite's on a tripod, right? It's got a swivel joint. It moves around in a circle.
Exactly.
Okay. Circular field of view. Okay.
I don't
So
know
your
what you
data
mean by
points, your data points, right? That you used through the theodolite that you're presenting here, that viewing circle from the theodolite, is that or is that not circular?
You mean this the view through the telescope, like is shown on the screen now?
Well, you said you used a theodolite, right?
Yes.
Okay, and looking through the theodolite from left to right and panning across, or from right to left, is that or is that not a circle? Or part of one? Is that not an arc of a circle?
Well, the theodolite measures with reference to a plane at its level and in polar coordinate system.
I'm asking, does the theodolite rotate in a circle?
Yeah, like it swivels and it swivels in a visual.
It swivels,
sphere,
right?
In a spherical visual field.
You've used the theodolite. Does it or does it not swivel in a circle?
Yeah.
As you move around, is that not an arc of a circle?
I mean, it doesn't.
It's the radius of one ultimately, because what's the radius of a sphere? Like if you're shooting with those crosshairs, wherever
the radius of your field of view, not of the land or the spherical nature of the Earth that your tripod is set on.
Right. Yeah, the end point of
You're
where
talking
that
about the horizontal angle, not the vertical angle, right?
is the radius of the visual sphere that you're seeing within. Whatever that's pointing at is the radius if you were to extend it all the way to the end of how far you can see. That's the radius of your spherical field of vision.
I'm not sure what you're saying by field of vision. It measures the angle to a point, and it measures that in the angular coordinate system.
Well, when you get up, when you wake up in the morning, walk outside, you just look up around, you see in a hemispherical field, right? Your field of view, how far your eyes can possibly see and how far the environment lets you see.
Okay.
So in the same way, if you're to have a theodolite, something that's working like a lens like that, I think what he's just saying is if you swivel that around, you're essentially seeing in a
You're getting a circular data point. Your data points are in a parabola or a circle curvature, but how do you make the logical leap to say that data, when you're looking through a device that's on a swivel that's made to rotate in a circle and be curved, why would you automatically assume that your data points are indicating the shape of the land and not just the points of measurement you took in the arc of that circle?
Well, because the laws of perspective say that if you take an angle reading to something, for example, the vertical angle reading, and you feed that into tangent and multiply that times the distance, that will give you the linear height, the vertical height above your observer location for the target, right?
I'm not talking about that, dude. I'm talking about direct measurement of the Earth over long distance. Like Great Salt Flats, like the Great Plains of the United States, the breadbasket of America and the world, like the abyssal plains between the continents. Like how much of a ball can be completely and utterly flat?
But that has nothing to do with the measurement he's presenting you. And I don't understand how you're making the parallel between the fact that the device rotates in a circle and its ability to take measurements that are vertical.
Dude, I'm just asking his logical leap from taking his
You
arc
didn't
of a circle
identify the
measurement
leap, though.
and translating that to the shape of the Earth.
Because he didn't do that.
Yeah, let me ferret this out. So, are you saying that we agree that I can take an angle reading to a target through the scope, right?
On any shaped Earth.
I don't think he knows what angle you're referring to. That's why he's bringing up the
I mean, you cited the law
angle of the circle around you horizontally.
For that law of perspective you just came up with.
So, do you understand what it means to cite an angle? Do you know?
I'm not denying that. I'm just asking the question. Like, where's the logical leap from those data points to a spherical Earth? Unpack that for us, please.
The problem is you can't ask that question and understand what he's presenting you. Because if you ask that question, that means you don't understand what he's presenting you.
Yeah, there was no leap. It's very straightforward.
Yeah,
Unless you don't understand the procedure.
I'm asking for more proof, like a boat on the water over distance. I'm asking for actual empirical proof, not just that observation of your arc measurement of height of a boat on the water, and then your leap and assumption of that's what the shape of the Earth is. I just don't see it, dude. I think you have to have something more
for the
conventional.
angle you should measure on a flat Earth, and then make a prediction for what you should measure on a globe.
Well, do you see anything wrong with my measurement or my math in calculating?
He doesn't get how you got it. He doesn't understand what you're doing.
I'll give you all the measurements on your device, and yeah, that's all that great. Like I just can't make the leap that your data points are actually showing the rotundity of the Earth we all dwell atop and experience every day.
Okay. What should the angle be if you're on a flat Earth, and what should that angle be if you're on a globe? That's your answer.
Well, what does that matter?
Well, if the Earth is a globe, and I make a prediction as to what the angle should be, and the angle that I do actually measure in reality matches that, I should be pretty confident that the Earth's a globe. If I say if the Earth is flat, and this is the angle that I should measure, and I measure nowhere near that angle, then I've dismissed flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So what should this angle be given his observer height and the height of the ship and blah 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 in the distance?
Well, it's gonna be what it is, right? It is what it is.
What is that number?
It's wherever he's aiming it.
Whatever it is,
it's
that's
a prediction.
what it is.
The prediction.
But it doesn't. It does well. Prediction, post-diction, whatever.
Okay, make a prediction for what it should be.
If you got a mathematically prescribed boundary of the Earth, you can math out anything, dude. You can scale it.
I can make a prediction for both models.
It's not a prediction.
In fact, it's not, Jesse.
Well, okay, you can call it a prediction. That's fine. You can use that word. I don't mind. I know what
Jesse,
you mean.
What was your observer height?
It's really not.
The observer height was about
in meters.
58 feet. Oh, in meters. Hold on.
18, I think. 58.
It doesn't matter. I'll give you that. I'll give you all of that.
But it does matter.
Whatever it is, that's what it is. I'm in complete agreement. I'm just looking for a little more than that.
17.6784 meters.
What was the distance?
At the closest, it was like 6.02 miles. I suppose you want that in kilometers.
6.02, 9688. 9688. And how tall, like where your crosshairs are, the top of the ship, how high is that?
I don't know how tall the ship was, but I know at the top of its smokestack shroud was above eye level when it was 6 miles away. So it was a pretty tall ship.
Can we guess at 30 meters? Something like that.
Let's see. I actually calculated that at one point. Well, if I was 58, if I was whatever 17 meters you got there up, and it was 6.02 miles away and 0.0681 degrees above me, then you could calculate it actually.
Okay, I got 0.073 for that, for 30 meters.
Okay,
well, you said measured height 37.75. Yeah, we need to know the height of the ship, right?
That's the feet above observer. This is
the trig.
Yeah, this is a relative. Yeah, I was just looking at the delta, the change from when I started tracking through the rest of its 17-mile journey that I tracked it.
Okay.
So, what world are you saying? that you don't think I actually measured the ship going up and down, or are you thinking it went up and down for some other reason?
I trust that your theodolite was leveled, and all of your measurements and calculations are 100% absolutely correct. And your datum points do indicate a curve in nature. I'm just not seeing the logical leap from you measuring with a theodolite like that in those conditions without all the data. You know, how you make the jump to that's the shape of the Earth, or that's what the Earth or the land is doing underneath the water in the boat.
Well, this is just a data point. It stands to I guess the leap is that if the top of the boat went up and then down as it went across, that the bottom of the boat must have also gone up and down as it went across, and that a logical reason was that maybe the water was curved. It's an idea.
Yeah, I've only just tagged on to what you're actually doing here. This is awesome. You don't even need to know the height of the ship. This is fantastic. So you've just tracked it going in a straight line at varying distances and shown that it's actually gone up and down. That's fantastic.
Right. I got a little AIS receiver off of eBay and like wrote a little Perl script to decode them funny packets it makes. And then I logged it on my laptop with a scanner antenna from my car while I was taking the shots.
Yeah. Yeah. What world? I'm not sure how you're not getting this. You see the boat going up and down, but it's clearly not. When it's closer, it's not as low. When it's further away, it drops more.
What's interesting is it actually, at the end of the journey that I was tracking it on, it actually dropped below eye level. See, there's here. Let's see. What am I looking at?
Why are you surprised that something is going to visually drop over distance?
No. The actual height. See after the angle, column F.
To shrink over distance and perspective. Why would you not think that would happen?
This has already got perspective in it. Column
I
F.
compensated for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The laws of perspective is very simple. You basically take the angle, you put that into the tangent function.
Can I get that citation for that law of perspective, please? Thanks.
Sorry, what?
He wants the formula for the height of something based on the angle.
The elevation angle. All right. Sure.
Can you grab that for me?
Yeah, I'll grab it. Yeah.
Thanks.
1 sec.
Elevation angle. Would that be a baseline?
Yes. Horizontal. Well done.
Right.
Here we go.
How to get a right triangle on a ball.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, you hang a plumb bob. That's part 1. Part 2 is hold a set square against that plumb bob. There you go. You've got a horizontal plane. The end.
And the word for that is normal to a sphere. It's like the equivalent of perpendicular, but its definition is broader, and normal can be straight out of all kinds of surfaces, including curves and spheres and other things too.
And perpendicular.
You've just been listening to Oakley too much.
Tangent to the sphere.
It's weird they ask about the triangle on a ball, assuming the Earth must physically form the bottom of the triangle, while the other two sides have no physical representation in reality.
Right. Yeah. So there is no such thing as a curved adjacent. We agree there. A triangle does not have a curve in it.
That's true, and we're not using a curve as an adjacent.
Okay, there's your reference. What world? Yeah, it's Ruhif posted it
transparent though.
At 0 past the hour.
Yeah, it's transparent though, so you got to meh. But yes, the horizontal line is simply perpendicular to down. That is it. Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth at all. You've got to stop parroting Oakley. Bloody hell.
Well, what do you think of that, Gio? Actually, I got to give credit to Dan the Waterman because he tickled my ears with this idea.
I think it's a brilliant observation. Fantastic.
Is that a picture from that flat datum Google Earth?
What
was that for me? Was that question for me?
Well, yeah, isn't that your observation picture there with your rays and your white line with your cursor that you showed at the beginning, right? Is that off of Google Maps?
Yes, yeah, I imported the ship's GPS track into Google Map or Google Earth actually,
Google
so
Earth,
I could measure all those lines.
Yeah, I see it. It's great.
And if anyone wants the GPS track logs, I got all that. I got pictures of all the LCD readouts because that's how I record the angles. Was just take a picture of it because that way I've got a timestamp and I don't write it down wrong. And I have
This could become one of my favorite observations, by the way, Jesse.
Thanks.
Yeah, it only clicked a minute ago what you'd actually done.
Well, it was Dan's idea. He wanted to do it with the truck and the salt flats.
Yes.
And a time lapse or something, and he may still try that if he can get a camera that has enough resolution.
Yep. He's not going to like this, is he?
I showed it to him. He thanked me. It was decent.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Well, if no one has any more questions about this,
I do.
Oh, okay.
So your eye level here, that's is that the astronomical horizon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just call it horizontal. Save confusion.
Well, I want to make the distinction from just pointing at the Earth's horizon.
Right. Now the theodolite has a built-in water level or liquid level. It's actually like this little sealed quartz, highly precisioned optic quartz box with a bottom that's specifically optically engineered and a little laser that shoots up and hits the bottom and goes in and reflects off the underside surface of the water or the liquid in there, whatever the clear liquid is, and back down and onto a little image sensor. And so the theodolite actually corrects for any, if I don't level it absolutely perfectly, its little built-in liquid level automatically senses that and corrects for it, and that's referenced to perpendicular to plumb.
Yeah, I think that's in mine as well. I've yet to take it apart though.
I think so.
It's got a compensator, yeah.
Yeah, it's a compensator, yeah. I don't recommend taking them apart. They're pretty finicky to get back in correctly.
Yeah. Is there any idea what that's called, so I can actually figure out exactly how it works?
It's the compensator, yeah.
My compensator in my auto level is like a pendulum prism. It's
right.
Not, yeah.
Right, that's different. The compensator in a theodolite or a total station is, like I said, it bounces a laser beam off the bottom, off the surface of a liquid, but from underneath.
The compensator.
I'm Google
More like the overcompensator.
The angle of elevation formula that you posted, yeah, that's great. You got a flat baseline.
Yes.
Show me that how you get that angle of elevation without a flat baseline, where the surface of the Earth is actually curved. Can you get the elevation, or do you have to assume first that it's flat and then mathematically convert it into a sphere?
Number one, we're standing on the side of a hill. All right. Number two, we hang a plumb bob. Number three, we hold up a set square. We've established a horizontal. Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. We're standing on the side of the hill. This is fundamentally simple shit, but you're just parroting Oakley, and it's embarrassing.
Yeah, the instrument has a built-in horizontal reference device.
I understand that. I've used one too. I've got one too.
You've got what?
And how do you not know how it works?
I do know how it works. That's why I was talking about the swivel joint.
What do you have?
It's ironic what you just said, Ruhif. You just said that's embarrassing, but that's actually exactly how Nathan Oakley is, what he says. So you actually just literally parroted him while saying somebody else was parroting him.
Right. Thanks, Jeff.
Here's the question, Jesse.
You even said
he was nicer about it.
You said it with the same tone in your voice too.
Okay.
How does it make the built-in horizontal line?
How does it make what?
How did you guys make a straight line that's built in?
Into what? What straight line?
We took the odd light into like the field of view or what have you, right? There's a straight line for the horizon, right?
No. What you see, so the path of the light coming into the crosshairs,
Exactly.
into the thing, is bent by refraction.
Are you talking about the The crosshairs?
I'm talking about the horizontal crosshair that you guys treat as a horizontal line.
Yes.
You mean like
How
when
do you know
look
it's
through?
horizontal?
Because it's perpendicular to plumb. That's the whole idea of the instrument.
How do you know it's not level?
I think he's talking about the crosshairs.
Yeah, sorry, auto level.
Yeah, so the
Speaking of auto level.
crosshair, the vertical one, you could say is just parallel to plumb. You have no issues there. But how do you have a horizontal? You can't just make it perpendicular, because everything perpendicular in our life, it's actually level, right? And you guys are saying that level is curved. So how did you make a perfectly straight horizontal?
Number one, hang a plumb bob. Number two, hold a set square against it.
The boy loves plumb bobs.
What's a set square?
It has a 90-degree angle on it. You're establishing perpendicular to
So
that
it's
plumb
the
bob.
physical object, right? How did you machine
Right.
it to be absolutely straight?
How do you make a right angle?
How did you machine this perfectly horizontal thing on a level Earth?
You're sea lioning now. Come on, man.
No, it's answer the question.
You're suggesting
How
we
to
can't
make a
make
right
90-degree
angle.
angles at
Fucking,
anything. Right?
Like,
I guess houses don't have 90-degree angles. Roads don't have 90-degree angles.
Houses are
signs
level.
don't have
They're
90-degree
not
angles because we
straight
don't know how to
according
make
to you
90-degree
guys.
angles. Is that what you're suggesting?
Negator, houses are level. Warehouses are level. All these things are leveled out. According to you guys, they're curved. You just don't notice because they're small enough.
Hang on.
This
We're talking
crosshair
about
is level
can
as
we
well.
get 90 degrees
and
to
it's-
something?
You just don't notice that it's curved. Your horizontal is curved. You just don't realize it.
We're talking about can we get 90 degrees to something? Is that your
Of course,
question?
you can get 90 degrees to something.
Okay.
But I'm talking
So we
about
can make a set square,
building
right?
something that's horizontal, right?
Right, we can make a set square, correct?
Like an individual object. Yeah, you could use plumb both sides. You could just like plumb it
Excellent.
out both
Okay,
ways.
so if we look along that set square, that's horizontal. We didn't reference
So
the
that's how
surface.
you guys. That's how they machined them. They held up a set square and then drew the crosshairs,
Jesus.
or what?
No, do we want to get into how order levels work, or how theodolites work?
So you would agree that the angle of elevation formula is correct, that you need a flat, non-curved baseline to get the elevation angle, right? So you can admit that we take it off the horizontal, which is a plane, right?
Right, but the path that the light takes is bent. We just have no way of knowing that, or the instrument has no way of knowing that. So we need to account for it. Right, but if we project out those crosshairs, that is a perfectly flat horizontal level plane or flat plane.
Disagree.
And that's how you get the elevation angle, right?
Yes, that's the reference for an elevation elevation
Okay.
angle
Thank
is
you.
horizontal.
So- You get it.
Okay. So you understand we can get an elevation angle on any surface whatsoever? Any shape of the Earth?
I'm just saying, according to the formula, to get the elevation angle, you have to have a straight, flat baseline.
Right.
That's all.
We agree.
The theodolite has one built in. It's a little, like I
Right, but when
said.
you're trying to get a GP or you're trying to get an actual ground location, then that flat baseline is the Earth, and the point
No,
that
it's
is at
not.
the
No, it's
point is
not.
the point that is at the end of that planar straight line.
Geo,
is
it's not.
the
You can
Earth
stop
point.
talking.
Why are people interrupting me?
Because you're not. You're telling something. You're lying.
I'm going to speak
You're
whenever
lying.
I'd like. Listen, I only speak for about 20 or 30 second time. Doesn't matter if you disagree. It's not valid to just interrupt me. You can
Okay.
whoever wants to respond can respond, but that's not. And it's not fair to do that to anyone else either. So please don't do that.
Carry on.
Anyway,
Johnny.
it's not a straight line
No, let
to
him
the
finish what
GP.
you were saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Gio.
Well, yeah, so now I'm kind of thrown off to what I was saying. Oh, I was saying that the flat baseline is the plane, is the Earth, that straight line. What I was saying is that at the end of that, like in the case of a GP or whatever you might be using in that XYZ axis, that point on the Earth and the distance from you to that point is planar and is actually connected to that whole system and is actually required for the actual Earth to be interrelated with that geometry.
Okay.
And none
Our
of that's
response
true.
is you're incorrect. That's our response.
Why?
Nuh-uh.
Because
No,
it's
I
not
mean-
a straight line. If you think that's a right angle triangle between the observer, the GP, and the star, then I'm going to force you to do the trig on it.
Well, what you guys
But how do
is
you measure
that
the distance, though?
You make kind of like an imaginary plane. You do what you said. Yeah, you take a plumb line, you create a tangent to that. So you create a horizontal. And then once you have that horizontal, you kind of extend it quote unquote out into space, like it's just going off the sphere, which, you know, I get that idea, but you guys need that plane. Now that plane doesn't actually intersect with the sphere. It goes off into space. So then you have to do dip angle corrections. You have to throw a Haversine formula in there, radius. You got to kind of adjust it and mold it and mend it into something different that isn't actually related to the original geometry. But
this is how celestial navigation works.
But it uses the original geometry because it has to, because it needs that XYZ axis and it needs the plane and the horizontal and the vertical.
Okay, I think I'll settle this here. Geo, have you done a worked example of celestial navigation ever? The answer is no.
What?
I have. I know how it works. I know why it only works on a sphere.
Okay. I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't even.
I asked if you've done a worked example of celestial navigation ever in your life, and I know the answer is no.
A worked example.
Yes.
What the hell is
Worked
that?
example.
Yeah, that's an awkward.
That's a brick. There's an Australian. What?
Got like a physical model.
It means doing the math to figure it out. Have you ever done it?
Yeah.
It's like
do
working a
MC Toon's challenge. Like take MC Toon's angles and tell us where he is.
You would need the correct map of Earth for that.
Yeah, I've got it.
No, you have one that was given to you.
Okay, then you use something else. That's fine. Whatever. Do your worked example and tell us where he is.
The map is not the terrain, bud. The map is not the terrain.
I'm aware of that. Thank you.
Again,
these are all
is not
excuses
English.
to not do
It's not North
the worked
American
example.
English, okay? We don't
What?
say worked example. We just say, have you done it?
It's different to have you done it. If I said, have you done celestial navigation? And then you go, oh, did you go out in the ocean and
Have
take
you
sights of the
celestially
sextant?
navigated?
No. I have done a worked example.
Define worked example.
I've been given angles, right, and I have converted them into a position fix. I've
So
done
you
the
celestially
process of
navigated.
celestial navigation. If you asked, have I been on the ocean and held a sextant and measured angles and then done it? No. I've done an example. I've worked through the process of celestial navigation.
So you did the theory.
Sure.
You did a theory.
navigated.
I love
Fine,
doing
you can call
theories.
that.
You theoretically celestial navigated.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Apparently the angles that MC Toon gives are real angles. Like someone actually took them from the ocean. But we can do that whether the Earth's flat or a globe, so that doesn't really matter. I have given my angles.
To get the elevation angle, it's got to be flat, right?
The horizontal baseline is perpendicular to down. It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Please stop parroting Oakley.
Right.
It's sad, honestly.
The theodolite has a built-in liquid in a little liquid capsule, and it uses the level surface of that liquid as its horizontal plane reference, and it measures the angle from that.
It still looks pretty flat, though, right?
It uses a level surface?
Yeah, the surface of the liquid in the compensator cell is level.
Mm-hmm. And is level curved or straight?
It's a
sea lion question.
Play some word games. Can we
That's
play
what
some
I
word
thought.
games?
That's what I thought.
Well, it only measures it. It only measures the angle of that level reference in the center of it, and it only measures one angle, so it only gets one angle from the center of it. So whether or not
Is that the
curves,
elevation angle? Is that the elevation angle?
no, that's the level angle.
It's level angle.
That's-
Gives them
that's-
the tangent.
it's
to
the level.
That's the zero. That's the zero flat baseline, the datum, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you going to embarrass yourself again, what world?
Ruth, I don't know if you should be talking about embarrassing.
I don't know how to. We're going to get past this point if they refuse to acknowledge that you do not need the Earth to be one of the sides of the triangle. Which again, as I said earlier, is weird because you don't need a physical object to be any of the other sides of the triangle. Why does one side of the triangle need to be physical?
But fundamentally, that's how we're making the observation, making the measurement to
No,
then calculate it into
because
something
fundamentally that's not
taking
true.
it at fundamental basics, like first principles.
no,
yeah,
this
you
is
got
not
to
true.
convert it into a sphere.
You're literally
You guys
you're
gonna give
making
me a
up
shout out?
This is not true. It's never been true. It'll never be true.
It's
Shout out,
circular
buddy.
logic still, because this liquid that's inside is level, right? and then it goes back to the argument: is level straight or curved? Because if it's straight,
Does
then
it
you guys
matter
are, yes,
for like a
using,
1 centimeter thing?
Hold up. If it's straight, then you're yes using planar geometry. You're basically using a straight, like a horizontal flat thing, you know, that you would only have on a flat Earth to make your horizontal. So
Okay, Jesse, how big is this? How big is this little bit of water, liquid?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
The question is whether level is curved or straight. If it's straight,
Right.
then you're
How big is
basing
this?
your horizontal on a flat, like, you know, a flat thing on a flat Earth. You wouldn't have a flat level otherwise.
You want to take in fucking 4 microns of fucking curvature into account on that level liquid?
We're just speaking theoretically, Ruhiv. It's a worked example.
Yeah.
Because it just takes perpendicular to the center of that, or you could rather more accurately say it takes normal to the center of that liquid surface, and it produces plumb out of that, and it's actually the plumb that it is referencing to.
Yeah, I know. But the point is, the level there is what, you know, it's what dictates the argument. So if that level is curved,
I'm curious,
then
how do you establish level on a curved Earth? I'm sorry, a curved chunk of Earth, like a hill? Like you're standing on the side of a hill. Is it impossible to establish level? Or do you use the side of that hill as your level? Is that the argument?
Well, you level off the side of that hill and put your tripod on it and level your theodolite. So yeah,
Okay.
you make a level and the
But-
hillside.
Okay, so you said, but you can't simultaneously argue that the Earth below you is one of the sides of this triangle, but also if the Earth below you doesn't line up to what you want, you have to level it using some other way to level, right? Like I can't use the Earth below me.
Adjustable legs on the tripod. Yeah, you can adjust it to be level. Great. Yeah.
So, but if level is the Earth below you on a hill, doesn't that mean the hill is level?
you wouldn't.
What
are you talking about? You would use a different thing to
or
level
on
it
the
up.
hill.
You'd use like a
Yeah,
water
like a
level.
plumb bob and a set square.
No. If
you are
the hill, okay, but how do you? But isn't the Earth our baseline for what level is?
Well, then you just do a correction
No,
for
it's
elevation.
not. Water is.
Height of the observer. That's the
There's
height
no
of
water.
the observer correction.
You have water level.
It is water.
There's no water.
Fundamentally,
That's
to
how
get
you
the
get your level.
baseline, you got to have a flat surface. You got to have a level
You don't
flat
have to have a
datum.
flat surface.
Well,
How do you
hang-
establish horizontal
What are you
on the
talking
side of
about?
a hill?
What world? To
Yeah,
level out
how
a
do you
hill,
do that?
all you need is a water level.
How do you? No. How do you establish horizontal on the side of a hill? Because you
establish
ahead.
horizontal? See, again, that goes back
No,
to what level is. If
talking to
level
what
is
world?
flat- Okay, well.
If the bottom of our triangle is
bubble
level, and the
with
Earth is also level,
on the
then the
instrument.
side of a hill is the bottom of our triangle, right? Because if you're telling me to establish level and to ignore the Earth beneath my feet, how are you establishing level?
I'm telling you to accept it.
How do you do
You're
it?
the one who seems to be denying it. You're the one who seems to be saying the opposite. Like I'm saying, according to the angle of elevation, you got to have a flat datum.
How do you
You're trying to
establish
take
that?
your data from the flat datum of the angle of elevation, and you're taking your data points and saying that those data points, which are curved, is the shape of the Earth. I don't see the logical leap. It doesn't
How
make
do
any
you
sense.
establish a
You
horizontal
establish it by using
when
a
you're
water level,
standing on
and
the
then
side of
level
a
is
hill?
flat.
A water level or a
Water
or a
level,
spirit
yes,
level?
and the level is horizontal.
What world? How do you establish horizontal standing on the side of the hill? Anyone?
Do you or do you not use a
told you,
level
water
to
level,
establish
bro.
horizontal?
Well, either you use a level or you use the Earth below you. A moment ago, you're arguing the Earth below you is your level. Now you're saying something different.
Is not a level in relationship to the Earth?
Oh, could I ask a couple questions?
Go ahead, Ruiv. I'll stop.
Jesse.
So, Mr. Quadruple umpteen percentage,
What's that?
how do you like to be called, actually?
That's fine.
That's awkward, but whatever.
The last part.
Okay, so awkward, fine. Oh, percentage.
Awkward.
So,
He likes Percy.
So are you saying that you think my measurements were somehow lacking in accuracy or reliability, or?
No, I'll give you
Not at
anything.
all. I'm saying you're basically begging the question. by assuming that you're getting a horizontal that is tangent to this level liquid built into your theodolite, when it could just be that the level liquid is flat and you have a horizontal to begin with.
So you don't
How
think
big is this? How big is this bit of liquid, Jesse?
It doesn't
How big is
matter.
it? Yes, it does.
it's no more than an inch across, maybe an
There
inch
you
and
go.
a quarter or something.
How
but
much surface curvature is there going to be in an inch of liquid percentage?
A negligible
treat it
amount,
as
but that's
flat?
not the point.
Can we treat it as flat for all intents and purposes?
Exactly.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
And it would only be flat on a flat Earth.
But it's
How
only
much
measuring.
theoretical curvature is there in an inch? And if it's negligible,
Listen, I'm sick
can
of
we
you and your
treat it
work
as flat?
examples, Ruhiv.
You know,
Okay,
listen.
Let's talk real life.
Listen, it doesn't use the whole surface. It bounces a laser beam right off the center of the surface at one point, and it does that to come up with plumb.
You know, a point is infinitesimally small, right?
Well, with optics, you can get pretty good because they can pre-focus the laser so that when it hits that curve, it acts as if it wasn't curved. And it
Okay,
can
so
still
how
make a good point.
many micrometers or nanometers or picometers? How many? Like, what's the width of this laser?
Oh, I don't know. And it varies from manufacturer to manufacturer, I'm sure. But is that relevant?
It is relevant because the point is, from one end of the laser to the other end of the laser, it has width, right? And you're basically getting a level from the point of the liquid that you're supposedly measuring.
Jesus Christ.
So
Yeah.
are you saying then that these $1,000 whatever angle measuring instruments don't actually work?
That's
like they're
not what I'm
supposed to?
saying at all. They perfectly
Okay, so
work.
we
They
agree
give
that
you a level based off of what you already like a level liquid. They give you the level from that at the center or what have you, and you're basically you end up where you started, with not knowing what level is.
well, I'm measuring to with reference to plumb, right?
Yeah, but only the infinitesimally small point in the center is plumb. You're just getting a level from both sides.
Given that it's
trolling you,
infinitesimally small,
Jesse.
yeah,
I'm not trolling.
Given that it's infinitesimally
on both
small,
sides of
can we
the
treat
laser,
it as
it's
flat?
off plumb.
By how much?
A negligible amount. But that's the point. You don't know
Thank
whether
you.
level is curved
You
or
used
straight.
the word negligible. Thank you.
Okay, so
The end.
percentage and I agree then that whatever the limitations of the flatness of the liquid compensator are, it's insignificant and it does not invalidate my measurements. Is that right?
Not at all. Yeah, it's giving you a horizontal line based off of a flat liquid inside your theodolite.
Happy to
Okay.
treat it as flat percentage.
Based on, not based off.
Maybe the meniscus is like a millimeter higher, a micron higher in the middle. For
It's a
all
meniscus,
intents
it's
and
not
purposes, we can
minuscule.
treat it as flat. Yeah, I misspoke and said millimeter instead of micron. Anyway.
All right. So, What World D, did you have any more questions?
No, just the ones I've already asked.
I don't think he ever established how he would establish level on a hill.
Oh, I don't remember what you
With
asked.
a level.
Did you have an unanswered question? What World?
Yo, what world? That was an
No,
easy.
I didn't have a question. I would
Bruce
use a
Lee, man.
level to establish level on a hill. That was my answer.
How does a
Oh,
level
okay.
work? How does a level work? Say like a spirit level, how does it work?
Do you not know how a level works?
I
Do you
do.
not?
I'm
Do
asking
you
you.
not use a level on the side of a hill to make level on the side of a hill?
I understand how they work. We're asking you
And
how
establish,
you
so
think they
so am I
work.
am I or am I not correct that to establish level on a hillside you need a level?
You do, right? But how does it work?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. That's
But
all I'm saying.
answer his question though.
Yeah, how does a level work? What mechanism does it use to give you level? Or horizontal, whatever. Nothing.
Come on, man. Pick one type of level and explain it.
I'm holding one. Where's my camera? No, I can't take camera.
I wasn't talking to you.
Would you if you had a tripod, would you or would you not use a bubble level? If you didn't have a bubble level, would you not use a shovel and build yourself a pad to put your instrument on that was level, and you'd use a horizontal level for it? Like,
How
what do you
does a
want?
level work?
You not
That's
know?
fair. You don't
well,
really
don't
need
look up-
the.
don't-
I
you don't
know
really
how
need
they
the,
work.
The,
Don't
hold
Google
up,
it.
you don't
Don't
need the
trust me. Just look it
tripod. You
up.
could just literally hold the spirit level and do it like that, or you could hold the water level. You don't need
How
like
does
a
it
tripod or
work?
If
something.
you don't know how level works, I don't know. Just Google
I
it.
know how they work. I'm asking if you know. There's mine. That's it. That's what I'm
Well,
holding right
did you
now.
or did you not just agree that I was correct? That's you would use a level.
Correct,
to
but
level.
why are
Okay.
you correct?
Right.
How does it work?
Ruhif, I think you're being a little pedantic now, because the fact that
coming
he
from you, percentage,
hold
you
up.
can
The,
fucking jam it up
fact
your
that he
ass.
said
I'm not gonna play your. I'm not
the
gonna
fact
play
that he
your
said that
reductionist
you
game.
could build a base
Like, you're a
for the
grown man.
tripod
I'm
to
a grown
hold the
man. I know
spirit
how
level.
I know how a level works. So do you.
Okay,
If
can you
someone who is
explain it?
listening to this or in this conversation, if they don't know what a level is, Google it. Please go.
Yeah, I know how it works. Are you able to explain it? It sounds like you're not.
Well, you seem to like hearing yourself talk, so why don't you explain it?
Yo, what kind of level are you talking
question.
about, World D? What kind of level are you talking about? How does it look?
Did I or did I not say a bubble level
Bubble
or
level.
a
Yeah,
common
bubble level.
a common
How does a
construction
bubble
level, a
level
water
work?
level?
Okay, so how do you know when a bubble level is level?
Cause it's level between the
Come on,
lines.
dude.
There you
Holy
go.
shit.
You happy,
Come on.
Ruhif?
Are you serious?
The bubble goes between the lines. You happy? He knows
Yeah.
how it works.
Does the
but
bubble
why does it
does
go
the bubble
between the
go between the
lines?
lines when it's level or not? Is
Yeah,
that
it
not how
does.
level works?
Why?
He's just
Why
being
does it do
pedantic.
that?
He's trying to like hold your feet to the fire when it's just a cool breeze.
What about something
Why does it
common
do
that
that?
everyone knows what it is, and if you don't,
Yeah,
shouldn't
you seem to
even
have
know
great trouble explaining it, though. Why is it that you're having so much trouble explaining how bubble level works?
Yeah,
didn't. He
saying
just
that it
explained
works
it
is
perfectly
not
fine.
the same as describing how it works. Or are you saying it's magic? It's not magic, right? So why can't you explain how it works?
I think they're asking, why does the bubble move?
Yes. This is not difficult.
It's stupid. I don't know why you guys are going with this.
Why can't you just say it then? Do I have to say it, really?
Yeah, you have to say it.
Okay. It finds the highest point. Right? The bubble is higher than the liquid around it. It uses gravity to establish level.
Insert. You done fucked up.
I'm
It's
sorry?
less dense. It's more buoyant. It's air.
Insert.
Yeah, it's higher than the liquid, right?
Don't say gravity.
Higher. Oh, gravity. Gravity.
Unless you're talking about the effect. Sure, the effect of gravity.
Oh, okay.
The water's heavy.
The bubble is seeking the highest point. I'm embarrassed that I had to explain that to you. Can we continue now?
That's actually not true, though.
What do you mean it's not true?
Because the whole top of it, if it's level, is the highest point. And if
Are
it
you
wasn't
about
for
to
the
embarrass
surface,
yourself?
hold up. If it wasn't for the surface tension of the bubble, then it would be a long straight line of air. It wouldn't be a bubble.
Holy
per se.
shit.
But
What
because of the
shape?
surface tension and how bubbles work in water,
Okay.
that's why we have
Let's-
a bubble in the center.
Hang on, let me get a spirit level. 1 sec. 1 second. All right, that'll do that one.
All right, guys,
No,
I'm gonna
I'm
jet.
machine.
I wanted to talk about ideas, not about common spirit levels and how they work. This is a kind
Hang
of
on,
a thing.
let me chuck
I'll
some
see y'all later. It's a good conversation. Y'all be well and blessed.
Thank you, sir.
So anyway, percentage. I've just posted a photo, which is processing. Come on, fuck. You in the
Yo,
chat
what,
yet?
bro? Good to see you in here, bro.
I'm just trying to post a freaking picture. Hold on. Try this again.
Yeah, I'd
see
rather
already.
talk about ideas rather than Ruhif's level.
There's one at 26 PSR. Isn't that good enough?
I want one of the horizontal ones.
Yo, Ruhif has a very small level, and it's curved. Ew.
Ooh. Did you just say my level's curved as a joke?
It's small. You have a micro level.
Okay. But did you just say that levels are curved as a joke?
Yeah, welcome to Glover.
Okay. Do you know how fucking spirit levels work?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Here we go. It's finally posted. There we go. Now, so that little, the horizontal one in the middle, from the left side of that tube, the little green tube with the spirit stuff in it, from the left side of that tube to the right side of that tube, is that straight or curved?
Hold up. You were just chastising me a second ago for saying level is curved, and then you're saying, do you know how spirit levels work?
Yeah.
Implying that spirit levels are straight, not curved.
No, you said it was curved as a joke. That's what I'm checking.
Yeah, and then you said, do you know how spirit levels work? Right? As implying
levels,
that I was wrong to say that they're curved.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hold up. So you're saying spirit levels are straight?
No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, Jesus. So the photo I just posted, right? The little green tube in the middle, from the left side of that to the right side, is that a straight line or is it curved?
Yo, that photo is really small.
I don't care about the photo. Answer the question, please.
What was the question? Let me zoom in.
So from the little greenish tube, from the left side of that tube, and then the bubble on the right-hand side of the tube, is that a straight line or is it curved?
Okay, which one are you talking about? There's three.
The one I posted at 3:31, 30 minutes.
Are you talking about the
ago.
central, bubble?
Yes.
Or the one on the left, or the one on the right?
The one in the middle at 31 minutes past.
Yeah.
The little green tube in the middle. Right, from the left side of that to the right side, is that curved or is it straight?
That's straight.
Oh my fucking God.
You're talking about the tube itself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the tube is straight.
No.
From the top, it's straight.
So why does the bubble go only to the middle and not to the left of the right?
Because of surface tension.
So there's more surface tension in the middle of the tube than the left or the right?
No, that's just how how bubbles work.
Jesus.
They're circular.
Bubbles always go to the middle of something that's flat? Why? I don't
No, they're
understand.
circular, right?
Hang on. Let me Google fucking spirit level sensitivity for you.
If it was what's it called? If it didn't have so much surface tension, it would go all the way along the top.
So why doesn't it go
Equally.
to the left side? Because the surface tension is equal along it, right?
Yeah, it's equal, so that's why it goes equally in both directions. But if it had less surface tension, the bubble would just basically become like a canal, and it would be equal altitude throughout.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, we're getting you trolling, dude.
We are. Yeah, you have to be trolling.
How do you guys not understand this?
Do you understand what
the surface tension of the bubble is making it spherical, dome-shaped, right? Without that surface tension,
Nobody's
it would just
questioning the
be
shape of the bubble.
a canal that has equal level, like the liquid would be at the same height throughout the tube. If it was
Do you understand that the bubble is trying to find the highest point of that curved tube?
Yes, and the highest point
Why did
would
you
be
say it was
all
straight?
throughout the tube if it didn't have so much surface tension bringing it together.
Why did you
If
say it was
level.
straight? You said it was straight.
Jeez Louise.
You said, I asked you, is that straight or is
Yes,
it curved?
the
You
top
said
of the
it's
tube
straight.
is straight. And because of surface tension,
Jesus.
because of surface tension, it's being brought into the little lines. If you had a bigger
Holy
bubble, you need bigger lines. If it didn't have as much surface
It's
tension,
the line.
you need
So what if I
bigger
drew
lines.
what if I drew the lines on the left side, but it just go to where the lines are on the left side?
What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't go to where the lines are. You make the
okay.
lines according to the amount of air in it and the amount of
They're
surface
literally
tension.
built. They're literally built with a radius in them.
So?
It's why it's trying. The bubble is finding the highest spot.
The highest spot is throughout the entire tube. The
No.
reason it actually goes into the center is because of surface tension bringing it together.
So, percent, do we need
If you
to
had a
edit
less,
the,
if you had a different liquid that didn't have as much of a meniscus, it wouldn't have this. It wouldn't look the same.
percent? Do we need to edit the Wikipedia
we asked you whether
page
you
that
knew how they
claims that
worked,
It's
and
very
you said
slightly
yes.
curved. Is it wrong? The Wikipedia page is wrong. It's like it's globe earth bias that says it's very slightly curved glass vials.
Where's the wiki page?
Repeat. What are you saying, Matt?
The Wikipedia page says that every tubular spirit levels have a very slightly curved glass vials with a constant inner diameter at each viewing point. So do we need to go edit the Wikipedia page?
No, there's
to-
no issue there. The tube is curved, of course.
Right.
It's a freaking cylinder.
That's what we've said.
But at the top
We
of
got
it,
there.
that straight line at the top is straight, right? Inside,
Tube is curved.
inside you would expect Just like, you know, any other tube, any other pipe, if it was mostly filled, it would have all along this, you know, the length of it would be air. But because of the surface tension of water and how little water there is and how big the bubble is, you don't see that.
Like he was in the middle of his trolling. He realized he was wrong. Yeah. He's like, "Oh, I got to talk about
I've been
surface
saying the whole
tension
time.
now."
The top of the thing is straight, and it's just like a canal. You would expect the bubble to go, the water to go all the way through, and then air to go all the way through. If surface tension wasn't an issue, but surface tension is creating the bubble.
Oh, are you trolling?
The alternative to you trolling is that you're fucking retarded, right? Please be
Or you
trolling.
guys just didn't understand what I was saying until now, and now you guys realize it and are, like, you know, refusing to engage in it because you know I'm right and you're wrong.
The surface tension does affect the bubble, but also the curve of the tube affects where the bubble is. So both effects are happening, and the fact that it's slightly curved is how we can tell where the top is of that curve.
No, it's not because the tube is curved. That's not the reason. It's literally because of the amount of water and the size of the bubble. If we were to increase this cylinder, this pipe, and increase the scale to 1,000 times the size, right? Then because of the amount of water, it wouldn't be a simple bubble. You would have water all along the length of it. You understand? It would just be like a pipe.
Yeah, but it would be centered at the middle, right? Because that's the highest point.
It wouldn't be centered at the middle. No, the water would go all the way through.
No,
the air would go all the way through. I mean,
could I speak?
It's just surface tension keeping it there because of the amount of water versus the amount of air, and the fact that, you know, it's such the bubble is, you know, that proportion.
So we're just saying that the surface tension is what keeps the bubble together, right?
Exactly. It's the surface tension and the amount of water is keeping it circular like that. If it wasn't as much of either of those things, or there was more water, I should say, basically if there was the diameter of the cylinder was bigger, then you would expect that it wouldn't be in the center like that. It wouldn't be a bubble. It would just be a straight line of air all the way through.
Yeah, but that was never the point that was in contention, and you realized
I was saying this whole
about
time
5 minutes ago.
Because I asked him why is there a bubble?
It was at this point he realized
he was trying to test the homie
up.
on how it works, and he was trying to say it works like that because it's at the top, the highest point. That's not the case, because if you had a bigger pipe, basically the highest point, the air would be all the way through.
Hey, talking more is not going to bring you back, man.
No, that's literally what I've been saying. It's not about the highest point. It's about the fact that this is the mechanism. This is how bubbles work with surface tension and meniscus.
The question wasn't why does the bubble form. The question was why does the bubble go where it is?
Yeah, he was trying to say
you a direct
that the center of it was the highest
straight
point.
or is it curved? And you said it's straight.
Ruhif, you were trying to say the center of it was the highest point.
And that's what we're still saying.
The highest point is throughout the whole thing. The reason it's in the center is, again, because of surface tension. You're wrong. If you increase the scale 100 times, 1,000 times, whatever, you will see that the air goes throughout the entire length of it. Does that mean that the highest point is now the entire length of it? No, you're wrong, Ruhif.
So what is he wrong about specifically?
He's wrong to say that the bubble is at the center because the center only is the highest point. That's wrong.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And that's
You're wrong.
Wikipedia says that too. So do we need to go fix Wikipedia %?
Wikipedia doesn't say that. It doesn't say the center. That only the center is the highest point.
It says it's a curved piece of glass. That's what it says.
Of course, it's a curved piece of glass. It's a fucking cylinder, man.
No, come on, come on. You gotta be trolling.
You're absolutely wrong. You know you're fucking wrong. And you guys, the fact that you guys aren't getting it, like it's taking you this long to get what I'm saying, it's concerning.
The troll.
Are you guys trying to say that a pipe or cylinder isn't curved in a circle?
What's this news?
Jesus
oh my God!
He's trying to say that the highest point of the pipe is the center.
I understand.
Because every single pipe is curved. Like he's trying to beg the question in a fucking ridiculous way.
No, he's not.
I asked you a very simple, direct question with reference to that photo. From the left-hand side to the right-hand side, is that a straight line or is it curved? And you said straight. Now you're trying to just
Which line? There's so many lines in this thing. What are you talking about?
I made it very clear. The little green tube, right, from the left side of that green tube to the right side, is that straight or curved? And you said straight.
Yes, the top of that tube and the bottom of it, they're straight lines.
You're wrong.
Really? So a cylinder, if you hold a cylinder up, you're gonna say say you machined it to be straight. You're saying the top and the bottom aren't gonna be straight lines?
Right. These things are made curved. This is how they work.
It's not. No, spirit levels don't work because the tube is curved. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
That's literally.
Are you
how
saying
they made-
curve like in an arc, bro?
That's what
Right,
he's trying
yeah,
to say. He's
arc,
trying to say
yes.
that
They're
it's
curved in
level
half.
and it's curved
They
and
would
not
make
straight,
a
and that's why
circle.
it's at centered.
It
Oh,
would
hey,
be a
percentage.
circular pipe.
Yeah.
A circular pipe in a
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
cylinder.
hula
But
hoop.
are you saying that the middle is like higher than the two edges?
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
Yes, exactly.
These guys don't know how spirit levels work, man. They don't think it's.
That's
They
how
don't
they
know
work.
it's due to surface tension of the bubble. Like
Yeah,
fucking
Elbow,
ridiculous.
you don't want to side with this guy, man. I'm telling you right
Yeah.
now.
He's trolling it, Elbow.
I'm not trolling. And you guys know I'm right.
I don't
Jesse,
know.
tell him the
alternative is
truth.
worse.
Jesse knows the truth.
I don't know if he's trying to make flat Earth look stupid or what.
I'm making you guys look stupid. You guys think that literally the bubble's in the center because the tube is curved? What's wrong with you guys?
No, it is.
You can't do the QE thing and speak confidently and think that's going to prop up your position.
Yeah, what's wrong with us is we read
So
Wikipedia.
are
and
the
believe
other tubes curved too? The diagonal one, the one on the left, they're all
Yes.
curved?
Yeah.
So one
Yes.
alternate to being curved is having the inside bulged so that it's a curve on the inside but on all sides. And if you look it up, you can find out that for a lot of the machinist bubble levels where they need to operate the same, even if they're tipped a bit side to side, or rolled, they actually take a piece of straight glass tube and they take a little bent wire that's bent to just the right curve and they put grinding compound in there, like a carbide grit, and they turn the tube in a lathe and they grind the inside of the tube with the curved wire so that the inside of the tube is curved all the way around.
Would it work the same exact way if it were straight?
No.
The inside surface is always bulged or curved so that the bubble seeks the highest point.
Would it work the same way if it were straight?
No.
Nope. The bubble would just go to one end
Really?
or the
So
other.
how come I could literally get a straw and just have a little bit of air in it, and it'll be a bubble in the center if I'm holding it straight? That straw is
What were you
straight.
saying before it would spread the
How
whole...
come it works with the straw and any other pipe, but not with the spirit level?
It doesn't
Didn't you
work
say
with
for the
a
whole
straw, except that it gets stuck because the diameter's too small, maybe.
Exactly.
But if your tube is is big enough and your bubble's small enough, your bubble will not sit in the middle. It'll either drift to one end or to the other end. It won't be usable as a level unless there's either some curve in the tube or there's some inside bulge.
No, that's not true.
Let's say percentage.
If your tube was bigger and your bubble was still small, it would still have surface tension and stay in the center if it's level.
No, not going to stay in the center.
Unless it's so small that it's sticking to the walls of the container.
No. Let's say you have a straw, right? And you tilt it a lot, right? So that the bubble's at the top. And then you gradually tilt it so that it's horizontal, right? The bubble's not going to move. It'll stay at the end.
It depends on the straw and the surface tension and whatever you got plugging it.
Anyway. Keep
Point is,
fighting.
I'm right.
Keep going.
If you guys have a test tube, you could do the same thing. It's the reason why it happens the way it does is because of the surface tension of the bubble.
I did it in a glass tube.
Yeah. Surface tension prefers. Go ahead. Sorry.
I did it in an 18-inch glass tube full of water with a bubble, and you're just wrong, percentage.
18 glass tube?
No, an 18-inch long, half-inch diameter glass tube.
Half an inch might be too big, man.
Too big for what? The surface tension?
Yeah, for it to maintain the surface tension.
No, they make big bubbles.
And why doesn't it work?
It didn't work because the tube was straight.
So how'd the bubble look then?
It looked just like a nice little, it looked like a good old bubble. But the problem is, it would just drift to one end until finally it hit one end, or if I tipped it the other way, even slightly, it would just slowly drift all the way up and hit the other end, because there was no high point for it to get into.
So you weren't precise enough to get right at the center.
No, that's irrelevant. I would get it very, very close to right at the center, right level, but it would just very slowly keep drifting.
Yeah, because it wasn't centered.
No, because the tube is straight.
Keep digging.
No, if you had like a micrometer dial where you could barely touch it, barely change it, you would get it perfectly centered.
Yeah, and I found that if I got it super level, I could stop the bubble from moving, but I could stop it all the way at one end, 3/4 in the middle. I could stop it wherever I wanted, but it was not indicating level at that point. It was just stopped. Wherever it was, that's where it stopped.
All you did was counterbalance the unleveled trajectory that it was going to.
Anyway, how about we stop engaging percentage for a while?
How about you speak for yourself?
So what I did do is
it's a question.
I took a piece of grass since I was out in the field, and I jammed it underneath the middle of the tube, which bent the tube up in the middle, which gave it that slight curve that it needed, and then it all of a sudden started working like a level.
So it can't work unless it's curved. The tube is curved, right?
Right.
So basically, what I'm hearing
Establish
here
that.
is that they manufacture spirit levels to be a little bit inaccurate, just so it's easier to find the level.
In fact, when you actually buy one, it'll tell you how many millimeters of bubble displacement you get per arc second if it's a good quality one, because they actually calculate that and measure, and that's based on the curve or the bulge rate.
So just out of convenience, to make it easy for users, they do this little like a notch thing or what have you, or slightly curve it, just so people don't have a hard time finding the level, just like you did with your glass tube.
Exactly, it would be impossible if it was a perfectly straight tube.
Don't say it's impossible.
It would be inconsistent. The bubble would go to the side, no? If it was flat.
Right, if it was flat, and in a perfectly level position, the bubble could be all the way to the left, all the way to the right, or anywhere, and not moving and just sitting there. And you wouldn't know if it was, you looked at it and the bubble's all the way at the left, you wouldn't know if it was actually tipped to the left or just stuck there and level, right?
I disagree with that.
Mm.
I think whatever forces that are keeping it like that cause it to stick to the edges, you could probably, account for them.
Says the guy who never built one, but I digress.
Did you build a level? Like an actual
Yeah, I did.
one?
Yeah. Let
Yo,
me see if
I had a straw. I had some air in the straw. Don't tell me I never built one.
pictures or it didn't happen.
It's kind of weird.
Well, there's a good lesson.
So
Oh,
is it
it's
really
made.
a
I
water
love this
level?
show.
Is it really a water level or an air level?
That's a good question.
Think about that.
Spirit level.
Yeah.
It's spirit. It's air and
Yeah,
water.
because when God blew the soul into Adam, right?
Yeah.
He blew air into him. He blew his spirit in.
And
So
it
you're
stayed
right,
because
air
of
level,
surface
spirit
tension.
level.
Dan,
That's why
what
we
were
have
you gonna say?
soul tension.
What was the lesson, Dan?
It looks like our logic failed us here. Or flat Earth logic failed.
It's not logic. It's just like learning how equipment works, and I think there's no shame in learning new things about how equipment works.
Yeah, but we've grown accustomed, as flat earthers, we've grown accustomed to making assumptions because we're used to dealing with idiots. So when confronted with, in this case, nothing diabolical, but exactly as described, it makes it a little fucking easier.
But when you make assumptions, you can be led to the wrong, to something that's not true.
We've had to make a lot of assumptions as flat earthers, so I'm sorry to say.
There's just holes then. Those are holes.
Sorry.
What's up?
I dropped a link for you, a picture for you of the level I made.
Yeah, I can't fucking believe they're right on this percentage. But they are.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
They're fucking right.
Jesus.
They're not right, okay? They
right.
they have, like in some or maybe most manufactured spirit levels, they might do it with like a little bulge or whatever it is to make it easy. But the point is, the way it works is because of surface tension of the bubble. If you had less air, I mean more air, or like a bigger diameter of cylinder, it wouldn't work because you wouldn't have a bubble. You need the bubble to have it.
It's both effects. Yeah, it's the surface tension and the fact that it's a little bit higher right there.
So, like for instance, in this image that Jesse put in, there's too much air relative to the water and the diameter of the cylinder, so it doesn't look like a bubble. And that's exactly what I was saying. If you made it even a little bit bigger, then it would be all the way through. So it's not about the highest point. It's just about the surface tension, which keeps it in the center.
You're right. If there were more air, it would be all the way through. If there were less air, it would be smaller bubble. But
Exactly,
it's
and it's not to say that
effects.
the highest point is only the center then. Ruhif was wrong about saying that.
No, it's both effects. You're
Theoretically,
I asked you whether
in
it was straight
actuality,
or
the way that they're
curved, and you said
manufactured,
straight.
sure. If they're actually manufactured to be like that, then sure. But theoretically, air doesn't just go into the center in a spirit level just because it's the highest point. It goes.
Yes, it does.
It goes in the center
Yes,
because
it
of the
does.
the actual surface tension of the bubble.
It goes to the center because that's the highest point, and then it's a small bubble because of the surface tension. So it's both.
No, but like for instance, if you look at the one that Jesse did, this isn't like curved or what have you, and
Yeah, it was. Did you see that grass stuck under the middle? That.
Okay, show us without the grass.
I mean, it looked the same. The bubble just wouldn't stay stable.
Exactly.
How
It
does
looks
the
the
surface
same. So the
tension?
reason you
How
have
does
a bubble
how does the
is-
surface tension pull it towards the center percentage?
Yeah, we
The
went through
surface
that, didn't we?
tension. Oh wow. I'm not. No, you just got here. I'm not gonna do it all over.
It doesn't pull it to the center. The air is what levels. It's the air essentially in the water is what really levels, but it's the tension between the air, the pressure between the air and the water, and the horizontal nature of it will cause it to float in the center.
Oh, anyway,
That's not
this
really an
started like
explanation
40
at all.
minutes ago. We started 40 minutes ago about how to get horizontal from the side of a hill. And what World and Percentage said use a bubble level. We now understand how bubble levels work. Right? It finds the highest point. You
Yeah,
got
which
there?
not necessarily is in the center. It's only in the center if you manufacture the spirit level to be like that.
That's what they're manufactured to do.
Nope.
Correct.
If you take Jesse's and you like very micro, make micro fine adjustments, then
Oh, man.
you could have it level without using anything to keep it to curve it upwards, like a fucking blade of grass.
But that's not true because I would have it level, but the bubble would still be at one end or the other because there was no uphill for it to go to.
That's
It would
not
change
true. You
shape.
just didn't
It would
level it
change
properly.
its shape. It would change its shape under that pressure.
Well, Percentage, I think the onus is on you, Percentage. We've shown real photo to show our side. It's time you get a glass tube and actually demonstrate it to us.
The very pipe or glass tube that you use is horizontal and straight, is it not? Like a level, a level doesn't just show you level at the center. Yeah, it shows you the level at the center, but what you're really measuring is the difference in elevation between 2 points. And if it's horizontal, they're the same height. So you're going from both ends.
First
right?
of all, height doesn't end with an H.
It seems like
And
we're all talking about
secondly-
we know how level works because it's goddamn level.
Right.
Go ahead, Ruf.
Yeah. Height doesn't end in H. And secondly, did you just forget the 40-minute conversation we've had about how spirit levels work?
Yeah, where
He
they
wasn't-
make
he
levels.
wasn't here.
Watch the video.
He was here for most of it, I think.
Trying to inflate the cutting of the curvature of the inside of the straight glass tube that holds the bubble in place is somehow equated to the Earth curving and it being engineered and designed to work on a
Nope.
curve. That's utter
Nothing to do with Earth curve. Nothing to do with Earth curve. We're just establishing a horizontal. All right. The spirit level tells us what vertical is because the bubble is finding the highest point, right? And then we establish right angles to it. That's what a spirit level is.
the level is establishing the horizontal between 2 points, is it not? Or even 3 points.
The bubble is establishing vertical at 1 point, and then we establish 90 degrees to that. That's your actual block spirit level. Your 4B2.
A horizontal, straight, flat instrument and line, right?
Sure. Yep. Yes.
Perpendicular. Okay,
Not
great.
the surface of the Earth. Not the
Great,
surface of the Earth. Correct.
Yep, the surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's what you need. That's your point of reference to even get
No.
the elevation angle.
The
Your
surface of the
you're
Earth
creating a
is
horizontal,
not the
straight,
reference.
flat plane as a reference, right? That's what the horizontal is. A
Surface
straight
of the
flat.
Earth is not the reference for an elevation angle. Horizontal is. Horizontal is
angle.
perpendicular to down.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
that
we
changes.
agree we don't need the
According
surface.
according to the elevation angle, you have to take into consideration the height of the observation above sea level. Do you not?
For a sextant view, yeah, we'll get there in a second. That's because a sextant doesn't establish horizontal. We need
But
to
it's-
correct it to horizontal.
It does, though.
The
Yeah,
sextant does not reference
height of the
horizontal. The marine
the-
sextant does not reference horizontal.
He still hasn't explained how to establish a horizontal. Like, he's just sort of implied it, but hasn't accepted the conclusion that you don't need the Earth to establish a horizontal.
Yeah, he's just been fucking chugging Oakley cum for years and regurgitating it.
Yeah, so you can
What
tell
did,
that
where did Oakley hurt you, bud?
Yeah, that's cute and clever. Like the common use of levels is somehow regurgitation of repugnant bullshit that comes out of your mouth. I think that's just projection.
Right. But we've established how they work now, right? They establish vertical, and then they're built to then establish horizontal perpendicular to that, right? Nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Do we agree on that?
or the horizon, nothing to do with the surface or the horizon.
Well, do they or do they not use a surface to make a bubble level?
They do not.
No, they
Is it
do
not
not.
a horizontal surface? Like they use a horizontal,
don't use a
tube, right? They actually, I actually linked the video. Actually, you should probably just watch the whole 5 minutes, but I think it's up around 3 minutes. 30
whether it's you saying they use the surface to establish horizontal or a 5-minute video that says that it's wrong. They don't use the horizontal.
Well, it's showing you how it's made, dude. Like
Well,
it is what it is.
Okay. So, but you're conflating how it's made with how it's used, aren't you?
No, not at all. If anything, you would be.
Okay. So again,
To
how do
say
you
that
measure?
horizontal that's established is somehow curved. That would be your jump and assumption, right?
So how do you
there's no
establish
chance
horizontal from a hill? Because you can't use the Earth in that
with a level.
example, right?
The earth, the hill is part of the earth. You just level off the spot of the hill with a level, and you establish another level.
With a level, okay. With a
So
bubble
you-
level?
Yeah, depending on absolutely with a bubble
All right,
level.
so the bubble level establishes a vertical because that's at the highest point of the bubble. And then we
Yeah.
have a device that is set 90 degrees to that. Excellent. So we've established a horizontal plane without reference to the surface, right?
But we had to level the surface to, or
Well,
level the
no, we
instrument
didn't.
to get the level. Yeah, we did,
We're-
right?
We're
Because that's
on,
when you
we're
know
on
it's
the
level.
side of a
because level's
hill.
level.
We're on the side of a hill, right? The ground is clearly not flat or level or whatever you want to call it. We use a bubble level. We established perpendicular to vertical to establish horizontal. Okay, so we didn't use the surface.
But we had to make the instrument level, right, with the surface to establish a level.
No, not with the surface. Where did we use the surface? We didn't use the surface. We used a bubble
Is your
level.
is your instrument not on the surface of the earth? Are
No,
you not
I'm holding it in
leveling
my
the bubble?
hand. I'm holding it in my hand.
Do you think that's the most accurate way to do it?
Probably
Or would you not want to use a tripod with a level and level it and establish a
shit, dude.
horizontal because it's level?
Well,
His hand
if
is
you use a tripod, why is it any different than you holding it? It's like, come on, man. You got think through
tripod's
your
more
arguments
stable
before
over
just
long-
spit them out. okay?
Tripod's more stable over time, but anyways,
Would it, or
hand's
would
fine.
it not be more stable? Would it not be more precise and accurate measurement than holding it? Why would you
Sure.
not use a tripod?
Let's
Because
use a
it's-
tripod.
Yeah.
Still not the surface of the Earth. We still don't need a flat Earth to do this. We don't need any shape of the Earth to do this.
What's the
Do
argument?
calculation.
Fuck. Yeah. What was the
Do the
argument like an hour
calculation.
ago?
What's the problem?
You have a baseline. I don't know what the problem is. Like he's denying how levels work in reality.
This is not true. This is exceptionally dishonest.
Holy
Well, there is one thing about the level that it does have narrow ends and it does have a bulge in the middle, and it's basically forcing the line. So it's a pressure differential being squeezed and forced to the center line.
I don't care if you call it a pressure differential, but you said it was curved, and that's enough for me.
Well, it is curved because it's the way that you can get the bubble to be forced to the center, and then you can have some leeway left and right to get it accurate.
Yep, there we go.
What
Thanks,
he's,
fellas.
what he's arguing is you need a flat Earth below you to establish a level, as opposed to using the instrument to establish a level that doesn't care about the shape of the Earth below you.
I wonder if anyone's used a level at higher altitudes to see if there's any difference.
Are you proposing there'd be a difference?
Yeah, like I wonder if they've used. Yeah, you couldn't really do it on the ISS because it's apparently constantly, continuously falling. But I wonder. Yeah, There's no way you could really test.
They did take on the Chinese space station. They did some buoyancy tests as well. That was pretty cool. Like having the ping pong ball in the cup of water. But what was our point like an hour ago before we had to establish an elevation angle?
It's long forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other
Could've
way
been,
to show that we don't need the horizon or the surface is to imagine you're trying to find the level and it's like perfectly foggy all 360 degrees around you at the horizon, and you can't see the horizon. So that shows you don't even need the horizon to figure out level.
Or shoot, if you're just trying to level a desk.
Yes.
Because you're in a house and you can't
Yeah,
see
that's
the
a good
earth below the house. You can't see the horizon. You can't see the sun.
And you're on carpet, so you can't use the ground. 'cause
Painting.
it's all bumpy.
Same, but
Yeah,
you still
putting a
have to have.
painting on the wall.
You could do it with a square tube in the level, but the ends would have to be tapered so that it would force the bubble to the middle.
Yeah, that was the 40-minute conversation we had, Carlos, about whether the tubes are curved or whether they're straight. Literally 40
It
minutes.
would work on a straight tube too if you had, you know.
Yeah, it's a
It
straight
would
tube.
not, though,
curved
because
glass on the
it wouldn't
inside.
be consistent.
Yeah, but what World just said, it's a curved tube but it's straight.
No, it's a straight tube with the glass manufactured and engineered with a curve inside.
If you want to say the curves on the inside, that's fine with me.
Yeah, and I'm saying
It's
it would
right
work
there in the
if it
video,
was
bro.
straight. Yeah, I'm not
There's no argument
denying
about
that that's the way they manufacture them. You know, large
You
scale
did before.
manufactured. Well, no, you asked me if it looked straight, and I said it looked straight.
No, I said,
Yeah.
is it straight? Is it straight or is it curved?
The tube is
I don't
straight.
know,
The
that
inside
was a small
glass
image.
is
But in any
curved.
case, I'm not denying that that's the way they manufacture them. I'm saying you don't require it. You can balance it in such a way where, due to the surface tension, that bubble is going to be at the center if it's level, without
Yeah,
having
At the end
without having the curved
of
glass inside.
Day though, at the end of the day though,
Yeah, roboting, Carlos.
the bubble being in the middle is reference to the straight line of the level itself. So it's basically. Am I still roboting? Is it
No,
all right
you're
now?
good now.
You're okay.
Hello. How's that?
Yeah, yep.
Any
You're
better?
good.
Still fucking roboting?
No, but you might be
You're
like.
okay. Go.
Okay, so
All that time
So-
wasted. Now he's roboting again.
yeah. How about that? That's
You're
better.
good now. You're good.
So I just changed to my data. So basically, that bubble being in the middle is still reference to a straight line, which is the level itself, isn't it? A straight fucking line.
No, they'll claim that the level itself is curved, but it's only a foot long
Yeah.
or what have you, so it doesn't really matter. It's negligible according to them. Am I wrong, Rufus?
What's negligible?
The curved like length of the level itself.
No, they're built with a specific radius, and that gives them their sensitivity. There's a calculation to give
No, I'm
you
not
the
talking about the
sensitivity
tube.
based
I'm
on
talking
radius.
about the actual entire, tool. It has a housing, right? That housing is going to be level, right?
Straight. It'll be straight.
It's going to be straight. It's perfectly
Yes.
straight?
The housing should be, yeah.
Okay, there you go, man. You're absolutely right. They reference it to a straight line.
You tried so
So
hard.
transparent, fuck.
No, that's what Marley's saying.
No. Carlos has said plenty of times that the actual spirit level is curved, and that finds the highest point.
No, he's saying that you reference it to the rest of the spirit level, like the housing.
Yeah, the housing is straight.
Exactly.
All right, that's not what you said, though.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thanks. All right. Anyway, let's move on.
It's also the widest. It's also the widest point as well, not just the highest point.
Carlos,
Maybe.
do you agree with me that if it were straight and there wasn't like no kind of curved glass whatsoever. It was just like, imagine a pipe, you know, that if you had, but like this small, and you had the bubble this size relative to the amount of water, that if you leveled it precisely enough, that you would get it in the center.
No, sorry.
Why not?
It wouldn't work like that because unless you had some type of liquid in there that was like the ultimate non-viscous liquid, then you could do that. But to be able to have the reaction of that bubble really fast, at which you need when you're using a level, you need it to react as fast as possible. So the liquid needs to be viscous.
Yeah, I'm not saying have a non-viscous. You have a viscous liquid, and you have the bubble. All I'm saying is that it doesn't need to be like you know, it doesn't have to have this highest point stuff. That if it's due to the nature of it being a bubble, that if it's level, it will center out. Because if there wasn't a bubble, then it would just be like, you know, the bubble would extend and get longer and longer, up to the point where, you know, it would just be a canal all the way through, like this little, like this line of air all the way through. But due to the viscous nature of it and the fact that it's a bubble, it's going to be brought together towards the center.
I think it would work the way that you're saying it would work, but you'd have to, for example, you use the drinking straw, a transparent one, and you had the same amount of air to create that same amount of bubble in a normal builder's level. It would work. You have to tilt it extremely slowly to get that bubble to go into the middle, and it would work, but you'd have to do it so slowly.
That's what I'm saying. They're saying it wouldn't work.
No, it would work, but it will get trapped if you did it fast.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know about that, but yeah. So there you go. The eyes have it.
Can I ask a silly question of you know, like Jesse was running and doing some stuff, and someone saying, "Oh, you owe it to, you know, thank Dan," and it's like he shares everything with me, and he's doing a lot of work. But let's just say we drew a conclusion. No, I was finishing a candy. Let's just say that
Yeah, what the heck?
it proves something. Let's say that there was proof of a globe. What are you people going to do with yourselves?
Not sure why this is like relevant.
Because you already think it's a globe. So
Yeah.
you're only proving it to us? You already know? You care that much about us? Is that possible?
Fuck, man, if you could prove that it was a globe to me, I would be rejoicing. I would be at the pub. I would be buying drinks for everybody.
Yeah, I'd be done with Flat Earth in a minute.
I'm just doing this so I get a free drink from Carlos.
I don't think you're actually a flat earther, Dan.
Yeah, I don't think so either. You're just trolling.
I can vouch for him. I've met him in person. He does believe the Earth is flat. He might use different language.
That's not what he means. That's not.
I'm pretty sure that's what he meant.
Well, I don't think you're a glober, Nag.
Dun dun dun.
I'm actually I'm a flat Earth plant.
He's a troll glober.
Listen, every plant on Earth is a flat Earth plant.
Yeah, there is a lot of troll glovers, like people who pretend to be glovers, but they're actually flat earthers. More than you imagine.
I fought pretty hard to be a flat earther, and I'd love to jump ship, but it's not in my best.
But deep down inside, are you really? There's more of a community. Thanks for you.
Dan, I feel like you're pretty close to being back on the globe side if you just look at stuff a little bit more.
Yeah, I doubt that though. Doubt that because you guys are like mired in blind faith, And I mean,
Oh yeah, no, don't use blind faith. Just look
That's
at the evidence.
kind of a projection, though.
Yeah, how much do you think about, like, Matthew, when you say something like that, like if it's a feeling you have, like, do you consider that's coming from within yourself? Like are you calling that an accurate sort of read on Dan, or could it be actually a projection of yourself?
No, it's my opinion based on talking with Dan in person several times and meeting him and talking to him on Discord and other contexts.
So you think Dan is sitting here like thinking the Earth might be a globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that he is smart enough and he may eventually come to the light and see that the evidence leads clearly to the globe side. I don't think he's there yet, but once he's inquisitive and he learns things quickly, and I think that given those two facts, that it won't be long before he's back on the globe side.
You do sound like Darth Vader trying to get
Back to the dark side. I was just thinking.
Matthew, yeah, but you admit that there is no proof for the globe.
Right, it's evidence. You weigh evidence and see which makes most sense.
Which you admit is weak evidence as well.
No, I think it's pretty strong evidence.
You've admitted to me many a time that your evidence is weak.
Oh, there is some weak evidence and there is some
Flimsy.
strong evidence, and so the existence of weak evidence doesn't negate the existence of strong evidence.
Do I have proof of the flat Earth?
No.
No, someone asking me.
I think proof belongs in the realms of mathematics and logic. I would say we should stick to terms like evidence and best explanation and those type of things.
What has that got to do with me saying there's no evidence for the fucking globe?
Oh no, I was just saying that I don't like
Not you.
in this context.
Level Earth acolyte number 2.
He's not in chat.
I've come to.
Oh yeah, he is. Never mind.
That's rolling the boulder, rolling my boulders.
My bad.
I've come to the realization that you hardcore ballers are dear friends of ours, and surprisingly enough, recognize we're in the same boat. And what Matthew's noticed is that I appreciate the other opinion, because I found myself defending bullshit with the potatoes and then being ignorant, as flat earthers are as well, being biased. I mean, there's a lot of things, but mostly sitting in an echo chamber. Flat earthers do echo chamber out a lot.
Yep.
So by coming around, even though I get thrashed on, I get to learn. So I learned about bubble levels today. I'm excited. But I mean, I learned something. I thought they were straighter than shit.
I think I found one that's straight.
The little ones definitely are.
That's straw.
Yeah.
There's ones you could flip around. It is for ease. And in a short distance, if you can flip it back and forth, you can figure out that middle part. If the bubble was too big, it would compress, and you'd know if there was force on one end or another. And the globers don't even, I mean, they're still denying the word level. So it's crazy. You know, it's not a high point proof. It's not. It's level. There's no high point involved with level.
Yeah, its pressure is equally pressing upon the water to equalize with horizontal.
That's not what happens, though.
Well, you live up to your name. You negated something. We didn't really offer any additional information.
Good job.
But you do have to recognize. You do have to recognize that in the spirit level, the shape is forcing that bubble towards the middle to have an equal pressure on either side.
Okay, Carlos, look at the images I just posted.
Yeah, I guess if you put it like that, that's the correct way to phrase it.
I've got a level here like that too. I've got one here like that as well, and I was sure that there's no curve in the glass. But if you just check when you tilt the level slightly off center, sort of with the one of the lines left or right, in the middle of the bubble, you'll see that it's sort of the bubble gets more elongated. It is deceiving. It does look like there's no shape on the inside, but you'll see that if you broke that open, you'd see that it is curved.
Try
in
it
that last
upside
image,
down.
In that last image, they kind of like show you the insides of it, and it doesn't look like it's, you know, fat or anything in the center.
Doesn't need to be a lot in the center differential though. Like it could be barely
Maybe a little bit.
visible,
Who knows?
and you get the same effect.
Yeah,
Try it
agreed.
upside down and see if it still works, or see if the bubble just magnet sticks to one end or the other. That would tell you if the tube is actually curved.
Wait, are you saying spirit levels don't work upside down?
The ones with a curved tube wouldn't. The ones with the ground out bulge in all directions inside would work upside down.
All right.
Would they? Well, I guess if it's all directions, yeah, that's true. If they ground out the interior on the top and the bottom of it.
Which is what they do, because they spin the tube in a lathe, and then they have a little curved wire that's curved at the curve needed for so many millimeters per arc second of deflection, and then they just keep grinding it.
But yeah,
like great great grandpa did it.
I mean, just you kind of like that's a linchpin point to say, just flip it upside down and see what happens. Because I imagine that most off-the-shelf bubble levels out there, it's the exterior that's slightly curved as opposed to the interior.
Yeah, the low accuracy ones are just a curved tube, because if they're made to only operate right side up, because it would be a lot of grinding, and it's a lot quicker to make a curved tube than it is to actually grind them out.
That's what she said.
Excuse me for sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're excused.
I farted just now. No, excuse me.
You're excused.
I was a bit busy, but I'm now finding I'm interested in whatever it is we're talking about. This bubble levels and the curve in the bubble level, how it works. Could you just briefly describe that?
Classic.
Did I miss something? I'm sorry.
Is that you, Kosho?
Oh, that is me. I have to promise you. For the biggest laugh I got all day, that wasn't a joke. So.
Good one, man. Man, Coach, that's the funniest fucking.
I'm really confused right now. I'm thinking about just taking a shower. I'm really just curious, man. You guys are laughing.
Oh wow! So your funniest
I
joke
don't know.
wasn't a joke.
I don't know what's going on.
Your funniest joke wasn't a joke. That's a shame. Anyone cared? I don't really know what's going. I know we're talking about basically spirit levels, right? And how a spirit level effectively works, how the bubble rises, I guess, to the highest portion of the tube. So a rudimentary spirit level is one that simply has a curved tube in it. Can only be used one way up. A more advanced one would have this rise in the bent tube inflected on the inside of the glass tube by grinding away at it on both the top and the bottom.
Actually, thank you, man. Appreciate it. It's quite clear now what you guys are talking about.
Hey, Kosho, how's that model coming, man?
I got her pregnant.
I was about to say, like, what did...
No, the model you're supposed to be presenting, demonstrating 2 celestial rotations from the surface of a rotating sphere.
What sort of fucking sex move is that?
Yeah, this you guys continue. It's gonna take me a while, Travis. I'm really apologizing to you. I'm sorry that you're gonna be on the losing end of that, but it's gonna take me a while.
Yeah, well, the longer you take, the more I win, because it can't be done. So just keep waiting.
Oh no, yeah. Well, then, if you win by me not doing it, then it's sorry. Then, yeah, you're winning. I thought you were losing because I wasn't.
No, I'm
ready to get done.
Yeah, I'm winning. I'm the winner. I'm the
Good call,
driver.
Travis.
Yeah,
Pride
what's up?
comes before a fall. Pride comes before a fall.
Unless it's based on someone else not being able to produce any
The
results.
problem is, bro, you can be as prideful as you want because there's no way these motherfuckers are proving the globe.
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving another example of how they can't do it.
You know what's
Could you,
funny?
for the crowd, explain what it is that you two are talking about?
Yeah, it
If
sounds
you-
He
interesting.
doesn't. It's almost not, but it's kind of is. But he was describing. Actually, Travis, you go ahead, man. You go ahead.
Well, the story is that we have two celestial rotations only because the Earth is rotating.
Mm.
So that
That's
means
not that's
that it can be modeled out physically because it's a
Mhm.
physical reality. So it's not going to be acceptable to plot it out in a program or make it on a computer, whatever. No, produce a physical model where you have a rotating sphere with a camera on it on the
Both.
equator.
Yep. North. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
just put a GoPro on a basketball and spin it, and then put the GoPro on the bottom of the basketball, spin it the same way, and then look at the footage.
no, listen very carefully. I'm not
Yeah,
asking.
that's been
I'm
done.
not. Okay, hold on. I'm not asking for a demonstration of the poles.
On the equator, bro.
You got to be on the equator, rotating in one direction, and produce two rotating
Directionalities.
directions.
Yeah, same
Yeah.
thing. You put a GoPro on a basketball, put it on the equator of the basketball, and then spin the basketball, and then turn it around 180 degrees and keep the basketball spinning the same way, and then look at the footage.
Yeah.
It's literally there's a video of that on YouTube. But
There's a lot
all
of
this
videos of that, but he's
all this
confused about something
seems
different.
okay. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to clear up because I do recall the precise issue he has with it, which is like you're right. All these videos exist all over YouTube, and you have two cameras in two directions, or you can have one camera on the equator with two directions spinning. But he's also not convinced that if you were to, he's convinced that if you change the direction the camera is pointed, regardless of the orientation of the spin, like you could be the same spinning object, but if you were to change the orientation of the cameras, you're going to end up with different points of rotation, basically.
I don't know why this is so complicated. I don't even understand that. And this is my own challenge.
Oh, like
Listen.
where the North Star would show up, or the celestial.
No. My God.
That just got really confused for no reason.
You guys say that there are, if you're on the equator and you're just looking east, you're going to get one rotation to your right. You're going to get another rotation to your left, that they diverge. They split away from each other, and you've got a straight line up the middle. You guys say that can only happen because we're on a globe spinning. Okay? So prove it by making a physical model. I'm not asking you to put one camera facing south, another camera facing north. No, one camera facing east or west. Spin it.
I mean, it sounds like an excuse to ignore the models that are created in software for something more complicated. It's essentially just a C line, right?
Reality. It's a physical reality. You don't need a fucking computer to model it. Do it in reality.
No, it's easier to use a computer to model it.
Yeah, you can fucking make a globe in a computer. Doesn't mean the Earth's a globe.
Have you been drinking, Travis?
Nope. I'm lucid as fuck.
You sure?
Yup.
You sound a little lit tonight, but
No, I'm not. I'm just not sleeping. That's the only thing wrong because I'm fucking.
No, you've been weird. You've been weird all day. Come on.
Shut up, Dan.
Well, no, actually, Travis, I gotta take it back, dude. I really was. The only reason it was gonna take me so long.
Sorry, go ahead.
It was gonna take me so long because I have these two identical cameras and I don't have a fucking charging cord for them. So I just put the whole thing off. But I didn't realize that you really were only interested in the one view. It's a very easy thing to display.
Good.
So I can.
Shouldn't take any time at all.
Night, yeah.
Yep. Lay that camera on the equator and just have it looking out toward, I don't know, I guess some lights that you set up in the room in all directions. Spin it, and let's see.
I mean, what's the hypothesis here about what is going to happen?
It's not my fucking claim, dude.
Well, you want us to do it for some reason. I'm asking you, what reason do you want it
We're
done?
asking you to
It's
reproduce
your
what you claim that
claim.
happens.
Okay, so let's say he does it, and it lines up with what we see. Then what?
You really believe
Well,
you'll get
then
two directions?
star on your nose.
Yeah, I guess that's my point. Is like you want this guy to jump through some hoops for you, but you're not
It's not a
willing to,
hoop.
right? Like the front line
There's
here is not going to
no,
change.
there's no fucking hoop, dude. You have a claim that something can happen in a physical reality. Then it should be able to be modeled physically. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, well,
You guys can't prove any of your claims in reality.
I mean,
No, you
it's
said
just
it should be modeled in reality. It should be able to be modeled in reality, and we agree it would be modeled in reality.
huh.
So do it.
What I'm asking you is what happens after he models it, and then it looks like
It
reality.
hasn't happened yet. I don't deal in hypotheticals. Do it, and then I'll
Why
tell
not?
you.
That's how hypotheses work. That's the entire. That's how every scientific paper ever begins. Is this is my hypothesis for what's about to happen?
No,
Travis,
I didn't say.
What's your hypothesis?
I didn't say I don't deal in hypotheses. I'm
Yes,
not projecting.
now we're
Okay,
playing
hold
semantics.
on.
What do you
It's
expect
okay.
to what conclusion do you expect to draw?
I know.
What are you going to change, right? Because you want him to put effort in
Oh,
for
wow.
you, and I'm
Wow,
asking
why are
you,
you triggered, bro?
what are you willing? What does it mean to you? I mean, do you have a reasonable answer?
Are you lagging?
Yeah, I think he is.
Blue screen.
He's shorting out.
You're a robot, Nick.
So
You
what?
could take away his
What if?
vegan
If
roll.
if
Vegan roll? Is that what the problem is?
That a good option to get?
What's that? What's that, Craig?
I said we could take away his vegan role. Is that a good enough option?
If he's wrong. So is that what it is? It's like strip poker. It's like globe poker, where every time someone's wrong, they have to remove a roll, and then they're just a nobody in the server.
Sorry,
Well, I gotta go give myself some rolls real quick. Hang on.
You bring up a good point, though, and it's funny. I don't know if you were here. I don't know if you were here listening earlier, or if you just coincidentally brought that up. But we actually had a whole debate, me and Elijah, and I don't know whoever else, about the nature of science and the prediction of the purpose for prediction, where it comes in. Of course, if you're gonna describe, the hypothesis, you're gonna want to test it. You're gonna need to make predictions, which will be based on your hypothesis and it being correct. So sure, without any of that kind of stuff, it does make this task kind of seem meaningless. Like, what was the point of if you don't like? I don't understand what you're expecting. What you're expecting for it to see when this happens.
Kosho, it always sounds like you're doing like two other things because you can't ever really like just spit out what you're thinking. And like, why is it so hard for you to say shit?
Yeah, I am doing something else, dude. That's not important.
But this is like every time you're on, you stammer and stutter. It's like you can't process thoughts.
It is kind of true.
Well, regardless, you know what? You want to hear something funny, dude? Actually, I'm not even gonna tell you it was funny. Listen, just answer my fucking question, will you?
Yes, Coach.
I don't even think I understood your question. What's your question again?
The same fucking question the Gator had, as I said it.
He said, what if Kosho does do it? What are you going to do then? Is that your question?
That was, what do you expect the outcome to be, and your idea of why it's not working around?
Okay. Look, so this is my prediction that if you create a sphere, I don't give a shit how big it is, whatever. If you want to model it out, and then you put it in a room, you throw shit on the walls that looks like stars, and then you rotate that sphere in any particular direction, you're just going to get linear lines of all of the trails. They're all going to make lines straight across. There's not going to be any divergence at all, no matter where you put that on that camera on the sphere, and if you rotate the sphere where that camera is so that it's on that axis, right? Because that's the model that we're on. Okay. It's just going to make a blur of all the lines. They're not going to diverge away.
Okay. Well, that prediction's basically just one based from someone who's asked this question a lot but never thought of the answer before, because it doesn't make
No,
sense.
I just gave you the fucking answer. Don't put this back on me.
I know you gave me the answer, but I'm saying you haven't thought about it before. You haven't actually given it a thought.
Yes, I have.
Hey, Travis.
Hey, Jesse.
Yeah, B-Ball dropped a video in the chat. He says it might be the experiment that you're talking about. I guess he did it with a big blue rubber ball.
Oh my god, I should get paid if this is going to waste my time.
Wouldn't be a waste then.
Really?
If it's not what it's supposed to be, then yeah, it's going to be a waste of time.
Travis wants a panoramic view of the north and south rotational points at the same time as the thing. Is my talking in the middle of my sentence? What are you beginning yours?
Yeah, it was actually, yeah.
Why don't you speak?
So, okay, so hold on real quick. So, B-Ball, is this just an okay, I've started the video, but I stopped it because if this is just an explanation and not a demonstration, it ain't gonna fly, man. So
Well, it looks like he basically taped a camera to a ball and spun it around on the top and bottom.
yeah, that's not what I'm fucking asking for. Are you guys not paying attention?
That's what I was gonna say.
I know exactly what you're asking for.
That's what I was gonna say originally. That to B-Ball, this is not even what you were requesting.
My God, fucking idiots!
Bro, fuck off, man.
I said I know what you're talking about.
I'm not talking about people who know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like B-Ball who, after I just said, I'm not asking for a demonstration of the polar rotations at all. That's not what I'm asking for.
Literally made it very clear. But Terry, go ahead. You're going to speak, Terry? When I
Oh, you're softer. Where are you? I can't see your name.
That's Crackville.
We spoke at the same time.
Oh, there you are. There you are. I got you at 100. I'm old. I'm deaf. Sorry.
You were going to say something.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I know what Travis wants. He wants a panoramic view from the equator, facing due east or west. Doesn't matter which way you do it. Of the stars rotating in the sky to represent the rotations.
So the camera should be on the equator on its back?
Yep.
Does it need to see the pole, the star poles, or just a good swath of the equatorial sky?
Yeah, there need to be like a panoramic type camera to show at least the two left and right sides of the rotations at the same time.
No. Well, yeah, no. Look, it's not that complicated because your field of view, is going to be enough, right? Like, look, I can go out right now. Orion is in the fucking sky. I can see both rotations where I'm at right now. Okay, it's not complicated.
Can I real quick? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. No, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it doesn't have to be a wide field, wide angle lens, zoom. Just open your camera, make a star trail.
Make a star trail. There you go. So that's an additional parameter, right?
No, it's not. That's what it's been the whole time. It's what it's been the whole time.
He hasn't said it. He hasn't said it explicitly, but that is originally what he was requesting. And I just want to ask real quick, Travis, because like I said, this is very trivial to produce, but I'm not even sure it's required because I think that with given just a little bit of like I said, give it a little bit of thought, and there's no other conclusion that you come to.
No,
it doesn't have to be a spinning ball, Travis. It doesn't have to be a spinning ball. Be anything spinning. And the way in which you're describing, in which you're, as if you were on the equator looking east or west, if you were to have a field of view that was wide enough to be able to see things closer to the poles, and you were to imagine the star trails, just by strict understanding of where those rotations are taking place, the rotations closer to the that are parallel with those poles are going to be smaller circles, and the ones closer to the center where you're looking at are going to be bigger circles. So you're going to have different sized circles. So I just don't understand how there could be any confusion that there's going to be circles and they're going to appear to be going in two different directions.
I'm not the one who's confused, Kosho. You keep telling me if I only put some thought into it, but the reversal is true to you. If you put any thought in this, it wouldn't be difficult. It makes absolutely perfectly clear sense. You guys claim the reason why we have two opposing celestial rotations at the equator is because the Earth is rotating. It can only happen because the Earth is a globe and rotating. That's your claim. Great.
But that's not entirely.
Fucking model it.
Yeah, but that's not that's you've changed the argument because last time we talked that wasn't it, and I made clear that because
no
man. There's two cases that work here, and one is a rotating frame of stars, and one is a rotating body. But in both cases require a three-dimensional object that you're viewing it from. Like you have to be able to be rotating in 3 dimensions. You can't just be a rotating plane.
Okay. Stop talking and start producing.
Okay. So it's funny because you just mentioned 2 points of rotation, and that's actually what the video display is exactly. The Earth is life. Thank you.
Okay.
That's precisely what you said. That's what he gave you. This is why we think you come in here drunk all the time, man, because you communicate
I'm not drunk
such
right
a
now.
poor level with those in the room.
Okay, look. I just asked for clarity on B. Are you talking about B-Ball's video?
You just said you wanted to see 2 points of rotation. That's what his video depicts.
Okay, what do I mean by 2 points of rotation, Negator?
I mean, does sea lion mean to repeat what you said?
If you don't understand, okay, look, if I watch this video, and again, Geo just came in and said, yeah, basically he's just showing you the northern rotation and the southern rotation. That's not what I'm asking for.
So you say 2 points of rotation. Is there a different set of points we should be looking at?
I've already made this clear. I'm not doing this.
Well, the problem, though, is that you said something different earlier. If you don't know how to communicate, that's fine.
I do. Don't fucking start gaslighting me, man. I do know how to communicate. Crack knows what I'm saying. Geo knows what I'm saying. We all know what I'm saying, but you crackheads.
Yeah, we know what you're asking for, but we're trying to figure out how it's practically been able to do it.
That's not my problem. You're the one making the claim that it's a reality.
You're asking for something. It is your problem.
That's like you. That's like me asking you, can you stir my coffee from where you are with your spoon?
You guys are rich.
It's like I go to Arby's. I'm like, hey, I need some lunch, please.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, do you want a chicken sandwich?
Get out of Travis's conundrum.
Like, no, I asked for fucking lunch. And they're like, okay, how about a beef sandwich? Like, no, fucking lunch. I said, okay.
How about
like,
I make a claim? How
Do you want a cookie?
How about I make a claim, and then when I can't produce any evidence for my claim, I blame you?
Oh, that's not what happened either. No, you don't need to lie like that, bro.
Yo, Jesse, Ruhit, and Negator, get wrecked. Get wrecked, son.
Who said that?
That was percentage. Like
this little cardboard piece of shit would work fine.
Yep, it's just a glass tube, baby.
It's good.
Is that what you just made that video here and now? Or?
No, I didn't make it.
I was about to say that.
They were trying to say that it doesn't work. That you would need to have the glass inside, like either the whole tube curved or the glass inside, like curved, and that it won't work if it was just straight. I was saying it would work straight. The reason it's a bubble is because of the surface tension, because it's a because you just have a bubble in there, and that's why it goes to the center. But if it was a bigger thing, and there was more air and more water, if it was just like a pipe, then the air would be all the way through. It would be like a canal. The reason a spirit level works is because they have a bubble only, right? And it doesn't go to the highest point. The highest point is just the top if it's level, all throughout. But they disagreed.
Does that mean that every spirit level will work upside down then as well?
So this video is just a replay of him making
I
it.
thought.
At what point does he, like, he took the bubble, he moved his tube until it was in the center, and then he sort of fixed it in place with the cardboard. What he didn't do was show that individually it can determine level.
It does.
He just moved the bubble around until he got it right in the middle, and then said, "Hey, it works."
He showed at the end when there's two things on one side that the thing change, like the bubble moves. And then
Yes,
when
of
he levels
course
it
the
out
bubble
there, the
moves,
bubble
but he's
moves.
just holding it. He's just moving it around until he gets the bubble in the center. That doesn't mean it works.
The 2-minute mark is clearly moving.
It works perfectly fine.
What do you mean it works? He doesn't show it
I'm not saying it's
working.
the most accurate thing, but you guys were saying you can't do it, and you were wrong.
Well,
Go to the 2-minute mark. He's kind of moving the thing around. The bubble's not moving.
Yep, exactly.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, go to 2-minute mark.
This I would expect this though. This good work.
It is moving. You look at the end when he puts like two things versus one thing, and he makes it. You see the thing moving.
Jesus, percentage.
You got wrecked, man. You were trying to say you have to have
sure.
it.
Yep, I got
You
wrecked.
have to have it.
Got
The
wrecked.
glass curved in the inside and some other bullshit. It's only at the highest point at the center. Some other bullshit. The only reason the bubble's at the center is because of surface tension. Again.
Percent. Hang on.
Watch the video. It doesn't fucking move.
Percent at
So
2
bad.
minutes. At 2 minutes and 30. Hang on. 39 seconds. 2 minutes and 39 seconds. He rests the thing on the ground on a table.
Yeah, it's stuck to the left side.
The bubble is stuck to the left side. Come on,
Yeah,
bro.
I just watched it, stopped it, and go, what's the bubble on the left side?
Come on, dude.
Yeah, why is the bubble stuck on the left side?
Then he moved it.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm not saying it's like it's perfect, like perfectly accurate. Or something like that. But the point is,
wow.
towards the end, he was moving it around, and it was moving.
Okay.
You could use it as a spirit
At
level.
3 minutes
It's not
and
gonna be the
13
most accurate
seconds.
thing. The point is, it works.
He at 3 minutes 13. He rested again, and the bubble is off center again.
Yeah, so maybe they kind of like curve the thing inside.
And then
so
wait, hold on, that's not the best part. Hang on. No. At
Hold
the
up,
end
hold
of
up, listen,
the
bro.
very end of the video, he is tucking pieces of cardboard under each end in order to get the bubble in the middle.
That's called calibration. What are you talking
Maybe
about?
they like laid the inside so that
he
it doesn't
had
get
to
stuck.
tuck. He had to tuck stuff under the edges because it was literally not level to start with. Like that's why. That's how you level a table with pieces of cardboard. Because
All
it
right,
doesn't work.
Listen, Negator, relax. Okay.
You've outdone
maybe,
yourself,
Maybe
percentage.
not like shaving the inside, making it like curved in the inside. Maybe that prevents it from getting stuck. Maybe it's more likely to get stuck if you don't do that. The point is, it still works without doing it.
Where's the working part? Okay, at the end of the video. Okay, at the end of the video, at 3:37, before the video ends, he's still leveling both ends, and he rests it, and the bubble's still off center.
Yeah, look at the I just posted
And right
an image
before
there,
that, he
that's
does
level.
it, and it levels. So I'm not
It
saying it's
doesn't
perfect.
level.
Again, the point is you can do it without having that. The only issue is it gets stuck more when you don't do that. But the point is,
I'm not gonna argue
Rufus
about
was
that
wrong
part.
to say that. Rufus was wrong to say that you require it because you have to have the highest point at the center. No, the highest point
You're
being
right.
throughout
You're
the
right.
thing works.
I should have
It's less
specified
likely
if
get
you want it
stuck
to work.
if you do it that way.
Yeah, I should have specified if you wanted one to work, it needs to be curved.
Hey, this one works for
Sorry.
for some of the things he did towards the end.
What things does he do with it?
Look at what Terry posted, bro. Like, bro, that's
Yeah,
level.
I'd use
while
that to level
tilted.
my shelves, my bookshelf.
Come on.
It's perfect level.
Look
yeah.
at it.
No, it
But
does
that is
move
level,
slowly though. It does move
but
slowly.
it's just at a 45-degree angle. It's level there, but at a 45-degree angle.
It's just level with something
Yeah,
somewhere in the
level.
world.
No, it's not level there. Look at the black things, man.
Okay, like y'all got to get rid of percentage.
And it's,
Making
and
F
it's
you look
slowly
bad.
moving up.
Well, that's a still image that I'm looking at. I'm just saying on the still image.
Watch the video. Towards the end, he does
I
like
did- I
3
watched
different
it.
things.
I
The last
think
one,
you should watch the
definitely
video.
the last one is kind of it got a little stuck. But
Oh,
the
I'm not
two
arguing with the way
maneuvers he
they
does
work.
before that work.
I'm not arguing with the way that I get your point. Ruhif just also agreed. So that ain't at this point. I'm just laughing at the abysmal attempt at the spirit level that this man tried. That was.
But hold on. By your same argument, though, percentage, wouldn't that suggest that like objects free floating in the pool would all like gravitate towards the center?
No. Because objects
Well,
are
I mean, you say it's because
bubbles
of surface.
with surface tension.
Well, maybe if it's surface tension. Okay. I mean, I figure if it's surface tension, then wouldn't it do the same
No,
thing?
it has to do with like how big the tube is, how much water is in there, and you know how much, which is basically dictating how big the bubble is and the surface tension there.
I don't know. I
any
think
pipe,
you're a good.
You could do this with any pipe depending on, you know, the amount of
How
water.
much crack you smoke for it?
Yeah, well, you don't use water for a bubble level anyway.
You could.
Yeah, apparently meant to use more viscous stuff, right?
Yeah, it's like a spirit of some sort.
Yeah, you just
Yeah,
couldn't use water,
babies.
So something thin. Is it
though.
more
Might not
viscous
be
or
as
thinner?
accurate as using like alcohol or spirit or what have you, but look at the video.
My goodness.
I'm glad you're giggling though. I'm glad you're giggling.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go up against me, man. Three of you, and y'all ate it.
That's why it's called spirit level, huh? Because it's actually like fucking rum or something.
Whatever it is in there, some alcohol or something.
No, that's more to do with demons. I don't know why you'd go straight to rum.
Demons. I mean, it makes sense. It's just that you put alcohol in there. Spirit
Why
level.
is the rum gone?
Because
I just want to know how much time percent spent finding this video.
Yeah.
Actually, it literally
made
was
it.
the first thing I
It was
like,
him?
found it
That's
instantly
him.
when looking on YouTube. Before I was looking, like I just searched on the internet and I found those images that I posted before.
You would have been better off
websites.
saying that you made the video.
But then-
I'm
but
telling you,
then-
bro, because that would have been impressive if you made that in that short
I'm not
period of time.
gonna lie, man.
Well,
But
you
yeah,
should've.
then Jesse said that he would like he wanted a video or what have you. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just look on YouTube and easy.
Yeah, I reckon the guy that made that spirit level was. No, I'm not even gonna say.
Yeah, so again, B-Ball's video is not what I'm asking for.
Okay.
Yeah, that's obvious. Like, this video isn't what you described. I agree.
Fuck, it's so stupid. I told you guys it wasn't going to be it, and you're like, just watch all the way to the end.
Yeah, because your second point was the 2 points of rotation.
Yeah, but
No,
Travis, if you were in like a huge room, like maybe like a planetarium, but a room that had stars like all the way around you, and like pretending like you're the globe in the middle of it, you like if you turned, you would get all those stars passing by you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But if you were to stand in the middle of that observatory and have stars on the floor, on the ceiling, everywhere, and then you magically could do 5 fucking backflips in a row, right? While looking out, the stars that you're looking at are not going to rotate in 2 opposite directions. They're all just going to fucking rotate in 1 direction, right? This is what Travis is talking about. So he's asking, as the globe claims that these things orbit, right, in 2 different directions. Well, they're not technically, but based on the position. Like we see when we look at the equator, off to the equator, we look at that line, right, between the 2 poles and the intersection between, we see a differential direction, right?
Yep.
As it appears. So we want to see a camera on its back attached to a ball, whatever, then that ball span looking out at a room covered in lights, stars, whatever.
And then what?
Show us how it produces.
Then show the star trails. Show the star trails from that.
Yeah, but
on a time lapse.
That's not even accurate. You would need to do
I'm not saying anything about accuracy. I'm explaining the idea.
I know, but
because no one seems
I
to
know.
get what you're saying.
Well, you're
I mean,
asking
you can kind of recreate that, like even if you just put stars on your ceiling and you sit in a chair and you look up and then you start rotating, you'll see.
No, No,
don't work.
No, actually, Gio's entirely right.
No, I know
I know,
that's
but
not what that's not what the claim is. I'm not challenging that claim. I agree that that's what you're going to see. Absolutely. That is not what I'm asking the model for.
You guys see now what I was? This is what I was bringing up about the ultimate issue here is that it's he's not convinced that by changing your orientation, because in this example that like we just said, looking straight up in the chair or putting a camera that's facing the wall, like it was facing the east or west of the equator. It doesn't matter which orientation you're using. The poles and the direction of rotation are consistent. But he's not convinced that that's the case. He's not convinced that you can put it on the chair sideways and you get the same direction of rotation as you would.
I'm gonna see. Oh, can I screen share?
No.
Oh no, why not?
Yeah, if you want, I just have to give you the role. Do you want the role?
Yeah.
But just keep in mind, if you have the role, it'll let you share your camera, and if you put your camera on, it might go on the live stream. So just be aware.
I don't have a camera. It's okay. And I'm just gonna screen or share MS Paint.
You're poor. I'm just playing the gator.
I'm not rich, but I don't. Yeah, I don't need any more than MS Paint.
Well, I meant because you don't have a camera.
Oh, I'm just lazy. More like it. So y'all can see it.
No, he had a camera, but he turned it on. It's on his face. And the rest is history.
So if this is the horizon and I'm kind of looking south, we'll make it flat just for you guys. Tell me
to make a horizon that would be curved anyway, so you should make it flat. Go ahead.
Right.
Well, I could go up. I could theoretically go up 60 miles, but not relevant.
Right.
So I'm looking south. I'm looking at the South Pole, and I got there's a center of rotation down there in the middle. What should I see as far as star trails?
Fucking A. I'm not talking about looking south.
Okay, so I'm looking east on a globe Earth. Then, what should I see as far as star trails? Help me draw it.
Okay, you should. Okay, so this is what it would look like. You're going to put a perpendicular line there. Yeah, that's for that's for Orion's belt.
Sure.
Okay. Now just get a circle. Make a big circle for the left to meet at that spot.
Make a big circle to the left.
Yeah, get the circle. Make a big circle that touches that perpendicular.
I like this. Can be like charades or whatever the game is. We have to explain to your partner. So I'm gonna make a big circle.
This more reminds me of that scene in the movie where Thingy sat behind Patrick Swayze and they're holding the pottery together.
All right, there's a big circle to the left.
No, just make it bigger than that so it exceeds the.
This is really
okay.
Like that. Okay.
All right.
No, it's all right.
Now make it for the other side.
Okay.
Thank you, Carnivore.
Exactly. All right, now what?
That's it.
So what do these circles represent?
The two opposing rotations in the sky that you see meeting at that buffer.
Okay, so if I could, so this is if there's 180, if there's 180 degrees between these 2 points in the sky, right? So I'm using a panoramic camera right now. Is that correct?
You don't need to use a panoramic. Just get a fucking regular wide angle.
A regular wide angle. So I needed a what angle lenses do you use?
I just use a P900. I open it up, and if I want more of a view or less of a view, I just set the focus.
Okay. So what's the lens angle of your P900?
Okay, look, just make it 52 millimeter.
Okay, that's not a lens angle though.
Say about 60 degrees.
60 degrees.
Something like that.
But let me look at a cool let's see, P900, Coolpix 900. See if I can find the angle, and I'll replicate that for you in the image.
I don't want it replicated here, manipulated, make it a way that you want it. I want a physical model where you guys can
fucking make one, Travis.
It's not my claim, guys. This is your claim.
You're asking us to put in effort. Right, we're telling you that the easiest way and least effort is a computer model, and you're
I
rejecting
can do
it.
that. I know that can be done. I'm telling you guys. I want you guys to see that your claim that the reason why on the equator you see 1 rotation, 2 rotations is because the Earth is spinning and it's a ball. I want you to see that you can't model that in reality.
You can model it in a
it's
computer.
not
You
reality.
can't be asked to do it in reality. That's way much too effort. Too much effort.
Travis, we're trying to understand what you're getting at here. That's why I kind of wanted to build this.
I just said what my point was. When you try to do this in reality, you will find it cannot be done. Not that it's a lot of hard work, Ruhif. It can't be done because it's not reality.
Number one, you don't have your number one. You can do a panoramic view. The angle of your lens is probably not greater than 180 degrees. I think you can take pictures like that, and you can go to the equator, and you can do exactly that. People have linked panoramic shots.
I don't have
that show
to
exactly. They
Yeah,
show
but
these concentric circles
Negator,
exactly
that's
as
the
you're
point.
asking.
That's the point. We want to see that happen from the perspective of a globe looking out at a sky with the stars not being things that move in the sky, but them moving relative to the movement of the surface of the thing that we're looking at out to the stars is on, right? So we want the movement of the thing under the feet causing that effect. Obviously, we see that effect, okay, when we go to the equator. Problem is we're taking this from the position that, well, the globe don't fucking exist, right? So that effect, we get it. You can say, well, look, here you go. The effect that you're talking about is right here. You're on a globe. We're saying the globe don't exist, so you need to show how that would work without a globe. That's all you're saying.
So hang on. The reason I whipped out MS Paint because I'm trying to understand what you think we should see. Now it seems like you've walked me through what we do see. Is that correct?
Right. So again, what Crack was saying is this: that it's your position that the stars are stationary; they're in their fixed positions, except for the ones that except for the planets. Right, the planets are going through, but everything else is just fixed. And the reason why we see them move is because the Earth is turning. So my prediction is that if you did model this, you would just get linear trails of all of the stars.
So hang on. So that's what I want. Let me erase all this because I want to know what you think we should see if Earth is a globe.
I just told you.
Does anyone want to see what we see on a flat Earth?
Is the image that I've built what you think we should see if Earth is a globe?
No.
Okay, so that's what I want. I want you to walk me through what you think a globe Earth would produce. So let me erase these images, and you can tell me what we should see. All right, so we've started looking east on our pretend globe Earth.
Just make thousands of vertical lines like that all across the screen. Brrr.
Really? So just they're all wrong line. So you think that they will visually to the observer be parallel, and there'll be no change, no perspective effect at all. And so given that there's 2 points of rotation, where do these vertical lines turn into a point? So you tell me when to stop making vertical lines and when to add the North Pole.
Nice one.
You don't need to, is because when I'm just looking at the sky.
So hang on. No, these are the stars going straight over. Where's the North Pole to my left? And let me draw you another line somewhere. We'll make this green line represent east. So green line is east, and blue line is north. And somewhere along that blue line is the North Star, right? Let's put the North Star right here, because this North Star must be somewhere, right? So it's there. So you tell me at what point these straight orange lines begin circling the North Star. Is it there? What about there?
You can do this as long as you want. This is not the point. This is misdirection right now.
Because no, I'm asking you to describe what we should see.
Oh
you told me we should see lots of vertical lines. Okay, I drew your vertical lines. I'm trying to ask you to make that work with a North Star. So at what point
Right.
did that vertical line start curving around the North Star?
This doesn't need to extend as far as the pole. It just has to stay at the equator where you look up and see in your field of view these two celestial rotations. Don't make it any more complicated. The reason why you guys are getting frustrated is because you're making this more complicated than it should be.
Okay. So again, remember that this is an exercise in communication, right? If you don't want me to take this image to the north, to the pole, you should tell me. So what degree?
You did.
You're right. I did. And I did it for a reason, because at some point these straight lines must begin curving around the North Pole, right?
I did tell you it has nothing to do with the North Pole. I don't need to look in that direction. This is not the point of the claim.
So at what if I took a compass out there and I look east, what azimuth north of east and south of east should these straight lines start becoming curved lines?
Travis, use this as a reference that I just posted. Use that as a reference because it shows on the equator there are stars, right? On that one line there without looking anywhere to the left or right, but the stars peeling off, one going to the left, peeling off, one going to the right. Right?
Wait. I'm trying to zip back up the chat. Where'd you post this?
1 minute past the hour, bro. It's just right
So-
above shapes.
1 minute past the hour, so 6:01.
Right at the bottom of the chat, bro.
Minute ago, Travis.
Okay, it's not. Wait, who posted it? Crack?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see it. That's weird. Hold on.
I'll post it again.
Sorry, dude. My bad.
Okay, I see that now.
Right. So that center line, which would be the equator, right, where we see the stars shooting up, they actually go away from one another, right? This is apparently a time lapse that Globus, they post it all the time. Carnival posted it to elucidate his point. But looking up that center line, you see the stars peeling off to the right and peeling off to the left, right? That would be the akin to the camera looking out at the equatorial line. What you're asking for is to show the rotation of the Earth, of a object modeled after the Earth, with lights on a wall or whatever, these fixed things, and then showing the star trails doing that. I just use it as a reference to try and work off as something to explain to them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yo, is that a legit time lapse?
Yeah.
So that
Stars
time
are,
lapse
like, zipping by at the top.
Yeah, because it's a panoramic shot. It's taken a bunch of different images and slapped them together. Right?
And that's the key word, panoramic.
Yeah. So if you want a panoramic shot on this ball, that's fine. But I'm still wondering, So
Negator. Let's just cut out the middle part there, right? So we just get that seam, just that single line on the equator, that seam right there. Cut off the two pole parts completely. Just that middle section, okay? Now focus on that middle section. If we get a ball and we have lights placed in front of the ball on the wall, right? And then on the ceiling in a band, okay? These fixed positions. And then we rotate it backward, okay? Or you could even do it like, again, just trying to think. Lights all over the fucking ceiling, whatever, right? In all directions. So, and then the ball's in the middle of this, in the middle. So this would be like crepuscular lines away from the ball hitting the walls, and there would be the stars. Just that middle section there where we're looking at, just that seam, right? How would you get that same effect in a time lapse if you were to rotate that ball? Would you see these things peeling off left and then right and then making different directions? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's hard to explain, I guess.
No, I mean,
recreate that effect there. Could you recreate that effect there with an object like a ball with a camera attached to it and then rotating it around, looking at the things on the wall? I don't believe what he's saying. And what I'm saying, we don't believe that you're going to see this peeling off effect left to right to two. Like, we just don't think you will see that. We think you're just going to see bands that are parallel to one another in a time lapse. That's that simple.
But I don't think that. By you telling me that we're only focusing on a very small fraction of the horizon, yes, or let me back up. you're implying or acknowledging that they will peel off because you don't want to look anywhere else but right at
No, I'm
5
asking you to
degrees of the
show
equator.
what I'm asking you to show what's happening there again on a ball.
Okay.
We want to
Let me-
see the effect that you say comes from your ball happen on a ball. Not
Let's-
that.
let me put it like this.
You
If
get
you're
what I'm saying?
if you're sitting in your room and you're sitting in a office chair and your eyeballs are 5 feet off the ground in this office chair, and you decided to paint a black strip around the entire length of your room that's 5 feet off the ground, and you spun yourself in this office chair, that black strip would appear straight to you, right? Just like a one straight line, it wouldn't deviate left or right.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand.
But as you look higher towards your ceiling, if you painted other strips, then visually, if you took a photograph, like say you painted a black strip 9 feet off the ground, right? And you took several photos as you spun around, that black strips, if you printed that photo out, put a ruler to it, the black strip at 5 feet would be flat in line with the ruler. The black strip at 9 feet would visually curve, right? We both know that the strip itself is straight, but what you observe would be a curve, right?
Right.
And so that's the same. What I'm demonstrating is identical to what he's asking for.
Wait, hold
except
on, just real
it's you
quick.
in a chair.
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. Crack, when you said right, are you saying right? I understand what you're saying, or you're agreeing? Because I wouldn't have said
No,
right.
I'm saying right. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Like, don't say right because you'd have to show this. Don't tell us what you think would happen and then say, "Am I right? It would happen, right?" Show me.
Okay, but then I've just given you a simple demonstration that Crack was able to imagine in his head and then agree with me.
No. That's why I jumped in for clarification, because he's just saying, "Yeah, I'm following what you're saying." He's not agreeing that that's what would happen.
Crack, is that true?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily agreeing that that's what would happen.
You're welcome. See, I know how to communicate.
So what would happen then?
It's your fucking thought experiment, dude.
You can't
Like, I
follow
could-
me through. Well, I guess I'm
Listen to
curious.
this,
Why can't
I
we
can
have thought?
completely
You're
get the
telling me.
point.
Go ahead.
I completely get the point, right? When someone shows the image, for instance, right? Of where was it? There was a GIF of it, I believe. Someone posted one earlier.
And
where
let me
it shows from the
pause
equator.
two
and
seconds,
it
Crack.
looks down north and south.
It was mine, dude.
Yeah, hang on one second, man. I need to correct myself. In my thought experiment, the sides of your room must be cylindrical for mine to work.
Right.
Right.
That's what
Okay.
That's probably why I wasn't following then.
You're right. I'm sorry. So if I were sitting in the middle of a cylindrical room with a black stripe at eye level and I took photos, the black stripe at eye level would stay straight. But if I do another one up at 9 feet, it would visually curve. Or does that? We should
yeah.
agree on that, right?
Yeah. Because you've made those parameters. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, that makes sense though.
Hey Travis, can you see my screen share? Is that sort of what you're thinking?
Oh, I wish I could look at a fucking screen share. My computer will just break.
Oh man, but I wanted to draw this because I want to know what he thinks should happen. I still haven't gotten an answer though about what it should look like. Like I understand some of them are going to be straight and some of them are straight. And just like the 5 foot tall stripe that I described in my thought experiment.
Jesse, what is that?
It's just the city lights. I was just rotating my phone while taking a picture.
City lights, rotating my phone, taking a picture.
Right, it was just in my hand, but I could have pinned it to my globe and spun my globe, but I was just turning it and holding it, or holding it and turning it. Is that
Is it like
sort
a
of
long exposure shot?
Yeah, kind of long, but you can count the sight. You see the dashed lines. Each one of those is 120th of a second, so you could count how many milliseconds that is.
So you just rotated your camera up outside, like up and down?
Yeah.
Well, that's neat.
That is very cool.
Yeah, that is what would happen when you do that.
Liking the cut of your jib, Jesse.
Yeah, that was sharp. That was good.
That one earned you a gold sticker in the Globe Earth Society.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, I think that pretty accurately demonstrates what's being asked for, right?
Where's the
Well,
center?
that's sort of what I was saying originally, that if you were in like a planetarium and you're in the middle of it and you start spinning in circles, you're going to see the stars all moving like that.
Yeah, I don't understand the contention here aside from him wanting to make somebody do something.
It's not.
That's what he's all about.
Look, man, it's not wanting to make someone do something. It's a claim, and then it's just backing up the claim. That's all.
Okay.
So
It is fair what he's saying. So I mean, okay, so Travis, what would it look like to you? Like, let's say you've got a room that's 40 feet by 40 feet, you know, so large enough to be fairly large size, like a warehouse or whatever, maybe 20-foot tall ceilings. Maybe that's too big, but whatever. Just imagine something like that. Put stars all around it, like I guess in a sphere shape, I suppose, or something. Put them on the walls, but I guess they would have to be in some kind of shape. You'd have to decide that. But if you then hung a ball in the middle of that, put a GoPro camera on it up, let's say like, 23 degrees north or something. So it's like on the Tropic of Cancer, maybe, near Florida or whatever, pop a camera on it and then angle the camera up towards the North Pole of the ball and then spin the ball. And then you would want to see like a perfect clockwise or counterclockwise spin. Is that kind of the idea?
No, I'm not sure why you went back to that. It's not that. It's. So
right, sorry, I've been like multitasking. I maybe wasn't listening. If you're onto something different, I know
that's all right. That's all right.
Is that not what you're still talking about? No?
Because I know exactly, and I know Travis knows exactly what what he's talking about, but it's actually quite hard to put it into words. Like I feel like it's been adequately explained, but I feel there's a genuine disconnect, maybe.
Well, that's why, we want to build an image of in our heads of what he think should happen if Earth is a globe. Because otherwise, it's just making work for people, right? Like, I want you to demonstrate that you can bake a cake. If you made the claim you bake a cake, it doesn't move the argument forward for anybody. It just makes you put a bunch of time in trying to bake a cake and putting it on camera.
I don't look. I'm gonna put it back on myself. If I make a claim and you guys are like, "Well, that's an interesting claim. Can you show me?" I'm like, "I don't have to. What do you do it yourself? You know what my claim is. You do it." Like that would be stupid for me to do that. Like,
are you the request for a physical model, Travis?
What?
It's the request for a physical model, and we're telling you that a digital model is good enough. In fact, better.
As well as giving you multiple examples of physical models that display the same concept.
You haven't shown one of those yet.
Okay, well, we have, but what's the dispute? That's what we're interested in.
Right. Yeah. I'm not having this conversation anymore. This has been explained from the beginning of this conversation, and you just keep going back and asking me, like, what's in dispute?
Nobody else here understands what's in dispute. Geo and Crack?
Nobody, right? So that's a universal negative. So have you taken a poll of everybody here on this voice channel?
I don't understand what you want, Travis.
Does anybody understand?
Well, I kind of I said the last thing I said, but maybe I was earlier in the conversation. I was responding to that, but I thought that was originally what Travis had said. I actually don't think you would get it. I mean, the setup that I did, you actually wouldn't get a perfect clockwise rotation, but it depends on the ratios and the sizes of everything. It would just be blasting off. Like the camera would just be blasting off into one corner of the room. And yes, the stars will spin, but they won't rotate as perfectly around the North Pole like that. You would just be seeing like kind of a wall of stars, depending on what angle the camera is. So if the angle was whatever it would be, you would see rotating stars, but whether it would look like that on a globe, though, the thing is they put the stars so far away. It's like, so it's really only theoretical at that point, whether it would work that way on an actual globe Earth model or whatever.
But Gio, when we look out at the equator, right, at the equatorial celestial conjoinment there, right, that's what it would need to be as two things. There are from the perspective wise anyway. But the point is when you're looking at that, right, Gio, when they show a time lapse of it, what is it that we see from that time lapse?
You mean the diverging star trails?
The star trails, yeah. Are they all going in the same direction? Because, like you said, if you're in an auditorium, you span yourself around, what are you going to see? You're going to see one vector of directionality of those stars moving, correct?
Right. Yeah, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah.
So at the seam on the equator with the camera to the back of a ball looking out at an auditorium, we want to see a effect of one ball spinning at the equator, showing us what you say is what we actually see on the equator when we do a time lapse, which is apparently happening from the perspective of a globe spinning, right? So
Yeah,
that should be able to be remodeled, right?
I said this. Go ahead. Sorry, crack on.
No, I'm done.
As I said this at the very beginning, but of course, as Travis said, every time I speak, I'm stammering and fucking stuttering. So maybe it didn't come across as clearly as anybody else has expressed it. But that if you clearly you just think about it. If you're looking at, as you just said, at the equator, there's the lines at the center, and no matter, it's not about where you're pointing the camera. It's about where the rotation is, the axes of rotation, because that's ultimately what's making those circles. It's not the camera pointing; it's the axes of rotation. So if you were to zoom the camera or pan the camera over to either one of those axes, they would stay consistent no matter where you viewed it from. So if you viewed it from some angle looking at it, or you turn 180 degrees but looked at that same axis of rotation, it's still going to be rotating the same way at the same position. It's never going to be a different position in the direction of that rotation. And where that's happening, those circles are going to be much smaller than the circles at the equator. They have to be, because that's if you look at those points, there's a point that's not rotating. Yeah, exactly. There's points that aren't even making circles, because those are the points of rotation. So there's infinitely small circles, and then there's slightly bigger, up into the middle again. And those are never going to those positions are never going to change based on your camera angle. Those are only changing based on the axis of rotation.
Yeah, I think you missed it too, Kosha.
This is an explanation for what he's missing. This is exactly why a demonstration. I just did a demonstration, and I did a piss poor job compared to what Jesse did. There's no point in sharing it. However, there's a disconnect between why this would be expected to happen, and as I just stated, it's clearly what would be expected to happen. There's only one single rotation, axis of rotation, and there's two poles for that. So there's going to be 2 points of rotation, 180 degrees opposed.
Yeah, I mean, they just inverted the celestial sphere. They added planar geometry, or they used planar geometry and the Euclidean as the base of their whole model, and then they project the celestial sphere as a sphere of the Earth. It is interchangeable. I mean, that's why they've been able to pull this off. There's a certain built-in interchangeability between planes and spheres in terms of the coordinate construct of it. The Earth, I think the Earth actually is a stationary plane surrounded by a celestial sphere, but they've just taken that and inverted it and they've made the Euclidean plane that goes through the equator of a globe Earth, and then made that celestial sphere into a proposed theoretical spherical Earth.
As I stated earlier, this observation is not unique to a spinning globe, because it could also be the case that you're on some three-dimensional object and there's a rotating frame of stars around you, and a stationary object in the middle, which we would be on. And it could also be the case that there's a static background, somewhat static background, and we're rotating, and we get this observation in both cases. But this is not observation we would get in the case of a stationary or rotating plane in anything. This is only possible on a three-dimensional object that has two two 180 degrees opposed rotation, points of rotation.
Nah.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, you would only get one circle if it was a plane.
No. Why?
Why? Why would you get more?
You get anything you want. You could get. I'm not saying that it is just anything you want. What I'm saying is that with just a planar Earth, you could literally put the stars in any pathways above that planar Earth that you want to.
Arbitrarily, yeah, perhaps.
No, they're not arbitrary. I mean, they're clearly a toroidal magnetic field, the way that they move. So it's just a magnetic field.
But even a magnetic field, things that you see still have physical positions, and the problem with the stars is multiple observations simultaneously don't corroborate stars existing over a flat Earth. Like, I mean, that's the location of the Southern Cross can't be simultaneously around half of the flat Earth. It's not possible.
You take that back. You take that back right now. Nah, bro. What the fuck?
No, I was gonna say I agree, because I wouldn't say that there is one of them. There is just one Southern Cross. Because I agree, you couldn't see that on an AE map. That's for sure. You couldn't see.
But Gio, it is possible to verify that there is only one of those.
How have you done that?
I didn't say I have done it. I said it's possible to verify it.
You know, the one way we were thinking about doing it, which, of course, like if outer space is real or whatever, it would be even more so. But because if it's outer space, then yeah, you actually are looking at, or sorry, if it's a globe, you're actually all looking at the same part of outer space. So in theory, if like NASA went up there and not, it doesn't have to be NASA, but just if somebody like launched something up in the sky that was like really bright, or some kind of like a explosion or fireworks, I don't know what it would need, you know, some kind of flare, and somebody's in like Australia or something like that, and then shoots it, and then someone that's, you know, over in South America or Africa, or even all three at the same time, where you could actually see that thing that shot up in the sky. So if there's some yellow flare or whatever it may be, and if it's actually the same, because that's what you guys are claiming, that it's the shared section of sky. I don't think that's what it is. I think you're seeing different like walls of a room, if you want to call it that, one of the four corners. And so it's not the same sky. So if you launch something, that would actually be, if that's even possible, that would be a way to verify that. But unless, so yeah, what do you think of that?
Well, Chronic's in here. He could probably get that.
Yeah, I'm trying to decipher you.
Otherwise, how would you know that it's the same sky? Because otherwise, anytime you go south into one of those quadrants, like the South America, South Africa, Australia, if you go in one of those quadrants, you just see that sky. How do you know it's the same one and not four corners of a room?
Yeah, but I'm sure you also know it's not nighttime all at the same time in those locations, right?
Right. Well, yeah, of course.
Okay. So I'm still, again, I'm trying to get my head around. You want a simultaneous observation from those locations of some flare at night, although it's impossible to be night simultaneously at those locations.
Yeah, maybe like some colored, really heavy colored like contrails, you know, like they put that like blue dye or yellow dye or something so that it could last for like 24 hours or something. So you could, I'm just making ideas. I mean, it's up. No, if you guys want to prove that that's what it is, it'd be up for you to do that. I already know it's not what it is. So
I mean,
you can go far. You can go far enough south in the northern summer, and
yeah, and it will be. Yeah.
And then we always have the map I keep posting when this comes up, and ballers keep saying it's impossible to have the southern star rotations when it actually makes more sense that they're adjacent to each other. One is actually going clockwise as opposed to the other one going counterclockwise, and it works just like thermodynamics, and that actually is what we have above us. And it's not on the bottom and the top of a ball.
Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way in reality.
Well, that's what you think, but I disagree.
Okay. You're from Observer, or I'm sorry, from Australia in the maps that you presented. The north and southern the north and southern points of rotations The northern and
Yeah.
southern points of rotations are 90 degrees apart. That's what's wrong with your model, because in reality, we observe them 180 degrees apart.
Yeah, those continents could be rearranged a little bit, but it's not like the AE map where you have to have like 4 other, star rotations. It just talks about the 2 rotations, just like that Tropic of Capricorn one. It's just like they show us the globe Earth, but there's 2 star rotations, one clockwise and one counterclockwise. They go parallel to each other through the celestial equator, and then they go in their own little circle. If you could get out past Easter Island far enough, you could see them separated from each other, and that would really prove it.
New perspective. I'm talking purely azimuth. You take a compass outside, or you even draw a circle on the ground and use a protractor. In your map, your model, the north and southern celestial poles are about 90 degrees apart from an observer on the eastern side of Australia. From an observer in Australia, we observe them 180 degrees apart.
Make sure you
This is a way it
fully
could
understand that before.
But it doesn't work, and I just explained why it doesn't work.
Oh, you'd have to maybe explain that better then.
Yeah, say it again. Yeah, see if you can
just
reword it.
Speak a little slower, maybe. Yeah.
Let me draw you a picture.
Go really slow.
Yeah, draw a picture.
No, just say it.
Picture might be good. Yeah.
It seemed like you were kind of trying to word it, and it just was a little wordy. Just try to restate it.
Everyone always beats me to it, Josh. I was making a picture, but it's going to turn out better anyways, dude.
Oh, sorry.
No, please.
You look at my screen, new perspective?
Oh, you're presenting? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
You didn't even let Kosher get out like one, diagram. He just previously got beaten by the last one he did, and then you're like, "No, fuck
I'm sorry.
you, Kosher. Fuck
I like
you,
Kosher
Lee."
is smarter than me. I like him.
No, but you conceded where I failed the last time. But
if this is just about the arrangement, hold on real quick. If you're going to present this, if this is just about the arrangement of the continents, those could be altered a little bit to fit whatever it is. Go ahead.
It's not. It's purely so. I drew a little orange angle here. You see it?
Oh, hold on. So Negator, this is the one you're kind of debunking. This layout.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So those 2 orange lines represent line of sight from an observer on the eastern side of Australia.
Yeah, I'm gonna already agree with what you're about to say, because this one's problematic. Right. Let's hear it.
It is one.
This is not my map. I'll bring this up to the guy that made this map, though. I'll bring your complaints up or your criticisms up.
Yes.
And
that's fine. It's strictly.
I won't have a response really.
Sure.
Because it's not my map.
The point is it's strictly one of the 4 of the types of maps that you spam. Well, okay, that might be a little rude. That you post quite often. So it's just one of the 4 that you post. Yes.
Yeah. This is one of them.
Whether or not you created it, it's just
let's talk about why it is
the conversation. Yeah.
Well, I like it shows kind of the 2 toroidal star rotation pattern, which is such a universal pattern in nature. So the fact that we see that, it does show that in a cool way.
It is what we see. Yeah. You see one counterclockwise and one clockwise. This way, you don't have to be upside down in a ball to experience it.
We'll let Negator continue the debunk. Go
ahead. And I actually like this one for the idea of trying to lay out the continent so that you could have like one southern pole, so it's kind of like cool as a thought, but yeah, it seems impossible. Like probably what he's going to say in terms of.
Yeah, I'd like to know specifically why.
All right, so in reality, right. The observer that's at the, let me draw a little circle here. This is my observer, the center of the blue circle there on the right. In reality, that observer sees the northern and southern center points of rotation along the red axis, the red line that's up and down. They're 180 degrees apart.
Go ahead.
Okay. My observer is at the center of the blue circle on the right. Do you see the blue circle?
Yep.
Okay. The orange straight lines from that blue circle represent his line of sight to where the northern point of star rotation is and the southern point of star rotation.
Sigma Arcanus.
Sure. Yep. Or whatever's nearby. My issue with this is that if he were to either use a compass to verify or draw a circle on the ground to verify angles, the angular difference between those 2 points in my image is less than 90 degrees. In reality, when he looks north and south, those 2 points are separated by 180 degrees, represented by the red line. So reality is the red line, your map is the orange line. Hence,
so the continents would have to be rearranged for it to work.
It doesn't have anything to do with the continents. Well, okay.
Well, you're putting
line-
your point. The
your red
point is
line
on
should be-
Australia.
Your red line should be at an angle. You should put it like towards south and north of Australia. But yeah, I think can't this just be summed up in that thing that, or the South Pole thing on that map is not south from all those three continents? Doesn't that just sum it up? Meaning that like
It's only half.
Yeah, the actual south position would like those
It would be
are
wider,
all-
yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but at the end of the day,
But as a concept, this works.
If you
no,
make a line
as a
south of
concept,
Australia-
this doesn't work.
Or
I was
you have to
gonna
have
say
your
that-
ball. It's not a ball, bro. It has to work somehow. Okay,
No,
we're not on a ball. Sorry,
Okay,
dude. I was going
What
to
I would say, Nick,
all right?
hold on, just real
It has
quick.
to work
What I would
somehow.
say,
No.
you know how you have the orange line kind of connecting the two, the
Mhm.
kind of L shape.
Yeah, yeah.
What I would say is that if you extended that out and made it a straight line, so the North Pole's like north of Australia, south, that is what we actually see. So that's why it doesn't work, because Australia is pointing off to the right, and the pole thing is in the center.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
you just have to
what you're
rearrange the continents. It works.
no. If I
It has to be ball.
the northern and southern poles are always 180 degrees apart for every observer on Earth, everywhere, all the time, simultaneously. You cannot
Right.
rearrange. You cannot rearrange the continents on this map to make that work for every single observer, everywhere, all the time. Now, if I took an observer that's say, that's not a straight line. There we go, right there. Any observer along that red line in your map, yes, will see the two poles exactly where they should be. But again, that doesn't meet the criteria of every single other observer on Earth.
But what if everyone has their own? Let me know if I get this right. Everyone has their own
personal.
So yeah, there you go. Personal
Personal
celestial. What is toroidal dome that
there's no
is
objective.
hovering with them everywhere they go? What if?
There you go.
What if?
Yep.
I mean, what if
Exactly? That's true. Actually, that's
unfalsifiable?
So,
I'll
yeah,
take
you
my
just
W.
created it.
I'll take my W. Unfalsifiable.
Unfalsifiable. That's right. It's magic. It makes everything appear for everybody differently in wildly insane ways, and that's why we see it the way it is.
Yeah.
But negator, that's exactly so when you started making your point, I was like, okay, good, negator's making the point. I was going to make a general form of that point. And then you went ahead and you said the whole general form of the same point, which is what I was going to say. It's just exactly right. That generally, no matter where you are, north and south are always 180 degrees opposed to each other. And so this description that's being drawn here, it would never work with no matter where you put the land masses at all. There's two opposing poles always 180 degrees apart from each other. That's actually an indication that you're on a three-dimensional shape.
Still warming up.
Yeah. Every time you move the continent, somebody else stops.
Somebody else gets
seeing
dizzy.
what they should see.
They
Yeah,
get
somebody
dizzy.
else gets dizzy. Yeah. Does that make sense? New perspective.
Yeah, this totally works. I think you just have to, figure out how to make sure that the continents are in the right spot and the poles are for each individual person appearing, whatever, relative to
just nod
their
your head,
position.
Negator.
Hang on,
Just
hang
nod
on.
your
Let me
That's
do
definitely-
this. No.
that's not
I'm
a ball. Definitely not
I'm
a ball. I don't know. We have to work it out somehow.
No,
Not
I'm
an
gonna.
AE map, in my opinion, either.
Okay, can I help you? I'm gonna fix the problem right
You
now.
don't need to help me. You don't need to.
No.
fix anything.
I'm gonna
I know
move.
it's
I'm
not a
gonna
ball.
hang on.
I
I'm gonna
already
move
know
the
it's not a
continent.
ball.
New perspective. Can I just talk, man? I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna fix it.
You
So
want to help
everybody.
me, right? You want to help me. Just
I'm
sounds
gonna.
very
We can just
patronizing.
we can just have the discussion. I mean, I don't think Dave is like saying that he thinks this is the exact layout, unless I'm
Exactly.
But it's cool. I mean, it's
Okay.
The concept that works.
All right. Well, let me finish my sentence. I'm going to take the layout and I'm going to make it work. Okay, so that every
Okay.
observer looks north and south simultaneously. Okay.
You're gonna
So
put them all on
there's-
top of each other.
Yeah, there's South America. That's Africa. Wait, we're not done yet though. There.
that's a mess.
Asia. Wait. Now we have to, since they all have to be along the same single line of longitude, we're going to squeeze all the continents down into a straight line. Boom.
That really fucks your ball up too, doesn't it?
Your
It's
map
all like
works.
that.
Okay.
It doesn't work like that. That's not the
it's in-
ball either.
It's imploded now.
It is imploded. Just like the
It's the only way
concept to start with.
That's so funny. Anyway, yeah, it's not a ball, so we have to figure out how these continents lay out with the positions of the both star trails. If there's only two, that'd be, that's the way it works.
Well, can we agree for you to never ever link that layout again, since we know it doesn't work?
Oh, I bet you hate it, don't you? I'm gonna keep doing it more and more.
I mean, but it's wrong. You guys agree that it's wrong and it doesn't work.
It'll come
You can
across your
agree about
feed
that,
in
but
like less than an hour again.
I know.
Why
It's
is
gonna
it?
forget.
Why are you requiring that he only posts things that are perfectly correct? Can't he post what he wants?
He can post, sure, man, but it's not. It means that he doesn't respect the conversation that we had or the acknowledgments that you guys made.
You're not helping me to respect it, really.
I don't. I mean, we've talked about this one before. I mean, I've shared my thoughts. I think Dave knows that I've said that I don't see how this could work, this layout.
Okay.
And
Well, Gio, I appreciate it.
And I don't think he said that he thinks it's the correct.
But
layout.
not in the way you did. I don't think that he agrees with what you were saying, though, Negator. I think he probably has his own criticism. I'd like to hear actually why you think. I'll repost it again, and then you can give me your criticism, Gio, if you want. You want to pick it apart. But this one is another one. Now this one,
well, I always kind of
this one just kind of shows it as a ball, like just exactly like what we see, right? And the shipping routes seem to match this too. But yeah, it has Antarctica. You can keep your Antarctica. You just can't have your ball. Okay, so this is just like it works. This is what we observe. The continents are all where they would be, and we still have Antarctica as its own little island. We could have a ice wall around us still, but it doesn't have to be that Antarctica surrounds us 360 degrees. We have a southern and a northern, quote unquote, star trail. They funnel in through the middle. They go counterclockwise and clockwise, just like we observe. That's it. To some degree, it has to work like this, in my opinion.
Gia, how the fuck did you get above the Earth like that?
I mean,
yeah, dude, I'm out in the ether out there.
Bruh.
Apparently.
That's good.
I mean, this image is identical to the other image. The problems are the same.
One of the things that I think is challenging about this one is flights from like Los Angeles to Perth, for example, would be you'd have to really go up and around this whole thing.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Same with the AE map, though, right or no?
The AE map is kind of more like a straight line.
I think that this, like what Nagar showed, and as my point would be too, would be that this is not really strictly. This is not really focused on the refuting of the map, but more refuting how the sky would be in any way related to any map. Because like I said, you can put the map anywhere you like, but the way the sky's working doesn't make sense with any any subscription of the.
Let me ask you this: with the southern,
that's why my understanding of it as a quadrupole is what solves that for me.
I don't know.
For myself,
I'm not so sure.
So the one I just posted there, it shows how that like Los Angeles to Australia is a pretty straight line. I'm not saying this is the exact layout, but I do think the continents come out in a quadrupole fashion. And then the latitude and longitude lines that are drawn on here kind of show kind of a mirror of how the stars would work. Like if you took that, the toroidal star pattern thing that Dave had on his, that one, and if you put 4 of them, like one for each pole, and then made them like toroidal patterns like that, and then have the Polaris at the center, and then that whole thing is charged as a quadrupole magnetic field, then the sky would be a quadrupole system within the 4 quadrants of the Earth, and you'd have all the southern poles, like the 4 corners of the Earth, and then you'd have the Polaris and all the stars in the center, all rotating in a quadrupole. So that's kind of how I see it laid out.
Yeah, Gio and I are in agreement that it has to be a stationary level plane, and however they're actually laid out is how they're laid out. But we're not on a ball; it's not spinning, so we have to go from there.
That makes sense, man. That's the name of the game. The name of the game is you guys have to say it's not a ball, not spinning, and we are not allowed to use pictures of the Earth from space. Those are only rules, and
everyone play clean.
You still have the issue if flight times was your issue for the other map, then flight times from Chile to New Zealand also presents a problem for this one. because they fly direct. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's wind currents. We can get into that whole conversation, but
yeah,
I
but the wind
definitely
current.
think that one is sort of similar to the AE, but that layout in my viewpoint is not exact, of course, because of the way the continents. But I do think, like the quadrupole nature of the stars, I think is correlated with the continents. So like you have the North Pole, and then there, the ancient legends about how there's the 4 islands and the 4 rivers that go into at the North Pole. So if there's like 4 land masses and then 4 rivers that run between, so that theme, which kind of has your northeast southwest theme, would then, in my viewpoint, also be happening on the stars, like having those kind of 4 outer poles. And then the continents seem to be kind of connecting or stretching between those 4 coordinates. So like from the center to the north, south, east, west, you have like the whole like North America, South America leg going one. You have another one, which is like the Europe, Africa one. You've got, the sort of Asia and Australia. And then there's that South Pacific one, which kind of you have Hawaii out there, but it kind of seems like there's missing land there, which may be land that they're hiding from us. But yeah, so it makes sense to me that the 4 continents are all coming out at those 4 poles magnetically, electromagnetically in a quadrupole like that. And so yeah, I think the continents match that. So I think they're definitely coming out like spokes of a wheel like that in 4 directions from the center.
Yeah, I mean, there's countless issues with. We've discussed this ad nauseum.
I haven't really heard any other than the idea that in the southern, like Atlantic or Southern Pacific, you guys were asking what the star trails would be if you have a quadrupole like that. So if you have like 2 of those, like would those overlap, or are there, that? So there's that, but that's not really a thing that doesn't work. It's just a matter of what are the star trails there, which would be sweet to have footage of that.
Yeah, if we only could.
But it doesn't matter.
Obviously, it's not only star trails, though.
Yeah, so
it's
what's
flight times? It's 24-hour sun. It's several things that you have rebuttals for every single one. So again, let's play clean.
Well, I have my thoughts on them, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely different ideas on all of that, all those things.
I mean, I think as long as the rebuttal isn't just simply a nuh-uh, then that is playing clean. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
How could you disprove that you live on an Earth with a North Pole center with these massive continents coming out in 4 directions, and then you're looking at one of the 4 southern poles whenever you're in one of those quadrants? How could you discover whether that's the case or not the case?
I mean, you could build a mountain of evidence that, through observations or through experimentation or testing that can, give a pretty good idea one way or the other. No?
I mean, it's almost like what we're talking about is one person or one community in one location on the earth that only knows their 5 square miles, 10 square miles, right? Because they've never traveled farther than that. So their entire worldview has been based on their exact precise, right? So are they going to have the same model as someone coming from another place? So like this is what we were talking about earlier this week, where you take the globe model to an Aboriginal tribe that's not westernized, not civilized. They don't know shit except for their immediate location. How would you present the ball to them? Like they're like, no, that's not where we live. So it's so abstract for me to think about I don't know who the guy was who was just talking, but it's like.
But you're not the Aboriginal person in this example.
I get
you're
that.
hypothetically a well-educated or a person who is in lives in modern society, who has all of the mountains of evidence one way or the other to look at and consider when you make up your mind.
Well, that
So
might be true. That might be true.
Are you claiming that?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Yeah, just real quick. That might be true, right? Because as I've been thinking about this for the past 4 years, I can't wipe my mind clean and start over because I know all of the accumulation of my past years, right? So I get that part. I get that part. But my reaction to what you just said is this, and that is that the mountain of evidence that I've now taken a step back from and looked at is wanting. My immediate empirical, logical, sensible experience is now overriding what you think is a mountain of evidence in the other direction. Go ahead, Crack.
Go ahead, Crack.
Oh no, it doesn't matter now.
Well, sure. I mean, we're gonna agree to disagree on many points, but I would just say in one sentence, you don't know better until you know better. No?
I would say maybe. Well, I guess you could
thousands
put it that
of
way,
years
like,
ago, smart, intelligent humans, thousands of years ago, lived their life as if the Earth was flat. Before they knew, before they knew better. Yeah.
Well, everyone does that now.
No,
Really.
that's. I wouldn't agree with that statement. No.
Like exactly as you just repeated what I prefaced that statement with was we are going to agree to disagree on
I would
the
say they
conversation we're
knew
having.
better. I would say they knew better than the modern
Of course.
heliocentric paradigm story of what the Earth is. This is, in my viewpoint, a massive downgrade, of a complete deception, and it really just has demonic roots to it. It's designed to control people and to limit people's consciousness.
What about
not surprising
what about
that you're
the
disagreeing
Earth
with
being
me.
a globe
Sorry. Go
is
ahead, Andy.
designed to control people?
Columbus was using a globe.
I mean, they could say anything they want to that question.
I want
Andy,
Gio's
really.
response because he's the one that I asked the question to.
I would say in multiple ways. I'll try not to be too long-winded, but maybe I'll just start with one and then I'll pass the mic. I would say one is the globe is limited. Like it's a limited thing. Like it's a sphere. So it, as far as they tell us, it has the little ice on the north and the south, and then only the continents we know. So in that way, it's a limited thing. Like it's the Earth. And so if, let's say there's more land, there's more out there than just that, then selling the globe or pushing the globe literally controls humanity by limiting their perception of what the Earth is, what the universe is. And for them to hide land, that would be a massive way that they're controlling people's mindsets through limiting them into kind of like a imprisoned version of what the Earth actually is.
Because that goes all the way to resources, right? Where we're told that gold is finite and all of these different things, and then based off of the back of that, if they've got other continents potentially full up with resources that are way beyond scarcity, right? But yet they fix all the markets over here to get us all to work for them at a 9 to 5 for really not very good money. That would be the supportory structure needed in order for that to happen. So if not globe and Earth hidden, therefore evil being done via mass enslavement of everyone based on lies of finite resources. There's one way, right?
Plus, space is just like an open market. Like they're the only ones that can make it seem like they're actually going there. And if they can pull it off that to get people to believe they're going there, then they can define whatever space is, whatever all of that is now is theirs to determine and explore, quote unquote, and discover new things and just have all this money funneling into this project that isn't really doing what they say they're doing.
Yep. I think as well, a lot of it's because they don't actually want us to study the sea a lot. I feel like they want to keep people away from studying the sea.
In terms of like not becoming like a marine like biologist person or what?
No, I mean in very general terms, very very general terms. Like I don't know.
So I can't get any specificity here.
Bro, this is like a statement that I'm making off of lots of different specific points that I've got in my own mind. That like yeah, I'll have that conversation with you in depth at another time if you'd like. Definitely.
That's all good. Yeah.
It's fucking really early here, though. Well, late early, if you know what I mean. But yeah, man, look up at space. Don't look at the ocean. Do you think we could get a lot more out of the ocean than what we could, let's say, to go into the moon or to Mars? You know.
A lot of what? More what? Water?
Well, no. Like even live in space, right? It's one way of looking at it.
Well, it's definitely closer.
Right. A lot of the technologies are very similar, also, right?
Well, it's like almost opposite because, like you think about a submarine versus a space capsule.
Opposites, but
yeah, but the space capsule is not gonna there's not gonna be really a big variance between the outside and inside pressures. But we have to know. Whereas the ocean, it's consistent, more difficult as you go deeper to the point where it's really difficult at that certain point.
Would you say if you could master every depth of the ocean, that you could build a craft that would be capable of mastering every expanse of the universe?
Probably not, but not too close.
Well,
I had a friend called.
Like that statement that I just said isn't completely fucking stupid, though, right?
Well, it's limiting to the to the parameters that exist in the ocean, which are they're not there's much more treacherous and extreme
Okay, our solar
pressures.
system. Our solar system, then. Nowhere near the sun.
No, there's Venus and there's Jupiter, and you don't have to go that deep into Jupiter's atmosphere before you're already much more pressure than.
Well, let's just go to Mars then, right? Where we're actually able, apparently, to go. I'm just saying, as a statement, do you think if we were to master every part of the ocean, all depths of it, that craft, in terms of technology, in terms of sealing seals, and making a craft, do you think that craft transported to space, not the exact one, but what would be needed to make the thing underwater everywhere, do you think those technologies, in some way, though they're opposites, I agree, but they're also very fucking similar too?
Well, I got a buddy called Rich the Black. He's actually an Australian pilot, but don't judge him based on the Australian part, because he's actually a cool dude. And me and him have actually been planning this for a long time. We're trying to commandeer a submarine and actually post, do some work on it and make it capable of being a dual purpose submarine and spaceship.
See, there you go.
Yeah, I think it'd be very difficult though. But it would much actually XKCD or whatever the dude the thing is. He has a book called What If, and somebody asked that question. I forget what the question was exactly, but he said it would be much easier to repurpose the submarine for space travel than it would be to repurpose the space capsule for.
Well, obviously, yeah. That makes perfect sense to me, because a spacecraft effectively is made to be structurally sound to pressure going outward from the inside versus an inward press of pressure in toward the center of the craft. You have two different directionalities of the integrity of the whole wanting to be ripped apart. It's two different vectors, right? But if you create something strong in terms of resistance against pressure on the outside of its surface toward the center of it, that can aid towards it being strong if something was trying to escape from the center toward the outside as well.
I'm wondering. I'm trying to think of how you would form that structure. I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult. And like the ISS, it's not even the shape. Perhaps more of the like the engineering of the different layers and things like this. But even still,
rudimentary shapes, like the rudimentary shapes and the structurally rudimentary, structurally sound shapes. And the way that they're designed and for what reason, including pressure that wants to go out as well as pressure inward, and the way that they displace that from one part of the ship to the other. If you look it up, you can find some pretty. I might even be able to find it for you. You can find these pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, sorry. I was going to stop you because I was going to say in gems, it's me and this other guy. He gave me this idea, and I thought it was the greatest idea, but it wasn't that great of an idea after all. But it was using not bubble, vacuum lift as opposed to like helium or hydrogen even, but a vacuum lift balloon, and it just involves a structure that is both lightweight and also extremely durable, so that like the outside pressure is not going to press it inward. Obviously, you keep it shape. So yeah, I was looking at different three-dimensional, crystalline structure to see what would be best for that. But ultimately, the materials don't exist. So
You know what I find interesting is like you've seen that fish that when it's in it exists at extremely low depths in the ocean, right? You bring it up to the surface level and it instantly inverts inside out because of the muscles and the way they're designed in order to have a constant outward pressure when it's at equilibrium, right? So that it doesn't get fucking crushed, right?
Yeah.
I think about the engineering of something like that, the way that it's engineered using muscles and ligaments and points of bones to create those opposite pressures,
Interesting idea. Absolutely, that's actually a great example of like using nature to find the best way to model that. But yeah, that would be something that you'd be able to function both in both extremes. But I mean, when you take it up here, its body does that, but it's not able to function, right?
Yeah, once you bring it back up to it doesn't function anymore. You're correct. It would be. I don't know that if you chuck it in the ocean that it wouldn't before it died. I don't know that it dies instantly. I don't know that if you chucked it back in the ocean, it wouldn't somehow invert back around and
So what? I'm trying to understand its muscle structure then. So what is it about its muscle structure that allows it to not to not be compelled to implode in the underwater deep.
And it's built just like a normal fish, right? It looks almost exactly the same, but it's almost as if it was built inside out, so that the water pressure on it, pressing on it, is what keeps it normal, So it's like all of the muscles and the tolerances of it are directed toward it trying to flip itself inside out all the time. So there's always that anti-pressure of its own body trying to flip inside out, but it can't because of the pressure of the water. Remove the water, boom, the fish goes inside out, right? Like it's built in such a way that it's marvelous. It's built in such a way that it's got these like counter impingement type, I guess, muscle and bone structure and ligament structure to where it's almost like hypertension in someone's body, like pulling them in opposite directions, but like there's still a form to it because it doesn't just like die of being tense, you know what I mean? It dies because it inverts, so there's still like a pattern to it, like it's fucking crazy.
I kind of looked it up here.
Try and find the video of it quickly.
What are those fish called again?
Oh wait there. My laptop's really slow, so.
Is that cuttlefish?
I believe cuttlefish can do that, but I don't. Wait there. Deep sea.
Well, that's not cuttlefish at all. Hey, yeah, I don't know. I didn't know what cuttlefish was. To be honest. Yeah, let me find it.
Deep sea fish that inverts.
Well, that's actually what it's called, deep sea fish. No, I don't think that's what it's called. No, that is what it's called. Oh no, okay, never mind. So I think the one.
Yeah, I saw what you're saying as well. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
like, wait.
I think that deep sea fish is like, dude, yeah, the whole page is about all different deep sea fish. We have the humpback angelfish or anglerfish.
Angler, because it basically the angler's got that thing on his head like an angler, like a fisherman, right? It's like a little bit of bait that dangles off its forehead to catch up the fish.
Yeah, the fireflies of the sea.
I'm trying to find it, bro. Like, there's a video there where it's throwing up its intestines. One fish. What's the fish that fully inverts inside out called though? I'm not making it up, by the way. This is something that does exist.
Well, no, but honestly, all these fish must have some. That's why I'm actually reading this page that I accidentally came across, the deep sea fish. So I'm sure that they probably have some description of. There's got to be something similar about all these fish that allow them to do that, right?
Yeah. There are some videos I found of like fish throwing up their intestines, but none as violent as this fish that I saw one time, where like, and it's every time that you take it out of the deep sea, it does just bomb, it inverts. Has anyone ever fished before for a conger eel? I'm telling you, that's one of the hardest things to fucking catch.
A conger eel?
Wait there. Yeah.
You just do that with your hand?
No. You do it with a rod. Let me see. I'll show you a picture of like. This is roughly the size of one that I caught.
I was thinking about Princess Bride, freaking eels, and he just.
I'll show you like a couple of different images of this. It's insane, but they're really hard to catch because they can swim backwards, right? So they don't have to turn their head away from the person that's got a hook in them and swim with their head being almost twisted back toward the rod and swim forward that way. They can literally swim the same speed backwards with the same power backwards, so they can keep their lip and the hook in straight line of sight of the person who cast the line, and they can swim backwards. So it feels like you're trying to reel in a fish that's about 5 times the size of what it is. But then when you go out and you do this, and then you end up catching something like a conger eel, which is an incredibly big eel, now it feels like you're trying to capture something like a great white shark. Like, and that's not even an exaggeration. Like, you could literally, like, I'll show you, look, I caught on this size before. That isn't me, obviously, but
That's a what's it called? Of something
a
fucking
conger
eel?
eel, a conger eel, yeah. But
Are
that
they
there,
called?
huh?
But this is an African eel.
No, it's not Congo, conger. CONGER, conger. But look at the
Okay.
size that they get to. This is like the nearest city to where I live. That's how big they can go.
Holy shit! What do those things eat? They eat like
They eat fish, I believe. They.
Well, yeah, I guess I heard that there was what do you call this? Catfish in India that would eat people.
Yeah, I could imagine. I've heard of these like catfish in like India, and the ones in Thailand are similar type fish to a catfish. that are like just so big, like it's unreal.
Dude, that would scare the shit out of me. Like, I'd
Like
rather
you,
be eaten by a shark than a fucking catfish, dude.
yeah, same, dude.
I didn't want to think about it anymore, to be honest with you.
But you see that eel there, right? That's like, how do I put it? I don't know how tall would that be? Maybe like 25 feet long. That thing's like probably as heavy as like a, I don't know, like a bull shark or a tiger shark, even maybe even heavier. I don't know. But to capture that thing, and I'm telling you right now, the one above that, right? That feels like way bigger than any fish that weighs the same amount. I'm talking like 4 or 5 times as strong because they can swim backwards. You know, because the way that they're built, they're an eel, right? I cannot imagine what it would have felt like to try and get that bigger one there that's like 25 feet. I reckon that would be harder to catch that than an actual great white.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I just probably on strength, but you know, I was reading about the deep sea fish now, and one of the mechanisms that allows them to stay uh, under deep water is their composition is actually their composition is more dense. You know, as they mature, it gets even more and more dense. So, I wonder if like you said, it's heavier. Is like the muscle strength, or is it just like the extra, I guess, oils and shit like that?
I don't know, bro. I don't know what it is, but I think it is the muscular strength. I think, especially relative to catching it, right, where it eats the line. Any other fish, like I said, can swim away, but it's always got its head being pulled back toward its tail as it swims away. This thing,
Oh yeah,
it doesn't do that. It literally, if you're catching one, you see its face toward you the whole time. Like you can see it in the water, especially when you're on like a higher up boat, right? You look down at it and bro, it is literally like facing you the whole time, and it's like a dog playing tug of war, right? Like pushing itself backwards, but it can swim backwards at the same speed it can go forward. So that's what makes it exponentially feel stronger. But eels as well, that's probably why I'm bringing up. Eels in general, they're so fucking strong, and they're often deep, aren't they, as well? Like, and I think these conger eels are quite deep fish, and it's almost like their muscles when you, I don't know how you put it, like fish is very like, it's got a certain structure to it, the muscle, hasn't it? It's very distinct. With eel, it's almost like their muscle is fibers in all directions, right? Like it's very
Is it a
similar
bit
to
like
a snake.
Oh,
Nah, yeah, it feels more like a python, you know what I mean? Like that, but extremely tough.
yeah, you know a lot about fucking these sea creatures, man. That's fascinating. Like I said, I've and I'm a sailor myself, but I hate. I don't like these eels. I'm still thinking about the cat. Like I wouldn't. There's people who do like noodling and shit. And they want to stick their arms
Oh yeah.
in the holes, and they'll just, oh, I'm gonna catch the fucking catfish by letting it bite me and
I
fucking
would
have
do
it.
it,
Yeah,
but the
I really
hole
want.
would have to be a certain size. Like I've seen dudes put their hand into holes where the catfish could have been any fucking size, and it comes up to like their shoulder, you know, like, and you can tell it's hurting them. It could break their arm very easily. You can tell, you know, like whoa.
That's manly, dude. Man, I guess it's just
The fuck are you
a
guys
little
talking
stupid.
about?
Yeah, noodling.
Never even heard of this.
Noodling, bro.
It's
You
like
know when you
dudes who
stick
can't
your
get
noodle
laid.
out?
Yeah, you can't get laid, and you fucking stick your stick
Noodling
it
catfish.
in. No, really, they said like they do it down the south over here. And I guess they do it over there too. But they just stick their arm in like a fucking hole of mud, I guess, a wall of mud. There's holes in there, and there's catfish that live in there, and you use your fucking arm as bait.
Let
They
me show
bite
you.
you, take it out.
Right, this is the most frightening experience I've ever had in my life, right? So, I was swimming with my dad, off the southwest coast of England, right? In a little portion where the Gulf Stream comes up as well. So the waters are warmer there anyway. But anyway, so we were on an island for the weekend, and we decided to go swimming. We run down, like, I guess you would call it the dock, right, to get deeper out to sea, because the dock runs off this island straight out, right? So you could go out quite deep that way. And it was a calm day. This goes out past, like, the waves, and there's not really a beach on this island anyway, you know. So anyway, we start swimming out, and then I see this massive, like, rock. I think it's a rock, huge. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, oh, Dad, let's swim over there. Like, maybe we can sit on that rock. My dad's like, yeah, we can carry on swimming. And then my dad comes out in front of me, and he's like, oh, that's not a rock. And I'm like, what? And he's like, just come, follow me. Then my dad literally leads me to within about 6 feet of this. And I just post it now. And then there were 3 of them, right? And I've swam with these basking sharks more than once now. But there were 3 of them. I like I said, I thought they were actually rocks. No, they weren't. They were just chilling in the sun, like on the top. That's why they're called basking sharks. And bro, they're the size of a whale shark, right? Like legit, like the size of a whale shark. Get close to it, and it starts moving with its mouth open, and they look evil, but they're not, right? Like they just look like they're gonna mash. They look, huh?
That's a little stupid.
And yeah, man, like that was probably one of the most frightening experiences of my life, because it was quite deep out. You know, we're talking a good few hundred meters away from the shore. It's deep, and it's like deep, and the sun's coming down, so it's like the English water's like, it's a little bit clear when you're close, but then it's dark everywhere else. And yeah, man, the size of these things, they're just so big, make you feel like, you know, when you go in and you like see an elephant or a rhino, it's like, whoa, look at the size of that thing. One of these is just like, it's another level, and you're so out of your normal environment. You're in the water, right? Like, and it's like, imagine an elephant could move underneath you if it chose to, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know?
I wouldn't be. I probably would be scared of those things. It looks retarded. Dude. It looks like they can't see anything. Where's their eye?
If you look at the bottom photo, you see that, just follow the white of the lip on the left side, go straight up, and there's an eye there. Like, I don't know how you can't see the eye.
I can see it, but it looks like an asshole or something like that. I don't know. If something looks kind of stupid, I'm not gonna be afraid of it. But if like a catfish, it just looks like it's ugly. I don't like ugly things.
What kind of star is that supposed to be? Or shark? Sorry.
It's called a basking shark.
Basking shark. Okay.
Yeah.
You know how old they can get?
Nope.
Yeah.
They look old, is right. They look old, but I know that not whale sharks, Greenland sharks can get like 400 years old.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so there's Greenland sharks that were alive when Isaac Newton was alive. Like probably swam with Isaac Newton, they're still alive.
Wow. Yeah, these things only live to like 60 years old, I think. And they die. Like I said, the first time, if I didn't swim with them the first time when I was so young, the second time I would have never went anywhere near them. But they really are just like rocks floating in the water, that, you know. But
where you came across them? Like where you said you
near on an island called Lundy Island, off the southwest coast. Huh?
How close to the shore were? How close to the shore were they?
So Lundy Island is about 18 miles away from the mainland.
Like how close? Like how close to the island were they? Like.
Oh, okay, right. Maybe about 500 meters away from the shoreline of that island. Yeah.
What would you do? Like, what protections do you have against anything like that?
Nothing.
Swimming out there, nothing.
Nothing. They're not dangerous at all.
It's not dangerous. What's that thing it's doing with its mouth open?
It ain't dangerous. You'd have to be pretty dumb to get killed by one of these things, bro. Like, you'd have to physically try and swim into its mouth, and I still think it would try and be like, "Nah, piss off, leave me alone."
He's like plankton and stuff like that. Like, or small fish.
Yeah, I think they filter plankton, bro. Yeah, like they're not actually classed as a whale either, right? They actually are sharks. They do breathe underwater, but it's basically the same thing as a whale shark. Exactly the same thing as a whale shark, even. Just the whale shark, I believe. Wait, no, does the whale shark breathe? No.
Whales, women they breathe, but they don't.
No,
Do.
no, I know that. I'm asking, is the whale shark a mammal or is it actually a shark? I can't remember.
Oh, whale sharks. Oh yeah, you're right. They're sharks. I don't know what I'm thinking. Whale sharks are sharks.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I'm confusing myself. You know, I didn't know this either. I didn't know this until somebody in gyms, I think David or somebody, brought up the argument. But I didn't realize that fish are actually they're not, breathing water. They're they're still consuming air.
Of course.
I thought they were just like they breathe water basically. It's not funny,
Well,
dude.
yeah.
There's only water down there. I thought there's only water down there. It's not funny. But
That is fucking funny.
apparently there's air down there.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, man. That's you are being you actually did think that at one point.
Dude, that's not fucking crazy, dude. It's not crazy to think that there's only water down there. Okay? It's not crazy that there's just breathing water. I would hope that I'm not the only person who fucking lives that conclusion.
Yeah, but that's like where the main majority of our air comes from, isn't it? It's the sea,
Yeah, but I didn't even realize that it was in the form of air when that's happening. Like, I thought. Yeah.
But what gills are effectively like filters, aren't they, that allow
Yeah.
for the air to. I noticed this like a long time ago, right? That and I don't know if you know the way a rebreather works, right? Where you have the oxygen on a scuba tank, right? It gets you breathe it in, and then instead of breathing it straight out into the water, it goes back through a carbon scrub in order to get rid of the CO2, to put it back into the tank so that you can rebreathe it. And obviously for stealth, this is brilliant for SEALs, SAS as well, because you have no bubble trail as you're scuba diving in to come and like kill some people, whatever, right? And I always wondered what that would look like from the inside if I could cut that system in half, because like I remember when I was a kid realizing that you could collect oxygen out of water pretty easily with some copper clips, because I had them in a sink, right? And I would agitate the water, and then all of a sudden there would be a fuck ton of air bubbles attached to these copper clips, right? And
that's not electrolysis. That's like it basically just captures the air that's down there. Like it's not a form of electrolysis. What you're saying? I don't know.
It was literally like surface tension. Yeah, just when I say copper clips, I'm on about hair clips, right?
Right. And you're saying that it's just capturing the air, the oxygen in the air form that's down there, right? Okay.
Exactly. It somehow the air is attracted to the metal, and it's like it grabs the air out of it, and then it becomes slightly bigger air bubbles than what you can see in the water. And I was like, wait, that's insane, because then that would mean that if you had the right way of like isolating that, right, to where you could filter water through it, but then have a one-way valve that water couldn't come through, but you could breathe the air out of, you could literally just have like a system that has lots of different pieces of metal in it, a couple of one-way valves on it. You could have it be shook in the fucking water on the back of a vessel or a boat, and then scrub out the air that's basically getting attracted to the pieces of metal, scrub that out so that you could breathe it, and you would have an infinite supply of air. I imagine that they already use this technology under the water. If they don't, go ahead.
I know Navy submarines, they do several things, and I know one of them is electrolysis. But I think they might also utilize that as well. But they use several different methods to uh, gather land or whatever. But that's crazy. That's like that device from episode 1, Phantom Menace. Whenever they go down to the Jar Jar Binks, they go down in the water. They just put in those clips in their mouth, and they can just fucking.
Oh
They just breathe
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. I've
That's
seen that. I've seen
mad
something
scene.
like that. Yeah, I've seen something like that that exists for real, but I think they have tiny tanks or something.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're on about you can call them like 3 breathers. You can get them installed on a snorkel as well, where like basically it stores like 2 or 3 breaths, you know what I mean, of air, or like it can be a slow amount that's slowly released, so that when you breathe and breathe out, it's like I imagine they've made them even more high tech as well, where you can breathe it like with 2 tanks on it, right? Like 2 little tanks, so that because you don't always use the amount of oxygen that you're given, right? So like then it converts to CO2, you breathe that out. But if you could recapture what you breathe out and scrub it for a carbon scrub, you could refilter it back through like a rebreather, and it would make it last longer. Because like I didn't realize how much further the air went with a rebreather. Like these rebreathers that the special forces use, I can't remember how much time it adds to like how much, let's say, 20 liters of air would last, for instance, right? I'm pretty sure it more than doubles it. Like I swear it's like more than double by a lot the amount of time that
Wait,
amount
what?
of air will last
And
by adding a
all
rebreather.
yeah.
Huh?
So remind me what exactly it's doing again. So you said it's going through the filter so that the oxygen that's attached to the like the oxygen air that's attached to the CO2 or the CO2, the CO, it's gonna basically
Nullify that out and re-put the oxygen back into the system. Yeah.
and I forget, is it O2 or is it just
I think it's just I think it's CO2, and I think it also takes out some other gases as well. I can't remember.
No, I mean the oxygen that's actually in the water. Like, is it O2 or is it fucking just oxygen?
What's your question, Kosho?
I forget because I remember at the end that there's oxygen under the water that the fish breathe. Like when they get their gills, they're filtering.
There is molecular oxygen in the water. Yes, O2.
He's asking what other gases as well.
No. I'm trying to. There's O2 if it was just oxygen.
Yeah, there is O2 in the water. There's also other forms of oxygen in the water, but it's mostly molecular oxygen, which is O2.
Yeah. For some
So
reason,
does it make sense what
tanks?
But what Craig Villain was talking about earlier was like having these copper copper plates or whatever. Maybe you could describe it again, Craig Villain. But I was assuming that was charged oxygen. Like
No, it wasn't charged. It was just something that I noticed that with little pieces of copper metal underwater, that basically oxygen would attach to the surface. Lots of little oxygen bubbles from that water will attach to it, right? And much like I was saying that the Navy SEALs use a rebreather, right, which is like a carbon scrub. They scrub the gases and then refilter it back in. And I'm thinking, well, okay, if you can get the right system to where you can put water in and control the water that goes in, to run through lots of little pieces of metal, and the oxygen sticks to the outside, and then you have another system that is able to segregate that out and then put that somewhere for you to breathe, that could be a method of, I guess, receiving oxygen under the water without electrolysis. All it would just take is some agitation, some one-way valves, maybe a couple of motors, I don't know. But I don't know how much oxygen that's really gathering, but like when I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's enough for fish, you know what I mean? Just a few small clips, it would be enough for a few fish to use, or a crab maybe, not a fish, maybe like a crab or some other type of animal that can literally eat these sort of like oxygen bubbles so you can like drink it in. Yeah.
I'm trying to see what I'm trying to see how Because wait, Andy, you're in the Navy as well. But were you on submarine? Andy?
Oh, I was on a carrier.
And I'm trying to remember. I know that submarines have multiple mechanisms that convert seawater.
For what?
Convert seawater into oxygen.
Yeah.
They have a double. The way that I know of creating oxygen is called a oxygen candle. I don't know what else they use, but I'm sure they probably look it up. It probably wouldn't be that hard to find out what they use.
What does the oxygen candle do?
It's just a candle that when it burns, it actually creates molecular oxygen instead of burns it.
Yeah. They look kind of weird. Like, it's really crazy when you look at one of those oxygen candles. Should Google it quick. Have a little look at one.
I've never looked into it at all, but I've heard of them. I've heard that is what they used. And I've also heard that, like, when they're fucking down below for a long time, that oxygen runs low. So they had to breach. So I really don't know.
No, it says, okay,
I know way more about how nuclear power works than I do about how submarines work.
Oh, you do?
Or you were a nuke?
I was a nuke.
They offered me to be a nuke or a linguist.
Yeah, you're a CT, right?
What's with these threats of nukes, bro? It's like, come on, man.
I operated a nuclear power plant.
You ever go swimming in it?
Nuclear.
Did you see where it had the lines that were coming in from the free energy that they're pumping into it?
No, that's not how it worked at all. Is they
once they connected.
Don't tell me you're like one of them people that's like, nuclear power doesn't exist.
No, I think they use what they call nuclear for storage, like a massive battery, essentially, of like toxic sludge.
They
do that.
Essentially, if you want to consider a battery, stored energy, nuclear power is stored energy.
Yeah,
but it's in fucking nuclear bonds, and it's way, way fucking higher density of energy than any fucking electrical battery we have.
Yeah, but we could say that about, like, look at the very first battery. Its volumeric size, the amount of product inside that retains said charge. That's completely different to, let's say, today with new batteries, right?
It's
lithium-ion,
with
graphene.
nuclear batteries. It's still orders of magnitude.
No, I know.
Several orders of magnitude above what you can store inside.
I'm just saying that,
like
it's
modern
several magnitudes as well. It's several
modern electrical battery is still orders of magnitude below nuclear energy.
I agree. I'm just saying that, though, that's true, that if we looked at the energy amount contained via the first rudimentary battery compared to, let's say, a top level battery now, same volumeric size, same, everything like that, battery, it's
word
also
is volumetric. The word is volumetric. Let's get that right.
Volumetric.
He's British, man.
The volumeric is not a word.
Well, it's the same as saying volumetric, but
no, volumeric is not a word unless you're speaking a different language than English.
So you just threw me off just to say that, okay?
I'm just letting you know that the word you are saying is not English. It is.
Yeah, I understand that.
Are you not? Are you
No,
not
I
a native
understand
English
that.
speaker? Are you a native English speaker?
What was your point though about the?
I just want to know: are you a native English
can't be
speaker?
bothered. I'm not going to engage with you, dude.
This is the definition of being pedantic, bro. What's
I
going
just
on?
want to know. I just want to know the answer
Most
to a
pedantic
question.
thing ever. Gee,
I'm just trying to let him know that the word he's saying in English is not the word that he's trying to say in
I don't have a
English.
problem with that.
Gio.
Andy, quit being a dandy.
I don't have a problem with that. It's just you could have waited until I was finished speaking. That was all. Yeah.
I'm drunk, so I'm sorry, but
well, that's not my fucking problem, is it? You alcoholic.
I'm not an
Hey,
alcoholic.
whoa! He's a sailor, dude.
I'm not a sailor anymore, Kosho.
Well, I still sleep on.
What, you're just gay now? Oh.
I'm just like I'm a grad student. It's different.
That was pretty good.
It was different, yeah.
But
those Navy guys.
Yeah,
fucking
man.
Kosho.
Yeah, Kosho.
That's what you would like to do.
Kosho was initiated.
What the fuck is your new name, dude?
I became a pirate. I joined the other team.
Is that why they're gay out on the boats? Because like you can't get away from it, like you're just on the boat.
Yeah.
Like, is that
That's why they were gay way back in the day. Yes.
Well, you ever heard of mermaids as well?
Yeah, but those are probably just fish.
Wind against rock. Right.
No, but pirates.
Those are catfish. They stick their noodle in when they're noodling.
Noodle him.
Pirates actually had a marriage. There's a common marriage practice between pirates.
We can't understand you, Kosho, with that, dude. It's like you're walking away from your mic and then get closer, and then.
I know. Hey, I'm sorry. I was whispering. I thought there was a motorcycle going off for like 3 hours outside, but it's my neighbor's door. That's why I'm being quiet. But listen.
It's your neighbor's what?
Snoring.
Wow.
What the fudge? You can hear your neighbors snoring from your house.
I didn't think so until I realized that's what it was. But anyway,
you should probably move out of that back garden or that shed or whatever it is that you're in.
It's my brother's place. But regardless, where was it? Not the fucking. Oh yeah, something about sailors. I can't remember. Oh, pirates. They have marriage. That's right. They had marriage contracts. So it was common for them to engage in marriage because one of them would die, they would have to have marriage rights. But that kind of alludes to the fact that it was probably pretty normal for them to be lovers because there's no women out there. So.
What? 2 male pirates would get married?
It was common for them. Yeah.
Well, they already had the booty, so they didn't feel the need for,
Oh.
Yeah, but that's why I think the sailors thing is because it makes sense. Like sailors are out at sea for a long time, but the difference is in the modern day, there's women, so you just end up with really splitting.
Wait there.
Why would you need someone that's curvy? Yo, why would you need someone that's curvy when you could have someone that has scurvy?
But like Kosha, you're saying you understand this like phenomena, right? So you're telling me just a little bit of distance and a boat, and you might start sucking some dick.
I didn't say that about myself, no. But I can imagine. I also lived in the Middle East, okay? And one thing I noticed is like dudes over there in some places will hold hands and stuff like that. It's normal. Just like girls hold hands here.
Where
That's not weird. This is in Bahrain and Qatar and places like that. But it's not bizarre. Is the point? It's I don't know. It's just
like fathers and their sons, right? Like you got the dad there.
Right. It's normal for dudes to like chill and hold hands.
Wait, like why would two dudes that are chilling hold hands? Like that just feels innately intimate.
No, I mean I don't know about holding hands. Maybe.
Well, Coach said he saw it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that he saw it. I don't know if it's necessarily like normal, but definitely they are more familiar physically. Like there's no qualms about touching as much as there are here. Like you could put your arm around your friend, something like that. It's no big deal. You could just like lay your hand like on their thigh or something like that. It's not a big deal, you know, because they're just like, you know, it's platonic, purely platonic, but it's just more physical than it is in like, you know, the West.
Except from the people that are enjoying doing it.
I compared it to women because girls and women, they do this casually all the time. And it's never, I'm sure most of the time they're not, and also not thinking that they're gonna fucking try to fuck them or something like that. You know. So I think it's just different culture. It's more comfortable for some women are over here.
Like you could be chilling, like, you know, with your bros, and then like let's say you're sitting on the floor, in front of the couch or something like that. A bro might come in like and say hi and like, you know, sit on the couch and like, you know, start giving you a massage as like you're all making conversation, you know.
Yeah, that's just normal.
It's just chill.
As a guilty pleasure, although I wasn't that guilty, I'd get a haircut on base, and I get that tip. That was giving like basically I doubled the price of the haircut, gave him a tip because he's giving like a 20-minute massage, dude. It was amazing.
Is it just me? Am I the only one struggling to understand kosher?
No, I'm whispering because I'm saying something kind of secret. I can hear my neighbor snoring, so you can probably hear me, right? So,
bro, I don't think you know what whispering is.
You sounded fine there.
He's like just talking. He's like, I'm whispering.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and for some reason your mic seems a little bit loud, so it's kind of like
it's
does
weird.
sound like it sounds
Oh,
like
my mic.
Yeah, it sounds like you're projecting. Like it sounds like it's like in a stadium.
Fuck, dude, my mic's loud. I thought it was too quiet, so I was trying to be louder.
No. Keep it that way because like it was too quiet, but it's like your mic comes through loud, all the background noise, like the fuzzy, but then your voice, in comparison to that, is like low, and you cut in and out a little bit. It feels like almost. I wouldn't even mention it, but like I don't give a fuck about the background noise. I don't care how loud any of it is. I just care that I can't hear your voice.
I'm solving the problem. Easy day. Hold on.
No homo. That sounds
For kosher only on the weekends.
Somebody say homo.
For Rue if it's 7 days a week. He doesn't miss a day.
I love that GIF where you got the chick and they just throw a bunch of fucking sausages at her. That's fantastic.
I wish that was fucking brilliant, bro. Someone post that GIF for me, please. I want to see it. I wonder who did it. Yeah, Flatty did it quickest.
Yeah, well, that's a...
Bosh.
Good afternoon, guys.
Wow. Like, I like how all of them hit her at the exact same time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, for real, they covered so much surface area of her face that I guarantee the whole of her face, if you licked it, would taste of a smoked frankfurter. I can almost guarantee you wouldn't find a spot that didn't taste of a smoked frankfurter. For real.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All good,
That's
mate.
good.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
I'm Zaffa. Lovely.
Flatzoid's perspective.
I was just about to watch the debate you had with Fight the Tight Shirt.
Tight Shirt?
Yeah, isn't that tomorrow?
Yeah, that's tonight. I'm here tonight.
Oh, somebody said it was already posted, so I was looking for it.
No, it was Brian and...
yeah, they're lying to you.
Brian and someone.
Yeah, last night was Sean's Hawken and Brian Leak.
Sean Hawkins, that's it.
Oh,
Leaky,
really?
by the way. Leaky.
Brian against who?
Sean Hawkins.
Sean Hawkins. Oh, okay. Gen CBR1 also is debated. McToon.
Why would anyone let Jin debate anyone?
Well, McToon got this.
Who decided that was a good idea? Sorry.
Oh, McToon's got a new challenge.
Bro, Jin is a savage, man.
Yeah, savage.
By savage, do you mean idiot?
Yeah.
Nah, like he's
Listen, me and Jin are boys, right? I just
aggressive
don't.
with it. So like
Yeah, he's aggressive.
He won't
True.
give you an angle to like destroy him because he's just so loud.
I mean, he
and
destroys himself.
That's
every
not how
time he
you win a
talks,
debate, though.
so.
That's not. Yeah, that's not how you win a debate,
But
though.
it's
Like,
sure as hell how you don't lose.
%. Okay, Jin turned around and said every single time, right? Like, and I'll tell this shit to his face. I ain't two-faced at all. Me and Jin get on perfectly well. We're good friends. I just don't think you should be debating on the face of it, for the face of the flat Earth in any way, shape, or form. All right.
Well, how did he do with McToon?
Well, but I'm just saying that someone that Jin says shit that, like, you can fire a fucking cannon into the air, and because the Earth's flat, it will come back down and land in the barrel every time, bro. The Earth being flat and that happening, that's got fuck all to do with it. I'm a ballistics expert. That shit ain't happening.
Yeah,
Especially with an old cannonball. The fucking compression tolerances on the very powder itself changes the trajectory by a very small amount. You've even got what we call barrel rattling. Like, these are very simplistic things that occur that make the variables like way beyond anything else. Like, the Earth being flat, non-moving, there's nothing to do with it.
You're not even
Maybe
going to get that
he was
cannon
like saying all else being equal.
Yeah, you're not going to get that mass of the cannonball to be so perfect that it can just drop back down in the same place.
Yeah, but the mass of the cannonball being perfect has nothing to do with the expansion of the gases that's going to push it out.
Yeah, I'm saying you're not even going to even be able to get that correct, and that's the easiest part of everything, is making the cannonball. How are you going to get it as a perfect center of mass?
Exactly. And then, like,
And
when you're
who
talking about
actually
the
watched
compression rates
the
of
thing
powder,
with Jin
bro.
and McToon?
I haven't watched it yet. I will watch it because I do love
I
Jin.
watched
hope he
parts
does
of
a good
it. I
And
watched
how'd
some of it. I kind of skimmed through it, and
How'd our
McToon
boy
was
do?
well. McToon, had the power to mute him, and and then just berate him. So
You never go on their fucking platforms. Come on, boy.
yeah, I would never go on there.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb. See what I mean? See what I mean? What I tell you?
Modern day debates is a pretty good platform.
Why would you give McToon the content? Why?
Yeah, exactly.
McToon's got a new challenge, by the way.
McToon is
Oh,
busy
who cares?
hounding me to that.
Who
Just
cares?
a rig
What
challenge, I'm sure. We already did a rig
Big
challenge. After that, yeah, of course.
Maybe you should actually know what it is first.
Who
Well, no,
cares?
the
What
one
is
that you. Yeah,
Really?
exactly.
Who cares?
The last one was rigged. That's all.
Not rigged. How was the last one rigged?
Here's my
Because he
challenge for
he made it impossible to win because anything that had to do with the globe you couldn't use, and it's the globe.
How was that
The
rigged?
globe, yeah, right. So that was made it impossible because you'd have to refer to some coordinates, and he could just claim it was from the globe. All that.
It's because the
So
Earth is a globe, dude.
It's rigged.
It's not a globe,
It's rigged.
because you can't use the globe.
He made sure he
It's
wasn't
rigged
going to lose his
because
money.
there's a conflict of interest.
If the only thing you can do is refer to the globe because the Earth is a globe, then the Earth is a globe.
Oh yeah, right.
Just circular.
You guys
every
are trying to convince us
angle
it's a globe.
logic.
It's not a globe.
I'm not trying to convince you.
Who
Just letting you know.
No, you
that
could
the
never
Earth-
anyway.
If the only evidence you have that the Earth is a globe, then the Earth is probably a globe, dude.
Yeah. The only evidence that I have directly is that it's stationary and it looks planar. That's my direct evidence.
Well, good luck with that, dude.
Oh,
You know what?
Sold it right there.
We were talking the other night. It's kind of interesting. Like I was thinking of the word common sense. So if we all experience the Earth as stationary and an extended planar surface,
But we don't. We
really?
don't all experience
Seriously?
that, Geo. We don't. You feel as if you do, but
Listen, let Geo
that
finish his
that
thought, man.
experience is subjective.
okay.
You muted
But
Ruda.
just-
Oh, you burped.
Can you let Geo finish his
no.
thought?
Yeah, Andy, Ruhip's freaking disgusting burp wasn't your cue to interrupt.
Now you hurt Gio's feelings.
I temporarily muted Andy. Go ahead, Gio.
What was now I forget what I was saying.
Oh, well, I was talking about how this is a battle between common
Oh
sense.
yeah. Yeah. So the word common sense, I was thinking of it the other night, how like we all experience the Earth as a stationary and as an extended plane. That's what we commonly experience, and that's our sense. So it's literally our common sense. It's the one commonality we all have, is that the Earth is stationary, the sun, moon, and stars are moving, and that as far as we're able to see, it's an extended plane as it moves out from us. So it's interesting, like that word common sense. Literally, we all share a common sense of a stationary planar Earth.
So
yeah,
it's almost
when I talk about that, I always say, like, to somebody, like, if I'm texting or just saying it, that you have to deny all your common sense and all your common senses to believe the globe.
It's almost like community sense.
The commons can be incensed by propaganda to believe something else.
It's against your sense.
Mm-hmm.
So the
it's
like
definition of the word.
Common sense, something we're all.
Well, no, I think what New Perspective actually said it when he said it was using the two different definitions. But I think, if you can't really interchange it.
Your common sense and your common senses.
Yeah, it kind of fits for both.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, but but those mean two different things.
Common sense, though. What did you define as common sense?
Just logical.
Don't touch fire. Don't put your dick in the fucking sink, garbage disposal.
Don't believe you're spitting when you're obviously not.
Like, I guess, like, another comment, like using the word sense like that, another common sense would be like heat, hot and cold. But I mean, those are those are as commonly sensed and are as commonly universally sensed as the Earth just being stationary, sun, moon, and stars moving, and being on a planar Earth with up being up, down being down. Like, that's right in there with a lot of just like experiencing hot and cold, and breathing air, all these other like foundational components.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's a different definition of the word. Because, like, if you have common sense that things are hot, fire's hot, that's common sense.
Yeah, it's a play on that, though. It's a play on the.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The way
but common,
the way you said it, perspective.
Common sense is also deductive, right?
Yeah, he's saying, like, it's interesting that senses, like, we all have these senses that are common, but then we also have something that we share, which is called common sense, which is like, don't touch the hot stove kind of thing. Yeah. But we also have a common sense of ourselves and our environment. And we all experience the world as a stationary plane. That's what we have in common. It's probably the only thing that we all know we have in common.
That's not fucking true, though, dude.
You want to make your interpretation of observations part of your experience.
Yeah, that's why it's not a common. That's why it's not common sense. It's because it's an interpretation of your experience. It is subjective. My interpretation of my experience is that we're on a fucking spinning globe. Your interpretation,
actually, that's not true.
Of your experience is that you are not on a spinning globe.
Actually, that's not true. Okay, what's true about that? Hold on.
It's certainly not common.
Common sense is recognizing when someone's insane and just not talking to them about anything relevant.
Yeah, or muting them when they talk over people.
Oh, yeah, see?
What I would say is what's common sense. We know we're breathing, and we have to have containment to have that gas to breathe.
So I would say that our common sense 5 years ago, at least for most of us 5 years ago, was that we all believed that we were on a globe in a solar system, right? That was our common sense.
Not really.
Hold on. Hold on. So my common sense up to that point was given to me. I was told, this is where you are. This is what's happening. However, now 5 years later, I've changed my senses understanding of the world that I'm in. So I've moved away from that common sense previously. So I don't think it's true. Now my orientation has changed.
Well, don't you think that it may be more so it was like you thought it made more common sense to believe what you're told rather than because you never sensed it. You never sensed it before, and it never made common sense at all to any of us. But it just made common sense that it wouldn't be a lie that big, more so than anything, right?
No, he's just taken logical deduction. That's why it makes more common sense.
Did you say 10 years ago, Travis?
No, I said 5.
I think you said 5 or 10 years. I was going to say, you said 10 years ago. Then not only was common sense and it was using your senses, but there was also a different census 10 years ago. So the replay on words.
Yeah, I guess I was just reacting to, I don't know if it was Andy or whoever was talking about our direct experience. What Gio's point was, I believe right now at this point, I do believe that our immediate experience is that the Earth is stationary and extended in front of us as a
That is
plane.
subjective. I don't understand how you don't understand that. That is a subjective opinion about our experience.
But it can be, hold on, but it can be empirically demonstrated so that it's not just
It can be empirically demonstrated that we are in a spinning object.
No, it can't.
Andy, how about Andy you tell us what the experience is? What do you experience?
The observations.
Yo, is Ruhif muted? I hope he's not.
Oh, well, I'll unmute him. I didn't mute him.
I'm here. I'm here.
No,
So
but
Andy,
Andy's right.
I'm not talking about the interpretation or the opinion. I'm asking you about the actual experience. What do you experience?
Me?
I experience an Earth that doesn't make any sense if it's fucking flat and stationary.
Yeah, I know, but I think what you're asking is what is the input that you take? What input are you taking? Because honestly, you're right.
I
Andy's right
don't
what
feel
he's saying.
rotation. I don't feel rotation, if that's the answer you want.
There you go. Don't feel rotation.
I just want to know something. Would it be common sense to logically derive definitions as evidence for something, or just to ignore it? What would be the common?
What do you mean
Definitions don't prescribe. Definitions are not prescriptive.
Descriptive, yeah.
Yeah, because they're not pharmacists.
I was gonna say.
Okay.
What were you trying to reference with flat side? What was your definition that you were trying to bring up in particular?
No, yeah, I was flat. So were you going somewhere with that?
Maybe he's
I think
not
that
listening.
that was Beer Man. I
Say
think.
what you got?
No, it was flat side.
Flatsoid?
Go ahead, flat side. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What was the definition you were trying to refer to, flat side?
Gas
No, I'm
pressure,
saying that-
surely.
Well, if you have a definition, it's obviously got a meaning. Would it be logically just to ignore the meaning of that word, or would it be logically to take the definition because it has a meaning?
Okay, so Earth is defined in the dictionary as having a polar and equatorial radius. Now what?
Reject.
It's a very specific question.
Denial.
Yeah. Yeah, so we don't have to accept the definition in a dictionary, right?
Yeah, the definition of the Earth is that it
Here's
is
Ruhif.
literally a fucking planet.
Definitions are meaningless.
So
even though you don't
if you guys
feel
want to
spin.
talk about definitions, just give up because you lose automatically.
Yeah, but the definition of Earth was not that the Earth is a sphere until they pushed the sphere Earth and then worked that into it.
They
The
didn't.
original.
Gio, they didn't push.
Dude, you're interrupting,
They
man.
didn't push it. They didn't
Please
push
stop
it.
interrupting, dude.
They measured
Andy,
the Earth to be a
come on, man.
sphere.
I
And
understand you're drinking, but you gotta, we don't want to keep on having to mute
Go
you
ahead.
or give you a warning. So this is the last time.
Go ahead, Gio. The definition wasn't the definition of the Earth wasn't wasn't the spinning ball until the Copernican revolution or whatever.
Right, like that's what I was gonna say to Ruhif. Like Ruhif, you were saying that in the dictionary right now it says the Earth is a sphere and has equatorial radius, like you said. But what I was saying is that before the spherical Earth theory, that was never the definition of Earth, meaning that was brought in at this very late date, as it were, when this globe Earth idea was brought in. Before that, the word Earth had no association with that. So I'm just saying that's been changed. It's been altered with the globe.
Yeah, but that's his point is not that he's agreeing with Flatswood. He's trying to show why that's not how we use.
Yeah, let's let
the definitions. The definitions aren't going to be like the definitions aren't going to be what the meaning is being expressed as. Obviously, it could be different depending on the context of what's being said. Like a person who's using a word incorrectly, obviously the meaning that they're attributing with that word is not the actual meaning of the word, but whatever meaning they're trying to share.
Man, oh
I
man.
still feel like Flatzoid had a certain definition of something he was trying to bring in. That
I don't think so. I think
spark-
he was just talking about the concept.
Oh, okay. I'll let him answer if he's still here, I guess. Why he brought that up, maybe. Definition of something Flatzoid.
If Andy wants to respond to Geo, you can go ahead too. But be cognizant not to
I wasn't listening because you muted me. Sorry.
Is Flatzoid still here?
Well, I think the word Earth. I was gonna say, like, originally the word Earth etymologically is connected to like soil, like the actual ground, like the rocks, the water that's in the earth, like the actual thing we walk on. Whereas ether, which of course is very similar to the word Earth, just slightly variation. And actually, if the AE is kind of combined with that, then it actually is a perfect anagram for Earth. So that would be like the ether and Earth are part of the system, but the Earth is often referred to more as the soil. So it's kind of interesting that now they've kind of turned it into the sphere Earth, and then now it's the whole ball. Like, it's not necessarily just the soil under our feet. It is, but then in addition, they're trying to, now the word Earth has been kind of redefined to mean this the sphere thing for the heliocentric model.
And heart, the word heart is a perfect anagram for Earth too.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, I have a German friend named Arda, and it means, earth, ground.
Interesting.
Well, that's because that's the definition. Like all the other planets, they have like Roman gods' names or whatever. But the definition of or the word Earth came from the idea that we would talk about the Earth, but not as a planet, but just as what the ground is, like what we're walking on.
The terraformer.
Think of how silly all these conversations would be if we actually were on a spinning ball.
Why do you say that?
Yo, think of how much damage Flat Earth has done to people's like professional lives and stuff if it actually is a spinning ball.
That's really sad.
Yeah, exactly.
It would never happen.
I'm sure it has.
And like the personal relations and stuff like that. That's
This would never happen.
Yeah, but then you think of all the trauma that the globe has produced and all these morons that espouse it and live miserable lives and are on Xanax and fucking.
I don't think they're traumatized.
Whoa! What's wrong with that?
I don't think they're traumatized because like there's no stigma because everyone is on the same
No,
page.
check it. You know why?
No, not about that.
Yo, that common sense thing is what, like, the common sense is what tells you something's up. Like something.
No, that's just a conspiratorial mindset, dude.
Right. Especially for someone on Xanax like yourself. But the point is that, like,
I'm not on any drugs.
Oh, okay, sure.
Just drunk.
But like, like, imagine, like, the people that have, like, because this is I was digging this cat that was talking earlier, like, about like, this isn't for these normie NPCs, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not. And so, like, they're dealing with all the psychological shit of the globe. Flat Earth.
There's no psychological trauma associated with believing that the Earth is a globe.
Right, you're right, buddy.
Until you realize.
The psychological trauma
comes when you become a conspiracy theorist.
Right, you're right. Yes, you're right. What do you call it? Anyway, like, but like for those of us who like actually can sense that, this shit is like the remedy. So like the globe has created more of the problems than flat Earth ever could have. You know, I mean, for these normies that don't get it, like that's fine. But how cool for those of us who does, you know, who get it.
Exactly. Let them rest. Let them sleep.
Right, like you know, just fucking. It doesn't matter. So how cool that it's like. I don't know. I just think when you were saying like, you're right though. How fucked up it would be like the damage flat Earth has done if it really is a ball. But it's
I don't
like
think either side has done any damage at all.
you've been talking for 8 hours, dude. Every time I've come in here, you're just talking and talking and talking and talking. Like, but like, it's like how cool when the penny drops. But I love that idea that you just said about the flat Earth creating so much damage if it is a globe. But it's that common sense thing that tells you that something's wrong.
Right.
And then
right.
That's where the penny drops. Because like when you realize, like if you think like people that are okay with this world are psychopaths. You know, like everything's just fine. Like, you know, they're just psychopaths. And and I think like for the people who aren't, who are living in a psychopathic world, you know, the flat Earth shit is like the remedy, man.
Yeah. And then when you come in and try to say, well, wait, hold on. Isn't common sense really important? Are common senses really important? And someone says, oh, you're just conspiratorial. That's the psychopath, in my opinion.
Well, it's like, well, those are the symptoms of the globe.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's that self-righteousness. You know, that's why I even say like the flat earthers, like when you think you know the shape of the earth and you're going to yell at somebody about it kind of thing. Those are glober tendencies. You know what I mean? Because like you want to fight for this notion that you have. Well, that's directly fucking, you know.
Right. And
That's
also glober tendency to think that, oh, the officials are going to hear me if I yell loud enough, and they're going to have to tell the truth. Like this kind of like this, still like under this illusion that there's some kind of check system in place.
Oh, dude, and then they think it's okay to like censor people. Like they have no moral compass at all. Like, because like really, if you were like that's where I've often said, like when anyone comes in against like, you know, even talking about flat Earth and they think you should be censored, it's like there's no fucking way you're an American if you think like that, because you know an American would want people to have their opinions and talk it out. Instead of censor people, but their side is continually censoring people because, and that's a symptom of the of the psychopath.
And it's a big clue about what the truth is too. They wouldn't have to censor it otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I feel like that's why I think it's like the globe isn't going anywhere. It can't go anywhere. I mean, Kosho would break. Where would Kosho be if fucking the globe fucking, you know what I mean? Like it's not going anywhere.
But Kosho also said if flat Earth seemed like it was going away, he'd fight for our side to keep the argument going.
That's cool. I mean, I like Kosho, and I forgive me for whatever, but I like hearing different voices sometimes. You know, and
there are certain people that it seems like it would break them, like Rumpus or maybe Ruhif or something. It would just be like
Rumpus
straight off to the loony bin.
Rumpus is a flat earther. He's just trolling.
Rumpus is just trying to keep it sharp, isn't he? Huh?
Well, he's just trolling. He's having a blast. I look at the like, you know, he's like part of the Oxford.
You don't think he's a true believer?
No.
I always took Rumpus as a true believer.
Anyone who does is retarded because his name is Rumpus. His name is Rumpus.
Yeah, right. That's true. That's true. We talked.
It's like you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? It's like if you think he's not. But like, I think it's funny that you know the debate keeps on raging. You know, but it's like you said, man. That's such a good line. Like you have to go against your common sense and your senses.
Yeah.
You know what a good
all your common senses and your common sense. Yeah.
And what we all commonly sense.
Yeah.
Right, because they're like, this is why I love that little analogy we were having about the sitting there in the room with a cup of coffee. I'm sitting there in a room with like a big gymnasium, even with a cup of coffee, and then somebody's running around in a circle trying to demonstrate Coriolis to me. in a gym room where I'm drinking a cup of coffee, and then they come up and they're like, "See, this is how you know you're on an airplane." And you're like, "Dude, I think you're fucking crazy." And they're like, "No, you're crazy." And it's like, holy shit, like, they're like, "Don't you see how the tennis ball reacts when I run around in a circle? Don't you? That's how you know you're on a plane. You fucking idiots."
Right. Yeah, the plane thing is so funny. Like you don't always feel when you're on the plane. Like that just like somehow is completely comparative to all these different speeds in different directions. And you only feel acceleration. So it's possible that you could be going way faster than the speed of sound in your rotation. And then 66,000 times that fast in another direction relative to the whole. And the numbers are really small if you just think about it this way. This is totally a fact. Like it's just so ridiculous.
It's just funny that like people are like they're adamant about like something that they have no proof for. Like they have no evidence for it other than some third party governmental institution. Like, and that's acceptable. That's acceptable. That's like,
yeah, and our common sense tells us we'd have tons of it. Common sense says we'd have so much evidence if it were actually spinning well. We wouldn't have to believe in anything.
How about this? Mainstream science agrees that you don't experience curvature or fucking what do you call it? Or momentum, or
movement.
Yeah, so like it's like, and then you're gonna yell at everybody who's like, "No, it just seems like we're actually not spinning."
Right. Yeah, but you can't always trust your senses. Therefore, you can't ever trust your senses, right? There's like this big leap into like, just because you can't always trust your senses means that none of your senses are important in determining where you live whatsoever.
My favorite one is the air pressure. And then how do you know we have air pressure? And they're like, because of the air pressure.
Exactly.
You're like, holy shit, you're retarded.
There was a good one brought up in here last night, in fact, about the interesting. So like the guys are on the moon, right? And but the moon's traveling with the Earth that's going 66,670 whatever thousand miles around the orbit. So then when they took off from the moon without an atmosphere, how is it that they're catching up to the Earth to get back to it? Because they wouldn't have to fly that fast if the Earth were like ahead of it instead of behind it, or you know what I'm saying? It's kind of a weird point, but it makes sense. Like you could believe it's the gravity field, or there's still this like conservation of momentum that you're just going that fast on the moon as well without an atmosphere and no problem. And then you just go back to Earth as if it were stationary, and you're coming back from this orbit of the moon. None of it really makes sense when you think about that orbit involved too, and all the changes you might have to make to catch up to the Earth that's going around it. And if you're just like treating it as if you're just like on the moon and the Earth is back where you left it, that's one thing, but it's not if it's going around the sun, right?
I wonder if you heard of that three body problem?
Hold on a second.
There's no
Hold
solution
on,
to
Crack.
three-body problem.
Hold on, Crack Villain, your mic is giving a fuzz. Static.
He is a villain. Yeah, but you ever heard of that three body problem?
Yeah, we've heard of that, of course.
Yeah.
There's no solution to it. There actually are plenty of solutions. One of the solutions to a three body problem would be to, for example, the moon, the Earth, and the sun, to treat two of the bodies as a single body, so that the Earth Moon system consider that to be a body, consider the sun to be a body.
The Barry Center.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. You use the Barry Center as the center of mass, and it actually you get pretty good approximations, and this would be a better way of understanding the movements of these things. And if you were to treat the Moon and Earth system as a single system, when you're imagining how the orbit around the sun is affecting their travel, their trip from the Moon and back, it's basically as it's irrelevant. It's not. There's no difference basically.
Whatever you need to do to keep believing.
There's no difference. You could treat it. You could treat that system isolated. That not worrying about it going around the sun.
Yeah, it's always about treating something or calculating something or thinking of something in a certain way so it could be possible and plausible that this crazy idea is actually possible, even though it seems like the exact opposite 24/7. Guaranteed for the rest of our lives.
If you ignore this part and this part, and you take away that part, but then you treat this part as if it's one like this, then it works.
Right. Then it's okay. Yeah,
but
that's got to be right. It's always just
part you didn't
like
understand was there's no
Goldilocks zone thinking about everything. Makes you sound
there's
like a dumb
no
blonde.
there's no making something up or imagining something or whatever. You can treat it as a single system because it's a single system. If you treat it as a single system, it's behaving as a single system. You're just not thinking of it as, confusing yourself as thinking of it as two distinct objects.
You know it's
Because
real.
that's not the same as that.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah,
Hey,
it sounds so
Issa, Issa, something you said the other day, I was thinking of when you said it. It made me think of something I had thought about as well, which I was jokingly calling it like roller coaster force. So basically, let's say someone's like, you're in a house, you're two people, you're just hanging out, you're sitting on the couch, and the other person lies down on the couch. They're just lying there, they're just, stationary, all of that. And you'd basically tell them like, hey man, so actually what's really going on right now is there's this thing called roller coaster force, and it's just warping you, whipping you at millions and trillions of miles an hour in all these different directions. But you're not going to be able to have any sense of that whatsoever. You're just experiencing it as completely stationary. Just add the roller coaster force.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and then you're crazy because you don't think you're on a roller coaster, dumbass.
It's basically like, it's like simulation theory, but the simulation is in your mind, right? You have to simulate what it would be like, as if it were that, even though it's not that.
What's a fun exercise? That roller coaster thing sounds like a fun exercise and kind of imagining to be one way. But I think what would be a fun exercise is to calculate what those forces are that you're describing, these crazy forces that we'd be experiencing, all these different vectors.
Far more tactful than I am, Kosho. Far more tactful.
You have what it is. Theories and calculations. We can go through the theories and calculations, but
I figured out.
These guys still believe we're spinning. That's hilarious.
The next global argument should be, you guys really got to run with this one. You guys got to say that you're more evolved and you can sense the rotation.
There you go. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. You're more evolutionary developed, so you can feel it. Because
it's an epidemic. In fact, the people are evolving one by one, and like they're having to like crawl on the ground to get to work because they can sense this. They're like going crazy. They're like clinging to the walls.
Yeah, dude, it's like the frog that came out of the ocean that became a man. It's like you guys are just developing, beyond some Darwinian expectations. You know what I mean? Now you're starting. You got to be careful though, because pretty soon you're just going to start floating off into space.
You could use that though, like when you get pulled over and be like, well, I've got this sensing, like extrasensory power or ability, and it's a curse really because I can feel the earth turning. And, it just makes me really dizzy sometimes when I'm driving. So I hope you'll understand. And if the cop's like, what do you mean you feel the earth spinning? And then, and then be like, what? You don't think the earth spins? Were you some kind of flat earther? And then he gets really offended and like, oh, you can go. It's okay. I'm not a flat earther. Dude, the earth's totally spinning and we can feel it.
We're like
or he pulls you over speeding, and it's like, officer, the Earth is spinning from west to east, and it's spinning at like 1,000 miles an hour.
Right.
So I really was going like negative 900. I wasn't speeding at all, sir.
Yeah, what you need is when it gets there, you need to come off with one of them Kosho. Like, no. If you just think about, do you know about 3-body problems, sir?
If you think about the earth and my car as the same thing, then, really I was going like several thousand miles over the speed limit. But actually, if you look at it from a third party's perspective and, I was going backwards.
No, what you got to do is say,
see, what you need, officer, is the inertial reference frame.
Yes. And officer, what you need to understand is, what you don't understand is that I was already traveling at 1,000 miles an hour before I even put my foot on the gas pedal.
Right. Exactly. And then if he questions any of it, just like, what are you, some kind of flat earther? This is all totally true. You're flat earth.
And if he needs further clarification, you're like, hold up, let me call my friend Zanuck.
Yeah, call Kosho. Kosho.
He's a Discord mod. He'll help you out.
Oh Lord have mercy.
I do need to buy some Coriolis insurance, that's for sure. That could fuck you up.
It matches some of their current claims now because flat earthers are subhuman mongrels who should drink bleach and jump off buildings. Because now they got a reason. They said look at this evolutionary process they've documented.
Oh, got you.
Yo, East-West protection, baby.
Yup. Planes don't fly over a spinning ball, or they would have to be trained to do so. That just seems like common sense to me.
What would they have to be trained to do?
Fly over a spinning ball when they're no longer in that reference frame, or they're in a separate reference frame. So it'd be a totally different situation than flying over a level stationary Earth like they train them with all the simulators.
Sounds very much like you have no idea what reference frames are.
Oh, really? You don't think that the plane's in its own reference frame?
All objects exist in all reference frames at all times.
Oh, yeah, that always works for you, doesn't it? Does that always work for you? Because it doesn't work with me.
Like, just tells me you
Well,
don't
no,
understand
that makes
That's
sense.
fine.
No, it does make sense to be. It's like because we're all having our own experience, therefore there's all these different reference frames. That would
there you go. Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
That
he's
works.
technically right. Because reference frames are just like conceptions that go out into infinity.
Well, the Earth's no longer within the Earth's reference frame as far as it being on the ground and turning with the Earth. It's in its own separate reference frame once it's off the.
No,
just like we talked about with, just like they say with ballistics, right? That the gun now, that the bullet is now in its own reference frame, so therefore it's not turning with the Earth any longer, and the Earth turns below the bullet.
It's about
No,
you
it still
as a
moves in the other
viewer.
reference frame as well.
Right, you can view the bullet from an inertial reference frame, and you can view the bullet from a rotating reference frame.
Yo, real quick,
just
in light of the Coriolis and like guns and shit, it's so interesting that snipers are not taught to deal with or from what I've gathered, they're not taught to deal with anything with the Earth's rotation. It's just the bullet's Coriolis that's coming out of the rifle. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. You guys have stretched that one a little much, dude.
Yeah. Plus, there's snipers that claim that there's no Coriolis effect.
But fair enough.
That's a
It doesn't
different.
mean
That's a
there's not a
different force
reference
thing.
frame. It doesn't mean there's not a reference frame, but I just find it interesting that if snipers learn about Coriolis it's because of the rifling of the gun, nothing to do with the movement of the Earth. And then to conflate that, to the movement of the Earth, and then for us to find out that actually it's just about the rifling makes you guys look so pathetic.
Well, if I wasn't going to say anything, but if you're going to say we're pathetic, that's not called Coriolis. There's a different name for that.
That's the
so
What's the name? What's the name? What's the name?
The Magnus effect.
Magnus effect.
Magnus effect.
Yeah.
Spin drift.
Spin drift is one of them. Yeah.
So you guys don't conflate.
Yeah.
that
Hold up, Kosho. What's the difference between Magnus effect and spin drift?
Well, I was saying the one I was saying was the with the barrel. I forgot what it's called. The one that comes up the barrel.
The rifling of the barrel. Yeah, that makes it spin.
Yeah, right.
Which is spin
Do
drift.
they rifle the
which is
barrels in the
Magnus
opposite
effect.
direction?
I guess it's called the same thing then. But yeah, but that's different than Coriolis. That when they use Coriolis, it's not to describe any of those.
Yeah.
Anyway, new perspective. Do you understand reference frames now?
Let's see. But I think that what Issa said was a good point. I mean, he agreed with him right away, but we've been saying it for a long time. But what he said that every person, every person has their own reference frame, but you can extend that to every observer has their own reference frame or any observation description
with a point of observation is going to have its own reference frame, and there's a distinction between the observer and the event or the object.
Yeah, the object is not a reference frame. Like you can say I'm attached to the Earth and that's my reference frame, but the object itself exists in all reference frames at all times.
Inertial and non-inertial. Right.
Yeah. And you can view events and view objects or whatever from whatever reference frame you like, simultaneously.
Yeah, it's
So,
like the
Ruhiv, so why do you guys?
But then there's the Coriolis force and the Coriolis displacement, right? There's a real displacement that would occur if you're flying over a spinning ball that
One
you
sec, though.
would train pilots to know about.
Like, so, Ruhiv, why do you guys reject your reference frame?
What do you mean? Well, I don't know what that means.
Well, like your reference frame says, like, you're not moving, right?
I can declare what my reference frame is, right? If I'm moving with the Earth, which is rotating, then if I declare myself as the origin of a reference frame, then I am in a non-inertial reference frame.
Right. So you would say, like,
running.
Right, but your direct experience is your inertial reference frame is not moving.
I know that because the Earth is rotating, that my coordinate system, my 0, 0, 0, is in an inertial reference frame.
This is Ruhiv. This is why you guys are on medications. Is that fucking? What I'm saying is that you reject your direct experience and immediately superimpose that the Earth must be moving. That's what you're doing, right?
No. I'm telling you, I don't feel rotation, but I can.
So you're
measure
rejecting
rotation.
your own reference frame. You're rejecting the experience of your reference frame. Is that right?
Reference frames aren't your fucking emotional experience or thoughts and feelings.
No, I'm just right. You don't. It is your feelings, right? Because it's your senses. So what I'm saying is that I'm letting you know rather than fucking asking you is that you may be rejecting your own reference frame, and that's probably unhealthy.
I don't know how to respond to
that. I figured as much.
Yeah.
We all have a common
stupid because you can measure things. You don't have to just literally experience things. You can measure things too, right?
Right, but that doesn't
Like
change what
centrifugal
you
force.
experience. Right, like your
Yeah,
experience.
but your senses can be fooled, right?
Well, I mean,
yours
obviously, right, Ruhiv? You think you're spinning. The fucking thing is like
no, I can measure. I can measure it. It's not about my feelings.
What are you measuring again? What are you measuring?
Centrifugal force.
You can feel force?
I didn't say I could feel it. I said explicitly I cannot feel it, but I can measure it.
Are you
how
a
do you,
No, I'm not.
How do you interpret that data then?
What do you mean?
The data, like you said, you can't feel it, but you can record it, right?
I can measure it. Yes.
How do you interpret that?
How do I measure it, or how do I interpret?
How do you interpret that data?
You look at this monitor.
Yeah.
Look at the paper.
Yeah. This is what I expect if the Earth is rotating, and that's what I see in reality. That's how I interpret it.
So you know
positive evidence for rotation.
You're right. There's a million wrong answers to these questions, and this is what we spend our time doing: is delving into the wrongness of these fucking stupid ideas. And you can go on, and Kosho and Ruhiv can make up fantastical fucking little measurement tests and to justify this shit. And the thing is that like you're just rejecting your own experience, right? I mean, you could say,
understand that we shouldn't feel it.
Right, and you don't feel it, right, Ruhiv?
Right, I don't feel it.
You can't. Right, you can
really
measure
small.
it with devices, right? You can measure it with devices,
Yes.
but you can't. Right, but you can't directly experience it. Therefore,
I can't feel it. It's too small for me to feel.
That's right. And because of that little device, you reject what you directly experience for the sake of what your data from a device is telling you. Right?
Yeah, it's a priority thing.
I understand that the amount of force that I should feel is very, very small, such that I should not feel
You're
it.
expecting a force that you don't feel, so aren't you kind of stupid for doing that?
I can measure it.
Like, are you stupid for thinking? Isn't that the original, like, that's like the psychic that tells somebody I feel a J. Is there a J in your family? Is there a, you know what I mean? Like,
yes, my uncle's named James. So brilliant. And he
Do you remember
died.
Rory? Rory from not the Maldives, but the Canary Islands. He made the Horizon out of 3000. Rory had this test one day in one of his videos. He said, stand like 20 feet away from a window, pick a point on the glass that you can identify as eye level, and then walk towards it such that your eyes, hit where that level is. And he was like 3 inches off or something like that, right? His senses are shit, right? But if we measure things, we're much more accurate. We can pick up things that we otherwise couldn't feel or see or fucking hear.
Yeah, so Issa's right. You are totally rejecting your experience because you think your senses are complete shit and have nothing to do with determining where you live.
They are shit. My senses are shit.
Yeah, there you go. You're convinced. That's why
Why do you think we have measurement tools?
Because you think
why
you
do you
should
think we have measurement tools?
Why do we have measuring tools? Why do you have eyes, Ruhif?
So we can see our measuring tools.
If I told you to measure out 50 feet, right, are you going to do it with your eyes or like a fucking measuring tape or trundle wheel or something?
I'm pretty good at measuring distances, Ruhif. Don't test me.
Okay, I guarantee you that the measuring tape will be more accurate.
Fair enough, but there's check it out. Just because I can use a ruler to figure out how big a tree is without ever actually having to climb it or measure it, right? Like, how you can use a ruler. Do you know that trick about with like trees and stuff? You can
angular size, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so like, you can do those kinds of things. Just because I can do that, it doesn't mean that like, I just doesn't mean that I'm a tree. I don't know, kind of thing is how I feel like. It's
or follow,
follow
the logic. It's like you can't trust your senses, therefore the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I just think either way, Ruhif, the point is that you think, and granted, you think that your senses are shit and that you need these measurements to help you. What we're saying is that our direct experience is enough, and our measurements don't, the measurements are interesting, but they don't necessarily pull me out of my reference frame. Therefore, I have to.
But let's say,
I'm not going to reject.
Let's say I gave you a weight. Let's say I gave you a weight, and it was 1,000 grams, and you held it in your hand.
Stop, dude.
Now you
guys have like 1,000 roads to Crazy Town. It's just unreal.
Yeah. This weight in your hand, 1,000 grams. Okay. I go and fly you somewhere else. I'm not telling you where, and you have to tell me within a gram the weight of that weight.
I know you're going to Epstein Island, probably, Ruiv, right?
Oh, come on, Asa. Come on,
dude,
champ.
come on. I know, forgive me. That's rough. But like, dude.
Just because a device is better at measuring weight, that means that you must be going millions of miles per hour and make different directions without sensing it, because devices sometimes are better than your senses.
This device is more accurate.
Yeah, I realize this. Yeah, baller. This is like the beginnings of like rape, because it's like, she hasn't talked to me. She turned around. She slapped me across the face. It definitely means she wants some. You know what I mean? Like,
conversation has to be.
She smacked. She's told me not to. She's blocked me on all my social media. She really wants to know me. You guys are retarded, dude.
Like, do you feel you're spinning? If someone answers no, that no means yes.
Yeah, the rape thing. If just a river can respond, just to be clear. I want to make sure that you guys are clear that what you guys said, you guys were criticizing us for not trusting our senses and having or giving precedence to some other outside the device, saying that our senses aren't as accurate as that device, which Ruhif is trying to display to you. We do in every case in which we use any measuring device for that reason, that we know that our senses are not as good as a measuring device.
But don't you see the absolute in it? Don't you see the absolute? Hey, like, just because you can't always trust your senses means you can't trust them at all.
Yo, how can you trust your measuring devices if your senses aren't even right and you made the measuring devices?
Right, exactly. Your senses could be off there. Your senses are shit. They can't read the device.
Right, but you guys not being able to read doesn't mean that most people can't read or measure.
What a great retort.
So I don't know why you think that's related.
That was so
using your eyes to read something so that you can interpret the information so your brain processes it is not the same thing as measuring a weight.
your eyes, actually somebody else's eyes and hands created the measurements of a machine that you're relying on your own senses that suck to read. So how do you know anything is right, Kosho?
It'd almost be better if you,
Go ahead,
if you guys, if it'd be almost be better if you guys just claimed God was like responsible for it. Like God, you know, this is the way he made it, the spinning and all that, but he made it so you experience it this way, and it's magic. It's just magic. You totally feel like you're stationary. It seems like a planar Earth. God made it that the opposite of what it actually is. Just magic. Just take that, right? Because it's basically saying the same thing. Like it just seems exactly like this, but it's actually the opposite, and you just can't sense any of it or experience any of it. I think gravity is what you guys usually say, right? Same kind of thing. Gravity, God, grave deity.
The problem is when you bring this up a lot, like this crazy speeds and stuff, and you're expecting to be able to feel these incredible forces. And the reason I told you to try to calculate them earlier is because when you calculate those forces, you find out they're not incredible forces at all. They're kind of
Kosho, we just want to return you to your senses and say, hey, you can trust what you have. And you guys, being like abused victims, can never go back to like relaxation and just experiencing anything normally. You're like abused victims, like, you know, like somebody sees a bottle of wine, you're like, oh my God, it must have a roofie in it. Oh, like, fucking, like, you know, it's like, I just don't understand why. And I feel sorry for you guys that you don't even respect your own ability. You don't even respect it.
Well, I'm sure you guys have worked workplaces before. I don't know where. Let's assume you've worked somewhere where your boss tells you to move something or measure the wall or count.
How about talk about something real, Kosho? How about
the dude who just trusts his senses because he's such a master and actually doesn't fucking do the work and just fucking writes down estimates of what he thinks. He's not going to keep the job for longer than a day because it's common sense, right? That your
So this is all
senses
about keeping a job.
are not superior.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's your job to argue for the ball, you understand it's cool. It makes sense.
Holy shit, Crit's here. My goodness.
Like, yeah, I feel like almost sad for you guys, man. Because like you guys have like, you know, you think you're broken, basically, right?
No, you think we're broken. We're not.
Well, I mean, you don't actually experience the real world that you live in, though, do you?
We do, though. We experience it in more of a complete way than you actually do, because we're able to recognize, because we're able to recognize the limitations of our senses and supplement them when we realise that we can't sense certain things. So we actually experience it in a better way than you do.
Wrong. Everything you experience is wrong, though, right? It's not really flat and stationary. We're moving, so everything that you experience is wrong.
No, everything I experience is as I expect to experience.
In your worldview,
it's not wrong.
In your worldview, you cannot experience what's actually happening, right?
I can. I experience exactly what I expect to experience.
Not with your senses, though, right? Now you can't.
I do. I experience exactly what I expect to experience. It's not wrong. It's not wrong at all. In fact, like I said, I'm able to actually experience it at a better level than you are because I recognize limitations.
Are you more evolved? You have
the senses when I need to.
You're just more evolved, and your senses are heightened.
No, I just recognize the limitations of our senses. Sad for you that you can't recognize those limitations. You somehow seem to. Gee, why? I thought I was finished, but maybe I wasn't.
I don't give a fuck.
So I know you don't give a fuck. You're the one that'll whinge and complain about people interrupting, but you do it all the time, right? So I actually experience it more. I feel sad for you that you can't recognize your own limitations. That's a bit arrogant, isn't it?
Respond that way. You actually experience it more as your response.
And what does it do?
What a good argument. Just laugh, hey? That's a fantastic argument. What a great response.
You sound like a nut job. You sound lunatic, dude. You sound like a crazy person, dude.
Like he's some sort of monk
Likewise,
of
you
religion.
do too. because you're so arrogant that you can't even recognize your own limitations.
You don't even trust your own senses. So who would believe anything you say
Exactly.
anyway, right?
I don't trust them.
Right. No
I
one
trust
should
them up
listen
to a
someone
certain
who
point,
can't
but then beyond that point, I recognize they are limited.
You guys are arguing over whether or not the Emperor has any clothes. Issa is saying, you're naked, bro. You're like, bro, your senses can't feel the fine linen, bro.
Yeah, you're naked on the street corner,
Right.
dude. You guys look retarded to real people anyway.
Well, I think that's a bit of a retarded argument, actually.
Well, you would because you're retarded.
To real people? Like, what's real people?
Like me and everyone else that's not a fucking globetard. That's who, Neg.
So, like, the rest of the world? I don't know what you're... It sounds like you're arguing, like, the average people out there are like you rather than like us. That's not true.
Well, no, the average people...
No,
the average
no
people
one's
are
like
actually,
you.
are like you guys, who, and then that's why our world is in such a shitty situation, because you're running from reality.
But is it, though? Like, I don't know if you're really in a position to be making that claim, though, given that your position in reality is such as it is.
Well, no, but Neg, here's the thing: is
Strange relationship.
What I'm arguing for is what we all actually experience. What you're arguing for is that you're pretending you're a gyroscope and you've got measurements, and you're actually no one experiences what the fuck you guys are talking about, dude. You guys sound crazy.
If that were true,
that's a crazy argument. That's a
Neg,
a bit of a straw man, actually,
That's
because
all right, dude.
I don't pretend I'm a gyroscope. I actually use a real gyroscope. I don't pretend that I'm a gyroscope. That's just
you're a
stupid.
gyroscope, dude. You're a gyroscope. Yo, hey, Nick.
Okay, a whirling dervish. How about that? You're a whirling dervish.
You're an ugly gyroscope. How about that? Fucking how about you're a gyroscope. Fucking
Wow.
So
Nick, with the personal insults yet again.
You like it? Do you like it? I'm good at it. Really, I'll keep going if you want. The fucking what else?
It's about all you've got, dude.
Okay, yeah, keep it coming, smart guy. Yo, Nick, the fucking what I'm saying is that do you think that you have to like reject your senses in order to comprehend reality?
Reject my senses?
Yeah, like reject your senses tell you you're not moving and you're not spinning and all that, but you have to reject that to really embrace reality, right? The spinning Earth reality, right?
Well, I'll tell you, I don't wake up every day. I'm like, I'm going to embrace reality. So I don't know if the questions you're asking is relevant. You know?
But no, what I mean, Neg, is that like the idea that if you're going to say that you know the Earth is spinning, then you have to at least accept that you are rejecting what your senses are actually telling you, right?
Not rejecting, Issa. We just don't
I'm
feel
talking
it.
to Neg.
We shouldn't feel it.
But Neg, you'd have to agree at least that you have to reject what you're experiencing because you can't trust your senses, right?
No, we just recognize when our senses are beyond their limits. That's all. No rejection there.
Hey, you're a gyroscope. I'm talking to Neg. Neg, what do you think?
I don't care. I'm responding, whether you like it or not.
I'm responding.
Oh, wow.
It's the rotation of the Earth. We're not going to expect to feel that in our senses.
Right,
Yeah.
so you don't trust your senses, and you don't actually
It's not to do with trusting.
Not a matter of trust.
Tell me, Issa, how far have your senses got you in this world?
Pretty far, man.
Bro, give us a definition. Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I climb poles and put
Okay,
up
and?
utility shit. What's up?
That's good, man. Is there? Can you retire from that?
If I'd like to, I could.
Do you plan on it?
Eventually.
Okay. You live a pretty good life, or no? Do you have a family?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
So now success determines the usefulness of your senses. Come on, man.
No, it's your activity. It's the activity of what you're doing in your life is what determines.
For sure.
Right. So
and if you want to compare how far your senses have got you relative to how far my senses have got me, we can. It's going to be very personal, though, and it might hurt your feelings.
Wow.
I don't know if I want to do that.
No, listen, man, this is crossing the line. Here we go. Issa.
No, it's determined.
It's
Dunning-Kruger effect. Hey, no one's going to believe
please
you.
don't white knight for me. I can.
No, but no one's going to believe him like he's some sort of astronaut. Like he's been to space and all this stuff. Like he's the first man who landed on the moon. Negator, people can Google who the first man on the moon was. It wasn't you.
Negator.
Hey, let's deal with the fact of this. Look, reality is that we all experience no rotation. So if the Earth is actually rotating, then my senses are deceiving me, right, Neg?
No, they're
Or you're,
not.
or you're, yeah, or you're drawing a poor conclusion based off what you think your senses are capable of, and I don't think that you really understand what you or your senses are capable of.
I mean, what the fuck
Yeah,
would you know,
you could be
Neg?
traveling on a train at 400 kilometers an hour, and how do you know you're moving?
Oh God! All right, somebody else take over for a second. I'm busy.
Oh, come on, Issa. Isn't the train or the plane a good enough analogy to just let you believe it? Come on, keep believing with us. Come on.
But my thing is that you guys have to reject reality in order, or how about this?
Yeah,
Reject.
we might
Hold
reject
on,
yours
hold on.
weird
You have to
version of
reject
reality.
okay, you have to reject what you experience, your reference frame, if you will. You have to reject that in order to understand reality in your eyes, right?
Well, you have to reject everything we measure to
I just
accept your
reject
reality.
people who think they're a gyroscope, dude. That's all.
What's a
I don't think he
gyroscope,
thinks
You literally
Dakota?
have to reject everything that we can measure to accept your reality.
You're a
Do you know
gyroscope.
how the
And you're
gyroscope
not.
works, Dakota?
I have to ask IQ because apparently he's a gyroscope. He might know how he operates.
I do.
He spirals
I
out of
love you,
control
Nick. You're
every
fucking awesome.
day.
I'm a ring laser gyroscope, and I measure rotation, so I know
Every
the Earth
day, just
rotates.
spiraling out of control over what other
But
people
if
think.
I saw you measure rotation, would I be rejecting my senses if I said, nope, you're not actually measuring that?
Well, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, if we could measure it, this conversation wouldn't be happening. Is the whole fucking point?
Well, yeah, you're right. For us to be able to measure something and it be meaningful, my senses have to be able to interpret what's happening. But if you're telling me I'm rejecting my senses, then I guess we can't measure anything, right?
Well, Neg, didn't your senses create the thing that you're using to measure stuff? So couldn't it all be wrong?
I missed that. Say again.
If a man and his senses created the machine that you're using to measure something, couldn't it all be wrong?
Yeah, I guess no machine ever has any useful purpose at all because they could be wrong.
That's not
That's
the
a
point.
good conclusion.
Well, that's the
There's an
point.
issue
We're
with
trying to
this
live.
conversation.
We're trying
Because
to
you
say,
said
like,
you can't trust your senses, so therefore, how can you trust the equipment you're making from your senses that you also you said originally you can't trust?
Right.
We're just saying that we can recognize the limitations of our senses.
Yeah, there's an important distinction, and it keeps getting accepted
No,
when
there
people
isn't.
say
You
it. But
guys are just
people
fucking retarded.
keep saying you sense, or you Issa specifically keeps saying sense no rotation. We sense no rotation. Well, that's not accurate. It's more accurate to say we don't sense rotation. That we sense no rotation, because we don't have, if we're not capable of sensing the amount of rotation, then we can't technically say we can't technically say we're sensing no rotation. So to say that our senses are wrong would be inaccurate. Again, it would just say like gravity is, or Paul is saying, our senses are limited. They're not
Love you,
definitely not wrong.
Let me tell you a story.
Kosho, is that voice in your head as unclear as when you speak?
So I
think
went
that
to
was
go
magnificent.
I went to go buy a car the other day, and they asked me what sort of car I wanted. I said, "Well,
You didn't.
I trust my senses, so I'd like a car that has zero dashboard.
didn't.
There's no altimeter. No, well, I guess cars don't have altimeters. But no. Well, no,
See,
that's
right
true.
away.
I think you went to the wrong place to buy a car.
Completely,
How fast are you
completely
driving?
into Baltardia mode.
No.
You've never bought a car. Why have you never bought a car before? You've never been to a car delegation.
Yeah,
You
no,
have
we're
no
looking
idea
for
what you're even
Hey,
asking
does
for.
this buddy have an altimeter on it?
Yeah, it's
It's a
amazing.
flying car, man.
Negator, why have you never bought a car before?
Hey,
my
the guy who
senses.
told me that car was
Look
like,
at this guy can't even tell a story about what it's like to buy a
Guys,
car.
come on.
Hey, the guy who told
I bought several cars.
you've
I've owned
never
like
bought a
6
car.
over the course of my
that
life. It's
never
okay.
bought a
that was
car.
the easiest I've ever had.
So I guess the point is,
Dude,
and
you've
really
never
though,
bought a car.
because
That's the point of the story. You've never bought a car.
I should be able to trust my
You've never bought a
senses.
car.
Do you-
Yeah, you've
Okay.
never bought a car.
Hold
That's
on,
the moral
Craig,
story.
hold on. Let him breathe.
Yeah, let him just finish what he's saying, dude.
So point here is that my senses can detect things like motion and heat, and can hear things, but that doesn't mean I don't need an odometer. I don't need something to tell how much fuel I have, or how much what temperature the engine is at. Or I'd still need a radio, right? Because I can't sense radio waves at all, but I would like to listen to the radio. So it's weird for me to hear you claim that our senses is the only thing that we can measure the world around us with.
Hey, Nick,
We don't need other things to use.
You know what hey, Neg, you know what it's really like?
So weird
It's like
you're not addressing what I just said.
Okay, because it's irrelevant. Because like the fucking point is that this is like me going to buy a car.
It's not because
right?
I can't.
Check it out.
I can sense heat, but I can't sense the heat coming from my engine in such a way that it's relevant to my operation of a vehicle.
Neg,
Is it? I still
Neg,
need that sensor in there to tell me how warm it is to know if something's wrong. Correct?
You're starting to sound like that guy Doofus right now.
Yeah. Hold on one sec. So check
Should
it out.
I,
Let's say
should I talk like this? I can go back to my like chill gender voice if you
Hey,
like.
Neg. So look it out. It's like this. If I go to buy a car, right? If I go to buy a car and I'm sitting in the car at the dealership with the guy in the passenger seat, or actually, check it out. He's driving, and we're gonna check out this car that I want, and he just starts. He pretends to start the car up, pretends to put it in first gear, pretends to drive down the road, and he goes, "Can you feel the handling? Can you feel the handling that really holds those corners?" But we're not actually going anywhere. That's what you guys are like. You're selling a car to me, and I'm sitting in the passenger seat, and you're like, "Look at all the stuff it does," and we haven't gone anywhere. We haven't done anything. You haven't started it even. And you're trying to tell me, hear that engine roar, and there's no engine roaring.
You're making engine noises and shifting through the gears.
Right.
What are the windows?
And he's like,
everything we show you is artificial and made up. That's sort of weird given what we can measure. It's like
and then
I'm just making up, what I can measure.
On top of it, after telling you that we're going around the corner and how great she handles, even though we haven't left the fucking parking lot, you're like, it's a great steal. If you don't buy this fucking car, you're retarded.
So the windows were tinted and your eyes were shut at the time. Okay.
Well, you can't trust your senses. That's the reason that you didn't feel like you're going.
Well, no one's agreeing with you on that. Like this is that you're telling yourselves about our position. Of course, we can trust our senses. Right? I can trust my senses that if I open that hood and I touch the engine, I might burn my hand. What I can't trust my senses as far as is knowing what temperature the engine is while I'm inside the vehicle and whether it's a safe temperature or not. Right? Like that's why I need the temperature gauge inside the vehicle. But you won't respond to that. You won't rebut that because you have no rebuttal.
You're like, and that's why I need the Xanax to keep my head on straight.
Well, no. Isa, you're not the person to be telling anybody here about taking drugs, okay?
So you want to also use the senses from reality then?
Yeah. Drugs destroyed my brother, Isa. They fucked you up too. And don't imply anything about me and drugs, okay?
I'm talking about Xanax, dude. And first off, there's no reason to get all into your dysfunctional fucking whatever. But the point is fucking that, the most of the people who think they're spinning fucking aren't and sensing it at all. And so the initial thing is that you guys
you're not expected to experience motion.
It's
right, because your brain.
It's weird that I made the analogy that you should expect me to sense the heat of the engine coming through the compartment.
Right, but you're over there
telling me that.
Right, and you know what it's like? It's like you're telling me, look how hot the engine is, even though you didn't even start the car. So you guys look like retarded.
Well, no, it's like us sitting in the cabin where it's a nice, cool 65 degrees, telling you how the engine. You're like, I don't feel a hot engine. How could that be?
It's literally like you sitting in there and being like, can you feel the AC? But the fucking car's still off, dickhead. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's like sensing something that you can't possibly sense, which is the engine heat inside the engine compartment.
I can't sense the engine heat? Yeah, you can.
If I, oh god, okay, dude, you get back to those drugs.
I think you might need a better analogy, Negator. I think he's lost on that one.
No, he's always been lost.
I think you guys are just lost. I think you guys
just go buy a car.
Car salesmen that suck. That's all. You guys have lost. You haven't convinced anyone in the amount of time you've been here. Just remember that.
Well, your analogy with the car wasn't very good.
Well, neither's your fucking attitude. So it's all good.
I haven't got an attitude.
No, I just think I'm not going to argue with crazy people all day long. You know what I mean? The point is, you guys reject what your own reference frame tells you in light of what you think is some enlightened fucking measurement device, which is cool. We just think you're crazy.
Okay.
And tomorrow, no change. They'll come back and do exactly the same spiraling out of control.
Yeah, and we'll still have a rebuttal for that from you guys.
Right, just like a Democrat trying to justify some bullshit. Just try, like, actually, yo, what do you guys think about that Nord Stream shit, man? And then, like, you guys are like the Democrats, like, trying to blame fucking Putin for the Nord Stream thing when you just opened up another pipeline. You know what I mean? You guys know about that shit? How, like, fucking the Nord Stream shit? How they probably blew up that fucking, like, the same day that they fucking blew up the Nord Stream one, the fucking, like, some NATO group created their own fucking pipeline. And they're like, oh, we had no idea that the, whatever, you know what I mean? Must have been Russia that did it. Like, that's what the Democrats, you guys sound exactly like these fucking losers. Like, they can't ever embrace when you fucked up. Like, you guys have to just accept that you reject your own senses for what somebody else told you.
Well, that's a typical example. You're bringing up a topic that's
a lot. I get it. It hurts your
that's
feelings.
a typical example. You're bringing up a subject that's in your little circle, and it's not something that's global that involves everybody.
Right. Well, everyone experiences like no rotation in their physical structure.
We're not expected. We're not expected to feel rotation.
It's only
no, they're not experiencing, as Kosho said, they're not experiencing no rotation. They're not experiencing rotation.
Can I also ask, because I've asked this before, what
up, Eggs?
What would it be? G'day, Isa. What would it be like experiencing rotation? So presume for a moment we are on a spinning ball. What would that be like? Would it be like you wake up in the morning and from the moment you start to cross back into consciousness, you're like, oh,
well, you know what though? Yo, Eggs.
Yeah, tell the world all day long.
No, you log onto Discord and just freak out over an idea you can't even define.
Well, yo, Eggs,
okay.
here's the thing.
It sounds like a full-on Dern. But the question is, like, what would it feel like? Do you reckon it'd be like roller coaster like?
Like every day you log into Discord and just freak out over 2 words you don't even know what they mean. You don't even know what flat means. You don't know what Earth means, but you spiral anyway.
Yo,
it's so weird that you come and do this, Creed, because that sounds like what you're doing. I feel like I'm asking a question that relates to the conversation. It sounds
and that's
like
what
you're
you
logging
do.
onto Discord and freaking out.
No, Eggs is good for a fucking thought exercise for sure, man. So like, but yo, Eggs, I would say this, man. The thing is that, I mean, what would it feel like? I mean, it's like it's a really a catch-22 because, you know, we don't have any idea what it would feel like because we don't fucking experience any of that. And that's what, like, that's our thing is like, why are we even having these crazy thought exercises about really?
With respect, so that's simultaneously saying we don't experience it, and then when I say what would the experience be like, you're like, well, I couldn't know because we don't. It's like refusing to engage in this thought experiment. But
Well,
in order to say,
how about this? How about this? Then? A slight.
Not that.
I think you would
have
feel
what that is, right?
You would feel a
I can
slight
give
little
you
pull.
I can give you an analogy, Harry, is if you go on the moving sidewalks in the airport and just change your orientation, you'll sense it, even though that's linear, right? So just put yourself on a moving surface and then change your orientation. You'll totally feel it.
Okay.
I've never not felt it.
And then the counter to that is that you're going to say, well, it's too big and you're not going to feel it because of and then relativity comes into play. And that's where I think like, hey, like, and this is my point, Eggs, and I think you would be reasonable enough to agree with this point, is the idea that like, in order to accept the globe as reality, you have to reject your own reference frame or experience. You know what I mean? Is that right? Can you at least agree with me on that? Like, and then maybe you're right. Maybe the Earth is a giant spinning ball. But the point is, either way, if it is a giant spinning ball, then I have to reject everything I really experience right now, right?
Yeah, with the exception of a few things like sunrise.
Can you just let Eggs answer, please? Because you guys are just fucking shill city.
Yeah, fuck off, man.
Easy, guys. Only if we could clearly define what that would be like, and then we go, well, I'm definitely not experiencing that. So
yeah,
then
fair
you would
enough.
have to go.
Fair enough.
If you're there going like, it would definitely feel like let's say we turned up the proposed rate of spin
Damn
such
it,
that
Eggs
the
always makes an argument where I'm like, you're a good shill. You're good at answering questions, you motherfucker. Like that's a great point, brother. You're right on the money. I'll give you that. But I'm saying you'd have to agree though that we're not experiencing anything that would lead us to believe that we're spinning, like physically in your body. You're not sensing any kind of movement, right? So therefore, you have to reject that to accept the globe as reality. But you're right. We have nothing to equate that to.
Yeah, like certainly the Earth looks and feels flat and stationary enough that for thousands of years people have thought it's flat and stationary.
Thank you, Eggs. At least somebody's got some common sense in here. Thank you, brother. Yeah, and I'll give you that too. It's like we would have no reference if we were doing it. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'll give you that 100%. You know what I mean? Like we don't know. But the point is that I think, and there's nothing even wrong with that. Like if my senses are completely wrong, at least the Globers, you got to be honest and say that what is reality, quote unquote reality, spinning ball, all the rest of it, is completely antithetical to what you experience. And our point is that we're trying to say, hey, you know, this like flat Earth is just a return to the senses, as my boy Kath used to put it. It's a return to the senses. So we either accept what you experience and you cherish it, right, or you have to reject it and replace, you know, it for the sake of the, you know, science. And I think that's kind of ludicrous to just completely discount your own experience. I also think it's ludicrous to just fully embrace your experience and not have any fucking empathy towards what else might be going on in the world.
To me, like my other feeling on it is, aside from whether we trust or don't trust our experiences, I think we evolve, but I think this argument works better if you say that we were created. So let's say we were created and we were created on a ball. It would be so weird and cruel of a creator to be like, I'm going to make these people sense some shit that's just totally irrelevant to them and a really sickening, awkward sensation. Hey, I'm just going to make them aware of the fact like, they get up each morning and want to hurl. A bunch of them just, why?
Eggs, how cruel is it that people are trying to get me to fucking say that I live in a world that I don't experience? Isn't that equally as cruel? Isn't that fucking cool?
But that's men. That's a fallen man in this sort of universe. But it is an almighty God who ordained you with the ability to.
Right, but there's nobody.
To feel something sickening and awful that you don't need to. Like, there's no. I think we'd all agree here. There is no need, no necessity to sense it. It's not going to like. It's not like anybody, particularly, we're not that far from when we were chucking spears and shit. There's no like advantage in being like, oh, this is a westerly shot, so the Yacht-Voss effect is going to take, Yacht-Voss is going to take effect now. We just be like, no, it's like from all of the stuff we're doing, it's unnecessary. So if it would be both unpleasant and unnecessary, why would God endow us with that?
Well, I'd ask. I mean, I think that's the point. Is that I think, in my opinion, it'd be like God made it flat and stationary, and a bunch of scumbags are trying to make me think that it's not that way. Like, how cruel is it for some kind of group of men to convince other men that they live on something that they cannot experience, and then to condemn them for saying that they don't experience it, dude?
God must be really cruel then, because he also has it such that whenever we measure this flat stationary Earth, our measurements come up with the fact that it's rotating and not stationary. So how cruel is the God that makes it so that even if we are living on a flat and stationary Earth, whenever we measure the damn thing, it turns out not to be flat and not to be stationary?
If that were true, we wouldn't have this conversation, man.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here if that were true.
Voltaire
no, that's not true at all.
Smart as the rest of us.
That relies on the honesty of the person who's having the argument, doesn't it? So, no, saying that wouldn't be true is a complete
argument. Right, and you're dishonest because you reject that you would have to reject your own reference frame, and instead you want to do mental gymnastics to justify your fucking lack of faith in your own self.
Well, you'd have to justify the lack of honesty about what you actually measure. You have to reject everything that you measure and only go with what you can experience, right?
Okay, you're a gyroscope.
And you're not.
And no one's going to believe anything you say now.
You're a rubbish bin.
You're a fat gyroscope.
Right here,
You're
Voltaire
a
said
rubbish
that
bin.
for those who can make you believe absurdity, you also commit atrocity.
The Earth measures to be flat, man. What are you talking about? You're talking about measurements. It measures to be flat and stationary.
Fair enough.
Well, if that was true, we wouldn't be here arguing, would we?
What's the measurement for flat and stationary?
What's the measurement for flat and stationary? Water level is the flatness. Stationary, there is no experiment you can do to detect the movement of the Earth.
I have an answer.
Then you just contradicted yourself, dude.
Wait, the measure of flat and stationary is distance and elevation. What else you got?
How does either of those measure whether we're stationary or not?
Yeah, I know, but he was talking about measurements, flat and stationary. I'm just talking about the fact that it's flat right now. So we have distance, and elevation. What else you got?
We've got distance and
How do they
elevation.
show flat? Right? How does distance and elevation show flat?
You have, if you've got a standing body of water, all around that body of water, the shoreline is distance and elevation from the water. So it's going to be 0 elevation at the shoreline, and then anything you move away from that is just going to increase in elevation. You've got a flat surface right across that, so that's flat, level, and then you move on from there.
You just asserted a flat surface. You just asserted a flat surface. Where's the measurement?
That's what water. That's the nature of water, bro.
Is to conform to the forces it is exposed to.
Hold on, Isa. That's right. It's being contained, Ruhiv, right? And all of the surface is equidistant and elevation. Yeah. So what's your point?
I have no idea what your point is.
I agree. It's equidistant from the center of the Earth, and the elevation is the same. It's not flat, though.
He's not a ruler. He's
just begging the question.
No, I'm taught. Listen, the flat part, guys. Listen, come on. The flat part is in reference to the water. The water's surface is level, flat. Okay.
That's your horizontal.
If you walk around the perimeter of that large body of water, you're going a distance, and you are above the water.
Level and flat in the same sentence?
You just asserted that it's flat. You've just asserted that the water's flat. Where's the measurement of flat water?
It has the same elevation at the surface all the way around.
As
you understand that on a globe. You understand that on a globe, that's effectively the distance from the center, right?
Where's your microcosm
of
ball
He needs to assume a globe.
You don't understand that. You don't understand that?
No, you are.
Went from a flat, you go to a globe, man.
Listen, the reference point for my measurement of elevation is the surface of the water. I don't need to go to some imaginary radius that you're appealing to right now.
Well, that's not a measurement. The surface is not a reference.
Yeah, the surface of the water could be the surface of the water could be anywhere.
It's called sea level for a reason.
Where do you want to put it?
It's called sea level for a reason. It's measured to be level. That's how we navigate. Horizontal plane.
George, 10K on offer for MC Turn still. Show us how to navigate the flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's taken that up yet.
No.
How to navigate in the flat Earth. That's how we navigate.
Yeah, do it. Do it for 10 grand.
Everyone does the same, man. We navigate on a flat, stationary plane.
Okay, then copy us and show us how it's done.
What do you mean copy you?
Pay me 10 grand.
Why would I copy you?
You said everyone does it the same.
Who are you anyway?
I've done it, so copy
Come
me.
on, grow up, man.
All right, all I hear is excuses, George, not to do it.
Excuses? That's how we navigate. Yeah. All the charts are flat and plain, man.
Okay, then it should be easy to do, right?
For any type of navigation, yeah, you need to consider the Earth to be flat and stationary in order to work. Otherwise, you're going to be lost.
Should be easy then, George. And yet you won't do it.
Anyone can do that, man. That's how it's done.
Yeah, do it. 10K. Easy 10 grand.
10K, man.
Yeah, easy.
What is it then? Show me the money.
Yeah, it's on MC Toon's website.
Show me the money. No. Show me the money. I want to see the money.
It's in escrow.
Yeah, it's in escrow.
You have the proof all around you, man. What are you talking about? Suez Canal. Suez Canal, man. How was it built?
Are you paying attention, George? He's saying there's $10,000 being offered to somebody who can show them using the flat Earth to conduct the celestial navigation to find their position.
Hang on, Ruth, don't you have one of like $20 or $100 just from getting an ordinary fix? Like not even showing flat Earth, you can use globe just to get a fix?
No, I think Bacon got that.
A fix?
Bacon got it, I think. Oh no, I've got an offer. I've got an offer for that. Yeah.
How do you have a fix in the globe? I would like to know.
It's agnostic as to the shape. You just do basic cell nav, and you can take Ruth's money. You don't even need to entertain the shape of the Earth.
I'm not trying to really call. I'm not really trying to call you guys out, but every time you guys bring up this YouTuber guy, you keep bringing it up. You're basically shilling for him. At the end of the day.
I was just about to mention that.
Yeah, but I mean that's not mull over. Who was it? Eggshells.
Are your thoughts just as convoluted as the way you speak? I'm just curious.
Ruhif's test, which is extremely comical because you don't have to do anything extraordinary except for show that you can do the same method that we use. You don't have to use the flat Earth. You get like what, a couple $100. I'm sure Ruhif doesn't fucking want us to keep sharing it.
I think that it's just unbecoming associating yourself with McToon for lots of reasons. If you don't see it, then I can't help you really.
Just unplugging some of these globalists from YouTube for just a week.
It's unbecoming associating yourself with flat Earth.
You know what always tripped me out?
I think my challenge was for one of the Flat Earth debate panel to do it on a show. I think that was the challenge.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna keep representing that. I was just backing up eggshells. But regardless, yeah, because I don't want to keep offering your money out to people.
Hey, Kosho, are you friendly with that guy James Krause?
No, not friendly. I'll see if I know somebody who maybe I can introduce.
You probably do know him. I mean, because you know what always amazed me was how that channel Non Sequitur. You know, you guys seem like the production team for the Non Sequitur crew. That's what it is. And it's like that guy James Krause was on that show, and that always tripped me out. Like, how did they get James Krause onto their YouTube channel, man? You guys it's like a little swamp.
You mean Lawrence Krause, right?
Lawrence Krause. Is that his name? The
Lawrence
guy who
Krause.
thinks fucking
that makes a lot more sense.
He's the one who thinks incest is okay. Is that the guy?
No, that's Dawkins.
No, that's not Dawkins. Well, maybe it is too, but it's Krause too, because he did a fucking whole thing. He's like, well, you know, evolutionarily, it isn't really. But anyway, but like he was on that show. He was on that show Non Sequitur, and that Non Sequitur crew is like the little hub of the scum that floats on this fucking pond out here. And like it just feels like eerily, you know, McToon, all those clowns are just in the same bag of fucking shill crap, and it all comes from those fucking. It's like the Michio Kaku wannabes that want to like shut down that movie, The Principal, because they're pissed off they all got filmed 20 years ago.
He was in that movie.
So mad.
They were suing the film for misrepresenting them.
Yeah, how'd that go?
I'm sure the you know, they got no money from it because that movie.
Yeah, I'm sure they signed a waiver when they fucking did it, so they're fucking morons. If they got, especially if they signed a waiver to make a movie and then went back 20 later and tried to sue for it. Like how did you think they understand molecular biology and they don't even understand law? Fuck yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they understand their emotions, and you'd be pissed too.
They're emotional.
Being interviewed for one reason, and you're getting represented in some context that you never meant to.
Right, but it's actually what they said, right? And it's their words, and they said that they're off by, 10,000 fucking numbers and shit. Like they don't have anything exact. I just don't understand why you guys accept that shit over your own fucking experience. Like I feel sorry for you guys that you reject what you directly experience for the sake of what some people that want you to join the UN thing.
Because that's not true at all, man. God.
Oh, I can hear the smile. I can hear the chill smile in your voice that I'm so right.
Shut the fuck up, man.
I'm so
God.
fucking right. I'm so
You're
fucking
not right. You're a loser, dude.
Oh, that's a good one. Hey, Nick, what about, remember when we did that thing and you put 60 degrees as like close to the equator?
I don't know what that means, but it sounds like I made a mistake
It was really
once.
funny because it showed
I'll
you
own
didn't
up to
even
that.
understand latitude lines. You
You're
drew
right.
a
I
fucking
don't.
picture. Do you want me to pull it up, Nick? I have the picture that you drew
Yeah,
up.
I
where you
want to
actually-
see it.
If you guys got me in 10 years, you got me once, then by all means.
nigga, I got you all
10
day, every
years.
day, Neg. What are you talking about, bro? I'm polite. That's all. I don't bring this shit up.
You're not polite, though. That's the
Dude,
problem.
you get yourself every day.
You're literally
Today
bringing
you
it up
think
right now.
you thought a car was an airplane. You own yourself every time you open your mouth.
Do you guys realize how this?
But I still love you, Neg.
Obviously, you don't realize how it
you.
makes you look.
I
But
love
these are poor insults.
Kosho, you're saving your fucking guru.
Don't represent. No, I'm not saving. I'm not saving anybody. I'm trying to help you guys out. This is bad for you guys.
You don't even trust your own senses. What the fuck could you give us?
All right, this is what I'm saying. Those are poor arguments. The argument you're making is I've already explained to you explicitly
Right, but it's an irrelevant
two
argument.
sentences why that argument is
That's why you keep
incorrect.
having to repeat yourself because no one gives a fuck about what you're saying. Do you get it?
I haven't repeated it. I just told you. I've already told you why that argument's not. Why it's not good.
So that would mean
argument
if
is
you already
completely
told
shit.
me, so you already told me, so that would mean you repeated it, right, Kosho? And I just told you nobody gives a fuck, right, Kosho? You fucking.
I never told you. I never told you a second time. I only told you the one time. It doesn't matter though.
Fair enough.
The point is
Forgive
the
me.
argument has been put away, but you still use it. So it's like, evolve a little bit. Evolve your argument.
You telling me to evolve? My argument's been kicking your ass for fucking like however long.
Has it? Has it?
It has. It has actually.
Really?
We've got it documented even. I'm just polite. That's all.
Yeah,
You're not,
actually,
man.
I'm a witness
You
to
got
that.
nowhere in life. You got nothing, bro.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
used to
your
only
fucking
listen.
comment
I
about
saw
my life, Neg?
be a
Neg,
part
do
of
you
taking
understand
care of
that
this in 2016.
you
It was
understand
over in
that any
2016. It used to be a
hearing
big
you
part of that. But I got to go, guys.
new
Hey, Issa, by the
perspective.
way, did you see what world was up in here earlier tonight?
Yeah, he said all kinds of stupid shit.
I didn't.
It was hilarious.
I didn't actually see him.
Yeah, just let you know. Yeah.
Yeah,
I hope he keeps coming back. What world's the man?
Yeah, man, I know it. I fucking love that kid. Yeah, man. Prayers up for What World too. I know he's going through some shit. So yeah, big up. But yo, Nick, do you understand how like when you attack like my happiness, you must be a loser. Do you understand how
That's not must be.
how piss poor all your arguments look like after that? You look like a fucking retarded fucking intellect. Like you can't be an intellectual if that's your like quickest draw. You're a loser. Right. You guys, if anything, you guys are like the Democrats. You're just getting your own ass kicked, and you're like, "We're winning, we're fucking winning, guys."
Yeah, the Gator doesn't usually argue with people like that. When he started saying this kind of stuff to you, I instantly understood he's responding to what you have been doing the entire time.
Okay,
That's all
Floyd,
you've been doing is you don't make any arguments about what we're arguing about. You make character assassinations.
What are you fucking psychoanalyzing right now, Kosho?
No, but this is what you do the entire time.
Guys, let's wind it back a bit before he gets out of control.
I'll say this, man. For everyone that's in this debate, all the Globers included, man, you guys are all good because you're better than everyone else. Because at least you understand these fucking arguments, and you're fun people. And I hope you don't take anything I say personally. I'm just having fun out here, so. Hope you and I know Neg is too. Like I don't think Neg thinks I'm a loser. Maybe he really does. I don't know.
I really do.
I don't think
I can have a conversation with you, but yeah, I do.
Fair enough. I do feel the same actually about you. It's okay.
I thought
Yo, reference frames, bro. Reference frames.
Hey, how'd the headhunters go today riding?
Just did heavy riding to get to this place where we hope to meet them.
You haven't met them yet? You haven't met them yet?
No. Like I met a few Dayaks. They're like, like one woman's like wearing an immigration thing and stamping my passport, so I'm not exactly going to be like, tell me about your cultural beliefs in the shape of the earth.
So tomorrow, if we don't see you here, we can presume you've lost your head?
Well, I'll be on a boat. We're doing some tour up in a national park, so I should be gone for 2 days, but after
Make
3
sure you have
days, send a
cash.
search party for my head.
Make sure you have cash eggs. You're gonna need
Gotta
cash and
use
coffee. Coffee and tobacco.
Yeah.
Wait, what country? What country are you going to?
I do love coffee and tobacco.
Yeah, man. Make sure you have some as a gift, so they'll let you go. You know what I'm saying?
What about my supple, delicious flesh?
Well, that's the
Which country
point.
are you
You
going
want to
to?
save. You want to save that with the tobacco offering.
Well, Eggshells, what country are you going to tomorrow?
I'm in Borneo in Indonesia at the moment.
That's so cool, man. That's so fucking cool, Eggs. God bless you on the travels, brother. That shit is wild. Traveling is no joke, man.
Remember though, you're retarded for thinking Earth is a globe.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, when you're on the plane, I used to like haunted house used to say, when you get on the next plane, Eggs, go up to the cockpit with a globe and say, when do we use this? Go up to the cockpit to the pilot and say, yo, when do we use this?
Yeah.
I was a pilot.
Because you could explain why he would be able to answer that in such a way that it means I use the globe,
Actually,
right?
you know what's so cool? Check this out.
It's a stupid fucking argument, dude. Like, just go back to whatever drugs you're doing and stick with that instead of making these arguments that are above your level.
Okay. I know I'm kicking your ass all day, Nick. It just pisses you off. Yo,
No,
Joshua
not really,
Slocum,
dude. Like, my life is secure, man.
Good for you. All right, check it out. Joshua Slocum actually went to the fucking Boer Republic, which is in South Africa, and he argued. This is in 1908 or 1900s, and he was arguing for the globe, and he was arguing with the Boer Republic guys who thought the Earth was flat. So I wonder, actually, Eggs, if you shouldn't actually see if there's any flat earthers out there.
Oh,
see if
When
any of them people are flat earthers.
The South African.
I mean, you're in Indonesia right now, but you sound like you're making, you know what I mean? But like, point is that the theory is out there, especially in the East. They're flat.
Yeah,
they're
especially
flat
among the uneducated population of the Earth. That's definitely where you'll find the flat Earth believe that.
But they're not going to tell the white guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's some ancient shit. They ain't teaching the fucking they're not teaching the fucking settlers. But check for it, man. Find out if there's any flat earthers out there, Eggs. Don't lie to us too if you come across them.
No, I'd love to.
I know. I like you. I know you
would put it in my videos too.
Fucking right. Good.
Go off my developing Hindi Indonesian.
Nice. Oh, you're learning. You got to learn some language. Hey, you know what? Have you ever heard of a book called maybe called Lonely Planet, maybe, or something like that? And they have all like these. They have these little books for all the countries that you go to, and they got the best little phrases, like the most essential phrases in the little books. So good, dude.
Yeah, that was super useful when I used to travel. But now they're just like, unless you get them written in the last 2 years, they're fucking useless because COVID has changed so much about travel that like half the hotels have shut down, all of the offices where you pay for things have moved, the requirements, like everything's so different. I'm using the internet.
Are they all about?
Yeah,
there's such a good book. Are they all vaxxed out? Like trying to be all? How's that for traveling?
Yeah, you got to be like have all three of those, and then for certain activities, like we've been catching ferries, you've got to show your certificate for that. We're going on this tour to see orangutans and the headhunters, and we've got to show our certificate for that. For flights and stuff you do. But then there's also other rules, like the hotel I had to stay at last night had like a notification on it when I went to book that was like, if you're booking with somebody else, you must show a marriage certificate. So they're okay about asking for your papers.
Hey, Crack, your hot micing, Crack. Sounds like you're on an oxygen machine. Or are you
asleep? That's very slow. It's very slow breathing.
It sounds like he's asleep. We might have to wake him up.
I'll just mute him for the time being. King him.
So,
boom.
I know it sounds like he's sleeping, but he's really playing tennis.
Yeah. So my little spat with Isa was exactly as Kosho described. He's spent the entire time implying or directly insulting everybody here without providing any sort of argument, and then gets mad when somebody condescends to his position in life.
You upset about it, Nick?
I mean, not really.
Dear diary,
it's still good.
There's your diary entry for today.
And
the funny thing, it's the same entry as yesterday.
Now, me and Neg haven't talked in a while. There's a couple weeks in between these ones. Yeah.
Interesting why he called you a loser. He says it because you haven't sold your soul to the military industrial complex.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess not yet.
Negator hasn't either. He likes to pretend he's in the military.
No, Neg is actually Neg's actually like a crazy psychonaut flat earther who just tries to come in here and rouse up his fellow flat earthers. That's all.
Well, it's, alcohol, has a weird effect. I mean, normally I'm cool with coming to being chill and charismatic, but every now and then it's much easier to embrace my emotions, whether they're positive or negative.
You know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, I don't want it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I love all the fucking back and forth.
Another alcohol-related incident.
You know what I mean? Like, we just disagree. I mean, think about it. We disagree on an idea, and it's like people are like ready to come to blows over the shape of the earth. It's fucking hilarious to me. But at the same time, it's also a really fun intellectual exercise, conversation.
I don't know if that's how I'd
you're fucking
what
lost in the sauce, though, Neg. You're believing.
There you go. That's what started it all. Is we're all incapable of thinking,
right?
And that's your entire argument.
McDonald right now, as though he's like a real guy who has a house and helps kids. It's like, I just think it's hilarious.
And to get it real quick, and I don't want to dox you or anything like that. I forget. Are you a officer or enlisted?
A senior enlisted.
Still got to say. Okay. Yeah, because I
don't get a Neg.
It's a troll. It's not even that.
No, Neg. I've heard that about Neg, and I don't give. Remember, dude.
I mean, I could take you some pictures right now, and
of you buying a car with an altimeter on it.
Oh, because I've never bought a car, right? Right, Chris?
No, there's no way.
I don't buy a car.
Yeah, you have no clue. You couldn't even tell a story.
Devil's in the details.
You couldn't even tell a story about what it's like to buy a car.
If he's got an altimeter in his car, he's basically the coolest person in here. Okay,
it's a car from the future, man.
No. My bike's got an altimeter at the moment.
Yeah,
a lot of the latest GPS systems in cars do actually provide you with an altimeter.
Well, you're a gyroscope.
Yeah, I've got a GPS handlebar mounted, and it tells me how high I am.
That's what ISA needs.
Right, but we want it. We want it on the dashboard, eggs. You know.
Oh, sorry, I've let us all down.
Set a breathalyzer, eggshells. Tells you how you are.
Yes.
I think you're a gyroscope has to be my new favorite insult ever.
I disagree. I think it's probably one of your dumbest.
What would you know? I think that's just too funny. You're a gyroscope. You're an ugly gyroscope. It's even better.
The Gator was busted on the arena. He said that free speech was harmful. It was damaging. There's victims to it. It needs to be silenced.
It's not very American of you, Nick.
Yeah, or actually, in being a member of the military, the first oath you take is to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Negator can't even do that, but yet you expect him to believe that he's some sort of senior enlisted?
Check it, though. It makes sense. This is why you got to remember that U.S. citizens are classified as enemies of the state. They're not supposed to know shit. They're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. Why do you think you're going to get the truth from these people? Like, literally, like, as a matter of fact, as a matter of law, U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. Not protected, man.
Yeah, but what's the case?
Of the state. That's why that's why. Well, you don't understand.
What's the case that you used to as precedent? I forget.
Listen, it's like that's why it's okay. Like, I understand the globe can't go anywhere. You guys have to defend it to no end. Like, I'm
asking you,
and I actually agree with you. But I agree that most people are not ready, and that's why they classify them as enemies of the state, because they're most people will lose their shit. You know what I mean, over the littlest thing, and that's why we have to have everything on lock, which I understand. But
for
you know what I
context,
mean?
could you remind me, because I know you said it before, but what's the case? The case that
Maxwell v. Dow.
And well, I'm just curious again because I don't remember or know, but what year was that, or around which year?
I think it was in the 40s or possibly even before. I think it was like the 40s, because remember, the UCC was created because of the bankruptcy that we went into in 33. The UCC is the language of the bankruptcy. So as they came into this language of the bankruptcy, and all of the U.S. citizens became the collateral on the national debt because they were not prior. Only the freed slave was the first person to ever get a United States citizenship. That's why they took away 3/5, or that's why they're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution, because the freed slave did not have a state. So in order to continue the economy, they collateralized the quote unquote property of the South and gave them the title United States citizen. In 1933, everyone, because of the Great Depression or whatever like that, became United States citizens. And because of the bankruptcy, and because of the leeching, a nature of society, the federal citizen became an enemy of each individual state because it was part of the federal system that had gone bankrupt. But our financial system relies on this federal commercial dollar. So therefore, U.S. citizens it's okay if they're lied to. It's okay if they don't get everything that they want. It's okay that they fucking believe all the bullshit. But, technically, legally, that's why they're allowed to do it. Because the U.S. citizen does not have that authority. But you, as a child of Adam, in a system, in an ecclesiastical system that says, in God we trust everywhere, like on the money and in the courtroom and everywhere, right? Like, you as that person have, or as that man or woman, have that like unlimited, you were given dominion over the earth. The thing is that, can you distinguish yourself from the quote unquote masses and the US and the slave whatever by exercising your dignity, you know what I mean, and showing that you have worth outside of being just exclusively a US citizen. That's why the globe is essential. That's why flat earth can't ever win it. And it's okay. But the point is that it might not be a globe, and it's probably flat and motionless and all the rest of it. But that's for people who like to think, and there's not many of those people. That's my opinion of it. So it's okay. It's not going anywhere. Like I can rationalize why the debate will never end, because most people.
That's like wildly unrealistic description of reality.
Says the fucking. Come on. I mean, I get it. You're defending the whole show, but for those of us who've our common sense says that something has been wrong for so long. When this information comes down, this penny drops, and it's like, holy shit. But then, it's also like you're still dealing with an irrational person who has a little bit of truth, and then a little bit of truth can hurt you. You know what I mean? So everything needs to be tempered a little bit. I get it. But ultimately, I think flat earth and coming to your senses is a part of the reality of a man or a woman who's honest and with themselves. Any deviation from that can go on into infinity. That's why we can sit here and talk about, well, the 3-body and the just how big's your ruler? Like fucking, we can infinitesimalize everything. But I think when the truth hits, it hits home. It's like, and I think returning to your senses has a big effect on people because they start to trust themselves again. It's liberating. It's it's a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? To say, you know what I mean? To be able to trust yourself.
Like you're waxing poetic about something that.
Yeah, this is where I would do that though. Nick.
But it's not
for it.
Like the vast majority of people still think it's a globe. You're sort of suggesting that everybody or a large number of folks go through this transition, and it's just not true. Like it's not realistic.
How about this, Nick? Most people, think Pluto's still a planet. Most people think most people need to be told not to, they don't even know how to, I mean, let's think of something, you know what I mean? What most people don't know how to do, man. There's a lot of things most people don't know. I mean, if you're categorizing it basis on what most people could do, you know what I mean? Most people don't know how to handle a firearm, right? Most people fucking, you know, are fucking retarded. So like what most people think is irrelevant to what, you know, a hyper specialized you know, intellectual thought exercise might be. Like most people wouldn't have anything to do with that because they're too busy worried about where the Red Bull is and where's my vape pen, right? That's most people. We're over here interested in this other shit, which is cool, you know. But it's not for most people. Like no, of course, for most people, you know, they've got to have the globe Earth, and you know.
Well, I mean, most people accept reality as we've grown to understand it as a species, and I think that's reasonable for them to do.
Right,
and you're suggesting that reality is something entirely different that is not what thousands of years of progress has described, or what they even view day to day.
Forgive me, say that again, brother.
You're taking like a few thousand people and suggesting like there's this crazy experience involved.
Well, like take like this though. Who, like, you know, wouldn't you agree that, like, let's say in the like certain sciences, there's only going to be people that are going to understand the jargon of that science, right?
Sure.
Like, right. So in the same sense, like any trade has its own jargon of tools and shit like that. It's like, you know, no layman is going to really be interested in that. You know, the interesting thing about this particular topic is that it's something we all experience and something we're all told something to believe about.
Wait, what are we all experiencing?
We're experiencing a flat station, you know, flat and motionless Earth, but yet.
But as long as we experience a sunrise, we don't experience that.
Well, I don't feel like I'm moving. I'm watching the sun go across. It's in fact, it's called a sunrise because the sun is rising in the sky, and then it's called a sunset because it looks like the sun is setting over there. Because no one has ever thought that they're spinning away from the fucking. You know,
okay,
what I mean?
But I didn't say anything about motion. You said experience, and I said I experienced something that doesn't represent a flat surface. So for you to continue to describe what we as a humanity experience as a flat and motionless, like we can argue the motionless part later, but for you to describe it as flat is blatantly false. Right?
I hear you there.
Well, no, not simply topography, because a flat nobody has built a flat representation, flat model where a sun can set. It doesn't work.
My problem with that, though. My problem with that is this is the thing, though, Nick. I have like a coffee cup in front of me filled with coffee. That's my microcosm of a level surface of water. What is your microcosm for a curved surface of water? Not water tension either.
Why would it be different?
Well, water tension wouldn't be it because the water tension happens when there's still a flat level plane and the water's being contained by something. You know what I mean? And
well, the water's not being contained, though, right? There's nothing keeping it from going up, is there?
What's your microcosm? Like I have my cup of coffee in front of me. What is your microcosm of the water, you know, like curving? What's your microcosm?
Oh, the same thing. I've got a cup with some alcohol in it.
And it's not level across the glass.
Well, it is level. It's the same way the water's level across the surface of the globe.
He's in the army, can't find a drinking buddy.
Well,
Not one person in his unit will knock back a few drinks with him.
Well, this is where you can't ever win with these folks.
Jeez,
the idea that level, you know, straight can be curved, right, Neg?
Well, there's a reason that flat and level are two different words, right?
You're keeping him away from other people. You're his drinking buddy, and that's all it is.
Well, you know, I mean, right, and I'd gladly have a drink with Neg, and thank you for your service, bro. Fucking right. Like, you know, I'd have to buy Neg a drink. All of us would have to. But fucking, you know, at the same stroke, you know, if I look at that glass, you know, my point is my microcosm is right in front of me. If you're going to convince that everyone who's looking at their cup of coffee or glass of whiskey that it's curved across, good luck, because I don't think there's going to be many takers.
I mean, I look out the window and I don't see the sun, right? Like I'm experiencing nighttime, which means I can't draw a direct line of sight to the sun. And if I were to model that on the desk in front of me, any point on this desk, I could draw a direct line of sight to the lamp above me on my ceiling. And so I'm looking at it like, well, night's outside. I can't make night work on this flat desk. Hence, I'm not experiencing flat. So that's my microcosm.
So it's a crime.
Now you just sound like you're drunk, Nick.
Oh, I'm a far away off from drunk. I am comfortable. How about that?
Hey, man.
I do feel like I'm hogging the mic though, but I also do, like you're really kind of being like very vague and all over the place. So
you know how we do, Nick. Confusing you guys quick. Fucking yo, Crick, take over though.
You're such an asshole, dude.
No, it's like that. He thinks
in
it's
the
a
army
crime.
anymore, and I'm a loser. There's no friends.
You've never bought a car.
You're not in the army anymore?
No. I asked Crit to tell me why he thinks I'm not in the army. No.
Yeah, I told you. Repeat it back to me.
I don't remember what it was. What was it?
Well, but can anyone in the army find a drinking buddy at any time in the day?
I'm playing video games, but probably.
Except for you. You can't. You're the only guy in the whole United States Army who can't find a drinking buddy.
Sure, man. If that's what you want to go with.
Well, there's one. Number two is like you couldn't take an oath to protect and uphold the Constitution. The first thing it says there is free speech. You think flat Earth is a crime.
Interesting.
So then it would be at least Oathbreaker, which wouldn't have got anywhere near like senior NCO.
Okay, continue.
You couldn't sing the Army song. You had no idea what your first general order was.
Well, you know what though?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what though? The thing is, like, Neg has his freedom of speech to come in and argue against us, and and I think that's more of his exercise.
Here, look at Neg can explain on a flat surface how it'd be dark. Never heard of the Twilight Zone in the ocean. Here, I'm posting a GIF of it.
You really dig deep for these examples of insults.
Kurt's crazy though. Like you guys have to realize that.
Yeah, and you're in the army who can't find one drinking buddy, but I'm the crazy one.
No,
I mean, if I wouldn't found one, would you want like a selfie with me and him?
I want
to. If I had drinking buddies over, be like, hey man, I want you to chill while I argue with flat earthers on the internet. Is that what would happen?
I look at it
into like a Dear Diary. His whole thing's like some sort of Dear Diary life, just one, spurging out after the other. See, the thing is, he gets rickrolled in video games and then tries to win the internet by just going into spaces with people who don't care what he thinks and then tries to hog the mic. And then claims victim status for what the other people are talking about. It's got nothing to do with them.
Are you venting or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, he asked me. He asked me to
just
break down exactly why I think he's not in the army.
This is
and
kind
then
of
I
turned
tell
into
him,
just like a bullying negator session. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, so then he asked me, where is it?
It is weird, but I don't mind it. It's really interesting to listen to.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to say what I said earlier, but
I guess they're really into you.
whatever.
They're really into you, dude. They're like fans. They're big fans, dude. So,
yeah.
I mean,
He doesn't come around a lot, so.
I love Neg. I'm a fan.
I'm playing a video game right now. Do you want to watch me and like make fun of me when I die? Since I'm so bad. Like I'm not great at it. I'm pretty good, I guess. But
what were you playing?
Squad.
I'm such a nerd. I've ever since I was little, I had to always limit myself to play video games.
I can't hear you. 1 second.
Yeah, Neg is like gaming. Like you're a loser.
but I don't really see it like valuable of attacking people that are defending the globe because, in my viewpoint, they're doing so out of their own.
Go ahead and attack them without attacking.
Yeah, that's
I was going to say a passive aggressive attack in here.
Just because they're
so funny,
retarded and they can't fucking.
He's not defending the globe.
It's not nice to pick on the retarded guys.
No, he's not defending. He doesn't know anything about the globe. His whole shtick is that flat earthers are harming humanity.
Here,
that's his whole
I'll
shtick.
stream, and you can like make fun of me and say, "Earth's not a globe" every time I die.
Fair enough.
We're not that into you, Neg.
You sure? Sounds like y'all are.
No, you're like you're an example of a type. No, I'm just kidding. You're a unique snowflake. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm listening in.
And
I
noticed.
guess kind of the sentiment I was going to say is that if, like, I'll just the old like pigs can fly analogy. So like if there was a community of people or people talking about that pigs can fly, if somebody felt the desire to have to like go into that group and try to like defend, try to like push what they thought, it's actually not even that good of an analogy, but
I think it is, man.
It's funny, right? Like halfway through, like, yeah, maybe it's not that.
Yeah, in this case, that's actually a good analogy for some other scenarios. It's not really for this one. I guess what I'm just trying to say is that perhaps there's a conflict within yourself in some way that you're wanting to come and sort of discuss this. And in that sense, you are on a path of truth in one way or another, to where even if it's in a conflict state, it still is in some movement. Whereas there's a lot of people that don't even know about this information at all. So to even know the information is already on the pathway to whatever truth you're seeking.
I mean, I was going to say, because Crypto, he brought up an argument. He has a similar thing like that. He says it's like if I go into a server where people are claiming grass is blue and arguing with them. But the one thing that you guys are failing to, I guess, like, the big distinction between that and what's happening here and either of those examples when you gave Crypto is, if there was people who like talking about green grass, like they loved green grass, they love blue things, they love grass in general, then talking about grass in any context is enjoyable for them. And if there's specifically somebody who disagrees about the subject that they like to talk about, it might be even more fun for them.
But Coach, right now you sound like the guy who claims he's straight, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I only go to the gay bars on the weekend. I just have these great conversations with those guys. Like I'm really." That's what you sound like.
Great gay bars are fun as hell, dude. You meet the you meet the best gay bars.
I'm not linking flat Earth to being gay at all. I'm just saying that like it is just that thing where it's like you frequent gay bars, yet you're like claiming that you're not.
Well, no, Coach.
He had to catch himself. He realized he was like.
Hey, yo, you know what it's like? Hey, yo, you know what it's like? It's like, let's say I'm a New York Giants fan, and your dad's a Cowboys fan. But the thing is, we both love football. So, you know what I mean? Like, we love football first, and yet we just happen to have different teams. But the discussion of football is interesting to all of us.
Yeah.
That's the way I
That's exactly. No, that's exactly right. Because it's like all the subjects we talk about in here, including the conspiracy subjects, I'm entertained by all of them. But, the science conversations, that's what brings the people in here who's like Paul, for example. I think he's still here. But yeah, people like that, they're here because they like to talk about these subjects, not necessarily because they're in any way kind of interested specifically in the flat Earth. But, although there are some of those too.
You know what though? I also look at it like, because it's like football teams, it's okay to talk shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'd hope that nobody gets too serious about any of this shit. Because it's like being a Giants fan and being like, "Hey, what's up with these boys, bro?" Like, or them boys, whatever it is. Like, it's just hilarious to me. It's all fun and games, man.
I just wanted to add something to the pigs can fly analogy. Is that it's almost as though we're here saying pigs can't fly, and they're coming in to say, but pigs can fly. But every day. So the more logical thing is that we all know pigs can't fly. But
yes,
they can fly, and they're joining the discussion every day to fight with people who say pigs can't fly, because they deep down inside know pigs can't. But their priests have told them that pigs can. So they come in here to spout how much pigs can fly, but daily want to discuss with someone who can logically show you why pigs cannot.
Yes, you nailed it right there. Yes, because I've used the pigs can fly in other contexts, but the way that you just said it for this context, exactly. Yep.
The grass
right, that's the biggest difference. That's the big difference, though, is you have to have the subject of pigs flying and all that kind of thing has to be kind of already, in interest of this person, regardless if they're specifically fascinated with arguing with somebody about it.
Coach,
I looked at
there was like
hey yo, the Globers pigs fly discussion with people who can think the pigs fly, and they're like, look, I've never seen the pig fly, but I want to know how. Like, I look at it like Globers are like trying to discover, like, okay, what do we got to do to get this pig to fly? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like they're really actually on the side, like, or they want to make pigs flying work, and so they're here to discuss like the real finer points of it, so they can really hammer out the fucking details, so they can get that pig in the air.
Yeah. Because the Globers
just use a trebuchet.
But respect, you gotta respect it though.
The Globers
like
will
you guys
agree.
Are here, you guys are here. You know what? Check it. Hold on. You guys are here every day. Like, yo, where's your fucking model? Where's your model? Well, like, it leads to me like maybe you're out there trying to make a model, and you're like, well, wait a minute. One flat earther says this, so I'm going to put that into my calculation, and I'm really going to try to figure out and make the flat Earth work. Like I see a Kosho kind of like that. Like
that's exactly what I was doing.
Right. Like you're really trying to make like, okay, what's the real science? How do we get this to work so that we can make the argument necessary if it's a really valid point?
I mean,
It's a very scientific perspective.
Yeah. That's exactly what me and Lichmink were doing like 5 years ago, or 4 or 5 years ago. I was trying to find a correct flat Earth model because there was flaws in all of them. So we were gonna find as many things as we could to make it work, but gave up eventually.
No, it's awesome. That's how I see you guys. Really.
But it's like with that analogy, it would be like, if the mainstream story was that pigs can fly, but no one's ever seen a pig fly, no one has ever validated it. However, there's pictures that government agencies put out of pigs flying, so they're believing it. And then we're here saying that, pigs don't fly, guys, they don't fly. And then people are coming and being like, trying to debate us that pigs do fly, even though there's no actual validation for it. But there's a bunch of sort of government evidence, if you want to call it that. Like,
hey, yo, and then they come in and lie and say they're a farmer and their pig flies.
And why?
From my point of view, it's actually the opposite. From my point of view, it's the opposite. It's like you guys are coming here saying ducks don't fly, and despite all the pictures and videos and evidence of ducks flying, you reject all that and continue to say that ducks don't fly. That's what I see it like.
That's completely the opposite, because even a Glober at ground level will say it appears flat, but we know it's a spinning ball.
He's a gyroscope.
But at ground level, we know it's flat, but it's definitely a spinning ball. Seeing a duck fly is the being at ground level and seeing it flat.
It's like the grass analogy works too. Like the flat earther says, "Hey, that grass is green." The globe earther is like, "No, it's blue." And the flat earther is like, "Hey, what color do you see?" The globe earther says, "Oh, I see green," but you can't trust your senses. The flat earther is like, "What?" They go, "Yeah." The globe earther says, "Oh, explain Kentucky bluegrass," and it's just a name. It's not actually blue. And then the globe earther is like, "Well, why would they lie?"
Well, there's a photo. There's this one photo of bluegrass, and it comes from a government agency. So therefore, how dare you question that all the grass you've seen in
there are thousands of photos from civilians showing it, and you're being a bit dishonest representing it like that.
They're like the globe earther tells them
of the globe Earth. False.
The gator thinks the grass is green or blue now, which is green, which is Kentucky. So if you disagree with them, you deny Kentucky.
The idea of a globe has been around longer.
Thousands of photos of globe Earth.
If you're level-headed, it's like grass green. So we know it's blue because the saying is green as grass. So we know it's blue. So the same way, being level, we know mean sea level covers the entire Earth. It's a level to which everything else is measured against. But we're going to tell you it's spherical. So don't believe the senses. Don't believe your own eyes. Just trust this photo from a government agency.
If they really want to talk about space and rocket science, there's plenty of spaces on the internet to do that. The problem is a globalist gets laughed out of the room if they try. So they got to come to a flat Earth space to talk about it.
Do they?
Here's the truth about it, dude. As a person, always loved science and space my entire life, right? I have friends. Some of them like the same thing, and some of them don't. And sometimes, in a very, it'll be a very, opportune times if somebody brings something up relating to the subject, science or any of this type of stuff. Because then we're talking about it, and actually, it never really gets brought up, right? And this is a community where it's brought up by the nature of what we're talking about at all times. So the people, if you want to talk about these subjects, you don't go to a group of people who only talk about rockets or something like that. Those groups don't exist, or they don't exist in this same capacity. You know what I mean? There's not going to be 40 people who all like rockets who are just sitting together talking about it. So for most people on either side, this conversation is compelling because it doesn't exist in other areas.
Yeah, I just like being
kosher,
told over and over that I can't sense things. I'm stupid. I don't work the job that I work, and
That's why Ned comes here.
Yeah.
But kosher though.
Now the victim status rolls out.
But here's the other thing of it too, is that there's also like this discussion of the shape of the earth is not in a vacuum. Pardon the pun, I suppose. But like the idea of like, like there is all this other extraneous shit, like, social control mechanisms and psychology and politics and this is where, I mean, I can appreciate like treating the Earth discussion, because I happen to think like if you wipe NASA off the table in this discussion, it brings us back to even footing, where your side has a claim, you know what I mean, that can't be like, you know what I mean, you have valid claims in your own rights, the model itself, and then so does the flat earth. But then you have, and this is why I appreciate all you guys, is that you don't really introduce NASA shit, because it's going to get, people aren't going to accept it anyway. But you don't introduce it, you introduce the original sciences. So without like the moon landing and the space programs, we're kind of just all on equal footing with these observations. And that's what opens the conversation up. And this is what I think is so interesting, is that it brings us back to like, the early 1900s cosmological discussion, what was happening then? That was fucking Einstein and all the rest of it. And, and then they fucking said they went to the moon, and it's like, wait, what? And that's where the politics happens. And then that's where you got people who accept that as fucking reality and accept NASA's footage and then use that as the basis for their worldview. And so it's like, it's not just an Earth discussion, and it's not just a fucking a physical discussion. It's kind of a metaphysical, esoteric discussion. That's why I get like irritated. Like I'm so over the not over it because it's still interesting at some points, but over the calculation side of it. More interested in the philosophical implications of all this shit. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where I get bored just discussing, because we're all on even footing when you bring it back to the turf of pre-moon landing. So therefore, anyone can make their arguments, and it's just a dance around whoever argues either side were better. But they're not in a vacuum, and it's not exclusive to the shape of the Earth either. At least that's my point.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of the reason. Like, there's people in here like myself, like I said, who are interested in both the conspiracy, the psychological shit, and then the science shit. So, I'm not surprised. What I'm very surprised about, and no offense, Gio and other people who've said this, I'm extremely surprised whenever you guys on that side question why we're in here, and then you come up with a reason that we're secretly interested in the flat Earth. We just kind of want to get behind it before it becomes big and stuff like that. We're like closet flat earthers or something. Because almost every glober, every baller except for Brummy, none of them are closet flat earthers.
See, but that's where the Geo's like, well, I go to the gay bar, but I'm not gay fucking analogy comes in. Is because like that's the problem, is that like, I think deep down you guys have these underlying questions. Now, you know what I mean, which is, I think, good. You know what I mean? I just think, it's kind of got that turf though, where it's like, why? It's like I've often said, like, let's say somebody goes through your browser history and they're like, so you're in 15 flat earth discords, but you're not a flat earther. And you're like, no, I argue for the globe and stuff. I really try to, I was like, oh, okay, buddy. You're going to get labeled as a flat earther just because you're in a fucking flat earth discord kind of thing.
I have been.
Yeah.
My sister thought I was a flat earther. My ex-girlfriend,
You're like, no, I'm not. I'm defending the globe.
Yeah, well, no, I told
Don't worry,
him
Dave. I'm defending the
explicitly that I'm
man.
talking to flat earthers. Yeah, but
Well, that's kind of like going into gay bars to try and convert them back to becoming straight. And you're spending every day inside of a gay bar trying to get them to acknowledge, to come back to being straight, which is the normal. And everyone told you to do that. But yet you're not gay yourself. You're enjoying the conversation and you're there every day. Yeah, right.
Honestly, that's a really interesting conversation to have, is talking to someone who is gay and trying to figure out why they don't like the opposite sex the way you like the opposite sex.
Right, but then it's like having that conversation every day and trying to like, it's like that's where.
Yeah, every day, every night, every hour.
Because you know what? I wouldn't give a hell flying F if they're gay or not. I would not want to. I don't care. Why would they be gay?
Yeah, it's okay. You're gay, Nick.
You're going to gay bars. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Dude. Gay
Remember,
bars are like one of the best.
Me and Kosho aren't the ones in the gay bar. It's you guys.
I don't know. Kosho has gone to the gay bars, right, Kosho?
Yeah, I know, but in this analogy,
yeah. So you're wrong there, Ruckin.
In reality, though, gay bars are, there's nothing wrong with them. Like I said, it's crazy how different women treat you at a gay bar than a regular bar.
See, Kosho knows. Who else you got, Nick? It ain't Kosho.
I don't know. I've never been to a gay bar.
Oh, okay.
Closest experience I can relate is being in Flat Earth Discord servers. So.
Yo, did you ever get deceived by one of them Thai girls?
No.
Jesus Christ.
I can see Neg out there having a little too many whiskeys, getting deceived.
No, really, man. I've been married since I was 21.
And
I have remained loyal.
What's that mean with getting deceived in Thailand?
Also, I'm in Korea, not Thailand. So.
Oh, fair enough. I'm sure they look better over there.
All right.
More deceptive. Especially Korea.
What's that?
You have kids in the gay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to be a dad. I might be a dad already for all I know.
They're a pain in the ass, but they're all right sometimes.
Anyway,
fucking ever too, actually. Like 3 hours. No, sorry, since 3, so like an hour and a half.
We watching a horse race?
Sorry.
Yeah, hot mic too.
Just amusing.
I don't like the connotation of necessarily calling the Flat Earth as the gay club, because technically we're on the straight and level. So we're actually a straight club, and it's a gay guy walking into a straight club trying to convert the straight club to becoming gay.
That's exactly what's happening, especially with those.
You guys are the ones who are confused about what straight even means.
Here, check this headline out. For the past 23 days, the SLS moon rocket has been a monument, more of a monument than a machine. Standing at 32 stories tall on launch pad 39B Kennedy Space Center, the most suspicious object for miles around the towers over flat Florida landscape.
Because, of course, describing it as curved would be an accurate way to...
It's flat.
So
call up the New York Times or the Times and tell them you're triggered that they describe the Earth as flat.
The failing New York Times.
I think I prefer the conversation. I think I prefer the conversation. The globers are slightly bent, certainly at the 8 inches per mile squared ratio, and we're the they also claim that they're capable of hiding large, tall, straight buildings with curvature. So
yeah, we got astrolabes and sextants and
astrolabias. What?
Yeah. Every time someone says astrolabe, I always think of astroglide.
Astrolabe.
We are in a gay bar, so
I like that one too. You're an astrolabe.
There's one thing I want to call back to some of the argument about the experiences, like what your senses are telling you you're experiencing. And maybe I'm not going to word this correctly, but to me, it makes more sense that if you were born in a situation where you were already on a moving ship, let's say a ship in the ocean, smooth sailing, or on a train, like a train smooth, on the tracks constantly. If you were born in that system and you looked out the windows, it would be more in that situation. It would be more correct to realize that everything around you is moving consistently, and so it's your frame that's moving, right? Because
Right,
it's
but
more likely that everything around you moving consistently means that you're probably moving. So when you guys say that our base observation is that sky's moving and we're stationary, that kind of goes against what you would experience, what you would assume in other situations, in almost every other situation.
But Kosho, couldn't you also agree that even if, like, let's say we, we are moving, let's say, whatever like that, like, isn't it kind of just irrelevant information, really?
Most of the time.
Right. And so, like, if it's irrelevant, it has nothing to do with, like, my day-to-day reality, but yet you're going to tell me that everything I'm doing is wrong because I don't understand my fucking reference frame. Isn't that, like, a little absurd?
If someone said everything you were doing was wrong, sure.
Yeah, like, I mean, I can't trust my senses, right, Kosho?
No, I as I told you before.
I mean, I get you.
You told me I repeated it twice. I haven't repeated it once yet, but I told you before the argument is flawed. It's misworded, and so it's not even fair to say that you can't trust your senses, because nobody is claiming that your senses are wrong. As Paul said, your senses are limited, and so they're not the correct tools to make an assessment of what the claim is.
I would just wonder when would the flat and level surface that you'll be walking on a train will be curved.
Or the flat Florida landscape fires a rocket that bends, but that's actually orbit.
But Kosho, could you see how, like, some of these thought exercises are really meaningless? You know what I mean? Like the idea of, like, well, what if you're on a tennis ball and you're an ant, and what if, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you know what I mean? We don't fucking experience any of that shit, dude. So it's like irrelevant, stupid, dude, in a certain sense.
I can think of 1,000, 1,000 different scenarios or day-to-day routines, which that would not have any effect, and to explain that to somebody would be irrelevant. However, in the context of understanding the truth about the plant, the earth that we live on, and what it's actually doing,
right? But how could you get to the truth if you're just obfuscating and creating what ifs the whole fucking time? How could you ever get to what is actually true?
It's not all just what ifs. Like, in our conversations, maybe, but the actual conclusions are gotten to by testing and observation.
Well, that's
why is this guy lying, Koso? This is Jeffrey Kluger from Time Magazine, verified on Twitter. Why is he lying, do you think? Why he said Florida's flat?
You got a hot mic for it.
Yeah, why is Florida flat? Why would you lie about that?
I don't know. My brain, the way it works right now, is I was following the conversation. I was in the middle with Issa, and then you asked that question, so I got to kind of start over and consider it. So just give me a minute.
Blue screen event. This is the thing where the globalists have to brain fart the majority of human history, all of science, all of math, just to pretend like flat is a shape. That's the leaps of logic they have to do.
You know what you should consider looking into? You should become a columnist. I think you'd be a great columnist for one of those newspapers or something. You have a colorful way of describing things. Almost seems meaningless and nonsensical, but there's like a hint of truth somewhere in there.
Is that how you know that? Because you're a Discord mod? Was that the first step? All the best columnists become a Discord mod first, then they work their way up.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Or was it the sock accounts? What comes first, Coach? Did you use the sock account thing and then the Discord mod thing? What's the
my mom wants to give me a second. She'll be back.
Kosho would say that his gay bar outings and his soccer count days are long behind him.
Maybe not. I mean, I don't know what you guys got against gay bars, but in stock accounts, actually, you know what? Discord themselves have implemented a like a new system to where you can add stock accounts to your regular account.
Well, no, there's a difference between a soccer account and alt, bro. You can't use those terms synonymously.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Some people have different communities. Like if they're into multiple stuff, they just don't want the one account because there's a lot of freaks on the internet trying to figure out where people are and what they're up to.
Yeah. There are some weirdo doxer types. I don't really understand them at all.
I agree with that one. That actually bothers me too. Right too.
Like literally, why would you try it? Like what? Why would you? So you find someone on the internet that you don't like, and then you try and find out real stuff about them for what reason?
Yeah, not to send a birthday card or something like that. Just to harass them.
Yeah.
In their mind, though, they're defending the globe, and by any means necessary, because they think that the flat Earth is a lie. So if they can take it, they can take down the lie. Any way they did it is justified. And they also, because they believe they're subjective moral systems. So whatever they do is subjectively right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's true of some people in this debate, but I meant in a wider context. Like, doxers in any context are fucking weirdos, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do at all, not a single thing to do with defending the globe. It is 100% a character flaw of the individual who does that. But there's this movie or short series on Netflix called The Web of Make Believe, I think. And the first episode is about what is that, swatters. It's just the same thing. It's like, well, it's not the same thing, but I think it comes from the same intention and motivation. Is like there's people who they don't have any power otherwise in their life, and so it's kind of like they feel like a sort of power from ruining somebody else's life or affecting somebody else's life from afar. I think people are brave who put their real names online because as a Jewish person, especially in this community, there's people who are pretty hateful. You never know who's crazy enough to do something stupid.
It's kind of like the old adage of if you can't actually address the man's point, you're going to attack the man. So if there's no way for you to rebut the point that he devastated you on, you're going to go outside, try find his car and slash his tires, find some way to belittle him, or you're going to try and attack the person because you know that the content of what he was saying, you have absolutely no way to attack it.
Yeah, but I think these are again with Fritz, because that's like Fritz's argument. Sort of, I think that we're talking about two distinctly different types of people. Because the people who are involved in the arguments and that kind of thing, I'm not sure they're really as hateful as the people who are just generally fucking hateful and doxing and going into people's DMs and saying hateful shit.
Debate's over in
That's
just
what
one.
comes with the religion. With that religion, you get that outcome. You get many more atheistic, non-caring, life doesn't matter type people.
This debate's simply over that you just leave people alone you don't like. Then there's no globalists left. Because their first claim is that if you don't like someone, you go and harass them. And then they can't explain that on the globe.
So when Crypto was talking about the doxers, when Crypto was talking about the doxers, I don't think that, I mean, unless he took for himself, but I wasn't thinking that he was exclusively talking about Globers, because these doxers and these fucking hateful people are not just on one side. I consider them not to be on any side. They're just kind of in the background.
Yeah, I mean, my only personal experience with doxers has actually been with Globers, to be fair, but I'm not going to say that it's only that, because I know that they exist in other spheres as well. So just to clarify, but I wasn't saying that it's only you guys or anything. It's not. To be honest, there's only one or two of you guys that I can. Sorry, I keep saying you guys. You know what I mean by that. I'm not talking about you. But there are a couple of guys on your side that are very weird, which you have to be honest about that. And they probably are on my side, but I wouldn't know because I don't have that experience with them.
Yeah, that's explainable too on the Flat Earth. Flat Earth is a very sad and lonely place.
Yeah.
There's no
Why are you
place to
so
go.
weird, Crit?
There's no place to go. And there's just like the way things are today are the way they will always be. On the globe, they told you, just imagine it, and it's true. There's a world out there with world peace. That there's a version of Earth where they nuclear disarmed. You'll give peace a try. But you never see that. The globalists just do the same thing every day. Try to figure out who flat earthers are, try to figure out what they're talking about, disrupt all the conversations, and they come back day in, day out, no change. Even on the day where they say, hey, Jupiter is the closest it will ever be in your lifetime. They don't care. They don't care about that. Their so-called moon rocket that they can't even get fueled up. They don't care about that either. They only care about what other people think, that someone's wrong on the internet, when they're wrong on the internet. But they don't care about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I got a whole week worth of work to do ahead of me next week, and I guarantee I won't think a thing about what flat earthers care.
Oh, don't lie, Negator. You're gonna be thinking about it the whole time.
The whole time. Filling out my retirement paperwork. God, this fucking flat earthers can't wait to fucking retire.
You're gonna dream about the Bedford level. I can tell.
I might.
Or the Bedford flat. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, God damn! How can I get rid of these dreams?
No, that's not what I dream about. But
Negator, if you're not on a spinning ball and all that stuff, what would you think about your current spatial awareness?
I need more context.
Jeez, that.
I just love that gay bar analogy. It's got so many facets to it. It's almost as though sometimes a glober will even acknowledge a flat earth point, almost akin to a straight guy kissing the gay guy, but saying just because he didn't close his eyes, he's not actually homosexual. He's just
I won't close my eyes if we kiss.
And then in the next second, you'll ask him, so are you homosexual? No, absolutely not. But you just agreed with that homo and you kissed him because you were on the same point. No. I kissed him, but I'm not homosexual.
Stop trying to make me homosexual, okay?
Yeah.
Just stop.
It's like the Southern Baptists and Southern evangelicals who just harp about homosexuality. Like they talk about gay sex more than gay people do. That's like the globalists. The globalists all they do is talk about the flat earth more than flat earthers do. They're just
all you guys are talking about is being gay. That's all you guys are talking about. Yeah, so
I guarantee I talk way more about heterosexual sex than I do about being gay or flat earth.
Yeah, right. So, but I think Issa probably had the best analogy. Because I think y'all's analogy, as I said, the bluegrass thing and the pigs thing, the part that makes them inaccurate is that there's already a drive for the people on the globe side to want to talk about this subject. That they're already interested in the subject. So what Issa said about the Cowboys and the Giants, like these are two teams, or even the Cowboys and the Eagles, whatever. These are two teams that they hate each other and stuff like that. So they're they go and they argue all the time with each other, but ultimately they all are gathered around the same event, the same sport. So
it's just that we're not gay.
But it's funny. You guys see that this is like
we know what a straight line is. We're not thinking straight lines are curved.
That's the part that's confusing. Is you guys are confused on what's straight, what's not straight.
It's those curved lines that make me straight, though. So
it's like if you sucked a dick, you're probably gay. that kind of thing.
Well, I'm telling you.
No, it's only if you close your eyes while sucking the dick, then you're gay. If you keep your eyes open while sucking the dick, then
No. If you just did it for $20, I mean, it's cool.
Well, I'm telling you, like if you would just open yourself up to the curved lines, you'd come over to our side. But
yeah, right. Yeah, you're curved. You guys ain't straight over there. That's for sure.
no.
No.
I don't know. Maybe you're looking at different curves than I am, but like I'm not changing teams. So
is there anything straight on your Earth, Negator? Is anything straight?
Just
for
Negator.
a few minutes a day, yeah.
Negator. Negator's like, I'm straight. Yeah. Question my sexuality. I got kids.
I'm in the army, surrounded by hundreds of men. I'm definitely straight.
Like yeah, get them group showers going on.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. I'm not gay.
It's just like Starship Troopers.
Level is definitely straight.
I'm very level
Those
right
on
now.
the level.
You guys are making me so level. It's amazing.
Can men get pregnant?
Why do you want to have this? No, absolutely
I'm just
not.
saying, this is the society. Hold on, check it out. The society you guys have created with all your advanced technology thinks men can get pregnant, right?
Well, no, the real truth is people like me are fighting against that.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. I think it's absurd.
Now I understand the lyrics of More Than a Woman.
What's that?
Now I understand the lyrics to More Than a Woman.
Oh.
Anyway,
Arnold Schwarzenegger got pregnant in the 90s, didn't he?
No, but no, man, I'm on your side on that one, Isa. But
right, and this is the thing is it's like, but this is what's this to me, Neg, is it's like, and this is where I mean, like I said, the shape of the Earth is not in a vacuum, but it seems that all the globalism and like globe NASA pushers all seem to have a consensus that men can get pregnant. Like I've literally heard
that's just not true.
I mean, I agree with you, Neg. I agree with you 100%.
Oh, he's saying it's not.
At the same time, these people are arguing for these ideas, man. Like,
no, I'm saying that the huge chunk of Globers out there is not like the ones that argue that nonsense. You get me and Sally in here, we're going to be on the same side.
Right, but what does Google say?
I don't care what Google says.
Well, most people do.
Does Google say that a man can get pregnant?
Yes.
I don't know if I believe that. Number one,
go look it up.
Google doesn't say anything though. Not unless you read like Google News or something. But even the Google News is not Google News.
I'll get you a screenshot. The point is, most people fucking think what Google says.
I don't think that's true.
As a glober, you're not allowed to use your critical thinking. You have to toe the party line. Whatever they say is true.
Advance the conversation.
Who told you that?
If you're going to say something silly, at least be funny about it.
That wasn't funny. That was quite sad.
No,
that is what you globers are all about.
And that's not true.
Toe it.
It's just like a weird straw man. No, it's a huge debate. You know.
Yeah, almost every other subject, other than is the Earth a spinning globe, any other, especially like if you go to Jim Panda's server, you bring up any other subject, we debate all about a whole bunch of stuff, and always going to be divided in there about any subject.
Do you want to come with me over to Jim Panda's and I can ask him to talk about pronouns? I guarantee you'll be on my side.
I love Jem. That's why I love Jem. Jem's the shit. But like the point is, you guys lose track when it comes to the fact that your team is saying men can get pregnant, dude. You've got an internal.
That's not my team, though. That's the thing.
It's like when you guys hold on. It's like when you guys used to come at us about the Earth curve calculator, and I used to tell you guys need to go argue to earthcurvecalculator.com, not us.
Yeah, but do you hear what Negator's saying? You can't claim that that's our side if he's literally not on that side.
How about this? I just put Google's first 2 results say that men can get pregnant. Go look at it.
Yeah, I know. But what website?
Okay, that's your team. This is what your world has created, guys. Good job.
That's not our team, though. Like, it's not this weird dichotomy you have going on.
It is,
as far as beliefs.
It is.
That just demonstrates that you don't understand your team, because your team says that you evolved from soup on this rock, and that heterozygous or being mixed genetics is actually just a state of evolution, and therefore being male or female is actually just the next evolutionary step in this evolutionary paradigm of a spinning ball Earth in a vacuum that potentially could be ended at any point with an asteroid. All of that is part of your team's narrative.
Can
so
someone
for you to say, well, this part of my team's narrative I don't agree with, indirectly you're disagreeing with your team.
Dude,
Then you need to go that
you have to
that
you have to
evolution
understand something.
true, and then you'll come to the conclusion that the spinning ball Earth is also not true, and then you'll realize, wow, how did transgenderism get me to discover the truth of the nature of this realm?
Well, that was stupid as fuck.
Yeah, everything that you just named right now, all these unrelated topics, right? Transgenderism, evolution, a meteor hitting the Earth and just killing everybody. Yeah,
I
these
just
are
explained
different.
how they are
These are
related.
these. Yeah, I know,
just
I know.
explained how they are
You're
related.
explaining. You explained how they are related to you and how you went from one conclusion to the other. However,
They're
there's
foundational for the next idea.
those three different ideas. You can have people on either side of those, and still share. Like, say, like me and the Gator, we could both believe in meteors, but I might not believe in evolution. He does, right? That's not true. But I'm just saying, they're not all in the same basket. You can't just group them all together and say, if you believe in this one thing, you believe in all these other things. That's not the case.
They are, but they're foundational. They build upon one another.
They're not foundational. They don't build upon one another. You're full of shit. Please stop lying.
Well, can you maybe explain how they don't build upon one another?
That's literally it. That's literally it. You made it up. You're full of shit. Stop saying it.
Oh, fantastic rebuttal.
That's all I need to do, though, because you just asserted they're foundational, and I can assert that they're not, right? Because any assertion made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So fuck off.
So then you don't understand the evolutionary paradigm that has led to people thinking that identity is a selection, that you can choose your identity based on the fucking day, that you can put a fucking dress on and today you're a woman.
That's not how it works.
Yes, that is how it works.
No, you might think it is. Maybe your paradigm is, but not mine.
Yeah, okay. All right. Wait there. We're going to stop talking about the transgender issue.
1 second, please. 1 sec. Maybe we can just drop the energy level 20%. So maybe Negator can give us, because I know Negator. He's generally got pretty good views on most things, even though we disagree on the shape of the Earth. That's acceptable. Don't you think that there's some element of relativity within the worldview to all of this?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, so there's kind of two worldviews, and I'm not saying that you're within one or the other, but you seem to go between one and the other depending on the subject, right? So the idea that biological male and biological female exist, right? That's not a relativity. That's not any kind of relativity, or relativism. Sorry, is the right word, not relativity. Sorry, it's early for me.
That's all right. I'm not smart enough to know the difference. So.
Well, I think you are.
I'm sorry.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, if I didn't think you were smart enough to know the difference, I wouldn't have bothered having the whole conversation with you. Regardless, like, you've got these elements of relativism running through all of these arguments, right? Do I need to expand on that? Surely you understand what that means.
I just don't see the relation. Like,
well, the worldview of relativism. So you've got one group of people that believe that there are objective truths, and you've got one set of people that believe only subjectivity exists, right? And then the offshoots are the weird relativistic arguments.
Wait, which is the latter group?
Sorry?
You said the two groups. Which one is the one who only believes in the subjective, whatever?
Well, the relativistic people. So they'll say, well, you can't really know that something's right or wrong. You can't really know if someone's a man or a woman. You can't really know. And, like, there's no stake in the ground objective truths.
It's the same people who say perception is reality. Doesn't that sound familiar? Like, we see it's flat, therefore it's flat?
No.
Perception is reality is a phrase that's used to help you navigate through social,
it's got
professional interactions.
Right. So it's not really about your worldview or whatever. But I think that there's a fundamental flaw about if you're claiming that it's our side who believes that there's only subjective truths or whatever.
No, show. What I said was very.
That's why I'm trying to understand which side you were saying.
Well, that's why I asked about Negator, because I know that he's got some. that a lot of the way he sees the world, I agree with, right? But these tend to be based on things like male and female exist. Okay, whereas there are people in the world who believe there are 200 genders. Right now, for me, I don't even believe in the concept of gender because it's not observable, it's not measurable in any way. It's just a person says that they are a gender, queer, panda, whatever, fluid nonsense bollocks, right? This is all made up shit as far as I'm concerned. But there are people who genuinely believe that you can change your quote unquote gender, right? So, and Negated doesn't believe that as far as I can tell. So I'm not throwing him in with that camp. What I'm saying is that these arguments, some of them, well, a lot of these different arguments spring from this relativism concept, and that he doesn't agree with most of them, but does have some elements that are agreeing to that worldview. Hopefully that's clearer.
Well,
yeah, that relative,
had...
well said there, Crypto. It is about being relative, these different points. I was trying to make it out is the difference between, say, a Democrat and a Republican. If you're Democrat, you're probably going to agree that.
Did he cut out for anybody else?
Yeah. I think so.
Are you there? Toilets, there should be unisex toilets placed into schools. You're going to think that abortion is right. So there's going to be certain things that you think about because you're on that side, and it's all relative. Whereas the Republicans, or on the right side, they believe in a creator. So therefore, they believe all life is special. So therefore, all of these correlations are all going to be grouped together. You might have the occasional liberal that doesn't agree with everything on the left. You might have the occasional Republican who's not going to agree with everything on the right. But by consensus, generally speaking, they do all agree on those same relative points.
Look, if you're telling me point A leads to point B, and A is gender and B is shape of the earth, I disagree. My family is generally staunchly conservative, with the exception of my brother and my sister, and several of our family friends over the years. And we've had all kinds of arguments about gender and politics, but not once has the shape of the earth come up. We all believe Earth is a globe. The conservatives and the liberals, the folks that argue against abortion by any means, and the folks that argue, you can be whatever the hell you want based on, what day it is. I don't know where this is going, but it doesn't seem useful.
Well, no, the point of this, Neg, is that it's Google, and I'll tell you what, does Google believe what NASA says?
I mean, this is a weird straw man, right? Like, Google's not here to defend itself. I'm not here to defend Google.
Right. Well, we're saying Neg, and this is the point. This is where we think we're just trying to help you understand that the point is that you're aligned with a bunch of people who are actually actively working on legislation to make it so that men can get pregnant and fuck you if you think
this is a straw man that you've built, and you're arguing against it. You're still doing it.
It's like me
telling explaining the correlation, and you're deliberately trying to
it's like
because there is none.
No, it's like what you're doing, what you sound like anyway, Neg, is someone defending a cult leader who's been accused of a bunch of shit and convicted.
But I'm not defending those people. That's the straw man. I'm not defending the people. I'm not defending the folks making this legislation for whatever the hell it is you're talking about. I'm not defending them. Isa, I am not defending them. I don't know how else to tell you.
Neg, this is what I'm trying to say. You're in a cult, dude. Get out.
I'm not in their cult. You keep telling me, like, I think my favorite color is green. I'm telling you, man, no, man, my favorite color is red.
You're wearing the cult outfit with the
my favorite color is red.
You're wearing the
still
cult
red
outfit with the haircut, the fucking whole nine, and you're like, I'm not in the cult. You know what I mean? That's what we're trying to say, Neg, is that, like, yeah, the cult you're in really goes against everything you really believe in, and we'd like
I'm still not in a cult, so I don't believe what those people say. I'm still not defending them.
Right.
You may not be aware. You may not be aware of the cult that you're in. That's what you're saying now. But you're in a cult.
This is just a massive straw man. It's really super weird.
Yeah. Y'all's argument right now is all based around
you don't understand
something that is blatantly untrue. He's telling you it's untrue, and it's the basis of your argument.
That's on you.
So tell me, is the only way for me to not be in this cult to tell everybody I believe in a flat Earth? Is that the way out?
No. To start using your own mind. to form your own conclusion.
But you would agree, then I've used my own mind to decide that you can't just decide your gender, right? Or that I shouldn't I shouldn't perform surgery on a 5-year-old that thinks she's a boy. I used my own mind to decide that, didn't I?
Correct.
So then, by your definition, I have used my own mind. But what exactly are you telling me? What else should I do with my mind to do?
Yeah. So your point been made. The point is that you demonstrated the ability. You have the ability to think for yourself, but you're part of a cult that doesn't encourage thinking for themselves. You're in a cult that tells you to pull the party line.
So I'm in a cult.
Guys, we need to de-escalate this slightly again. Okay, I tried to do it the first time. Let's try again. Would it be fair to say that you have some friends who have a disagreeing worldview with yours? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so maybe what he's trying to say is that you're not in a cult, but some of your friends are. Would that be a fair thing to say?
I think some of them think things, and I don't understand why. I don't know if I'd go far to call them as being in a cult.
Okay, so can the room agree to that then? Can the room agree to that?
I have to disagree only because I think when you guys are classifying like a cult, it's being classified as something where you're grouping together a lot of these different shared ideas, and so I think it'd kind of be wrong to use, like I say, his friends that believe just some gender issue. They're all in a cult, but they might also have disagreements that you guys all claim would be in this group. So it's like I don't know if I don't know if I could. I don't know if using that term would make that argument.
Let me ask a question.
Hang on. What's the purpose of this conversation?
Here's the purpose right here. Like, let me ask you a question, Nick. If let's say you knew an astrophysicist, right? And you were gonna publish a paper, everything he said in the document, right? And you're asking him a litany of questions. And one of the questions to that astrophysicist was, "Can men get pregnant?" Do you think that he would have to censor his opinion about whether or not men can get pregnant because it's a professional discussion?
He's not a professional in that field, is he?
No,
he's just somebody with an opinion.
Check it out. He's an astrophysicist, but somebody asked him, "Can men get pregnant?" Do you think he'd have to politicize his answer at all?
What do you mean politicize his answer?
Do you think that astrophysicist, let's say that astrophysicist really believes that men cannot get pregnant? Do you think that he would say that publicly in today's climate?
No.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Yeah, I don't think he would either. Because as a
I just wanted to make one very quick analogy. It's kind of like being a Jew or being a practicing Jew. Some practicing Jews obey the Sabbath. Some of them wear headdress. Some of them meet in Israel twice a year. Other Jews just call themselves a Jews and don't do any of those additional things. So you're saying you're not part of the team simply because you don't practice.
Get it away from. I don't want to get into Neg though. It's not about Neg. It's not about Neg. It's about whether or not Neg thinks that would the astrophysicist have to politicize his answer.
So, first and foremost, any professional in any field is typically very careful about making any sort of statement that has political connections at all, right?
Okay, check it out. Do you think that it's wrong that the discussion of whether men can get pregnant is a political fucking discussion? Why is this a political fucking issue?
What sort of issue should it be?
Well, shouldn't it be clear-cut science?
But the fact that it's controversial, though, is mixed.
Yeah. Okay. So why
controversial is a better description.
Why is it controversial?
But again,
it lies in the realm of biology.
Where are you going with this?
We'll get there. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll get there when we get there, Neg. But why is it controversial?
Because there's a disagreement.
Yeah. That's
the thing is, if you ask,
hold on.
If you ask a scientist something,
hold on. So you're telling me that men can get pregnant to some people?
No, what I'm telling you is, if you ask somebody who is a physicist, an astrophysicist, something about a controversial subject that he's not even in the field of, he's going to stay out of the argument by declining to answer the question. Not because
Why
he's
is it? Hold on.
feels
Hey,
one way or another about it,
Kosho.
but because he's not. He doesn't want
Kosho,
people
why is
to
it
argue.
controversial? Why is it controversial? The weight of Polaris isn't controversial. Why is it controversial that men can't get pregnant?
So there's a disagreement on it. I just told you.
It's at its very core. At its very core, it's a game of semantics. Okay. I think if you asked any of them if a biological male could get pregnant, they'll tell you no. Okay. Now, this argument revolves around the usage of these terms and what they describe. That's the other half. One half of the argument is the literal, objective description of it. The other half is this stupid game of semantics and wordplay, right? So if you're going to ask somebody who's deep in this political field, they're going to give you an answer based on the wordplay. Well, I classify someone as a man as anybody who thinks they're a man. So yes, a man can get pregnant. And they're going to argue with him on the grounds that a biological man can't get pregnant. Of course, biological man can't get
let's
pregnant.
say that astrophysicist says that Polaris weighs this much, but that offends me. That offends me that he thinks that it weighs that much, dude. What about them?
Well, so what? Be offended.
Right.
Yeah.
So
generally, if one person, like a crazy person,
what if it's like
something not
right?
controversial.
No. Well, I'm just saying, you're like, why is the argument of men cannot get pregnant controversial? And it's only controversial in the political cult that you're in. Because everywhere else is in reality, and they understand that can't happen. It's only your astrophysicist. It's only you guys that give credit to this.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Disagree.
My point is, consensus scientists cannot be honest in this time.
But what is a consensus scientist?
Well, can men get pregnant, and would they say so publicly?
I don't think men can get pregnant. No, because I classify as a man as a biological male that doesn't have the proper organs to
would
do
you
so.
be so you could be like condemned as like an anti-trans person for thinking that, right?
Well, I've been thinking and saying that for years and years and years. I haven't been condemned by anybody yet. Again, even if I were condemned, I don't know what that means.
Well, okay,
I still get to go to work.
So like, let's say Google disagrees with you and says that men can get pregnant, right?
What does it matter to me?
Gator, let's put it this way, right? I think you told me that you were in the military or the Air Force or something. Imagine if you became like a commander or I don't know what the like one of the top ranks in the military are, and then somebody asked you your opinion on this, right? At that point, you would have to consider, will this answer have any repercussions for my career?
So this question, as a professional in the military, will never be asked of me.
That's dodging the question, though.
Well, your setup is not realistic.
Well, let's say Nick. Let's say like News Channel 5 rolls up on at the Army, and they're like, "We're just doing a consensus. Can men get pregnant, Lieutenant so and so?" And
again,
what would you say?
Again, this will never be asked of me. Therefore, the answer to this hypothetical question can't possibly ever exist. It doesn't matter. Now, what I will tell you, what I will tell anybody that asks me that question is that no, a biological man cannot get pregnant.
Ant on a fucking basketball. We entertain that bullshit. How about you come along and entertain this one?
I've literally been answering you, but you will not stop talking.
No, what would you answer?
Anybody in this world that approaches me and asks if a biological male get pregnant, I will say no, a biological male cannot get pregnant. It's not possible.
Fantastic. So that's in the street. What we're now doing, which you keep dodging, is putting you in a position of authority and then asking you to consider whether that might affect your answer.
Crypto, my answer, right? Like, I really appreciate it when people listen to the things I say. I don't appreciate when they don't listen. The thing that I just said was anybody, anywhere, will get the same answer. The president, the commander-in-chief can come down and ask it to me, right? My company commander, my brigade commander, the secretary of defense, I'd give two shits. They'll get the same answer. What of it? It's not going to affect me professionally.
So, but this is the question, isn't it? When you become the Secretary of Defense or you become the Commander-in-Chief, your answer wouldn't change.
No, why would it change?
Fantastic. All right. Well, you've got a lot more integrity than a lot of people in those positions.
Well, no, that's I think this is kind of the issue is that if you're not involved in politics, which obviously if you're in politics then you get asked those questions. But if you're anybody else that's not involved in that, and you're in some arena where you're being asked questions or interviewed or whatever, you get asked that question. Most people not involved in that conversation are going to decline to answer that question due to even if they have an opinion about it, they may decline to answer the question because it's a controversial issue and there's no point in jumping in that debate. But if they ask a political figure or a person in politics, that hot mic. But if you ask a person who's a political figure or in politics, they're gonna have to have a position on it, and it might be one way or the other. So, they're gonna answer that question. It's not, it's you're not gonna get because it's a controversial issue. You're not gonna get the same answer each time. You're gonna get different answers depending on what side of the debate you're on.
Yeah, has it come up in the Army? No. We have a set of rules that we follow as far as communication, and that's it. Like those rules don't. I don't know. I still don't understand the purpose of this exercise. And I feel like it's a skin deep conversation that's happening right now. It's entirely meaningless. It's seeking to take my beliefs and push them up against some other set of beliefs that ostensibly are from the same camp as me, which then speaks to the next problem of trying to put me in the same camp as a bunch of people. It's not how the world works.
Neg, like just back to like our football analogy, right? Where like, I'm Giants, you're Cowboys. It's like we're saying, hey, dude, your team is saying that men can get pregnant, dude. You should go address that with your team before you try, anything else.
Again, if there's two teams in this world and it's globe versus flat, then that's fine if you want to describe it like that. But if you're going to suggest that I don't address it, then you're entirely wrong. You have no idea how many arguments I've had online with other people, with family, and I've had so many people I grew up with, drop me as a friend on Facebook with stupid political arguments. But I guarantee it happens.
Fair enough, and I do think you're a man of integrity, and you probably hold these conversations. But you can understand, like from our perspective, we're saying like, hey, dude, the team that you're representing. This like Google, not that you believe everything on Google, not that whatever like that, but your team is also trying to convince us not only that we're spinning when we don't feel it, but also that men can get pregnant. Like, wait, when are we going to be like, hey, what the fuck is going on here with your team?
Well, I mean, I work with a lot of people that are good at their job but have very stupid ideas about other things. So.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you're saying like this Team Google thing. Because if you Google any one of those issues, you're gonna get, it's especially depending on how you Google it. And
well, the first two responses I got,
you're gonna get
said that men can
the
get
two opposite answers.
Yeah,
but that wasn't from Google. That was from Vanity. I think you had Vanity Fair, and
that was the Google search results, man.
Yeah, no, Google search result. That's right.
This entire conversation is one of two things: it's a massive straw man, which is pointless, or it's an attempt to create division in a group of people that is not present for the conversation. Which again it's about as relevant as making the straw man in the first example.
See, the thing is though, it's not when you guys say that I'm spinning and that, well, if you were on a planet and you're moving, you just wouldn't sense it. I feel the same way about that.
I mean, it's like saying that I found something that you disagree with within the world at large, and therefore your position is not valid because you don't agree with absolutely every point in existence with every single other person that thinks it's a globe. It's a nonsense argument. I guarantee if I asked all the flat earthers here their opinion on a million different subjects, I'd get a bunch of different answers. That doesn't mean that you individually aren't flat earthers.
Well, flat earthers don't identify as a we. The globe side's always saying we this, we that.
Yeah, because the we is
hive mind.
The we only extends as far as the research and knowledge gained regarding the shape of the earth.
We'll start explaining that. Start saying where you we.
I literally just said it. Now you know.
I don't know. You seem to have just restated Issa's argument back to him as a refutation for the argument.
Yeah, that really speaks to the legitimacy of the argument, then.
Well, but I don't understand how you can do that. I think you refuted it when you just repeated it.
Oh, what would you like me to do then?
I don't know. I just like, to be honest, I don't necessarily even agree with Isa's argument. I think it's a little bit reductionist, to be honest. But I don't think that you repeated it. I think you just repeated it.
I mean, I think that should be a point you should consider right there. Is you disagree with Isa on something? Does that mean all of flat Earth is wrong?
Okay, so your argument, which you repeated of Isa's, was the idea that you've got this team that disagrees on stuff, right? That was his argument that you're now agreeing with. You see why I'm having a problem with understanding why you're taking it badly, but saying the same thing he is.
I think I missed it. Coach, do you understand what he meant?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening first.
Oh.
So I'm just trying
to write a code.
I'm sorry, man.
But I just want to say, look, man, what he's saying is that there's a bunch of people with a similar relativism outlook on the globe, but they also are taking the relativism into the social sphere where you're not.
Okay.
I think that's fair enough comment. I don't agree with the idea that you're in a cult. I think that's a bit silly, honestly, with regards to having.
It's more rational to assume he's a gyroscope.
Okay, cool. No, but at the same point, when Issa said guys on your team who have really fucked up, stupid views, you like, can't you just say, yeah, they are a bit fucked up and stupid? Like, can't you just say, yeah, that is true?
I don't know. Okay, yes, I did. I said I would argue with it. I said I think it's stupid. I don't know what else you want from me.
Well,
you tell me exactly what you want to hear, and I will agree with you. How about that?
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Well, Crypto, you do know that. Well, I don't know how it is over there, but most definitely American culture. Like, it's everything from the top down, up into the story about NASA and all that. It's all a cult. If you follow this girl, something Alexandria, she has a whole series on cults, and when you consider the fundamentals of what it is, you can't deny that it applies to yourself. I'm saying that as me. It applied to me, and I'm like, wow. There's no way to even escape the cult. Like, it's like not America, like America. Like, where am I
I think
go?
you're watering down the term cults to mean almost anything.
No, it's not watering down. Like, when I said fundamentals, I mean when you have information that can't be questioned. The higher up you go, the more authority people have. They don't have to have a justification. All the shit that really makes you a slave. Shit like that.
Yeah, but
it's not watered
that's
down.
true?
Yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, maybe you can watch the series and then judge whether or not it's watered down. Because actually,
cult. Yeah, if you make cult mean almost anything, then it doesn't actually retain its actual meaning. And generally, a cult is going to be a hive-minded, controlled, basically a paradigm. Yeah, paradigm that's shared by this whole group, which is not. It's not the case in any of the things we're talking about. Like, it sounds like you're talking about like the society and the
I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's not the case.
Well, first of all, I barely said anything. I briefly touched on it, and you're like, it's not the case. No, fam. Go, I don't know if I would agree. That's interesting. Maybe I'll check it out and see what she's talking about. Or you would ask me more information, but I didn't come in the AM to bang on bacon. Yes, I did say that we're all in a cult. Yes, I did. And if you'd like to investigate why I said that, you would have to investigate it, not refute it before I say anything. Like, give any deets. Like, give a I didn't lay down a foundation. I didn't lay down an argument. You're just ready to argue it. It's weird.
So next time you make a claim, then maybe do the other things. That way you can feel like you've adequately established your argument. But you did lay a claim, and I'm just telling you that if you say that everyone's in a cult, it just totally makes the term impotent.
Unless we're in the biggest cult that there ever was. Yeah. Just because it's big doesn't mean that. No.
I don't know. I still don't understand the entire purpose of this conversation.
Well, I think Crypto hit it.
How about this? Do you guys think the sun's going to explode?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
I'm just asking you. Do you think the sun's
My
going to
friend,
but I'm just asking.
my
Does it make
friend
a stupid
said
question?
the sun is in the middle of it.
Does the sun?
My friend said that.
Hold on.
Were you asking just Globers or?
Nick,
Because I
oh,
did
I'm
want to
asking
answer. It
just
sounds like he didn't want to answer. All
no,
right.
Globers. Like, if like, is the sun going to explode?
I don't think that's I don't think they think. I don't think that's what they claim it's going to do.
I'm just asking you. Do you think the sun's?
I don't think it's going to explode.
Okay. Does Neg think the sun's going to explode?
I don't know. Don't know enough about it.
Don't know enough about it. Okay, now we don't know. So you don't know enough about the sun. So
Yes.
then, how would you know the location of the sun or anything like that? I thought the sun's going to explode, right?
Okay, so let me make sure I understand the argument.
And if you think the sun's
I
going to explode,
don't
are you in a
know that
cult
the
that
sun
thinks
is
the
going
sun's
to
gonna
explode. I don't know the sun's going to explode. Therefore, I don't know where it is. Does that sort of argument apply to anything else in reality? Like if I walked up to you and I'm asking you a location of something in the world, would I preface that argument with, "Do you know if it's going to explode or not?" As a way to determine whether your response
Is
as
it
to its actual
proposed?
location is accurate.
Does
It's
science
nonsense.
say the
Come on,
sun's gonna
come on.
explode?
I saw you do
Does
better than that.
science say the sun's going to explode?
Hey man, I need to order a pizza tonight. Is the pizza place going to explode?
I'm asking you if the sun is going to explode, bro. Does modern science? Let me ask Google real
Let
quick.
me
I'll go
was
find
anybody
out.
else in the room when they heard me say I don't know because I don't know enough about it? I think there probably were some others that heard that.
No one heard it.
Nobody heard it? Damn.
I heard it.
If I remember right, yeah, they're saying it's not going to explode.
No, I got it. Here we go. So this is what
Yeah.
Google says. While the full death of the sun, because the sun has to die, right, is trillions of years away, some scientists believe the current phase of the sun's life cycle will end as soon as 5 billion years from now. So is the sun going to die?
Sounds like you're arguing with Google.
Yeah, it'll go
I'm
to
just
like
asking you, is the sun going to die?
In its
Is the
current
sun going to
state.
die? I just want to know, is the sun going to die?
Yeah, I'm answering you, dude.
Is your cult
In its
telling me
current-
that the sun is going to die?
They've just said they in that simple description of the article or the title or whatever that is you're reading, they've said themselves that this stage that it's in right now is going to die, but it ultimately will live trillions of years, whatever they said. But yeah,
So
it'll
do you think in
expand.
trillions of years
It'll
the
become a
sun's going to
different type
die?
of star. I just gave you the explicit information of what they're trying to express. So I don't know.
Right, and I'm asking you, do you think the sun's going to explode or die at some point?
In its current state, it's no longer going to be the type of star it is. So it'll lose a bunch of its mass. It'll be a white dwarf or something.
So,
and if you want to call it death, you can call it death.
So one could say you're in a cult that thinks the sun's going to die. You and Neg.
No. We're in a cult because Google said something. Man, you're
You know what will happen with the sun in trillion years? You explained it now.
Because
Google first of all, I never claimed to know what's going to happen.
You know what will happen with the sun. This is incredible.
I think maybe there's a language barrier here because I never said I knew what was going to happen to the sun.
The whole thing too is you guys say Google it. That's your answer from
it's not that you have to believe it.
Does anybody listening hear what's going on?
Kosho, you explained that you all have to. It's not that you all have to believe, particularly everything exactly, but the foundation of heliocentrism, you do believe it and don't know it. Like,
hang on, Google something else and ask me if we agree with it. That would definitely progress the conversation in an interesting way.
Why? Because Kosho explained what is that. It is not dying. Kosho know what will happen. It will not die.
I specifically said like I said, that they understand that this is what they understand it to be.
You specifically explained it.
I said this is what's supposed to happen. This is what they're claiming is going to happen.
Kosho, to be fair,
somebody asked if is it supposed to explode.
Hold on. We just went through. The biggest sham in the world. Like, and again, let me just read this. A cult is an organized group whose purpose is to dominate cult members through psychological manipulation, and pressure strategies. The only people that don't think that there's a problem with this are people that, you know, have some kind of reverence for the government.
This is another weird straw man argument we're building here.
Yeah, what was that last statement have to do with the rest of what you said? Because the rest of what you said, it sounds like, yeah, that sounds like a cult. What you described before that with the government and with the NASA, and what you said afterwards, none of those things are related to what you described as what a cult was.
Well, yeah, it is, because of the psychological manipulation. Like, you know what? You're right, because you're a Glober, so you don't see it. So I guess it's no point in arguing it.
Well, yeah, this gets to the
But
point
I
of
know that I'm also in a cult because I don't believe that, but I'm also not willing. Like, I'm not willing to excommunicate myself either. So at least I understand where I'm at.
If it's a cult, how can there be opposing articles or narratives or whatever? If it's a cult and they're trying to manipulate what'd you say, psychologically, whatever you
Okay,
worded it.
well, the cult leader's main story is that the flat Earth is an old belief, archaic, and everywhere you look, that YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, people get shut down, their pages get shut down, can't really say what you want to. As a matter of fact, can't go on NASA's live and talk shit and say the Earth is flat, or you're gonna get fucking blocked. Like, hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
What?
so if you're harassing NASA comments and they're gonna block you, it doesn't seem like a cult.
So if I go to a live and say the Earth is flat right now, just once, and I get blocked, you're gonna say that that's justified because it was harassment, for real?
Well, I mean, if you're in there like lying about stuff and harassing folks, then yeah, I think it's justified.
Well, that's the thing. I have a different opposing view, and
I know.
and it's not that somebody's gonna come to my house and stomp me out. However, they're just going to stop me from being a part of the framework in which we all communicate and enjoy talking to each other.
Yeah, I don't know if a live YouTube chat qualifies as what you just said, but
yeah.
Well, it's not,
I'll go
like
with
I
you.
said, it's not just YouTube. I mean, even though YouTube is a big part of our culture, let's not act like it isn't. It's not fucking 1990. YouTube, Facebook, everywhere that people actually communicate these days, the conversation is hindered.
it's weird because you're arguing that the way we communicate these days is being censored, yet we're literally on a platform talking about it being uncensored.
Yeah, and then there are people like you that are here that stop. Like it's like even in these platforms, a normie is very hard to come by because there's this buffer of you and us that are polarized by you, and nobody normal wants to listen to this. So
there's people here who don't want to listen to this. It's because they're not interested in the subject. It's not because the Gator's here or because you're here. It's because they're not interested in the subject. The only reason why we're here, you and I and the Gators, is because we're interested in the subject. It's not rocket science. So it's not.
That's the only reason, Kosho. That's the only reason. I'll ask you about anything else, though, in terms of the conspiracy world, and you'll all give the same answer. It's funny, isn't it? And why would you spend your free time convincing people? Well, all Google will do the same. Just revert us to Google. They'll give us the official story. If we're interested, we'll study it. Why would you spend all of this time, all of this energy and effort for nothing? You haven't convinced anybody.
I haven't convinced exactly. And you just claimed that I was here convincing people, and they said I hadn't convinced anybody. So that's pretty
contradictory. No, they're just here to polarize us so that we become less personable to the normie, so that the normie can continue to just think what they think. That's my opinion. That's how I perceive things. You don't have to respond to that.
No, but I chose
because that's
to.
my opinion. Because I'm prefacing that with "that's my opinion." I guess you can say, well, my opinion is that you're wrong. Whatever, I guess. But at the end of the day, as many times
Okay,
as
fair enough.
we've asked certain Globers, okay, well, what conspiracy do you actually believe in that wasn't admitted by the government?
It gives some bullshit.
I guess I could ask you now.
Before the
Yeah,
answer,
what's the purpose of this new exercise?
Well, the
Okay,
purpose
well-
of this new exercise is that it's a common occurrence that when we're talking to people we deem, you know, evangelical globalists, they typically don't have anything that they think the government is doing. Like they'll say vague things like, "Of course, the government, the people are hungry, this, that, and the third." Like just the regular narrative, but nobody actually thinks that the government is. You guys don't think that the government is actually out to get you, out there holding you in a cult.
ask the
I
Army
mean,
man
Y'all don't
about
believe that.
9/11. Ask the Army man
I'm
next
successful
about
and happy.
9/11.
The government's not impeding me in any way.
You work for the government, man. You're an army soldier. Ask you about 9/11. You've nothing to say. Nothing. None of them.
Like I don't owe anybody anything. You know, if I were in a cult,
Well-
I'd be giving something to somebody or wasting my time doing something, or
You're
out there
getting
trying to
paid for this,
convince other
right?
folks and pull them into the cult.
Let's not be foolish here.
Which of
You're
those
getting
apply
paid
to
for
me?
your time. You're getting paid for your time.
No, yeah, that's not your role. I told you what my opinion was. Like you're not. Who are you? I don't know. You're not a cult leader. I don't think. Like you're not the one that is causing the cognitive dissonance. Like honestly, I
couldn't
don't
lead
even
a
think
silent
you guys.
prayer.
I don't even think you guys are liars. I think the cognitive dissonance is really that serious. You know,
No way.
that's just me.
No way, man. They knew the earth was flat
Okay.
before you did.
How do you want to
They
progress
knew.
this conversation?
This is another one of the opinions we don't have to respond to.
Yeah,
'Cause,
I would
exactly.
just say, okay, since you don't
Well, I
want to
mean,
respond,
yeah, because basically all I said
Elijah.
was like,
Yeah, I was
whenever
talking to
someone
Elijah.
says something, it's like you have to debate it. When actually, no, I heard the conversation about cults brought up, and I'm like, yeah, we're in a cult. Me coming to that thought is watching this series, Alexandria. That's her name on YouTube, and it's based on what she said that I can parallel with my reality that I've decided, okay, yeah, I'm in a cult.
Okay.
Unless you do that, you can't fairly critique because I haven't given you any actual information. Okay.
Don't forget about the
Yo,
polarization
yo,
that goes on
Elijah, it's
within flat
crap.
Earth as well.
Send
Don't
me that
forget
video,
hang
bro.
on, please.
I got
Can I
you,
say
Craig.
something, please? Don't forget, Elijah, the
Okay.
polarization that goes on within
What do you
flat
want me to
Earth
do?
as well. Can anyone hear me? Is it because I'm Irish that I have this much disrespect shown to me? Maybe it is.
I hear you, bro.
No, Pete, come on.
Okay, Elijah, all I was going to say, don't forget the polarization continues onto flat Earth. If you mention the word ether in certain groupings, well, you're demonized. So yeah, it continues all the way, and I think we got to realize the base level of polarization has come from the globe earthers, but then within flat Earth, every division is encouraged as well when we get to pertinent issues. So the whole thing is a cult. The whole thing is a psyop.
How do we get Pete? We need to get you a better microphone, bro. We need to get legit.
Okay, no, okay, that should be better then. That should be better.
You sure?
No, I mean, yeah. No, we can hear you. Don't get me wrong. You were a little bit quiet a moment ago. But yeah, it'd be good if we could get you a much better microphone.
I have $5.
No, my microphone is fine. I just had it on a different surface.
No, it's really not.
You should get one of those big cordless mics. Wireless mics.
I'm gonna have to get.
Leaving and coming back ain't gonna work. What, Elijah?
This sun stuff's
I'm
hilarious.
gonna have to wait for Gregory to get up to tell me like what her actual channel is, because now I can't find it at all. Like you would think typing in Alexandria and cult would be enough, but you know.
Try Alexandria.
I think Alexandra Stein, cults and brainwashing. Is that it?
Nah.
Talk
or not because
PhD cult expert. Look in the live stream text, bro. Kosho posted.
Is it a young, beautiful woman?
Two women on there. One could be considered
no.
beautiful, but not really.
Like,
Oh,
there's
probably
like sixes.
Alexandra. Yeah. This is it. Probably Alexandra. Yeah. Gio got it.
Not if they're not
Gio got
beautiful,
it.
it's not it then, right?
That was actually Kosho.
Probably is. Yeah, no, this it's not it if it's not beautiful.
They got to be a 6 or higher. So.
Well, the female on the right, there's something innately pretty about her face.
All right, I tell you, let's agree on something. Let me see this link, and I'll rate her, and you can tell me how cult-like I am.
Wait, what's crazy is
okay, never mind. Wait, I'll pull it back. I don't know what. Upon looking at her now, I've changed my mind. Maybe she's
3
not
minutes
that.
past the hour.
But she's okay.
Probably.
Though. She's all right.
With the blonde
Is
in
this
this?
even her? I'm still not sure this is her though. It has to be probably Alexandra.
What's weird is that they're both talking about cults like exclusively, and they're both in Alexandra. One's a PhD, and the other one's like talking about demons and stuff.
Okay, I don't know. This one's she doesn't have enough meat on her bones. Like, she's visually, like, mathematically appealing, I guess. You know, she has all these straight lines, but to me, she's like a 3.
That's straight line.
I'll take it back. Program. There you go. So
She's not
okay,
ugly,
so
you know, but I don't find that attractive.
Yeah, this is most definitely it.
Did you click Gio's
You
one?
know
Yeah.
what? Yeah, you gotta play a video. She looks way like her stills are terrible, but when you actually play the video, it's like okay.
Did you click on the one Gio posted? Because, like, which one did you click, Elijah?
Yeah, that's the one. I'm just gonna send you the one from the beginning. There's an introduction, social contagion. No, program introduction is like 5 minutes and 44 seconds, but you don't really need that. You can just start with like here the title: social contagion, cultic control, epicenter of chaos, American folklore, chainless slaves. I mean, yo, this girl is so fucking spot on, man. Like,
Bro, I need to know where to
be,
click. I need to know
hold
where
on,
to click.
I'm posting it right now. Start there. You can go to the YouTube channel, and you can click the playlists, and then click program. Then they're all in there in order.
All right, dope. Bet.
Aren't you concerned
Be
that
careful with this stuff. It's a depressing drug.
She's depressing? Like emo?
It is depressing listening to the information, like, because she's reading your life.
Yeah, won't be the first time I've had a random woman from the past psychologically analyzing. Annoying me.
That's kind of weird, man. Weird woman from the past, woman into the future.
Wait, you don't have a mother?
A weird woman from the past. Well, my mom's not from my past, though.
So she wasn't in your past.
Well, man, it's weird how you're saying that. When you say a woman from my past, I guess you're talking about in this context, not in the context that she.
Well, yeah, and it was a joke that just flew off the end of my tongue. You know, I didn't sit there and think for 10 minutes exactly how to say it grammatically correctly.
Well,
You're right.
I was only halfway listening to you, so I thought it was like, you talking about a time traveler?
I'm traveling, man.
Holy hell.
So all of us who don't believe we're in a cult, you probably shouldn't watch that video because you guys are the most too far gone. You know,
I got news for you, dude.
I wouldn't recommend.
I've already started watching her videos, but it sounds like you and I don't know who shared this with you, but you seem very inundated with her information, and it sounds like possibly joined a cult. And
how's he's so silly. How's that?
Well, I mean, it's like like everything she's saying is gospel, and you know, you guys.
How's that? All I said was watch it and
She's
you
on point.
realize you're in a
Bro,
cult.
you believe every
Like,
fucking thing that comes out of every scientist's mouth, Kosho, and what are you talking about?
it's not like I said
Believe
you
half
must
of what
believe.
woman said?
It's just
That's true.
like that's a ridiculous, because again, like to position it as like, you know, maybe you're in a cult, like for for listening to the information that she's provided at some, like I did. It's not like I followed her and I'm watching constantly, and it's just, oh shit, wow, what she laid out. If I'm to accept these as tenets of a cult, and I do, because it applies to, because she gives examples of cults. She gives examples of specific cults, and the parallels are exactly the same. When you talk about the leadership structure, you talk about the manipulation. I mean, I don't know how you guys don't. I'm so like, I don't even know. Crack. I have no idea.
Yep. You said she was pretty. You're in a cult.
Yeah, dude, she doesn't even have an upper lip, dude. That should bother you.
Well, I mean, that's the point of white girls, isn't it? None of them have lips, to me.
You're supposed to
You
find the
look
ones
like
with
a
lips.
flat girl with straight lines everywhere. So.
Well, that's like a typical. That's how it's supposed to be.
Mm-mm.
Like, I have big lips. I have bubblegum lips. So it's like, to me, they're all thin. What's the difference? It's just like I'm tall. Like, so to me, like, most women are short. What's the difference?
Bro, I got pretty voluptuous lips for a white guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
Everyone
got a
calls him
sister?
Mick Jagger.
Can we get a white version of Crack Villain?
Yeah, her name's Crack Whore.
Did you say a white version?
I'm sorry, I meant a female version. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You know
you
what's
said that.
crazy?
I heard female version.
Elijah, what
I didn't think
sort of cult do you suspect you're a
That's what I was
member of
trying to
these
say.
days? As
You
flat
know,
Earth,
me and my
as,
altimeter on my car.
as flat Earth is, I think Negator likes to talk over me when I'm speaking.
you
Elijah,
supposed
haven't listened to the
I'm
ladies'
sorry, Pete. I didn't hear you.
presentation.
They were talking. What'd you say?
Yeah, haven't listened to the ladies' presentation. You said that you feel you're in a cult now. Is that a cult within flat Earth? Have you been corralled and bottlenecked into certain ways of thinking according to flat Earthers thinking?
No. But just listen to the live stream yesterday. You'll see that my cognitive abilities to disagree where there's disagreement is on full swing.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Well, okay,
I'm
fair enough.
talking about America
Yeah.
and possibly every other, like the world.
Yeah, I know that. The reason I asked that is as well, you still suspect that Kosho and Negator here are just suffering from cognitive dissonance. They really believe what they say and what they defend continuously. I think you're absolutely 100% wrong about that. So the reason that's what I asked.
Could be.
Well, might still be.
I mean, because the reason I extend that to that I extend I guess what I'm saying is the reason that I think that they too can be tricked rather than, you know, just be nefarious liars who have a badge at some job that's like just like doing this on purpose, because it's really like, for instance, like my family members who don't really talk about this at all, because of their bad logic, can come to the same conclusions that some of the people who argue in this arena have come to. And I'm like, okay, so it's not that this other person is an agent, it's that we've been brainwashed into accepting formal and formal logical fallacy. So you're going to come to the same illogical conclusions as others because you had the same brainwashing. So I just based off of that, like I don't know if these guys are like, you know, just straight up
Okay.
like
Fair
lying
enough.
in the sense that they're
Hold on.
Yeah.
Pete,
You have to
before you
remember.
follow up,
You have to remember, for all of us, this is a sort of a pathway. For your relations, family, and friends, they're not asking the same questions on a continuous basis that you are. Negator ex Kosho are. They're aware of all the arguments, and they have all the arguments that they can muster to counter what is presented. So there's definitely a different setting for both scenarios there.
Before,
it's a different setting. It's just. I'm gonna let you get in, Kosho. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. You go ahead. You go ahead. I just want you have to remind me what you said a second ago. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and the reason, another reason that I've extended this grace to them is because now it's even closer to home. Like, there are flat earthers that, exhibit the same behavior. And I'm like, and I've had to decide, are they lying? Or have they always had this particular cognitive problem? And when you look at the pattern and the behavior and the answer is the latter for me.
I remember what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you, Elijah, just quickly. You know about the Mandela effect, right? What do you think? Why do you think the Mandela effect? What would you hypothesize as the cause of the Mandela effect?
Well, I don't believe it because.
Well, I mean, it is a thing.
Well, I'll tell you why I don't think it is a thing. Because the main the main, where are my words today? The main thing about it is that you can't have evidence. Like that's the number one thing. Is like there's no way to have evidence because it doesn't exist. And based on my logical framework, it's like, nah, I can't accept that.
Okay, so I'll just give you a quick example, just to move this along. Like in Star Wars, there's people who will be like, yeah, they remember that it says Luke, I am your father, but in the movie it says, no, I'm your father. And so some people, I'm not saying that the conspiracy theory is a Mandela effect. I'm saying the Mandela effect is that effect that, there's this shared misremembering going on.
Yeah, I
So,
know. Like the same thing with can't we all just get along? Until I realized, actually, I've always seen the dramatizations of that, the Jamie Foxx,
Right.
all the shows where they say it. I never actually saw the clip of him saying it, but I remember everything everyone else remembers because, again, media is a son of a bitch.
Well, no, but see that's exactly the thing I was going to I was going to make distinct from what you said and maybe compare it to what I think, because I think you now see the same thing I see with the Mandela effect, which is that there's these shared misrememberings because of we all collectively have a shared uh, we're a shared demographic now. We get the same shared media, and we're subject to the same, the simple flaws. Like that flaw that you just brought up is probably half of the Mandela effects because there's things that were quoted and that maybe you saw once, but that were referenced by many other people and often incorrectly. And so you're going to often have the incorrect reference and your memory instead of the original thing. And so many people will share this. And I think that that's actually more to explain why you said when you talk to people in your family or people, because even my family, like I remember asking my mom a long time ago, like why there's why we fall to the ground, why there's gravity, and she said something about like the Earth rotating or something. So there's something like this is something that you'll hear a lot of Globers who don't really know science or whatever. That some of them will say something like that. And I don't mean Globers, but people who aren't flat earthers. And I don't think it's because people are brainwashed or whatever. I think people, if we have a collective media that most people are going to have some aspect of, it makes sense that most people who are going to make mistakes are going to make some of the same kind of mistakes. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Alexandria also one of those videos talks about propaganda, and that would exactly what we're talking about is the result of being, love the word you used earlier, inundated with information.
Yeah, but I would argue that it's not. There's no malevolence or intention involved in that. It's like a natural, side effect of this shared the shared nature of our media or learning or whatever. Like it just happens we get a lot of the same information, and so because of that, not because we're trying to be fed, a single source of information, but we happen to get fed single sources of information or a pipeline information. So I'm just arguing that
The
it's
whole,
not
the
it may
whole,
not necessarily be intentional or purposeful.
yeah, the structure of media itself, in my opinion, is cult-like. I mean, and then aside from my opinion, you have real examples of, like, say, the news, where you've seen the clips where they're all put together, they're all saying the same exact thing. Obviously, that's a program. Coincidentally, Alexandria's series is called Programmed. Yeah, you talking about these regular occurrences is kind of paralleling with what I'm saying. I don't think we really disagree. It's
Okay, actually, I'm starting to
again,
see.
and the reason that I see it as cult like is specifically because of how I look at fame and me being a singer songwriter. Um, like my journey to like there was a difference between me wanting to share and express myself openly, and people who wanted to exploit my energy. And I know that everybody doesn't see it that way. Some people might look at fame as a blessing. But what I'm saying is the whole apparatus of fame is unnatural. Obviously, we know it's not. I'm not even talking about in science terms. I mean unnatural in the sense that it would take a machine that I don't control, but someone does control, to literally pump information out so much that they have an influence on wide swaths of wide areas, or like their influence is across a wide area, spread across a wide area. And I'm just saying that actually what would be natural is if I had a light, if I had a talent, and by hearsay, which is natural, people heard, oh my God, there's this amazing guy. I heard he was going to be in town. You should come. Like the old way that maybe not even the old way, one of the organic ways that people really get across what they want to get across without using this apparatus. This apparatus is the reason that majority of the people are inundated with information that may or may not be true. That's why they parrot,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. That was it.
No, you know what? Because now that you said more of what you described it, what you said earlier, you said that I was disagreeing before I fully heard you. Now I understand where you're coming from. Because the truth is, I more agree with kind of what you're describing as. I mean, I wouldn't have said the way you said it. I wouldn't say that everyone's in a cult, but I would say I would agree that there is there's a massive influence of kind of a single streamlined media source. For example, for most of the news, we have basically two types of two opposing arguments in our country as far as news goes, and it's streamlined through the same two Associated Press and routers and that kind of shit. And then when it comes to the media in general, like movies and it's mostly liberal more so than so they're gonna be pumping like basically the same narrative for the most part. But I think that has a lot to do with the fact that a lot of there's more and more consolidation as time goes on. Like more and more companies becoming like Walmarts and Amazons and fucking Google or Disney buying up every other studio or whatever. So
manipulation as well. Don't
you end
forget
up with a
potential
single source.
manipulation. Yeah, don't forget.
Yeah, but
potential
that's what I'm saying.
manipulation.
I'm even though I'm agreeing with Elijah that the result is there. I'm not convinced that there's an absolute intention of this.
I can meet you halfway there.
But you like this then,
I can meet him
Kosho?
halfway there because real quick, I think I can meet you halfway. And tell me if I have. because it's not like the structure was in place like voila, like here it is, like you're talking about. There's this move, at least in my mind, in my lifetime, where there are things that they're just becoming more of a conglomeration. Like that's happened in this lifetime, so I can only from this perspective agree that in a sense that's a natural progression because we've all actually accepted it and helped it happen. Like it's not like we all of us had marching orders. It kind of just naturally got here in a sense.
And what you
So
said about your personal experience, like with the music thing, like even if let's say that there's not like an evil agenda or whatever, like an agenda to mass promote some subvertly evil agenda. There's only an interest in making money by big industries or whatever. It makes sense that what they would do as promoters and managers, whatever, and studios, they would want to get you out to as many people as possible in a very artificial way, which is not going to seem authentic to you, but may not necessarily be malevolent in nature. You know what I mean? Malevolent. Anyway, yeah, because now that I see your floor, I kind of agree that there is this idea of a cult of personality, sort of, especially in like in our country, there's either one or two sort of political sides, and of almost any controversial public debate. So, and the media is going to be, the movies are going to be pretty open about their stance on it.
right. And then there's that idea, like the idea that things are, like that there's two sides. Like to me, right there, like sides are unnatural. Like when everybody starts talking side shit, it's an unnatural thing. Like because everyone individually should be trying to get to the truth. Not, I mean, I understand people picking sides because then there's the whole emotional aspect and the friendship aspect and blah 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 blah. But in the grand scheme of things, and in reality, like there's sides. Like it. Matter of fact, okay, the idea. Okay, so we know that there aren't sides because there are thousands of parties. However, the media has the people who are indoctrinated. Well, the media has whoever will listen, which right now is, I can't even say it's the majority because less than 50% of people vote. So I don't, okay, well, there's this
But they
idea
only need
anyway.
those.
Yeah,
What point are you making there?
there's an idea that okay, it's the Democratic or Republican Party, even though people know that there are other parties and this, that, and the third. But in the context of news, like there's only these two parties, and maybe the Green Party here and there, maybe this other wayward party doing something like, but for the most part, it's just this duality that's put on you by the media. Now, I don't know how that
actually
happens
is by
without
design.
it being on purpose.
No, that is by design. They established that in, I think, 1993, because after the election with George Bush and Ross Perot and Bill Clinton, and Ross Perot kind of he got a lot of attention. You know what I mean? Like he's one of those third party candidates that people were very interested in, and because of that, some people argue that he kind of got the election won for Bill Clinton because he took votes from George Bush, like that was a problem or something. So the companies who actually control the debates are the mainstream networks, and the mainstream networks had collectively agreed on a rule that there can only be they will only allow Republicans and Democrats at a national debate on their networks unless a independent party candidate is polling for 15% or more. which is unlikely.
But hang on, why are you talking like this as if it's all sort of genuinely sort of above board? Okay, they had to take.
No, I'm not
certain
saying
steps,
I'm not
or
saying
they
it's
maybe,
genuine.
they
I'm
maybe
saying
took
it's
certain steps to accommodate certain things, but it's still is pretty much above board. You know, even though we're
no, I'm
forcing
not saying it's above
dichotomous
board. I'm saying
thinking.
that
Can I
this.
finish, please? Even though we're forcing dichotomous thinking, that yet they're still sort of independent organizations. They sort of do their own thing, and ultimately they're sort of in competition with one another. These rules came in 1993 to pave the way for 9/11, by the way, where all of the what do you call it, the broadcasting stations, television stations banded together and they presented one output. I think you know about this as well, Kosho. I think you need to get a bit more serious in your thinking, actually, Elijah. I think you need to get a bit more serious in your thinking, bud. I mean it. I mean it. You're too long in this arena.
The things that you just said, I didn't say them. So I didn't. That was the opposite of the point I was making. I was
No, I know
agreeing
you were
with you
talking
that
about political parties and the two.
No,
the
yeah,
two
I'm
parties
saying that the
in-
fact that we only have these two political parties shown to us is by design.
Yeah.
There's not allowed to be third party candidates at these
Yeah, they're
main
in cahoots
stages.
with one another.
We're just going to be the
They're in
only
cahoots.
the main stage where people observe these candidates. Debating.
Yeah, but Kosha, we're wiser now. We're trying to see through the veil. Here in Ireland, your two major
But
parties,
things
which are on
happen.
opposing aspects of the platform, they're Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, for tens of years, since the foundation of the state, absolutely opposing parties and opposing platforms. Now they're in government. Now the two of them are in government together. It's just the two wolves gathering together with the lamb and deciding what's for breakfast in a democracy. Yeah.
But there majority of the people that keep this going, like I was talking about earlier, like those people truly have a working thought process that allows them to naturally allow this to continue. Now, I don't believe for 1 second that at the height that Hillary Clinton is at, like, no, she's for sure she's lying, but maybe she thinks she's lying for a good reason. So she could also even be you know, to some point, a puppet of someone, because they're playing a different game. But I just think that, well, what I was going to say before you went was that, this would be, well, this conversation would turn the tide for me on how I feel about Kosho if he would accept that, voter fraud, no, not voter fraud, election fraud happened in 2016. As fake as it may be, because I mean now I'm like, oh, the system. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah, you can answer it.
You might have to be more more detailed on what
Election
you're saying
fraud.
because
what he means.
Election
I
fraud.
know. I hadn't followed the entire thing, but the parts that I did follow, I saw merits on both sides. So that's why I kind of have to. You got to give more context.
Okay, what I mean when I say election fraud, I'm talking about from the beginning. I'm talking about from the process that nobody pays attention to, the primaries.
Oh, wait,
Before
you're
he
talking
even
about the
became
election
Donald Trump.
before the last election.
Yeah,
Okay, you're talking
2016.
about Hillary Clinton. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I wouldn't call that election fraud because if you have to understand, and you probably do, how the parties work, and the Democratic Party specifically, they have a structure which allows them to basically decide who their candidate's going to be. They have the superdelegate thing, and they have the
Right.
So
And
basically,
the
they
Hillary
can
Clinton Foundation owned the debt of the DNC for
yeah,
this
basically.
very. So you can't necessarily say that's election fraud, but that was one of the things that were like very damaging. The flipping of the coins, even though okay, we can say that that's customary. It wasn't the flipping of the, even though flipping coins is crazy. It was me seeing because I had independent sources on the ground with video, okay, and they were recording the results, and even though the results what they were, according to the media, the results weren't what they were. And, you know, they tried to push a lawsuit, the fraud lawsuit that didn't go through unless it takes like fucking almost a decade to do something about. I don't know. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, she cheated in her race against Tim Canova. That was that's provable. She got fired because she threw away ballots that she wasn't supposed to throw, because it's obviously against the rules to do that. But she did it anyway, got fired, and then hired onto Hillary Clinton's campaign. Then there's the whole fucking Guccifer 2.0, Russian hack, whatever the fuck that was.
But the Democrats and Republicans are in cahoots, Elijah. You understand that Donald Trump was front and center in 9/11, so it's all theater playing out. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I'm not, look, see, at that point, it becomes speculation. I can only talk about what I experienced on the ground. Like, and on that, I can only talk about election fraud. I can't talk about election fraud from a speculative point of view, or at least I don't have to, because I have
so you can vouch that
actual
there
evidence.
is absolute voting fraud for yourself or your own personal experience. You can vouch that there absolutely was voting fraud taking place, and you can be sure then by extrapolation that
Election fraud, not voter fraud. That's another thing the media did.
Election
like
fraud,
a lot of Democrats came out. It ain't these Democrats that are, I don't know what the fuck happened to Democrats. I used to be, maybe nothing happened and I just woke up. I don't know, but I used to be on the thousands of people that I was coming together with on at least a bi-weekly basis or maybe a monthly basis. Like, you know, we were concerned about the integrity of elections. And it went from us presenting information about election fraud to the media focusing on voter fraud. And then, like, because voter fraud, who cares? No one was talking about voter fraud, but that's what they made it about. And they undermined the fact that there was election fraud. And then decided, this information is so long ago, like I kind of don't pay attention anymore. But there's a voting system that's going to be put in place, like, because we wanted a new voting system. However, instead of it naturally coming about, they've taken people's feeling on changing the voting system, and they've kind of already taken over the reins of how that's going to happen. And I know that's going to happen eventually. It hasn't even happened now, but based on the companies that were bought, based on Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, that's the head of some of these companies. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, because I don't know how much has changed since the last time I've looked. All I'm saying is election fraud happened. And for those that don't know,
yeah, but I feel your point is weak here. What point are you making? I mean, we know these things. Are you trying to convince Kosho that this is happening and you'll change your mind about his motivations if he gives you a certain answer? I'd like to know.
No, it's not trying to convince Kosho. I'm just explaining to the best of my recollection what I experienced.
Sure.
It's like sometimes you miss the mark so far, dude.
No,
Sometimes you're on the point.
Shut up, Kosho. I'm trying to say that we should be considering many more deeper issues here, trying to unify the whole fraud that's going against us in greater terms. That's what I'm trying to say. And because you said it was many years ago, Elijah, yes, you can be sure absolutely that Trump was defrauded out of the election, but he was in it. That's the point. What do you think about that, Kosho?
I didn't say he was frauded, though. Like, that's what you're missing. That's what you're missing. Like, listen, I'm the only Democrat, like, not the only Democrat, but I'm talking about amongst, like, normies. I'm the only one that knew Donald Trump was going to win the primary and then win the election. I'm the only one that knew that. Why? Because I was paying more attention than everybody else.
I knew that as well.
Everybody was paying attention to the headlines and then wondering, oh, how did this happen? Oh, that's not how it happened. Like, it was a very clear path as to what happened.
Mike, can I speak on this quick?
Yeah, go ahead. But I want to ask you a question. But go ahead after. I mean, we go ahead.
I'll be really quick. You're right, Elijah. Of course, it's voter fraud. But if you follow this logic, and Kosho won't agree,
election fraud.
Kosho still believes in voting. But on top of that, Elijah, if you follow this logic that the people that set up voting also cheated at voting, you'll find out that every vote ever was fixed, not just 2016.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm not talking about voter fraud. I'm talking about election fraud.
It's people
See what I
meddling with the
mean?
results
You see,
to put
like they
someone
don't even
puppet
know
in
what
position. It's the
election
same
fraud
thing.
is. Like,
Election
no, it's
fraud,
not.
voter fraud. Call it ticking the box fraud. I don't care.
No,
It's
it's
people
not the
cheating
same thing.
to put a puppet in
People
position.
using dead people to vote. I don't give a shit about that. Like that's its own thing.
Well,
I'm talking
you're
about the
only on
whole
step 1 then.
apparatus
I'm saying
that
you need
which
to
is
get
what
to step
Pete
10
is
on
trying to
this.
talk.
Voting's
You got
fake.
to give me some. You got to give me some room. This Kosho was giving me some
You
room.
just
I
spoke on
interrupted
it
him
for
a
10
little bit,
minutes, so I'm giving
but
my
we were
opinion.
having a good conversation, and now it's like I don't know what's
It's still
happening.
grand. It's still,
You're
Elijah, I think
shooting
you're
me
dragging
down.
it out a
You're
bit, but
okay
it's
with
still
one
grand.
nil
Can you please
voting
just
hoax, but
explain
you don't want to
briefly
look
then
at
the
all of
difference
it being
between
a hoax.
election
That's
fraud
fair enough.
and
Like
voter fraud?
you're just being you're just being oppositional for no reason. Like
No,
you don't
it's a
even know what I'm
game up.
talking
Follow
about.
the logic through, and it's all fake.
You don't
But that's
even
kind
know
of what
what
I'm going
I'm
to ask.
Every
talking about.
time.
I want to see where you stand on this, Elijah. I'm just trying to be clear, but because I followed the 16 election very well, closely as well. It was an interesting election. But do you think
The
so?
most
When you were saying
interesting
that
in my
Trump,
lifetime.
you said that you made a prediction. I also predicted Trump was going to win because
and me,
he had a lot of momentum that was not this.
for
It
different
was
reasons.
a totally different kind of momentum thing. It was obviously more powerful. Like he didn't even have to pay money to get publicity because he was just saying fucking controversial shit and people were hating him so much that he was getting free press and all this stuff. Anyway, I was gonna ask you, do you think that was authentic, or do you think that he was selected? Like, do you think it was secretly promoted, or like what do you think?
No, he was. Well, it could be a little bit of both. Because remember, we were talking about like the natural progression, even though it might be a little bit of the media, it's also us as well. So in that sense, when I say, well, I know it was, I know that it was on purpose because what did they call the strategy? Is it the Pied Piper strategy? No, that's the kid thing, or is it the Iron Horse? I don't know exactly what it is, but I know that when I came across some of the emails that were leaked, it went over how they were going to get Donald Trump to win the primary by doing exactly what I saw happen.
Okay, so
there's this guy that's supposedly, oh, he can never win, and like that particular tone was exactly the strategy that the Democrats carried out to get him the win. But also the narrative is that so that Hillary Clinton could beat him because he would be the easiest. I don't believe that part of the narrative though. I believe that they knew Hillary Clinton wasn't winning a goddamn thing. Or maybe they did. I don't know how that happened.
They did.
Because they were cheating all the way up until, I don't know.
They did, man.
I don't know when
It's
the
all
cheating
scripted.
stopped. I just know during the primary, that's when.
Trump's lawyer is Rudy Giuliani, who was
Why would
front
they
and center
stop
on
cheating the
9/11.
vote
Bear that
ever?
in mind.
Okay, so check this out. Because I was paying attention in 2012, 2008, but I noticed something in 2012. I pay very close attention. I watch every news network, including C-SPAN. Boring as shit. But
that's the only way to do it, though. Yeah, you got to watch everything.
You get an idea of where the biases are and what the underlying truth must be based on where the biases are. And anyway, so and you also get what narratives people are pushing because you're seeing how different networks are presenting different issues. And anyway, so I noticed in 2016, something that was very interesting was he was only getting press, like I said, out of hatred and disgust and this like that. But that's including from the Republican Party, the Republican networks, and even Republican candidates. Like all the every candidate was for themselves, of course. But only after they dropped out did they join sides. Like Rudy Giuliani, for example, he was fucking. Like they were cutthroat at each other when they were both running, but then when he got out, I guess Trump offered him a position, and then now he's his buddy again, so he can get endorsements from him. But I don't, and also the Republican Party themselves, like who's the Mitch McConnell, everybody they were completely against Trump until the day that he won the nomination. Then they completely switched onto him. So that's the only thing. That's the only reason why as I was paying attention, I think that he sort of, I think he only gained that sort of support in a very it was something that was not it was not with the standard narrative. Like I don't think there was a big push by at least people in our government or in the Republican Party for him to be the nominee of president.
We're all in different time zones here. Does someone mute on? Please don't do that. We're all in different time zones. Very early in the morning for America here, but you seem to be dominating as well. And I'm not talking. I don't give out about that. But from Kosho, I know I won't get any truth, or else I'll have to delve away deep into it. Kosho, Donald, that it's all set up. I agree with Dawn that every one of these characters are put in play. Trump was planned president for years. The Biff Tannen and what do you call it? Back to the Future was based on Trump. But anyway,